There are three things in the world that cannot be hidden: poverty, coughing, and love. The more you try to conceal something, the more obvious it becomes. Cough, cough. Chen Junsheng coughed a few times, his body trembling as he slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were dimly lit. At first, he felt confused and stunned as he looked down at the girl just inches away from him. Shen Wanqiu, under the soft lighting, her delicate, snow-white body resembled fresh tofu straight out of the mill. Her clear, water-like face carried a faint, charming blush. She was snuggled tightly against Chen Junsheng's chest. He thought he must still be dreaming, but this dream felt far too real. Looking around at the familiar, yet strangely distant haystacks, he realized if his memory hadn't failed him, this scene took place on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month in 1981 Qixi Festival. It was also the night before Shen Wanqiu, the educated youth sent down to the countryside, would finally return to the city. "Wanqiu, comrade," Chen murmured softly, raising his right hand and feeling the steady beat of her heart beneath his palm. Still unsure if it was real, he leaned in closer, brushing his lips lightly against hers. She lifted her eyebrows, looking up at him. Her long, thick lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her eyes sparkled bright and moist. Unable to resist, he moved even closer, barely grazing her chin with his lips. But she shyly turned her face away, then gently bit his left earlobe, her voice sweet and teasing, like a feather tickling his soul. "Junsheng, you're so naughty." Ah, a surge of electric pleasure shot through Chen's chest, tingly and thrilling. Before he could fully process what was happening, the little temptress kissed him again, starting from his earlobe, moving to his cheek, then his nose, and finally landing on his lips. Wanqiu had small, soft lips, like jelly, smooth and juicy. They were slightly cool to the touch, with the unique sweetness and fragrance of a young girl. It had been years since Chen had last kissed a girl with such passion. Right now, every part of him from scalp to toe was flooded with joy, an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Scientific studies show that women's mouths are about 34 centimeters deeper than men's. From lip to throat is approximately 13 centimeters, with a volume of about 92 milliliters. Therefore, whether drinking water or kissing or doing other things, women often find it harder to feel satisfied. This was clearly evident in Wanqiu's increasingly rapid breathing and expressive facial reactions. In such a realistic and scientifically sound scenario, Chen was certain it wasn't a dream. He really had returned. Back to 1981, the turning point of his life. "Junsheng, are you okay?" Wanqiu whispered softly. "I'm fine." Chen wanted to say, "My mind is a bit messed up. Let me take a moment," but the words didn't come out quite right. At a time like this, what did taking a moment even mean? Even if it was a dream, even if someone might walk in any second, had to act like a man should. Half an hour later, with a sudden jolt, Chen's mind snapped fully awake. This was the 1980 SA relatively conservative era. Even for young couples in love, premarital intimacy was strictly taboo. To break the rules was a crime. If caught red-handed or worse, framed by someone with ill intent, their reputations and futures would be ruined forever. Back then, the son of the village party secretary, Zhang Yuejin, had brought a group of villagers with flashlights and caught them in the act. In front of everyone, they were humiliated and shamed. Soon after returning to the city, Chen received a telegram from Wanqiu's family saying she had committed suicide by jumping into a river. As for him, he couldn't even get a letter of introduction from the village committee to attend her funeral. So one rainy night, he took a knife and visited Zhang Yuejin's entire family. 6 people ended up seriously injured. He was initially sentenced to 20 years in prison. Later, due to good behavior during incarceration, his sentence was reduced. He served 8 hard years behind bars before regaining his freedom. "I won't fall twice in the same place." Chen sat up. "Xiaoyan, put your clothes on first." Saying this, he searched for his own clothes and quickly pulled them on under the moonlight after digging through the haystack. Wanqiu blinked, sensing something strange about Junsheng today, but couldn't quite figure out what. She recalled the words of Lu Jinduo, the female cadre of the brigade office. "All men are the same. They promise you the world when they want your pants off, but once they're dressed, they turn their backs and forget everything. Surely Junsheng isn't like that?" Still thinking, she saw Chen hurriedly dressing and quietly pulled her undergarments from beneath him, then began putting them on behind his back. At the same time, Wanqiu remembered the love note she had once written to Chen. She had written, "Junsheng, marry me soon." His reply, "The word marry stands between us. I suggest you delete it." So mean. After Wanqiu finished dressing, Chen gave her but a few playful slaps. "There's dry hay stuck to your pants. I'm cleaning it off." Now help me do the same. Wanqiu turned around, sweeping her loose hair behind her ear, just as she was about to follow Chen's suggestion and pat him down. Suddenly, quick footsteps approached from outside. Then came a sharp, grating voice. There they are. Those shameless, indecent bastards are hiding in this haystack. Zhang Yujin's raspy voice, accompanied by the beam of a flashlight, rang sharply in the night. Wanqiu gasped in shock. How could people arrive just after they had gotten dressed? At this late hour, alone together in a haystack even fully clothed, was easy for others to imagine the worst, especially since they had indeed done some unspeakable things inside that haystack. What were they supposed to do now? Chapter 002. The advantage lies with me. Shen Wanqiu's mind was in disarray, overwhelmed with confusion. Fear not. You need not speak. I will handle this, Chen Junsheng asserted, positioning himself protectively in front of her. In the past, they had been entangled in a web of accusations, unable to defend themselves. Now, as the echoes of those bygone days resurfaced, he vowed to shield both himself and Shen Wanqiu from any form of humiliation. Let's see where you intend to hide. Zhang Yuejin strode purposefully toward the haystack where Chen Junsheng and Shen Wanqiu sought refuge, ready to unveil the truth. Among Shen Wanqiu's many admirers, he considered himself the most eligible. As the son of the brigade's secretary from Mao Jiawen and an accountant at the Reiching Rising Sun Credit Union, he had meticulously courted Shen Wanqiu for 3 years, only to be met with repeated rejections and growing distance. This evening, witnessing Chen Junsheng holding Shen Wanqiu's hand as they entered the haystack was a devastating blow. At that moment, Zhang Yuejin felt as though the heavens had collapsed. He desperately wished he had misidentified the girl, mistaking another for Shen Wanqiu. Yet, the harsh reality shattered his hopes. Aren't you, Shen Wanqiu, the epitome of purity among the educated youth? And you, Chen Junsheng, the top scorer in the county's preliminary college entrance examination, now on the cusp of university. With a promising future ahead? How could you two dare to engage in such disgraceful conduct? With a resolve to expose their scandal to the community, he proclaimed, I will drag you both from this haystack and ensure that your shameful deeds are immortalized on the historical disgrace column of Mao Jiawen. Just as he prepared to unearth the couple, Zhang Yuejin, grumbling as he pulled apart the hay, was taken aback. He expected Chen Junsheng and Shen Wanqiu would be huddled in fear, paralyzed by the situation. To his surprise, they appeared composed and dignified, as if untouched by any wrongdoing. Particularly Chen Junsheng, whose countenance bore no trace of anxiety, but rather a smile, as if unaffected by the gravity of the moment. How can you smile at a time like this? Zhang Yuejin seethed, unable to contain his anger. Chen Junsheng, you and Shen Wanqiu are hiding in this haystack, engaged in unspeakable acts, yet you dare to laugh? What's wrong with smiling? Is it a crime to smile? Chen Junsheng retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yuejin. What scandalous act did you witness? Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Yuejin was about to counter when he noticed Chen Junsheng's expression darkening. Go ahead, enlighten us. On this festive Qixi festival, Shen Wanqiu and I are simply stargazing here. What law have we broken? What crime have we committed? Why have you brought so many people here? Stargazing? Zhang Yuejin's eyes widened in disbelief, his fury palpable. Do you take everyone for fools? Hiding in a haystack and pretending to be innocent? Without evidence, you dare to slander us? Chen Junsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Very well, in front of everyone. I shall declare, besides stargazing, Shen Wanqiu and I were also discussing our plans to obtain a marriage certificate. Zhang Yuejin was momentarily stunned. Were they truly planning to get married? Do you dare to speak before everyone and reveal who frequently lured the simpleton Wu Chunhua with sweets, ultimately leading to her pregnancy? Chen Junsheng seized the opportunity to counterattack. After the simpleton's belly grew, which heartless wretch reported to the authorities that she had contracted schistosomiasis and secretly took her to the clinic for an abortion? Furthermore, can you enlighten us about the individual who clandestinely consorts with the elderly widow Hu Wenkai from Fengshuling, frequently visiting the graveyard at Xishan and dishonoring himself before his ancestors? Chen Junsheng posed these 3 questions in succession, causing an uproar among the members present. Zhang Yuejin's complexion changed abruptly. He had believed his actions were sufficiently concealed to evade scrutiny, only to discover that Chen Junsheng had laid bare all his misdeeds over the years. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not engage in wrongdoing. Once Chen Junsheng assumed control of the situation, it appeared he could even discern Zhang Yuejin's thoughts. Comrade Yuejin, although I have not explicitly mentioned your name, you must be well aware of whom I am referring. Do you have anything to add? Chen Junsheng, you bastard. Zhang Yuejin erupted in rage. Pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Junsheng and cursing vehemently, I warn you not to speak recklessly. You, who engaged in filthy acts with Shen Wanqiu in the haystack. Dare to shift the blame onto me? Do you believe I won't end you? Oh, are you flustered? Chen Junsheng gestured for Zhang Yuejin to temper his temper and continued, I believe you, of course I do. The child in the simpleton's womb is already 6 or 7 months along, and you, soon to be a father, could deceitfully lead her to the clinic for an abortion. To be precise, it should be termed induction. It nearly resulted in a double tragedy. You, Zhang Yuejin, are indeed ruthless, capable of callously eliminating your own woman and child. What else are you not capable of in this world? This time, Chen Junsheng had explicitly named him. Zhang Yuejin, who had just been seething with rage, now felt as though someone had seized him by the throat, leaving his lips trembling and his back cold. He could utter nothing but a single word, you, and was left unable to express any further retort, only clenching his fists in a menacing demeanor. But would he dare to lay a hand on Chen Junsheng? No. In such a scenario, succumbing to rage and resorting to violence would equate to an admission of guilt. What do you mean by you? Chen Junsheng, unperturbed, launched into a tirade. You shameless scoundrel, your public misdeeds are already numerous, and who knows how much more disgraceful your actions are in private. With such brazen audacity and inhumanity, how can you still be the son of the brigade's secretary and the accountant of the credit union? If you were nailed to the historical pillar of shame in Maojiawan Brigade, even that pillar would find you too filthy. Zhang Yuejin fell silent, utterly dumbfounded by the onslaught of insults. The members present were equally astonished. What a young man, his insults were indeed foul. At that moment, from a distance along the field ridge, a voice called out. The melodious echo startled Chen Junsheng, prompting an instinctive response. Hey, I'm going home to sleep. It was his aunt, Xiao Shuxin, calling him. Got it, Chen Junsheng replied, raising his voice. The aunt who summoned him home was among the first batch of educated youth sent to the countryside years ago. Accompanying her at that time were 3 university roommates from the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University, Qi Xiaoyan, Lin Chuxia, and Song Yao. In her early years, when Chen Junsheng's mother was still alive, they shared a sisterly bond, enjoying a harmonious relationship. Following the untimely demise of Chen's mother due to illness, the group deliberated on remaining together to jointly nurture Chen Junsheng. Among them, Xiao Shuxin made the greatest sacrifice, even tearing up her return order to the city for this purpose. Brother Junsheng, it's getting late. You should hurry home, said Shen Wanqiu, assessing the situation and sensing it was the perfect moment to excuse herself. I need to go back to sleep too. Don't forget our promise. See you tomorrow. All right. Chen Junsheng replied, completely oblivious to any such promise made. In a mere moment, he saw comrade Shen Wanqiu shyly lowering her head and scampering away like a little rabbit. The contrast was quite striking for a young lady. Chapter 003. One day, when you soar to great heights, I shall ensure abundant offerings for you, just as Shen Wanqiu departed. Chen Junsheng promptly followed suit, brushing off his trousers as he left. Zhang Yuejin could only stare in disbelief. There's an old saying in rural areas. If you try to steal a chicken, you might end up losing rice. In his case, he attempted to catch someone in the act, but ended up being the one caught off guard. By Shen Wanqiu, no less. Zhang Yuejin was left with Chen Junsheng's spittle on his face, utterly powerless to retaliate. What a predicament! They had merely intended to take a stroll by the river, yet somehow found themselves entangled in a haystack. At the edge of the field, Xiao Shuxin gently reached out to remove the grass clippings stuck in Chen Junsheng's hair. Noticing he stood still like a chastised child, she couldn't help but express her concern. Did Zhang Yuejin give you trouble just now? Chen Junsheng remained silent, feeling a warmth in his eyes and a sting at the tip of his nose. In his heart, Aunt Xin was the closest person to him besides his mother. She had helped him cover up many misdeeds in the past, sometimes even joining him in his mischief. After their transgressions, while he was being protected by his other aunt through all means possible, Aunt Xin tragically lost her life during a robbery en route to their hometown. Now, seeing her stand before him with a gentle smile, Chen Junsheng found it difficult to articulate the emotions swirling within him. What are you dawdling for? Let us go home. Xiao Shuxin gently urged. Yes, home, Chen Junsheng replied, sniffing back his emotions and flashing a smile. After his aunts had gradually departed, he hadn't returned home in many years. For Chen Junsheng, Maojiawan was merely a birthplace. It was the place where his aunts resided that truly felt like home. However, as they ventured a short distance past the Zhang family ancestral hall, Chen Junsheng suddenly halted. He gazed up at the century-old Huizhou architecture, and a significant piece of information flickered in his mind. During the devastating floods of 1998, The Zhang family ancestral hall suffered severe damage. The following year, when the Zhang clan raised funds for its restoration, they discovered a hidden compartment behind a plaque in the Integrity Hall that had been inscribed with the phrase 2 sleeves of fresh breeze. Inside lay embezzled funds that Zhang Guijin had pilfered during his tenure at the credit cooperative. This knowledge, at this juncture, was likely known only to Chen Junsheng, the reincarnated soul. It is said that a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through righteous means. Thus, the question arises, should he take it or leave it? Should he invite Aunt Xin to join him in this venture? Chen Junsheng stood in place, pondering briefly, and ultimately decided to bring Aunt Xin along, quietly sneaking into the Zhang family ancestral hall to procure some money. How heartless, to bring along a paramour and leave me behind, engaging in such dubious activities. While dragging me into this mess, Qiao Shushin muttered inwardly. The Qiao family, after all, was a scholarly lineage, a family of high-ranking officials. And she had once been a student of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. How could she stoop to such actions? At this moment, with his resolve already set, Chen Junsheng maintained a facade of silence, yet his heart murmured, "O ancestors of the Zhang family, I, Chen Junsheng, have unexpectedly returned to the year 1981. In these trying times, plagued by poverty and sleepless nights, I have come to borrow some ill-gotten gains from your wayward descendant, Zhang Guijin, to serve as startup capital. Should I rise to prosperity in the future, I shall surely burn more paper money in your honor." This philosophy of theft held its own rationale, implying that there was a justification for his actions. However, Chen Junsheng was uncertain whether Zhang Guijin's embezzled funds were indeed hidden as rumored behind the ancestral hall as plaque. He approached this endeavor with the mindset that it was better to offend Zhang Guijin and his ancestors than to allow himself and Aunt Xin to suffer in poverty during the 1980s. Having been given a second chance at life, he believed that acquiring wealth was best pursued without delay, and one must not be overly cautious. As the saying goes, a horse does not grow fat without night grazing, and a person does not prosper without unexpected gains. Regrettably, things did not unfold as he had hoped. After much groping, aside from his hands being covered in dust, he found neither the stolen funds nor the rumored hidden compartment. Of course, it could not be said that he left empty-handed. At the very least, he had successfully exhausted Aunt Xin, who had been laboriously acting as his stepping stool. Was the rumor false? Or had Zhang Guijin yet to begin his embezzlement? Chen Junsheng pondered, filled with doubt. Just then, a voice pierced the silence. "Who is there? Who's outside?" In the west wing of the Zhang family ancestral hall resided Zhang Guijin's grandmother, who had been widowed for over 20 years and possessed a rather peculiar temperament. The elderly woman had a light sleep and would awaken at the slightest sound. She promptly got up to light a kerosene lamp. "Ha, ha, ha. You didn't expect me to return?" A strange laughter responded to Grandma Zhang. Hearing this laugh, the elderly lady, who had just put on her shoes and was ready to step out of her bedroom, was startled to the point of feeling decades younger. She quickly turned and leaped back onto the bed, grabbing her quilt to cover her head, curling up into a ball. Trembling under the covers as if guilty of some wrongdoing, repeatedly murmuring, "Don't find me, don't find me." In contrast, the light that had just illuminated the west wing proved to be a significant boon for Chen Junsheng. To his surprise, after groping around for so long, he had mistakenly touched the wrong plaque. The genuine 2 sleeves clear wind plaque was not hung in the Integrity Hall, but was instead located in the main hall. Indeed, there was a hidden compartment. Chen Junsheng tilted his head and reached inside the hidden compartment, nearly sticking his entire body in, until he finally felt a locked wooden box. Square and compact. "Are you really leading me to steal something? What could it be?" A cinerary urn. As Qiao Shuyin observed Chen Junsheng descending with a wooden box in his arms, she mused to herself how this mischievous boy truly embodied a thorn in her side, providing her with quite the spectacle. She vowed to teach him a lesson upon their return. "Stop dawdling. Let's go," she urged. Chen Junsheng removed his shirt to wrap the box, tucking it under his arm, as he led a somewhat bewildered Qiao Shuyin along a narrow path homeward. The Maojiawan Brigade is nestled in the heart of the nation's central provinces, characterized by 6 mountains, a river, and a third of farmland, rendering it a rather impoverished mountain village. Under the cloak of night, the entire brigade was enveloped in near darkness, save for the flickering light emanating from Secretary Zhang's residence. In the center of his yard stood an aging black and white Panda television, crackling with static, its screen alternately sharp and blurred. A group of villagers sat raptly around the television, their eyes fixed on the screen as they watched the recently released drama 18 Years in the Enemy Camp. The volume was set high, With the fervent dialogue of compelling characters and the thunderous sounds of gunfire and battle cries resonating far and wide. For Chen Junsheng, this scene was both familiar and foreign. In those days, a television was still a rarity, and captivating programs were few and far between. Yet, within a few years, as classics like The Legend of the Hero Ho Yuanjia, Chun Zhen, Shanghai Bund, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Journey to the West, Dream of the Red Chamber, and Desire began to air, they would create nationwide viewing phenomena, painting the vibrant hues of youth for countless individuals born in the 70s and 80s. Not far ahead lay his home, a mud brick house nestled at the foot of the mountain, its appearance forever etched in his memory. The original yellow walls, the leaky dark tiles, the wind-swept wooden windows, and in the yard, neatly stacked firewood, while indoors, a solitary 5-watt incandescent bulb cast its glow. Just as Chen Junsheng and Xiao Xuan reached the doorstep, the wooden door creaked open abruptly. A figure leaned out, stepping over the threshold. "Why are you so late returning?" Chapter 004. Annie could not sleep tonight. The gentle voice, tinged with a northern lilt, immediately revealed itself to be that of his Aunt Yun, Qi Shaon. Originating from Zhangjiago in Hebei, she was the most tender and considerate among the young intellectuals in the family. Though modest in speech, her diligence in laundry, cooking, cleaning, and working in the fields to earn labor points was unparalleled. "Don't ask questions. Come inside and close the door first," she instructed. Xiao Xuan scanned the surroundings briefly before decisively pulling Chen Junsheng inside. Qi Shaoyan, somewhat dazed, shut the door and propped it with a stick, gently kicking it twice to ensure its security before turning to face Chen Junsheng. However, as she turned, he instinctively embraced her tightly. Startled, Qi Shaoyan was taken aback, while Chen Junsheng could not help but hold her even closer. "Aunt Yun, I've missed you so much," he exclaimed. Upon his release from prison, he had found himself almost entirely disconnected from society, burdened by a criminal record that hindered his job search and cast a shadow over his life. It was Aunt Yun who had accompanied him through those bleakest times, traversing the country together as he struggled. After establishing himself in the special economic zone and earning his first pot of gold through trading electronic products, his business flourished and his life improved. Yet, Aunt Yun had quietly departed, leaving behind a letter, and for over 20 years, Chen Junsheng had not laid eyes on her again. Qi Shaoyun was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words, when she witnessed Chen Junsheng turn around and embrace Xiao Xuxin, uttering the same phrase, "You scoundrel." Xiao Xuxin felt an urge to retaliate. Yet her peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Junsheng, whose eyes were red and brimming with tears as he held her. What on earth could be troubling this child tonight? She wondered if he had a falling out with that little prince, or if he had been caught by Zhang Yuejin and needed to seek help from his aunt to cover up his misdeeds. The term little prince referred specifically to Shen Wanqiu, a girl noted for her striking beauty, albeit with a somewhat slender physique. Consequently, the aunts, who were usually concerned about Chen Junsheng's future happiness and the well-being of his family, had collectively coined this elegant yet subtle nickname for her. Chen Junsheng had previously been oblivious to the meaning of little prince, but only later, upon being gently reminded by the diligent Aunt Yun, did he come to a realization. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. A good night's sleep will do," he replied. Chen Junsheng's emotions were indeed quite complicated that evening. Even though he was aware that he was not dreaming, the entire situation still felt surreal. Regrettably, in pursuit of better living conditions, Lin Chuxia and Song Yao, his two aunts, had left for Yiwu a month ago, and thus he had not been able to see them. The policies in Yiwu had gradually relaxed, and individual vendors had begun to set up stalls and conduct business, with some earning in a single day what an ordinary rural family would earn in a year. Nevertheless, it remained true that life at home was comfortable, while venturing out posed numerous challenges, especially for two beautiful women like them who had ventured out to do business in the early 1980s. He hoped they were faring well and could return home soon with substantial earnings. On his first night back in the 1980s, Chen Junsheng, lying on a hard bed, had anticipated a sleepless night, yet he fell asleep almost instantly, enjoying unexpectedly restful slumber. However, while he slept soundly, someone else was tossing and turning, unable to find peace. Suddenly sitting up in bed in the middle of the night, cursing, "Damn it, that scoundrel Chen Junsheng. How can he be so pretentious?" Zhang Yuejin was utterly baffled. He had clearly gone to catch Chen Junsheng in the act, and it should have been Chen Junsheng and Shen Wanqiu who were humiliated in public. Yet, in the end, not only did he fail to catch them red-handed, but Chen Junsheng had also exposed a slew of his own embarrassing secrets. leaving him both humiliated and unable to refute the accusations. Shen Wanqiu had truly lost her senses. Zhang Yuejin seethed with frustration, despite Chen Junsheng's bravado, good looks, academic excellence, and physical prowess. He was ultimately an orphan, living in far worse conditions than Zhang himself. After 3 years of painstaking pursuit, she had ignored him. Yet when Chen Junsheng made a slight advance, she threw caution to the wind and surrendered her innocence. Moreover, how did Chen Junsheng come to know about his affair with the simple-minded girl? The mere thought of her caused a pang of discomfort in Zhang Yuejin's chest. In a fit of youthful impulsiveness, he had lured her into the woods using certain tactics, but upon reflection, the memory of her unpleasant body made him feel as if he had swallowed a fly, causing him to recoil in disgust. The scoundrel Chen Junsheng. I will not let this matter rest. Zhang Yuejin forcefully extinguished his inner turmoil, directing all his resentment towards Chen Junsheng. With this clarity of thought, he turned onto his side, pressing against his heart, and managed to contort himself into a position resembling a cow, finally achieving a semblance of sleep. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuxin found herself truly restless this night. The moment she closed her eyes, her mind involuntarily conjured the image of Chen Junsheng embracing her bare-chested. It was a peculiar and exceptional sensation. His gaze at that moment seemed to pierce her heart with empathy. Xiao Shuxin, oh Xiao Shuxin, what absurd fantasies are you entertaining? Even if one were to desire a man, it certainly should not be him. She scolded herself inwardly, for this single young woman, radiant as a flower, could hardly claim she was devoid of thoughts of men. That would be an utter falsehood. Yet every time she thought of Chen Junsheng, her heart would constrict involuntarily, her breath becoming slightly hurried. You shameless creature, how can you be so brazen? Stop thinking about him and just sleep. As dawn broke, Chen Junsheng, who had slept soundly through the night, awoke to the sound of a rattle. Opening his eyes, he found himself in the same modest home of the early 1980s, with drafty yellow mud walls and windows covered with old newspaper. The only electrical appliance in the room was a 5-watt light bulb, and a poster of the movie Red Peony, featuring the heroine Jiang Lily, adorned the bedside, a rare decorative piece. The home was starkly bare. Yet, inexplicably, Chen Junsheng felt a surge of joy. To be honest, he held no nostalgia for the year 2024. Despite having achieved a degree of success in the foreign trade circle of the Guangdong Hong Kong Macau Greater Bay Area, flowers may bloom again, but youth is a fleeting treasure. No amount of wealth can reclaim lost youth. Perhaps it could, but if one were as impoverished as he once felt, akin to a lump of clay failing to rise, fate would likely not have chosen him. Chen Junsheng chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Though he appeared to possess nothing now, he simultaneously held the essence of youth, the sensations of youth, and the boundless possibilities of the future. More importantly, his beloved aunt and the wooden box he had borrowed from the Zhang family ancestral hall were both present. Spotting the box, Chen Junsheng sprang up, quietly searching for tools to pry open the lock, eager to discover whether it contained any money. Chapter 005. Overnight wealth. Indeed, there was wealth. Upon opening the box, he was greeted by a stack of brand new bills, exuding the scent of fresh ink, bundles of the Great Unity. Each bundle contained 100 notes, totaling 6 bundles. That amounted to an astonishing 6,000 yuan. What does 6,000 yuan in 1981 signify? In the current market, prices are set uniformly by the state. Rice at the state-run grain and oil shop costs 1.42 yuan per pound. Top-grade pork is priced at 8.4 yuan per pound, while second-grade pork is 7.8 yuan. Cooking oil costs 0.8 yuan per pound, flour is 0.18 yuan, coarse salt is 0.15 yuan, and white sugar is 0.78 yuan. Economical vegetables like cabbage and tomatoes are merely 0.02 yuan per pound. In the supply and marketing cooperative, white sugar popsicles are priced at 3 cents each, and matches at 2 cents per box. However, during these times, essential goods such as grain, pork, and cloth can only be purchased with rations. Otherwise, they are available at exorbitant prices. In certain regions, even basic necessities like matches and soap require corresponding purchase coupons. What are ordinary citizens to do when they lack tickets and coupons and cannot procure items through legitimate channels? They are left with no choice but to seek out the black market at inflated prices. During the era of planned economy, scarcity of goods prevailed, and the circulation of commodities was heavily restricted, leading to a severe imbalance in supply and demand. It was not uncommon for those with wealth to find themselves unable to acquire what they desired. Yet, regardless of the era, possessing wealth is undoubtedly preferable to its absence. Moreover, besides 1,000 yuan in cash, this box contains 800 city pounds of grain coupons, 120 pounds of meat coupons, 300 feet of cloth coupons, and a small number of tobacco coupons. That wretched Zhang Yuejin is indeed a despicable creature. Chen Junsheng spat in his heart. It is well known that among the various coupons issued domestically, grain coupons are the most vital hard currency. The foundation of grain coupons lies in grain quotas. Only with a grain quota can one obtain grain coupons. Urban and rural residents alike must possess grain coupons to purchase grain products or dine out. In addition to spending money, the rural populace not only lacks grain quotas but also must pay public grain during summer and retain grain in autumn, contributing labor for irrigation projects during the slack farming season. This discrepancy between urban and rural identities is the primary reason why transitioning from rural to urban status is particularly desirable at this juncture. In the vast countryside, many families still struggle to secure sufficient food. For the overwhelming majority of rural households, it is a rarity to enjoy pork even a few times a year, leading to widespread malnutrition. To make a new garment, an entire family must save cloth coupons until the new year. Tobacco is considered a luxury. In stark contrast, Zhang Yuejin, the scoundrel, wields a modicum of power. He possesses both wealth and coupons, living in opulence. This sum of money is akin to a loan from the credit cooperative. As long as I can first elevate my own status, I will be able to repay society tenfold or even 100-fold in the future. Only with wealth and coupons can I ensure a comfortable life for my aunts. Chen Junsheng contemplated, recognizing that his foremost aim in this new life is to secure a better existence for his aunts before pursuing personal ideals and love. Furthermore, regarding the newly acquired 1,000 yuan and the valuable coupons, he remained acutely aware of the necessity to avoid ostentatious spending for the time being. Sudden riches, in an era where most are uniformly impoverished, may not necessarily be a blessing. It is imperative to devise a method to launder both money and coupons. Junsheng, have you risen yet? The sun is already shining on your backside, came the voice of Qiao Shuxin from outside. Comrade Qiao Shuxin is a substitute teacher at the primary school in Mayo Jiawen, and with the students on summer break, she too enjoys a respite, although her salary is modest. At 13 yuan and 50 cents per month, the proximity to home, minimal workload, and respect from the community make it worthwhile. Setting aside the issues of insufficient teaching staff, the necessity for one teacher to cover multiple subjects, and the students' mischievousness, preferring to skip class to tend to cattle, climb trees, catch birds, or fish in the river rather than engaging in diligent study, the overall situation is quite satisfactory. After calling out the Chen Junsheng twice without receiving a response, she resorted to her trump card. Shen Wanqiu's letter is waiting for you from before she left. Would you like to get up and take a look? Without looking, I tossed the letter into the stove and lit a fire. As the words left my lips, Chen Junsheng emerged from the room, surprised. She left so early? He inquired. Indeed, she happily departed in an old jeep as soon as dawn broke, showing no signs of reluctance to part from you, Qiao Shuxin replied, waving the letter in her hand. This letter was delivered by her mother, Gao Yueme. Gao Yueme? Chen Junsheng's gaze flickered. He had no recollection of ever meeting Shen Wanqiu's mother in his past life. However, he distinctly remembered the telegram that conveyed the tragic news of Shen Wanqiu's attempted suicide, which was sent by her mother, Gao Yueme. This event had driven him to commit passionate crimes, and it was only after serving his sentence that he learned Shen Wanqiu had not indeed taken her own life, although she remained unmarried for many years thereafter. Chen Junsheng had long believed her to be deceased. Last night, he resolved to live differently in this life, to erase past grievances and entanglements from this day forth. He approached Aunt Exine, took the letter from her hand, and without a glance, tossed it into the fire. Qiao Shuxin was taken aback. Hey, I was just joking with you. You really burned it? Chen Junsheng silently reduced the letter to ashes and casually covered it with ash. Observing this, Qiao Shuxin pursed her rosy lips and teasingly remarked, you may pretend all you like, but when you miss her later, you'll have no letter beside your pillow. You might regret it and cry out in your bed. Huh, without a letter, you're still here, Comrade Shuxin, Chen Junsheng replied with a dismissive smile. Besides, she is gone. Why would I still think of her? Isn't it better to part ways and find joy in our own lives? Oh, what a change after a night's sleep. Qiao Shuxin's eyes sparkled with playful irony. She was your white moonlight, and you've moved on so swiftly? What is white moonlight? Chen Junsheng feigned ignorance. Go read. Qiao Shuxin shot him an eye roll, deliberately withholding an explanation. Chen Junsheng chuckled inwardly. The term white moonlight was not a novel creation of later generations, but originally derived from Eileen Chang's work, Red Roses and White Roses. However, contemporary internet users had a more nuanced understanding of white moonlight, referring to a love that was felt but never consummated. In contrast, vermilion mole referred to those with whom one had been intimate, yet still craved more. Thus, strictly speaking, Shen Wanqiu could only be considered Chen Junsheng's vermilion mole. The true white moonlight in his heart was the petite Xiao Shuxing before him. You told me to read, yet you remained transfixed. Gazing at me, Xiao Shuxing, with her splendid figure hunched near the stove, presented a striking sight. Chen Junsheng, drawn closer, found the visual impact quite overwhelming. I intended to read, but the flowers are blooming brilliantly, and the moon is full. If I don't steal a few glances, it would seem I lack appreciation for beauty. Chen Junsheng replied earnestly. Xiao Shuxing paused, then instinctively adjusted her collar and lightly struck him a few times, playfully chiding, "You're incorrigible." Chapter 006. A life stolen away. Xiao Shuxing raised her hand to hit Chen Junsheng again, but he dodged twice and then decided to draw closer, inviting her to strike him. What a scoundrel! Xiao Shuxing, having struck a few blows, quickly lost her temper, letting out a light huff. With a playful glance at Chen Junsheng, she couldn't help but suppress a smile. Not only did you not dodge when you were being hit, but why on earth are you pulling down your pants at your age? Do you expect me to spank you? When little Xiao smiled, she radiated an extraordinary charm. Her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her dimples appeared, especially accentuated by her enchanting eyes, which sparkled like spring waters. The impression she left was that every glance and gesture of this woman was exceptionally delicate and brilliantly captivating. Jungu, just as they were playfully tussling, a loud call reminiscent of Li Kuei's voice rang from outside. Yuan Chao? Chen Junsheng immediately turned his head towards the doorway, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Standing at the entrance was a young man clad in a blue and white striped short-sleeve shirt, his childhood friend, Luo Yuanchao. This fellow had always been the leader among his peers, proficient in various skills such as bird nesting, fishing, catching loaches, and crafting makeshift firearms, while being utterly clueless in academics. He was fearless in brawls, never resorting to bricks or sticks, but rather favored biting. He would not relent until he had made his opponent cry, or until they acknowledged him as grandpa, which earned him the rather unflattering yet fierce nickname Dog Brother. However, this robust individual found himself burdened with a sneaky younger brother. Luo Yuanchao's brother, Luo Sheng, was lazy and inept at finding a wife, resorting to sneaking food from neighbors. Eventually, he was reported, coincidentally during the severe crackdown of '83. Terrified for his life, Luo Sheng kneeled at home, pleading with his brother to take the blame. Soft-hearted, Luo Yuanchao assumed the offense was minor and agreed to help, only to be sentenced to death for a charge of hooliganism, to be executed immediately. Yuan Chao, have you been bird nesting again? Chen Junsheng noticed the burrs stuck to Luo Yuanchao's clothing and the hem of his shirt rolled up to his navel, forming a little pouch. He was grinning, likely having found something good and come to share it. Luo Yuanchao, grinning back, replied, I was lucky today. I found a few nests of wild chicken eggs in the mountains, a total of 16. They're all fresh, basking in the sunlight. As he spoke, he strode into the kitchen, carefully placing the wild chicken eggs, which he had kept safe from breaking, one by one on the stove of the Chun household. Xiao Shuxing, smiling, glanced at them and remarked, Oh, these are quite a rarity. Why not take them to the county to sell for some money or exchange them for grain tickets at the supply cooperative? Huh? Luo Yuanchao scratched his head, having never considered the idea of selling. Besides, with just a dozen eggs, it hardly warranted a 2 or 3 hour trek to the county. He thought about how Junsheng, having been accepted into university, might one day hold an official position, and since they were such good friends, perhaps he could benefit from that connection. Thus, when he found something good, his first instinct was to bring it here. Jungu, I'm off to work now. Wild chicken eggs are delicious when stir-fried. I'll bring you some scallions and chili peppers later. All right, you do your thing. Sure thing. With that, the good-natured Luo Yuanchao, after delivering the wild chicken eggs, hurried off to work the fields. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuxing's seemingly casual remark had ignited a spark in Chen Junsheng's eyes. In the year 1981, although the level of openness and economic development in Raosheng was far inferior to that of the coastal regions, there was a noticeable relaxation in the control of commercial trade. Particularly in the realm of individual businesses, they were no longer easily deemed as speculative traders subjected to strict scrutiny and harsh punishment. as had been the case in previous years. With the easing of policies, it was akin to the monk ceasing his chanting of the tightening spell. The individual entrepreneurs in the county began to exhibit a lively spirit reminiscent of the Monkey King. Some astute rural members even commenced transporting eggs and grains from their homes to sell in the county, or sought to exchange their meat, grain, and fabric ration tickets at supply and marketing cooperatives to enhance their living standards. It is no exaggeration to say that in the early 1980s, anyone with audacity and ambition could find a path to profit in various trades. The era of reform and opening up heralded a flourishing of industries, undoubtedly marking it as an era of great promise. Sitting on the threshold, Chen Junsheng contemplated his circumstances, instinctively recognizing the fortuitousness of his return to this particular moment. Today was the 8th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar, which corresponded precisely to August 7th in the Gregorian calendar. Setting aside the relatively favorable environment, he reflected on having narrowly averted a significant crisis in his life just the previous night, while also unexpectedly gaining some financial windfall. Moreover, he fortuitously sidestepped the preliminary examination for the college entrance examination in May and the formal examination in July. The college entrance examination of 1981 was particularly noteworthy. This year marked a nationwide unified examination with standardized test papers. Additionally, prior to the formal examination in July, candidates were required to first pass a preliminary examination in May, meaning that only those who met the standards of the preliminary test would qualify for the college entrance examination. Furthermore, after the results of the preliminary examination were announced, students had to submit handwritten applications for their university preferences. The official college entrance examination dates in 1981 were distinct from those in subsequent years, taking place on the 7th, 8th, and 9th of July. Chen Junsheng was taking the science track, which entailed 7 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, politics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. In this setup, English accounted for 50 points based on its paper score, while biology contributed 30 points to the total score. Additionally, mathematics included an extra 20 points, culminating in a total score of 600 points. The results and admission cutoff scores for the college entrance examination were to be handwritten and published by the local admissions office by the end of July. Chen Junsheng recalled performing quite well in the examination hall. However, for reasons unknown, while the scores of other candidates in the county were released at the end of July, his seemed to be inexplicably withheld, as if obscured from view. At that time, the principal and his homeroom teacher reassured him that good things come to those who wait, suggesting that his score was likely exceptionally high, perhaps surpassing the thresholds of prestigious institutions, which was why it had not been made public. By mid-August, Chen Junsheng finally received his score, which starkly contrasted with his expectations, falling short even of the scores required for vocational colleges. He had ranked first in the preliminary examination, yet he faced failure in the college entrance examination. This jarring disparity felt like a cruel jest from fate. Subsequently, after encountering legal troubles that led to imprisonment, Chen Junsheng's dream of attending university was irrevocably shattered. This time, I intend to scrutinize whether it is a case of poor performance leading to failure or if there has been some duplicitous act of impersonation. Chen Junsheng is acutely aware that the college entrance examination is a pivotal step for him to escape the clutches of rural life, and he cannot afford to be muddled as he was in his previous life. Chapter 007. Aunt Xin, you smell delightful. Aunt Xin, I plan to visit the county. Would you accompany me? Chen Junsheng had just consumed a couple of freshly boiled wild chicken eggs and pushed out a somewhat new Fiji bicycle from his home, intending to take Aunt Xin along to the city. This bicycle had been purchased through a collective effort by his aunt and him when he was accepted into high school. At this time, the prevalence of bicycles was still quite low, especially in rural areas. A young man owning a Fiji bicycle was regarded as more desirable than those in later generations who possessed luxury cars such as Mercedes, BMW, or Audi. Alleviating any worries about finding a partner or marrying, acquiring a bicycle was not merely a matter of wealth. One needed a bicycle ticket to purchase one. Oh, please don't rush off. Let me change my clothes first. Today's weather is quite pleasant, and the free-spirited Xiao Shuxin is happy to join Chen Junsheng for a stroll in the county. However, as a young elementary school teacher, she has an affinity for beauty and always must change into a lovely floral dress before stepping out, styling her hair into fashionable braids, and applying a hint of perfume from a Shanghai brand. Does it look good? Upon exiting, Xiao Shuxin noticed Chen Junsheng gazing at her once more. With a raised brow, she was not annoyed. Instead, She smiled playfully at him. The dress is lovely, but one might say the person wearing it is merely average, Chen Junsheng responded earnestly. When Aunt Xian approached, he added with a smile, "It does smell quite nice, though." Xiao Shuxin, a striking beauty often showered with compliments, found it rare for someone like Chen Junsheng to modestly claim she was average. "You should say less if you can't speak properly," she teased, though not truly irked. As she lifted her skirt to mount the bicycle's rear seat, she inquired with feigned annoyance, "What brings you to the county so early?" Chen Junsheng raised his hand to cover his mouth, remaining silent. "I told you to speak less, not to pretend to be mute," Xiao Shuxin retorted, tilting her neck back. "And remember to cover your mouth with your own hand next time." "How rude." Chen Junsheng looked at her with an innocent expression. "I did not wish to. But your lips appear quite tempting," he remarked. Xiao Shuxin paused in surprise before retorting, "You little rogue, stop talking and let us get going." "Very well." Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile. In the year 1981, Rangyang County, apart from the county government, the county committee's guest house, state-run hotels, supply and marketing cooperatives, department stores, and credit cooperatives, other places were rather dilapidated. The low-lying houses formed a continuous stretch, with some buildings still retaining the arcade style of the last century. Aunt Xian, if I recall correctly, you have acquaintances at the County Education Bureau? Chen Junsheng's visit to the city had two primary objectives. One was to leverage connections to ascertain his college entrance examination scores, and the other was to seek opportunities for business. "Indeed," Xiao Shuxin replied, nodding lightly. "There is a deputy director named Zhou, who was a student of my father and worked alongside him in research for several years after graduation." "Why do you suddenly ask about this?" "The college entrance examination scores were released at the end of July this year, yet my results have not been disclosed until now," Chen Junsheng earnestly said, "to be prudent. I would like to ask you to use your connections to help me check." "Oh," Xiao Shuxin responded. The examination scores are pivotal for Chen Junsheng's future. So as his aunt, she naturally felt quite concerned. After he explained what he needed to do, she adjusted her skirt and prepared to enter the education bureau to find someone. "Wait a moment," Chen Junsheng called out to her. He then rode his bicycle for over 200 meters to the supply and marketing cooperative, took out a cigarette voucher from his pocket, and purchased 2 boxes of Hong Shuangxi brand cigarettes. He returned and handed the cigarettes to Aunt Xian. Xiao Shuxin blinked, pondering where this little rascal had procured the cigarette vouchers and how he had acquired the notion that one must present gifts to facilitate requests. The Hong Shuangxi cigarettes, classified as out-of-province tobacco in the supply and marketing cooperative's display, retail for 130 yuan per pack on a voucher basis and are limited in quantity, making them unaffordable for the average person. Offering 2 packs of Hong Shuangxi as a gift was indeed a delightful gesture, unlikely to be refused by any smoking official. Deputy Director Zhou Weiguo of the County Education Bureau, who typically spent his days with a cup of tea, a pack of cigarettes, and a newspaper, noticed the daughter of the former research institute leader visiting with a young man. His eyes brightened. "Ah, Comrade Xiao, what a rare visitor. Please, have a seat." As Zhou Wei was served tea, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Junsheng and jovially remarked, "So this is your partner? The young man is quite handsome." "My nephew." Chen Junsheng, Xiao Shuxin introduced with poise, her eyes shimmering with pride. His looks are rather ordinary, yet his academic performance is exceptional. He ranked first in the preliminary examination for the college entrance exam in May. "Oh, you must be Chen Junsheng," Zhou Weiguo exclaimed, immediately looking at Chen Junsheng with recognition, his face displaying admiration. "Indeed, a talented young man. Please do not praise him too much. Excessive flattery can lead to arrogance," Xiao Shuxin replied, taking a sip of tea and smiling lightly. "However, past achievements do not signify much. Ultimately, one's merit is determined by the college entrance examination scores. Strange, though," she continued. "The scores were supposed to be announced at the end of July, yet he still has no idea how he performed." Zhou Weiguo, hearing this, already had a rough idea of Comrade Xiao's intentions. He discreetly glanced at the calendar on his desk. Chen Junsheng was well known for his excellence at the county's No. 1 high school, and under normal circumstances, securing a spot in a university was nearly assured. In terms of academic performance, he has consistently ranked at the top from primary school through high school, demonstrating remarkable stability, Zhou Weiguo stated in an official tone. Xiao Shuxin smiled lightly and shifted the conversation. "However, this child is quite thoughtful, rather than worrying about failing. He is concerned about potential discrepancies in the scores transcribed by the admissions office." "Oh," Zhou Weiguo raised his eyebrows. While it could not be said that errors in the admissions office's transcription of scores were entirely impossible, they were exceedingly rare. In his view, Chen Junsheng's concerns seemed somewhat excessive. Regardless, as it pertains to my nephew's future, I kindly ask Uncle Zhou to assist me by personally checking his scores. Xiao Shuxin succinctly articulated her intentions, placing down the teapot and quietly setting 2 packets of cigarettes on Zhou Weiguo's desk. In Zhou Weiguo's eyes, this modest elementary school teacher, with a meager monthly salary of merely a few dozen yuan, demonstrated her earnest concern for her nephew's college entrance examination results by presenting him with 2 packs of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes. To be candid, it was not particularly difficult to ascertain Chen Junsheng's examination scores. However, upon personally visiting the admissions office to gather information, Vice Director Zhou found himself hesitating to inquire further. Chapter 008. Xiao Shuxin. I am quite capable. Haven't you heard? The son of Deputy County Chief Chen has performed exceptionally well this year, securing a place in a prestigious university, yet his family intends to forego any celebratory feasts, opting instead for a remarkably low-key approach, whispered Director Jiang from the admissions office, standing beside Vice Director Zhou. Understood, Zhou Weiguo nodded, turning to leave the admissions office. He ventured to the end of the corridor for a smoke before casually returning to his office. Xiao Shuxin and Chen Junsheng lingered in Zhou Weiguo's office for quite some time, imbibing copious amounts of tea, ultimately departing without having achieved their goal. Although they were unable to confirm the examination scores, Chen Junsheng had already gleaned enough information. Instances of impersonation and encroachment on others' achievements were not uncommon in this peculiar era. Nonetheless, the current Chen Junsheng was not one to resign easily, even if what rightfully belonged to him had been consumed by another. He was determined to find a way to reclaim it. Upon exiting the educational bureau, Chen Junsheng, surprisingly in good spirits, smiled at Xiao Shuxin, saying, "And Xin. Your assistance today has saved me from a great deal of unnecessary detours. Pleased to have been of help." Xiao Shuxin feigned indifference with a playful smile. "When it comes to dealing with leaders, you are quite generous, yet when you come to me, it seems I am left with nothing but empty words. I shall treat you to a fine meal at the state-owned restaurant another day." Chen Junsheng made a formal declaration. Xiao Shuxin blinked, not easily swayed. "How about we go for lunch today?" Before stepping out, she discreetly brought along some money, prepared to cover the bill should Chen Junsheng agree. In essence, and Xin desired little from Chen Junsheng, merely seeking a gesture of his attitude. Certainly, Chen Junsheng affirmed with a serious demeanor, yet swiftly changed the subject. "However, I was thinking of taking you somewhere else for lunch." "Somewhere else for what?" Xiao Shuxin, perceptive and alert, bit her rosy lip, inquiring. "You wish to delegate tasks to me, don't you?" Chen Junsheng chuckled, remaining silent. Xiao Shuxin, keenly aware of his underlying intentions, retorted, "Let it be clear. Before you ask anything of me, you must first treat me to a fine meal. One cannot be satisfied with mere promises." Chen Junsheng, amused by her words, thought to himself how this was hardly a mere promise. In the contemporary world, certain exceptionally talented netizens have truly mastered the art of empty promises. "Darling, I would love to buy you a house, but due to current financial constraints, I can only manage a small one for now. We can discuss the bigger house later. Shall we?" Seizing the rare opportunity to venture into the city, Chen Junsheng was determined to fulfill Xiao Shuxin's desire for a delightful meal. They decided to dine in town. With Chen Junsheng cycling to the entrance of his alma mater, Raoang County No. 1 Middle School, to savor a meal at the Qianshan Fried Noodles Shop. This humble fried noodle shop stands as one of the few small eateries in the county operated by individual proprietors, primarily offering stir-fried noodles, soup noodles, and clay pot soups. During the summer break, the establishment sees a significant decline in student patrons. However, the shop remains bustling, with over a dozen tables inside and outside filled with eager customers. As Chen Junsheng cycled closer, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of shredded pork stir-fried noodles, a scent deeply etched in his soul. The iron wok danced with the flames, while the rice noodles soared through the air, enveloped in the fragrant notes of savory meat and the beloved spiciness adored by Southerners. At just 50 cents for a generous enamel plate of shredded pork stir-fried noodles, not only is the portion ample and satisfying, but it is also delectably fragrant and spicy, bursting with flavor. The freshly cooked noodles possess a delightful softness intertwined with a slight chewiness, glistening without greasiness. With each bite, the pure fragrance of rice unfolds on the palate, a truly exquisite experience. At this moment, the pork used for the stir-fried noodles in this little restaurant is sourced from authentic free-range pigs. offering a texture that far surpasses the bland and unremarkable meat from fast-growing pigs of later generations. Moreover, considering how many people nowadays often lack sufficient richness in their meals, indulging in a large plate of shredded pork stir-fried noodles is nothing short of heavenly. After finishing the noodles, savoring a bowl of perfectly brewed clay pot soup elevates the enjoyment to new heights. You had quite a few eyes on you while you were slurping those noodles, Xiao Shuxin suddenly remarked. What is so interesting about me? Chen Junsheng blinked in response. They must have been looking at you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuxin chuckled. I'm just average in looks. Why would they be looking at me? Oh, woman, while you may be average, that outfit you wear is quite stunning. Chen Junsheng replied with a suppressed smile, quickly shifting the topic. Are you full? I am, Xiao Shuxin said, nonchalantly wiping her mouth with the back of Chen Junsheng's hand. Her beautiful eyes glimmered as she changed the subject. So, what else do you need my assistance with? The action of her wiping her mouth on his hand was so natural that it left Chen Junsheng momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied earnestly. I plan to start a small business. Xiao Shuxin's eyes widened slightly. You want to be self-employed? Yes, Chen Junsheng nodded without hesitation. He intended to pursue dual paths, one to engage in business and earn money, swiftly legitimizing his funds, while simultaneously seeking to uncover his college entrance examination scores. If his performance had indeed faltered and he failed to gain admission to university, he remained confident in his ability to thrive in the entrepreneurial landscape of the 1980s. You always think of something new? Xiao Shuxin mused, lightly poking her chin with her finger. Being self-employed is no easy feat. You lack funds, experience, and perhaps the courage to face challenges. You might give up after a few days. Let us stop there, Chen Junsheng interrupted with a smile, taking her delicate fingers in his hand. I need your assistance with a small task. Xiao Shuxin's eyes sparkled, her demeanor both charming and astute as she nodded. All right. Aside from borrowing money, feel free to ask me anything else. I need a wise and capable woman to accompany me frequently into the city and the countryside, braving the elements. Are you willing? Chen Junsheng's words bore the weight of a proposal. Xiao Shuxin's eyes curved into a smile, sensing that this impudent fellow was attempting to draw her into his venture. Are you trying to recruit me? I am quite capable. However, you should first carefully consider what business you wish to undertake, Xiao Shuxin reminded with a cheerful smile. Subsequently, she rose to settle the bill, casting a glance at the individual vendor selling popsicles across the street, and fanned her face with her hand, exclaiming, the weather is truly sweltering. Just a little movement makes me sweat. I would love to have a white sugar popsicle to cool off. Chapter 009. Chen Junsheng. I shall marry you in the future. Xiao Shuxin intended to subtly suggest to Chen Junsheng that he should buy her a white sugar popsicle from the restaurant across the way to help her beat the heat. Unexpectedly, Chen Junsheng took the cue and ventured into the popsicle business with her. In the county, there exists a state-run ice factory, formerly the Rauching Arsenal, which specialized in munitions. Due to outdated equipment and lagging production capacity, it could not meet the demands of military procurement or foreign trade. Following directives from higher authorities, the factory underwent modifications to transform into an ice factory, focusing on the production of white sugar popsicles. In previous years, the popsicles produced were exclusively supplied to the county's supply and marketing cooperatives and retail stores, but as policies gradually relaxed, individual vendors were permitted to procure and resell them. During the sweltering summer, for Chen Junsheng, who owned a bicycle, and Xiao Shuxin, who was enjoying her holiday, the affordable and marketable white sugar popsicle represented a low-barrier, low-cost business with vast potential. Currently, individual vendors primarily operated from two fronts, setting up street stalls in the city or venturing into the countryside. The urban working class possessed purchasing power, making sales a common consensus, whereas rural endeavors often proved laborious and unrewarding. Contrarily, Chen Junsheng chose to take an unconventional route. He crafted 2 wooden boxes from materials found in the county classroom. He then rode to the state-run ice factory to wholesale a large box of popsicles. Before leaving, he forcibly borrowed a worn cotton jacket from the factory's security department to serve as an insulating layer inside the wooden box. With the boxes secured on the back, Aunt Xiang could only perch on the front triangle rack of the bicycle, but she didn't mind, eagerly accompanying him toward the Fengshuling commune. The Fengshuling commune, under the leadership of Secretary Luo Hua, had established a large collective brick kiln factory in its early years. Since the reform and opening up, the brick factory had flourished, providing daily work for its laborers and annual dividends. The purchasing power here rivaled that of the county, Yet few individual vendors ventured to sell goods in this area. The reason being, the roads were in disrepair. The main thoroughfare into Fengshuling commune had been rendered nearly impassable by trucks transporting bricks, making it inconvenient for bicycles and carts. Nonetheless, Chen Junsheng found an alternative route toward the Fengshuling reservoir, arriving near the brick factory in just over 20 minutes, effortlessly and swiftly. Selling popsicles, selling popsicles. Chen Junsheng parked his bicycle in the shade of a tree and called out loudly, "Delicious white sugar popsicles for sale, at a bargain." Though it was already autumn, the fierce heat of the southern autumn tiger rivaled that of the preceding midsummer. At noon, with the sun high in the sky, Chen Junsheng was drenched in sweat. His curly hair beneath his shorts soaked enough to wring water from it. In contrast, Xiao Shuxin seemed quite comfortable, seated nearby on a bluestone slab, enjoying her popsicle. "Comrade, what is the price of the white sugar popsicles?" inquired a middle-aged man, around 50, wearing a straw hat and a white tank top. Chen Junsheng lifted his old cotton-padded jacket and first allowed the customers to inspect the goods, then smiled as he quoted, 2 cents each, 3 for 5 cents. The middle-aged man inquired, glancing down at the box brimming with frosty white sugar popsicles. He then stole a furtive glance at the attractive young woman savoring her treat on the bluestone pavement and could not help but swallow hard. "These popsicles look delightful, and the price seems quite reasonable." Chen Junsheng replied with a grin, "I just procured these from the state-run ice factory at noon. In an effort to build goodwill in the countryside, I'm subsidizing the cost to provide benefits for the locals, at 5 cents for 3. You wouldn't find such prices at the county supply and marketing cooperative." His words held a kernel of truth. The purchase from the state-run factory was genuine, but the notion of subsidizing for the benefit of the villagers was merely a ruse. Nonetheless, who in the 1980s had ever heard such flamboyant talk? Not just the older generation, even the younger Xiao Jushin was momentarily taken aback. The cost price for these sugar popsicles was 8 cents each for individual vendors and as low as 5 cents at the county cooperative. Yet, everyone typically sold them at a uniform price of 2 cents each. By quoting 5 cents for 3, Chen Junsheng aimed to appeal to the consumer's penchant for bargains, thus promoting rapid sales through small margins. Observing the man hesitating, Chen Junsheng refrained from pressing the sale and continued to call out, "Popsicles, popsicles. Refreshingly sweet sugar popsicles are now cheaper, 2 cents each, 3 for 5. How about 1, or perhaps 3? After a brief moment of indecision, the man decisively produced a 5-cent coin and purchased 3 popsicles. In rural life, every penny saved is a penny earned. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. He thought. "Thank you for your patronage." Chen Junsheng replied warmly, "Come back for more if you find them delectable." The man left, elated with his 3 popsicles. Chen Junsheng felt a sense of achievement, anticipating the arrival of a second and third customer. However, shortly after the man departed, a throng of individuals emerged from the brick kiln, led by a figure who pointed at Chen Junsheng and shouted, "There he is. Everyone, move quickly." Chen Junsheng smiled broadly, thinking, "Just as I wished." Yet Xiao Jushin was taken aback, fearing they were there to rob him. Her apprehension was soon alleviated as she realized they were all there to buy popsicles. "I'll take 3. I want 6. I'll have some too." Within a mere 10 minutes, the wooden box was emptied of popsicles, and there were still many eager customers left wanting. Business was indeed flourishing in 1981, and Chen Junsheng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He recalled the days spent in the special economic zones, where finding clients was as challenging as seeking a partner, and manning the counter felt akin to enduring a lifetime of solitude. After enduring countless hardships and pitfalls over the years, he was now finally reaping the rewards of his labor. Returning to this era, he tasted the sweet fruits of the times, feeling truly content. Of course, the profit of 2 yuan and 25 cents earned from selling popsicles was merely a trifling gain. The best days were yet to come. What is this? Xiao Jushin suddenly paused, utterly astonished that Chen Junsheng had handed over all the money he had just earned. "This is for you," he declared. Xiao Jushin felt a twinge of emotion in her heart. "Years ago, I made immense sacrifices for him, resolutely staying in the countryside to raise him through thick and thin. At last, I am beginning to receive some recompense." Chen Junsheng gazed at the reddened eyes of Aunt Xin, his filial piety fleeting. "Don't take it to heart. It's merely a request to keep it safe for me. In the future, when I marry, this will be part of the betrothal gifts." Xiao Shuxin was momentarily taken aback. Chen Junsheng chuckled. "Why are you dazed? How about I marry you instead?" "What a ridiculous notion," Xiao Shuxin exclaimed, playfully swatting at him. Chen Junsheng dodged, and Aunt Xin, with a swift motion, struck the wooden box, letting out a yelp of pain. Chapter 010. The blossoming young comrade. The sweet and youthful comrade Yishuan frustrated. Xiao Shuxin stamped her foot. She then inexplicably realized that this rascal Chen Junsheng had a knack for manipulating her emotions. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Chen Junsheng hastily catching up to a young female worker at a nearby brick factory, initiating a conversation. "Comrade, I would like to inquire about something. It will only take a minute or two of your time, may I?" The young worker paused, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she glanced at Chen Junsheng, quickly averting her gaze in embarrassment. Young girls of the 1980s possessed an undeniable charm. At that time, there were no beauty filters, no refined makeup. Yet their bashfulness was effortlessly written across their faces. Initially, one might expect Chen Junsheng to inquire about her relationship status or family size. However, his question took an unexpected turn. "Does your team raise chickens? I am looking to buy some eggs." Upon hearing this, the worker visibly relaxed and nodded. "Yes. Both my family and my uncle's family raise chickens." Chen Junsheng had indeed approached the right person. As their conversation unfolded, he learned that a local entrepreneur used to come to the Fengshuling commune regularly to purchase eggs, but had not appeared for quite some time for unknown reasons. Not to mention, the worker's home had a basket of eggs stashed under the bed, which her family hesitated to consume, and she was wary of bringing them into the county for sale. With the heat of summer, the eggs risked spoiling if left too long, which was a source of concern. Chen Junsheng understood the situation well. The reason for the absence of the egg buyer was likely due to the deplorable condition of the roads leading to Fengshuling. Eggs are fragile, and without effective shock absorption during transport, breakage is inevitable. If a batch sustained even a few cracks, the profit margin would diminish significantly, and if luck were to run out, it could even result in a loss. However, since Chen Junsheng had the intention to purchase eggs, he must have devised a method to minimize the likelihood of breakage during transport. Having just sold popsicles, he swiftly transitioned to acquiring eggs. Xiao Shuxin admired Chen Junsheng's entrepreneurial acumen. He procured popsicles wholesale from the county, sold them in the countryside, then turned around to buy eggs from the villagers to sell in town. It was a clever way to profit from both ends. Before long, Chen Junsheng successfully acquired 22.5 pounds of eggs from the poultry farmers. While the acquisition went smoothly, the question loomed in Xiao Shuxin's mind: how would they transport these eggs for sale? The transportation of eggs differs fundamentally from that of ice pops. Ice pops are prone to melting, while eggs are easily broken. Without adequate protective measures, one would be subjected to the incessant cacophony of cracking eggs along the way. However, Chen Junsheng's subsequent actions not only swiftly dispelled Xiao Shuxin's doubts, but also left her in awe, exclaiming his brilliance. He meticulously spread clay in a wooden crate, embedding the eggs vertically halfway, maintaining a distance of approximately 2 centimeters between each egg. After filling a layer, he placed a thick layer of straw as a partition and buffer, then repeated the process of layering clay and embedding more eggs. It was evident that the young lad's ability to rank first in the county was well-deserved. His intellect was truly commendable. Xiao Yushu's eyes sparkled with admiration. During her midday visit to the ice factory to wholesale ice pops, she had been puzzled by his decision to construct 2 wooden boxes. At this moment, it became clear to her that he had anticipated multiple steps ahead, having meticulously planned his approach. Chen Junsheng's choice of location for selling eggs was equally discerning. The liquor factory in Raoqing, renowned as the most prestigious state-owned distillery in the entire Dongjiang region, was established in the 1950s and boasted over 100 workers at its peak. However, after several reforms and declines throughout the 1960s, it fell into obscurity until it was re-established separately from the county's subsidiary food factory in 1976, quickly regaining its former glory. The workers at the distillery enjoyed generous benefits and high wages, surpassing even those of the county's grassroots civil servants. As Chen Junsheng arrived at the factory entrance on his bicycle, just as the sun began to set, around the time the workers were finishing their shifts, he carefully retrieved the clay-embedded eggs, washed them by the nearby water channel, and arranged them on the straw to air dry naturally. As the workers began to exit the distillery, he called out, "Fresh farm eggs for sale, at a bargain." At that moment, the distinction between free-range and commercial eggs was irrelevant. There were no substantial large-scale farms in the entire county. Even the eggs sold at the supply and marketing cooperatives were farm fresh. Unfortunately, the supply could not keep pace with the demand of the populace. With demand exceeding supply, a seller's market was inevitable. As the seller, Chen Junsheng emphasized the freshness and farm origin of his eggs to capture attention and command a higher price. He sourced eggs from the countryside by weight, purchasing them at 6 dimes per pound. At the factory gate, he sold them individually for 15 cents each or 7 for 1 yuan, regardless of size. This selling price was considerably higher than that at the supply and marketing cooperatives. Nevertheless, once the factory workers inspected the quality of the eggs, none engaged in haggling. Instead, they eagerly made their purchases. In these times, eggs were considered a delicacy, often valued more than meat. Earlier in the year, the price of eggs at the county supply and marketing cooperatives fluctuated around 1 yuan per pound, with larger eggs weighing approximately a pound for 10. However, purchasing eggs from the cooperatives required not only payment, but also the use of egg coupons. These coupons were limited in quantity, and once depleted, the legitimate channels could no longer provide eggs. One would either have to venture into the countryside to buy them, or seek them out in the black market, where prices soared to at least 3 to 5 times higher. Thus, being able to purchase fresh eggs at the price of 1 dime and 5 cents each, or a block of 7 for $1, without the need to pay the egg ticket, is a fortunate occurrence for the brewery workers who have just finished their shifts. Ah, look over there. As the eggs were nearing the end of their sale, Xiao Yushu nudged Chen Junsheng's armpit, signaling him to glance towards the entrance of the brewery. Chen Junsheng followed her cue and, upon looking, noticed 3 young men and women gazing at him. At first glance, he found the trio somewhat familiar, likely acquaintances from school. Yet their names eluded him. Just then, one of the short-haired girls approached him, her eyes sparkling with a smile, and said, "It really is you, Chen Junsheng." "Hello." "Chenaishin," he naturally replied. The short-haired girl appeared slightly confused, then corrected herself. "My name is Zhou Xiaohua. Don't you remember me?" "Zhou Xiaohua?" Such a name evokes a sense of nostalgia. However, Chen Junsheng could not recall her distinctly, only noting that she had developed quite well, by contemporary standards. Her figure would likely be deemed exceptional. As for the bespectacled young man and the vibrant girl beside him, Chen Junsheng slowly pieced together their identities. The male was named Li Yong, and the girl was likely Su Yishuan, the daughter of the brewery's head. During their middle school years, she had served as the class monitor, performing admirably academically, yet she had not gained admission to the county's top high school and was subsequently assigned to the brewery, facilitating her succession to her father's position. "Ah, indeed, the affluent are prone to forgetfulness. I even washed her clothes a few times," Zhou Xiaohua sighed. Then chattered on. "This is Li Yong, who once fought with you, and Su Yishuan, who pinned you a love letter. You haven't forgotten them, have you?" At her words, Chen Junsheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Chapter 011. Spending money on my aunt Su Yishuan had indeed written him a note, but its contents merely sought his advice on study methods, devoid of any romantic implications. Over 3 years of camaraderie, Su Yishuan remembered clearly that they had exchanged no more than 90 words. In such a context, not only was romance implausible, but even friendship seemed inherently deficient. However, due to her initiative in writing him a note, certain classmates had mischievously labeled it a love letter, leaving him unable to clarify the misunderstanding. "By the way, Junsheng, the college entrance exam results have been released, right? How many points did you score?" Li Yong suddenly inquired. Before Chen Junsheng could respond, Zhou Xiaohua eagerly interjected. "Look at how you ask. Instead of inquiring about his score, shouldn't you first ask which universities he applied to? Someone who ranked first in the pre-examination for the entire county could easily gain admission to an undergraduate program." Speaking of college applications, certain dormant memories began to assail Chen Junsheng. Back then, in a bid to be with Shen Wanqiu, he had filled out his top choice as Jiangxi University, majoring in political economy. Yet, he failed to even meet the vocational school cutoff, and the news circulated back to Chaoyang Commune, quickly becoming a source of amusement among the fellow commune members during their leisure discussions. Chen Junsheng felt no need to recount his misfortunes to his middle school classmates at the entrance of the distillery. With a smile, he deftly shifted the topic. "Would you care for some eggs? I just brought back some fresh ones from the countryside, and I still have over a dozen left." No, Zhou Xiaohua responded, shaking her head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. Transporting eggs from the countryside to sell here must be quite a challenge. Li Yong, however, took a different approach. He stepped forward to inspect the wooden crate filled with eggs and turned to Zhou Xiaohua with a grin. "Our old classmate is simply being generous, wanting to treat us with a few eggs. Why be so polite?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaohua could not help but glare at him. Eggs are quite expensive. Who would give them away without a festive occasion or family ties? At that moment, Su Yishuan took a few steps forward, smiling at Chen Junsheng. I'll take them all. Afterward, she pulled out some money to hand over to him. Will you come again tomorrow? It depends on the situation. I can't say for certain, Chen Junsheng replied ambiguously. Just as Su Yishuan was about to say more, Li Yong interjected with a dismissive expression. In business, today may not guarantee tomorrow. The uncertainty is quite significant. However, selling eggs at the distillery is certainly better than wandering the streets. Though his words seemed like friendly advice, they were laced with a hint of superiority from his position as a distillery employee, subtly belittling Chen Junsheng. Indeed, Chen Junsheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Li's suggestion. Your proposal is quite constructive, and I shall give it serious consideration. Li Yong was momentarily taken aback. The phrase sounded eerily familiar, resembling the rhetoric of high-ranking officials at the factory. How was it that he, who held a secure job, felt diminished in the presence of this seemingly insignificant Chen Junsheng? Frustration brewed within him, causing his smile to falter. Chen Junsheng, with a slight smile, had no intention of engaging in a verbal spar with Li Yong. He gestured for Aunt Xin to get into the car, having sold all the eggs in the box, resulting in a fruitful day with a net profit of 12.46 yuan from 2 transactions. He planned to head into town to purchase some items before sunset. Meanwhile, Li Yong, seizing the moment while Zhou Xiaohua and Su Yishuan were distracted, stealthily entered the security department of the distillery. He handed a cigarette to the guard, Wang Dachuan. At the duty room. Brother Chen, could you do me a small favor? What is it? Wang Dachuan replied with a simple smile, taking the freshly received cigarette, his lips trembling slightly. As long as I can help, feel free to ask. Li Yong struck a match and lit Wang Dachuan's cigarette before leaning in close to whisper. Keep an eye on that couple selling eggs at our distillery entrance this evening. Starting tomorrow, I don't want to see them again. That's easy, consider it done. Wang Dachuan assured him, nodding and thumping his chest in promise. Pleased, Li Yong smiled and reached into his pocket for the remaining half-pack of Hongmei cigarettes, pretending to stuff it into Wang Dachuan's pocket. However, he reconsidered. After all, Wang Dachuan was merely a security guard, and as a material purchaser for the factory, he was already extending a gesture of goodwill by seeking his help. A single cigarette was more than sufficient, and there was no need to offer an entire half-pack. He flicked his wrist, stowed the cigarettes back in his pocket, and walked away. At 6:30 in the evening, Chen Junsheng rode his bicycle into the city. At this hour, it would be reasonable for an ordinary person to believe that purchasing pork was impossible. Yet, Chen Junsheng possessed the remarkable ability to procure 3.5 jin of marbled pork and 5 jin of lard, along with essential items for cooking such as coarse salt, soy sauce, and 2 bars of laundry soap, as well as Shanghai brand soap for his aunt's bathing needs. He even managed to buy a can of the beloved Fu brand malted milk for his Aunt Xin and Aunt Yun. To his surprise, the back entrance of the county's first high school concealed a bustling evening market. Xiao Shuxin was truly taken aback. This late market at the back gate of the county high school was evidently a black market, where purchases could be made without tickets, albeit at exorbitant prices. Chen Junsheng spent money without a flicker of hesitation, which did not escape Xiao Shuxin's notice, causing her heart to ache. In times like these, which families could afford to buy pork from a black market? Furthermore, the Shanghai brand soap had not graced her presence since her days of rural service, many years ago. The goods were of excellent quality, yet unreasonably expensive, costing as much as 80 cents per bar. The price of Fu brand malted milk was somewhat reasonable. Yet for an ordinary rural family, it was exorbitantly high at 9 yuan and 50 cents per can. Spending money felt effortless, but earning it was a different story. Despite her concern over the expenditure, Xiao Shuxin felt a deeper sense of appreciation for Chen Junsheng, who had matured significantly. His purchases were entirely dictated by the needs of the household rather than his own whims. Moreover, the soap, the fragrant soap, and the malted milk he bought were all favorites of hers and Xiaoyan's. He had grown up and learned to care for others. Why then? Should she still feel troubled by the cost? As thoughts weighed on her mind, Xiao Shuxin's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her rosy lips pressed together. Her exquisite features illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight, rendering her extraordinarily captivating, momentarily distracting Chen Junsheng. The money had already been spent, and lamenting it was of no avail. Chen Junsheng, driven by instinct, stole another glance, but it did not escape Xiao Shuxin's keen observation. She was unfazed and, with a gentle smile, said, I was wondering, if you happen to fail your exams this year, would you consider becoming self-employed, selling ice pops and eggs, rather than retaking the exams? Selling ice pops is merely a temporary venture, not a long-term plan. The egg business can be sustained over time. But I primarily intend it as a means to establish connections, Chen Junsheng replied. Establish connections? Xiao Shuxin seemed to grasp the concept vaguely. Yes. I'm collecting eggs in the countryside to become a familiar face in various production teams. Chen Junsheng, without hesitation, explained with a smile. I want people to know that I am engaged in business, possessing some funds, which will facilitate future endeavors. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuxin became intrigued and leaned closer, whispering, What grand plans do you have? To acquire collective assets, Chen Junsheng stated, intentionally lowering his voice while candidly revealing his short-term plans to Xin. It was well known that commencing in 1981, various regions across the nation gradually implemented the Household Contract Responsibility System, a precursor to the later Family Production Responsibility System. During this process, properties and production materials that originally belonged to the public and collective were either distributed or sold to individuals. During this process, many individuals have amassed wealth, even giving rise to a cohort of so-called 10,000 yuan households. Nowadays, the vast majority of rural members remain impoverished, yet the production teams to which they belong are far from destitute. Take, for instance, the Fengshuling Brigade, which boasts a brick factory, an oil extraction plant, a pig farm, agricultural tractors, threshers, and plowing oxen, among other necessary production materials. The collective system reform has allowed a select few, who were already astute and well-prepared, to reap substantial dividends and become vanguards of their era. Furthermore, there is the forthcoming Treasury Bond Initiative. Thus, Chen Junsheng's enterprise of distributing ice pops to the countryside and subsequently collecting eggs for sale in the city is not merely a quest for dual profits. Rather, it is crucial for him to establish familiarity in the streets and alleys of the county town, as well as with various state-run factories and neighboring communes, laying the groundwork for his imminent investment in acquiring collective assets. Of course, the pursuit of business profits and the acquisition of collective assets are but temporary strategies in Chen Junsheng's life plan. His long-term ambition is to attend university, preparing himself for a future in public service. In this world, lacking both wealth and power renders one worthless. Possessing wealth without power leads to instability. Only with both wealth and power can one reach the pinnacle of life. The path Chen Junsheng intends to embark upon is one that intertwines commerce and governance, yielding both fame and fortune. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuxin immediately grasped the essence, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she smiled and remarked, If you succeed in this endeavor, our Chen family will undoubtedly become the first 10,000 yuan household in the Miaojiawen Brigade. Chen Junsheng beamed at her words, feeling particularly joyous at the mention of our Chen family. Indeed, our Chen family is destined to be the first 10,000 yuan household in Miaojiawen Brigade. This is what it means to be families sharing the same door. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shuxin added, Handling the egg business alone will be too exhausting for you. When we return, I will discuss it with Aunt Yun and lend you a hand. Chen Junsheng's gaze sharpened as he looked at Xiao Shuxin's radiant and charming face, shaking his head and saying, You and Aunt Yun are far too beautiful. You are suited for a life of comfort at home. Xiao Shuxin was not swayed by this. Did you not say I am merely average in looks? Furthermore, you previously agreed to let me accompany you in your ventures. Are you now changing your mind just as we start to earn a little? Chen Junsheng cleared his throat. You are my dear aunt, the kind that is connected by blood. No matter how beautiful you are, I can only say you are average, without any other notions. Humph. Xiao Shuxin lightly scoffed in disbelief, thinking to herself, does he truly believe he harbors no other intentions when his gaze lingers on my chest? Strangely enough, although Chen Junsheng's eyes appeared somewhat mischievous, she found herself unable to harbor any resentment. If it were those male teachers in the school office who dared to look at her in such a manner, she would certainly confront them by hurling her lesson plans at their faces and spitting contemptuously at their lewdness. Let us head home, Xiao Shuxin gently suggested as she glanced at the sky. Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile and then cautioned, there is a steep slope ahead. Shift your rear closer to me, so we can avoid speeding too fast, lest I lose control and cause you harm. With a wooden box strapped to the back of the bicycle, Xiao Shuxin sat sideways on the front bar, fully aware of Chen Junsheng's subtle intentions. Were it daytime, she would certainly hesitate to risk being misunderstood by getting too close to him. As dusk descends, the world around her is shrouded in darkness, rendering the faces of those nearby indistinguishable. Yet, emboldened by the obscurity, she shifts her position, her back almost pressed against Chen Junsheng's chest. As they descend the slope, propelled by inertia, she finds herself nestled within his embrace. The proximity is such that she can distinctly feel the warmth of his breath graze her hair, tickling her ear and cheek like a teasing hook, awakening desires within her that remain unspoken. The evening breeze is also warm, causing Qiao Shuxin's heart to flutter restlessly under its caress. She lowers her gaze in silence, occasionally lifting her eyes to behold only the contours of Chen Junsheng's Adam's apple and his somewhat youthful chin, remarkably handsome, indeed. A fleeting memory surfaces in her mind, recalling a time when this impudent boy had a high fever, and she had carried him to the clinic in the dead of night. Time has flowed on, and the foolish child who once clung to her back, declaring that he would marry her when he grew up, has now matured into a figure upon whom she can lean. They return to the village at 7:30, just as the loudspeaker at the team office concludes the news broadcast, transitioning to the familiar melody of the mermaid, which heralds the weather forecast. The period from late July to mid-August signifies the crucial harvest season for early rice in southern regions, necessitating vigilant attention to weather patterns. Upon arriving home, Chen Junsheng suddenly notices an unusual bustle in the usually quiet earthen courtyard, where two small cars are parked conspicuously in the clearing near the bamboo grove, one a red flag bearing official plates, the other an imported Polonaise, registered in the hometown of his Aunt Yun. In this era, vehicles are typically either boxy buses or military green off-roaders, while a hatchback like the Polonaise captures immediate attention. The red flag is even more notable, as every farmer recognizes it as an official vehicle. Could it be that in this life, I am encountering situations I never faced before, resulting in a butterfly effect on my life's trajectory? Chen Junsheng muses, just as he secures his bicycle. The sound of a fierce argument erupts from within the house, followed by Aunt Yun rushing out. She covers her lips, tears glimmering in her eyes. And upon reaching Chen Junsheng, she quickly turns away, hastily wiping her cheeks. Has someone from her hometown come to stir trouble? Chapter 013. Just call me father with a sense of confusion. Chen Junsheng is about to inquire about the situation from Qi Xiaoyun when he notices a burly middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit approaching. The man appears familiar, though Chen Junsheng struggles to recall his identity. Crack, crack. Chen Junsheng clasps his hands into fists, the joints cracking loudly. He is unconcerned with the man's background. Anyone who dares to bully Aunt Yun will certainly face his wrath. Upon witnessing the scene, Qi Xiaoyun hastily reached out to grasp the corner of his garment and introduced, "This is my father. If you do not mind, you may call him Dad." Before Qi Xiaoyun could finish her sentence, Chen Junsheng, understanding her intent, promptly and resoundingly addressed him as Dad. Ha! The onlooking comrades could not contain their laughter. While one can indulge in a hearty meal, one must not casually claim a father figure. Qi Xiaoyun's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she registered the moment. It seemed Chen Junsheng had just referred to her father as Dad. Qi Xiaoyun's father was momentarily taken aback. The young man before him was tall and strikingly handsome, with a remarkable aura about him. If he were his own son, Qi Xiaoyun would wake up from dreams with a smile. Alas, the Qi family had been a lineage of heroes for 3 generations, and Qi Xiaoyun was left with only a solitary daughter, Qi Xiaoyun. Despite numerous personal accolades, the absence of a male heir weighed heavily upon him. In his youth, Qi Xiaoyun had not held the antiquated belief of valuing sons over daughters, believing that both were equally precious. However, as he aged, the desire for a son to inherit his legacy became increasingly palpable. Thus, a few years prior, he had taken a godson, Sun Haihua, from an old comrade, hoping to unite the two in matrimony once his daughter returned to the city. Unfortunately, Qi Xiaoyun had been reluctant to return, and after repeated pleas, she had even severed ties with her family. In his exasperation, Qi Qingshan brought his godson to the countryside, intending to persuade her to reconsider. At this moment, he assumed that Chen Junsheng had mistakenly called him by the wrong title due to nervousness. To his astonishment, after calling him Dad, Chen Junsheng suddenly knelt on the ground and performed a deep bow. This? Qi Qingshan was taken aback and was about to extend a hand to assist him when Chen Junsheng lifted his head and proclaimed with conviction, "My parents passed away early, and I was fortunate to have Sister Xiaoyun and Sister Shuxing care for me. Otherwise, I might have perished from hunger or cold. Throughout my life, Sister Xiaoyun has been my family. If you do not mind, I wish to be your son and take care of you in your old age." Chen Junsheng's words were imbued with sincerity, and his heart was at ease. Although tradition dictates that a man kneels only before heaven and his parents, He understood better than anyone that without Qi Qingshan's protection in his previous life, the crimes he committed would have warranted a death sentence, making any leniency impossible. Such a profound grace was akin to being reborn to new parents. Moreover, Chen Junsheng was well aware of the Qi family's circumstances. Acknowledging him as a son did not merely equate to being a child, but also granted him a place as a son-in-law. The comrades who had previously laughed at him suddenly found their mirth extinguished, unable to suppress their admiration for the young man. Meanwhile, Sun Haihua, who had been accompanying Qi Qingshan in his Polonus, found himself in a rather humorous predicament. Initially, he stood casually at the entrance of the Chen family home, surveying Chen Junsheng and the beautiful woman beside Qi Shaoan with a sense of nonchalance. However, upon witnessing Chen Junsheng kneeling and declaring his intention to support Qi Qingshan in his old age, a chill gripped his heart, sensing the gravity of the situation. I became Qi Qingshan's godson based on the deep bonds of the older generation. On what grounds do you, young man, claim such a relationship? Just because Sister Xiaoyan has taken refuge in your home during her time in the countryside? At this moment, not only was Sun Haihua bewildered, but even Qi Shaoan found herself in a daze. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement, her smile slightly tipsy. She had previously felt that some of Chen Junsheng's actions were akin to a sharp knife pricking her, awakening her perception. Now, witnessing his kneeling, it was as if an 18-year-old lad was performing a handstand to relieve himself, exuding an audacious charm. Xiao Shuxin pondered that with the address of Dad as a prelude. Regardless of whether Xiaoyun's father acknowledged it or not, all existing conflicts and grievances could likely be effortlessly resolved by this audacious young man. Truly remarkable. Good boy. Rise, rise. Qi Qingshan hurriedly stepped forward, extending his hands to assist Chen Junsheng to his feet. At that moment, he appeared calm and composed, yet inwardly, he was bursting with joy. Over the years, Qi Qingshan had quietly observed Chen Junsheng's growth. The young man was handsome, academically accomplished, of good background, and possessed remarkable physical fitness. He excelled in every regard. Qi Qingshan was well aware that his daughter was reluctant to return to the city solely for him. If Chen Junsheng were a stranger, he would naturally feel discomfort by his daughter's inclination toward him. However, Chen Junsheng's heartfelt call of Dad had resonated deeply within Qi Qingshan's heart, prompting him to scrutinize Chen Junsheng earnestly. This brow, those eyes, particularly the trace of vigor between his brows, truly bears a resemblance to my youthful days. In contrast, Sun Haihua was rather ordinary in appearance, slightly shorter in stature, and most distressingly, he was balding at a young age. His only merit lay in the fact that in recent years, capitalizing on the Qi family's influence, he had successfully engaged in bulk commodity transport business in Zhangjiago, earning a substantial amount of money. Ultimately, the adage holds true. Comparisons lead to despair, whether in people or in goods. Frankly speaking, Sun Haihua felt somewhat anxious. The moment Chen Junsheng had called Qi Qingshan Dad, he sensed trouble brewing. Now, observing Qi Qingshan smiling affectionately as he regarded Chen Junsheng, he felt as if he were a neglected concubine in a royal harem, experiencing a particularly unpleasant sensation. He approached with brisk strides, grasping Qi Qingshan's arm, and cheerfully inquired, "Dad, what are you doing? Before coming here, you made a stern remark, saying that this Chen lad had wasted Xiaoyun's years and that you would teach him a lesson upon meeting." While Sun Haihua's words sounded like a jest, they were laced with a hint of provocation. Haha. Qi Qingshan chuckled nonchalantly, then took the initiative to introduce, "Junsheng, this is your brother, Sun Haihua." "Brother Sun." Chen Junsheng greeted with a smile. The polite yet distant address immediately rendered Sun Haihua's smile somewhat strained. He thought to himself, "You little rascal. You've got it all figured out. So I'm the adopted son, and you're the biological one." However, seeing Qi Qingshan and Qi Shaoyan both smiling warmly, showing no sign of disapproval toward Chen Junsheng's respectful address, Sun Haihua, acting like a close brother, placed a hand on Chen Junsheng's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. "Uncle Qi, little son, you must have come a long way. You probably haven't had dinner yet?" At this moment, Xiao Shuxin spoke up. Aunt Xin is indeed a remarkably astute individual, effortlessly discerning the insincerity etched upon Sun Haihua's countenance. Since he has chosen not to mask his intentions, there is no need for us to maintain an air of modesty. Today, Junsheng ventured into the city to engage in commerce and returned with a few pounds of pork belly, intending to personally prepare a delectable dish of braised pork, which is Xiaoyan's favorite. Isn't that right, Junsheng? Xiao Shuxin, with a cheerful demeanor, glanced at Chen Junsheng. Junsheng, grinning broadly, refrained from responding. Aunt Xian's conversational prowess, akin to a fine art, was evident. Her words were clearly directed not only at Qi Qingshan and Sun Haihua, but also at the members of the group who had gathered out of curiosity. The implication was clear. Our family is preparing to indulge in meat, so you might as well take your leave. In these times, few would choose to intrude upon another's mealtime. If one wishes to visit, they ought to come equipped with their own provisions. Qi Qingshan, somewhat taken aback, turned to Chen Junsheng and remarked, "You truly understand the art of business?" Junsheng scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed, and replied, "I don't know much, just a little. Mainly, during the summer break, I sought ways to earn some money to improve my family's living conditions." Quite impressive indeed. The more Qi Qingshan observed Chen Junsheng, the more he found him agreeable. To return home with a few pounds of meat after a day's work was a considerable achievement. This visit was certainly worthwhile. Chapter 14. Living well with Xiaoyun is worth more than anything. Although Qi Qingshan did not stay for dinner, he departed with a buoyant spirit, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In contrast, Sun Haihua was consumed by frustration. This rural outing was originally meant to culminate in a decisive engagement with Qi Xiaoyun, facilitated by Qi Qingshan, before returning to the city to formalize their union and embark on a life of matrimony and children. Yet, what transpired? The beloved bride-to-be, in the blink of an eye, found herself in Chen Junsheng's embrace, while the venerable benefactor, who had been so painstakingly secured by the older generation, was swiftly transformed into another's affectionate father. Sun Haihua found himself bereft of both love and fortune, while Chen Junsheng seemed to acquire everything effortlessly. The comparison was infuriating. Sun Haihua seethed with resentment. Meanwhile, Chen Junsheng eagerly anticipated the braised pork. Although he was set to take charge in the kitchen, his culinary skills were merely sufficient for sustenance. He could never bear to squander such exquisite ingredients. The true culinary maestro of the household was none other than Aunt Yun. Xiao Shuxin tended the fire, while Chen Junsheng assisted by chopping wood. The flames danced merrily, illuminating Aunt Xian's brows, reminiscent of the gentle glow of twilight in March, casting its radiance upon a tranquil spring pond. The shimmering surface, a beautiful blend of white and rosy hues, was truly captivating. Among the aunts in the family, Aunt Xian was undeniably the most striking in appearance. However, in terms of grace, Aunt Yun seemed to possess an edge. Qi Xiaoyun was the epitome of natural beauty, with enchanting apricot-shaped eyes and pearly white teeth, exuding a charming and warm elegance. During her years in the countryside, Aunt Yun had toiled tirelessly. Yet the hardships of rural life appeared to have left no mark upon her. Instead, they had bestowed upon her a mature and intellectual allure. As Aunt Yun stood before the stove, preparing the meal, Chen Junsheng felt as though she were the charming bride who had just entered his home, growing ever more beautiful in his eyes. As Xiao Shuxin observed that the timing was just right, she refrained from adding more fuel to the fire. Turning to Chen Junsheng, she inquired softly, "Why didn't you mention the college entrance exam results to your father earlier?" Chen Junsheng blinked. He already had plans regarding the exam results, and he chose not to bring it up, primarily to avoid burdening anyone upon their first meeting. His silence prompted a smile from Xiao Shuxin, who playfully suggested, "In my opinion, whether or not you go to university is inconsequential. First and foremost, you should marry our Xiaoan. Building a good life together is far more important than anything else." "Ah?" Chen Junsheng exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "What are you two talking about?" Qi Xiaoyun turned her head to glance at the pair squatting by the stove, curiosity evident in her voice. "Nothing," Xiao Shuxin replied with a playful arch of her brow. "That rascal just mentioned that a mouse entered his room earlier, chattering away and keeping him awake. He wants to sleep in your room tonight." "Oh," Qi Xiaoyun said noncommittally. "He also said he wants to hold you while sleeping," Xiao Shuxin added with a mischievous glint. Qi Xiaoyun paused momentarily, taken aback. "Is that permissible? Don't just stare blankly. Give a definitive answer." With a suppressed laugh, Xiao Shuxin explained, "According to customs from my hometown, when a young man meets the parents of a young woman and gains their approval, it is tantamount to an engagement. That very night, the couple can share the same bed." "Ah, so it seems your hometown's customs are quite liberal." Qi Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed, leaving her speechless. Chen Junsheng smiled and interjected, "If the opportunity arises, would you take me to meet your family?" "Dream on." Xiao Shuxin shot him a glance, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "You think after meeting Xiaoyun's father, I would want you to meet my parents too? Not a chance. If you're not taking me, then when Auntie Yao and Auntie Xiao return, I'll ask them," Chen Junsheng replied, showing no signs of insistence. "Oh dear." relying on Yao Yao and Xia Xia's affection for you. You seem quite confident, Xiao Shuxin remarked, reaching toward Chen Junsheng's lower back. Chen Junsheng felt a chill and quickly stood up, turning to Qi Shaoan. Auntie, is the meat ready? Almost, Qi Shaoan responded, scooping a piece of meat from the pot, blowing on it gently before bringing it to Chen Junsheng's lips. Give it a taste, be careful, it's hot. As he bit into it, a delightful burst of flavor enveloped his senses. Qi Shaoyan's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, despite merely seasoning the dish with coarse salt and soy sauce. The braised pork was cooked to perfection, rich yet not greasy, tender yet not tough, with a subtle sweetness that was simply exquisite. How does it taste? Qi Shaoan inquired. Absolutely marvelous, Chen Junsheng replied, savoring the flavor while grinning. A touch more salt would elevate it even further. At 18, a young man in his prime, a slightly stronger flavor would indeed enhance his appetite and enjoyment. 3.5 pounds of meat filled 2 large enamel jars. Remembering that Luo Yuanchao had previously delivered some wild eggs, Xiao Shuxin asked Chen Junsheng, shall we send a bowl over to Yuanchao's family? Not necessary. Chen Junsheng promptly shook his head. Good brothers are held in the heart. There is no need to send meat over to a brother's home. Oh, how poetic. Xiao Shuxin chuckled softly. Deep down, she understood the complexities of rural relationships, where gratitude and enmity often intertwine. In the midst of an ordinary rural existence, it is nearly impossible for a typical family to indulge in a sumptuous meal of braised pork. For Chen Junsheng, however, not only can he feast with his family of 3, but he also has enough leftovers to share with others. What a delightful circumstance. Yet, upon deeper reflection, this situation starkly highlights the profound disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished. While Luo Yuanchao may feel touched by this generosity, his large family might not share the same sentiment. Some may even resort to reporting him to the commune in secret. Although it is already the 1980s, the remnants of the past turmoil still linger. This evening's dinner marks the most delectable and leisurely meal Chen Junsheng has enjoyed in many years. You are fortunate to be with me. From now on, every meal will include meat, he mused, patting his slightly protruding belly. Content as he retreated to his room to rummage through his belongings in search of the 1981 edition of the College Entrance Examination Guide, he found his first-choice university, Jiangsu Zhejiang University, majoring in political economy. As long as the admission process proceeds smoothly, a simple phone call to the admissions office should reveal whether he has been accepted. Chen Junsheng resolved to bypass the County Education Bureau and the county's first high school, opting instead to inquire directly with the university's admissions office. By eliminating intermediaries, he hoped to achieve unexpected results. With this determination, he put his thoughts aside. Fatigue enveloped him, and he soon fell into a restful slumber. The following morning, Chen Junsheng rose early and, after a brief wash, set out alone on his bicycle. Today, he was not in a hurry to inquire about college admissions. Rather, he aimed to expand his egg procurement efforts, choosing to sell them at the textile factory in Rao County. First, earn money, then manage affairs, he thought. With a majority of female workers at the factory, Chen Junsheng hurried to a conspicuous spot beneath the workers' dormitory to call out and sell his eggs before they began their shifts. Indeed, conducting business in a gathering of women proved to be remarkably effective. With just a few shouts, he swiftly attracted over 10 young female workers, some inquiring about prices, others about his age, and still others about his place of residence. Chen Junsheng, with a cheerful demeanor, answered all questions, referring to older women as sister and younger ones as little sister. Sister, though these eggs may appear small, they are known as firstborn eggs, rich in nutrition. Whether steamed or fried, they are far more flavorful than ordinary eggs, he explained, his persuasive charm evident. Even the smaller eggs, which were often overlooked, became subjects of his creative marketing. He kept the prices close to his chest, whispering to potential customers, these eggs are typically reserved for regulars, priced at 18 cents each. However, since we have a special rapport, I can offer them at a discounted price of 7 for $1. The young female workers, having never encountered such novel sales tactics, delightedly purchased 7 eggs, their eyes sparkling with joy like crescent moons. The business at the textile factory proved to be significantly more prosperous than that at the entrance of the brewery. Chen Junsheng swiftly sold over 300 eggs, pocketed the earnings, and made his way to the county party committee's guest house. With a heart full of trepidation, he prepared to spend money to borrow the guest house's telephone to contact the admissions office of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. Hello, comrade. I would like to use the telephone, Chen Junsheng stated directly to the staff upon entering the guest house. Long distance or local, The receptionist inquired, her demeanor neither warm nor cold. Local calls are 3 dimes per minute. Long distance is 6 dimes. Long distance, Chen Junsheng replied. Knowing that calling the admissions office of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University would undoubtedly be considered a long-distance call. The cost of 6 dimes per minute for long-distance calls was indeed exorbitant. At that time, the mainstream method of long-distance communication was to send telegrams at the post office, which typically required waiting in line and was charged by the word. However, compared to the steep cost of a long-distance telephone call, sending a brief telegram seemed far more economical. Nevertheless, this phone call was imperative for Chen Junsheng. "Hello, this is the admissions office of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University," came the voice on the other end once the call connected. "Hello, teacher. My candidate number is number. Today, I submitted my first choice to your esteemed institution's Department of Political Economy, and I would like to inquire about my admission status." He was careful to mention only his candidate number, omitting his name, as he understood that the candidate number was unique while names could be altered. "Please hold on. I will check for you," the admissions officer responded kindly. "Yes, please." Chen Junsheng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anxiety and tension. After a brief moment, good news resonated from the other end. "Congratulations, Chen Wanqiu. You have been successfully admitted to our Department of Political Economy. The admission notice is expected to arrive at the local post office around the middle of this month, so please keep an eye out for it." Chen Junsheng remained silent for a long time. "Comrade, 3 minutes have passed," the guest house staff gently reminded him. "All right, understood, thank you." He hung up the phone, the dial tone echoing in his ears. The name Chen Wanqiu lingered in his mind. He recalled it vividly as that of a high school classmate. During their second year, when they were separated into different academic tracks, they had briefly shared a desk. Chen Wanqiu was an average student, very low-key, and rarely drew attention. Almost no one in the class knew that he was the son of Chen Su, the deputy county head of Raoyong County, and an only child. His mother, Ding Meizhen, was also not an ordinary individual, having once served as the head of the Raoyong County Post and Telecommunications Bureau. Indeed, it was all a calculated scheme, premeditated from the start. A wave of dread washed over Chen Junsheng. The dust of an era, when settled upon a particular individual, transforms into a mountain. Prior to the launch of the Ministry of Education's Sunshine Gaokao information platform, a considerable number of underprivileged students were ensnared in the information cocoon of their times, struggling to break free from the shackles of destiny. The former Chen Junsheng was one among them. Yet now, he was not so easily resigned to fate. The deputy county head is indeed a person of significance, and the director of the postal service is quite formidable. But would Chen Junsheng be intimidated? Damn it. He is willing to risk everything and dares to topple the emperor. "Ah, it's you again, Chen Junsheng." With a heart full of contemplation, Chen Junsheng exited the guest house, only to unexpectedly encounter familiar faces. Raising an eyebrow, he recognized Zhou Xiaohua and Sui Xuan, whom he had seen the previous evening at the entrance of the Quanyang Yi distillery. What a small world, thought Chen Junsheng after graduating from middle school. He had lost touch with his classmates, yet fate seemed to intervene as he repeatedly crossed paths with Zhou Xiaohua and Sui Xuan in these past few days. Both girls were riding Phoenix bicycles, and although they were clad in sky blue work uniforms, their vibrant youthfulness was unmistakable. Particularly striking was Sui Xuan, a tall girl, approximately 1.68 meters in height, which was relatively rare in the southern regions at that time. Her refined demeanor exuded an effortless charm that uplifted one's spirits. The sun of the small town illuminated her, casting a youthful brilliance that hinted at an enchanting nonchalance, radiant and confident. Chen Junsheng waved at them in greeting and casually inquired, "Are you just starting work now?" "Yes, today is Saturday, and the morning shift at the distillery can begin 2 hours later than usual," Zhou Xiaohua replied with a smile, deliberately stopping to chat with him. Chen Junsheng mused that the benefits at the Quanyang Yi distillery were quite favorable. The country had yet to implement a weekend-off system, and many state-owned enterprises were operating at full throttle. Even the admissions office at Jiangsu and Zhejiang University was conducting business as usual today. Of course, no matter the circumstances, workers today were in high demand, enjoying the security of their positions, with education, healthcare, and housing all guaranteed. "Have you had breakfast?" Zhou Xiaohua asked with a smile. "No," Chen Junsheng replied. He had set out at dawn to collect eggs and, having just finished, realized his stomach was rumbling. What a coincidence. Arishwan has tea eaten breakfast either. "Let us go. I'll treat you both to oil sticks wrapped in glutinous rice cakes," Zhou Xiaohua said, tossing her short hair with generosity. Oil sticks wrapped in glutinous rice cakes are one of the renowned breakfast options in Raocheng. The glutinous rice cakes. Similar to the northern donkey rolls or the Chaozhou sticky rice cakes, only differ slightly in their preparation. In Raocheng, the outer layer is coated with black sesame and filled with soybean powder or crushed peanuts. When eaten alone, they offer a delightfully soft and sweet texture. And paired with freshly fried, crispy oil sticks, each bite is simply exquisite. Currently, these oil sticks wrapped in glutinous rice cakes are only available at state-run restaurant breakfast stands, reasonably priced at 12 yuan each. Originally, Chen Junsheng had intended to treat Zhou Xiaohua, but she promptly paid the bill, casting him a playful smile. So, you've been out selling eggs since early morning? Yes, Chen Junsheng nodded, and as he locked eyes with Zhou Xiaohua, a sudden thought struck him. By the way, may I ask if the distillery's lees can be sold in bulk to individuals? Chen Junsheng, a true business-minded individual, remained preoccupied with thoughts of commerce and profit, even in the company of his youthful and charming classmates. Regarding the issue of university admission qualifications being impersonated, he possesses numerous methods to entice Vice County Chief Chen or Director Ding to approach him voluntarily. At this juncture, the Quanlianji distillery adheres to traditional pure grain brewing techniques, requiring 3 gene of grain to produce a single gene of liquor, with the remainder being pomace. The factory generates tons of pomace daily, which in earlier years was transported by the surrounding production teams to feed pigs. Chen Junsheng's short-term plan involves acquiring collective assets, necessitating the establishment of connections with various production teams. Thus, he has set his sights on the pomace from the Quanlianji distillery. In principle, the pomace is not sold to individuals. Xiaohua's remarks were quite official, but she quickly shifted her tone with a smile. However, you might negotiate with Yishuan and persuade her father to amend the principle. Chapter 16. Shattering the Sky of Raoyang County. Can principles truly be bargained? Chen Junsheng cast a playful glance at the resolute Xiaohua, smilingly probing. He was acutely aware that he was not well acquainted with Su Yishuan, after all. They had scarcely exchanged a few words during their 3 years of middle school. Attempting to shortcut through the daughter of the factory head was utterly unrealistic. Xiaohua, however, was a quick-witted and warm-hearted individual. Principles are rigid, but people are flexible. This matter is not insurmountable. As long as Yishuan writes you a note of approval and you take it to Uncle Su's office for a stamp, you could transport the mountains of pomace without spending a single penny. Though Xiaohua's words may seem exaggerated, Chen Junsheng understood that in contemporary state-owned enterprises, the head possesses nearly absolute authority. The note of approval is, in essence, a product characteristic of the planned economy era. Rural individuals rarely encounter it. Primarily, it is the salaried families within Raoyang County who, when needing to purchase significant items such as watches, bicycles, or televisions, must first obtain a signed and stamped note from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative Director to qualify for the expenditure. Subsequently, many state-owned enterprises have openly and covertly emulated the practices of the supply and marketing cooperatives by utilizing notes for their operations. Some astute individuals have even profited immensely by leveraging such notes, amassing wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary people. While Chen Junsheng conversed with Xiaohua, Su Yishuan listened nearby. Showing no inclination to interject, she remained silent, and Chen Junsheng also refrained from initiating conversation. The essence of business lies in the exchange of value. And without suitable leverage to procure Su Yishuan's note, he would not frivolously entertain thoughts of achieving something for nothing. Young girls in the 1980s were generally quite naive. Yet this did not imply they were simple-minded. Su Yishuan, in particular, appeared quite astute and not easily deceived. In truth, Su Yishuan harbored no particular fondness for Chen Junsheng. They were merely ordinary classmates, not friends. However, she was somewhat impressed by his academic excellence and his willingness to engage in a trade that many looked down upon, which, in her eyes, was commendable. Will you still be selling eggs at the entrance of our distillery this evening? Su Yishuan finally broke her silence to speak to Chen Junsheng. Depending on the circumstances, I might go, or I might not. Chen Junsheng replied ambiguously. Oh. Su Yishuan let out a soft sigh, glancing at her watch before turning to remind Zhou Xiaohua. Time is getting late. We should head to work. At that moment, Chen Junsheng, with a smile, pulled out 50 cents from his pocket and insisted on giving it to Zhou Xiaohua, saying, "Let this breakfast be on me," just as Zhou Xiaohua was about to decline. Chen Junsheng added, "It's rare for old classmates to meet, so please don't be polite. If by chance we meet again, how about you two chip in to treat me to a nice meal?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Xiaohua cheerfully agreed. "All right, It's settled then. The taro beef, braised pork knuckle, and soy sauce stuck from the state-run restaurant all sound delightful. If we can't finish, we can always take some home, Chen Junsheng said with a grin. Zhou Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle at his words. With your penchant for both eating and taking, I might have to avoid you from afar in the future, lest we never cross paths again. Did we not just agree? Are you backing out so soon? Chen Junsheng teased. Zhou Xiaohua understood that he was joking. And even if he weren't, she wouldn't be the one to go back on her word. However, at that moment, Sui Xuan gently urged, Xiaohua, let's go. We can discuss the meal later when the factory pays us. All right then. Zhou Xiaohua seemed to have been waiting for Sui Xuan to speak, giggling as she waved goodbye to Chen Junsheng before gracefully riding away on her bicycle. Chen Junsheng watched the two ride off and then turned to mount his own bicycle, heading towards the teacher's dormitory at County No. 1 High School. Lunch was to be held at the home of Wu Shuijin, the class advisor. Wu was quite a good man. Not only did he provide special attention to outstanding students like Chen Junsheng, but even those who struggled academically benefited from his strict guidance and discipline. Teacher Wu, I want you to tell me honestly, did I perform particularly poorly on the college entrance exam, failing even to meet the vocational school threshold? This was a question Chen Junsheng had never posed before. In fact, Wu Shuijin was already aware of the situation regarding Chen Junsheng's university admission qualifications being usurped. The reason for his silence stemmed from the immense pressure from above. As the class advisor, Wu felt a deep sense of shame, but given the circumstances, he could only place a comforting hand on Chen Junsheng's shoulder and say, you need to prepare yourself mentally. Chen Junsheng nodded and then candidly stated, I heard my desk mate, Chen Wanqiu, performed exceptionally well and has already been admitted to the economics department of Jiangxi University. At this, Wu Shuigen's eyes widened in surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. The enrollment results have not yet been announced. Who did you hear this from? Chen Junsheng remained unperturbed, replying, a teacher from the Jiangxi University admissions office told me personally that Chen Wanqiu's acceptance letter will arrive at the Raoyang County Post Office by mid-month. Wu Shuijin was momentarily at a loss for words. The high school advisor, who could easily lecture for hours, found himself speechless, unsure of how to respond. You might find it hard to believe, but when I called the admissions office of Jiangxi University to inquire about the admission status using my own candidate number, it was actually the student Chen Wanqiu who was admitted, remarked Chen Junsheng. Wu Shuijin felt a buzz in his head. At this point, it seemed futile to say anything. He could only earnestly advise Chen Junsheng to recognize the reality and not to fight a losing battle. After all, Chen Wanqiu's father was the deputy county head of Raoping County, and his mother was the director of the postal service. In contrast, Chen Junsheng came from 3 generations of impoverished farmers, with his parents having passed away early. What good would it do, even with outstanding academic performance? Mr. Wu, you need not persuade me. I am well aware of the situation, Chen Junsheng replied, seemingly self-aware yet earnestly seeking Wu's opinion. I plan to have some banners made, fervently congratulating Chen Wanqiu on his admission to Jiangxi University, stretching from the county school gate to the home of Deputy County Head Chen. What do you think? Wu Shuigen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought Chen Junsheng would resign himself to fate, but instead, this child seemed determined to break through the heavens. With a resounding thud, Wu Shuijin slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed, let us do it. I will cover the cost of the banners. I will take the responsibility. If it comes to it, I'll quit teaching. Chapter 17. Is it just because Chen Wanqiu has a good father? Old Wu, have you thought this through? Wu's sudden burst of courage took Chen Junsheng aback, and even his wife, Hua Wan, was astonished. Having endured through tumultuous times, they had finally managed to live a few years of peace. While the salary of a teacher in the county was not particularly high, it was a stable source of income. Losing this job would mean losing their livelihood, making it difficult to provide for the entire family. You need not advise me. Wu Shuijin replied coldly, waving his hand. He had always been resolute at home. Once a decision was made, no amount of persuasion would alter it. Hu Wenwan sighed and remarked to herself, Chen Su is the youngest deputy county head in the entire county, and his wife, Ding Meizhen, is the director of the postal service. The background of their family is frighteningly powerful. The moment you go to hang those banners, you might be arrested. Hu Wenjuan's words carried weight. Ordinary citizens have always feared those in power. When common folk attempt to challenge the influential, they often find themselves in dire straits, oblivious to the consequences. As an ordinary teacher in a public school, Wu Shuijin indeed feared offending those in authority. The citizens of Raoping County knew well that Chen Su was promoted to deputy county head at the age of 32 not through his own merits, but due to the patronage of his father-in-law. Offending Deputy County Head Chen might result in losing his job, but if he also antagonized Chen's patron, the repercussions would be dire. Nevertheless, in the matter of Chen Junsheng's admission qualifications being usurped, Wu Shuizhen felt he had remained silent long enough. If he did not take action, he would live with a guilty conscience for the rest of his life. After all, Chen Junsheng was the most exceptional student he had ever taught, without exception. After lunch, Wu Shuizhen, disregarding his partner's advice, devoted both his time and resources to assist Chen Junsheng in hanging a banner congratulating Shen Wanqiu, a student from Class 2 of the Senior 3 at Raiyang County No. 1 Middle School, for his outstanding achievement of being accepted into Jiangxi University. The banner was displayed with a density of 300 meters from the main entrance of the school all the way to the entrance of the county committee's family compound. Oh my, how remarkable! The child of Director Chen has been admitted to a prestigious university. Indeed, Jiangxi University, quite impressive. However, to my knowledge, his usual academic performance barely qualifies him for a vocational school. Perhaps it is a stroke of ancestral fortune. Ancestral fortune may not suffice. It requires a fire indeed. Sure. Keep your voice down. Such words should not be spoken carelessly. The act of impersonation has always been a clandestine affair, requiring utmost discretion and subtlety. Chen Su and Ding Meizhen had already arranged everything for Chen Wanqiu in secret, merely awaiting the arrival of the university admission notice. They planned to quietly send him off to university without any celebratory banquets or gatherings at home. However, unexpectedly, just as Jiangxi University was about to dispatch the admission notice, a significant portion of the county was already aware that the son of Deputy County Chief Chen had been accepted into the university. Since the resumption of the college entrance examination in 1977, the number of students from Raiyang County who gained admission to undergraduate universities has been minuscule, with none reaching the cutoff scores for key universities. Chen Wanqiu's acceptance into Jiangxi University marks a historic breakthrough, creating a precedent for the emergence of students from prestigious universities in the county. Such talent deserves a dedicated page in the family genealogy, and it would not be an exaggeration to include it in the county annals. However, when Chen Junsheng himself saw the banner at the entrance of the county committee's family compound and heard familiar acquaintances congratulating him, he felt dizzy and could not muster any joy. Fortunately, the banners were taken down within 3 hours. Nonetheless, the ripple effect of this incident continued to expand uncontrollably. At this moment, Chen Junsheng was selling popsicles at the county committee's guest house. When he came to borrow a phone that morning, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. He inadvertently noticed that the red flag sedan, which had briefly stopped in front of his home last night, along with Sun Haihua's Polo, was parked in the vacant lot to the right of the guest house. Regrettably, after 2 hours of selling popsicles nearby, neither Qi Qinshan nor Sun Haihua had shown up. Just as he was nearing the end of his popsicle supply, someone suddenly pointed at Chen Junsheng at the entrance of the guest house. And soon he saw 5 individuals wearing red armbands striding towards him. "Comrade, don't be dazed. Hurry and run," someone warned Chen Junsheng. He smiled, as if he were intentionally waiting for them to apprehend him, leisurely moving his bicycle closer to the Polo. "Don't move." Several individuals in red armbands surrounded Chen Junsheng in a formidable manner, one of them reaching out to grab his arm. Chen Junsheng abruptly shook him off and loudly demanded, "On what grounds do you arrest me without cause? Do we need a reason to arrest you?" The individual who had just been brushed aside showed no regard for reason and raised his hand to slap Chen Junsheng across the face. "Damn you!" Chen Junsheng was no ordinary lad. At 18, he was a robust rural youth with exceptional physical prowess, having previously trained in martial arts. As soon as the red armband was brandished, he spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the assailant's face, swiftly following with a well-placed kick to the groin. The man let out a howl, curling up like a ball, and leaped into an iconic dance move reminiscent of a future international superstar. The remaining red armbands, witnessing Chen Junsheng's audacity to retaliate, revealed their vicious faces and charged at him in a frenzy, intending to subdue him before dragging him away for further punishment. It is said that 2 fists cannot combat many hands, yet no one anticipated that the burly red armband members, united, would not only fail to overpower Chen Junsheng but would instead find themselves at the mercy of his frenzied, unorthodox strikes and wild yelps, rendered utterly defenseless. Hit them hard. Beat them to a pulp. Eliminate these scoundrels. Spectators gathered, some cheering, amidst the chaos. In the turmoil, someone picked up a brick and, with a resounding crash, shattered the window of Bornaz's car. "Stop. Everyone, cease this madness." Moments later, a young man forcefully pushed through the crowd his voice booming with fury. For heaven's sake. Did you not think to consider the surroundings before brawling near the provincial military commander's vehicle? Are you courting death? However, when he caught sight of Chen Junsheng's face, he suddenly froze. Wait, is that you, brother's son? Chen Junsheng responded, equally taken aback. It was only when he saw Qi Qingshan hurriedly approaching the scene, flanked by 2 security personnel, that his head tilted, as if struck by a bullet, collapsing to the ground with closed eyes, muttering incoherently while producing a frothy circle at his mouth. What the hell? Sun Haiwa was dumbfounded. Junsheng. Qi Qingshan rushed forward, protective instincts kicking in. Chapter 18. The bigger the commotion, the better. Upon seeing Qi Qingshan, the 5 red armbands froze, akin to mice encountering a cat. Standing at attention despite having just been beaten, Qi Qingshan's gaze swept over them, his expression dark and foreboding. Father, Chen Junsheng murmured, half-conscious. As he placed his hand on Qi Qingshan's wrist, Qi Qingshan leaned down, his voice laced with urgency. Junsheng, how are you? I feel dizzy, extremely dizzy. Chen Junsheng replied faintly, his words slurred. The red armbands stood collectively bewildered. This young scamp had just displayed remarkable vigor, raining down punches upon them like a torrential downpour. Yet now he had transformed into a grievously injured victim? Even more alarming was the fact that he had just referred to the commander as father. At that moment, Sun Haihua stepped forward, raising his voice in a commanding tone. If anything happens to my brother, you will pay with your lives. Father, we cannot delay. We must get him to the hospital immediately. Sun Haihua, fearing that Chen Junsheng might concoct some ruse in front of Qi Qingshan, swiftly hoisted him onto his back and hurried to the People's Hospital of Raocheng County. Qi Qingshan followed closely, mobilizing exclusive medical resources for high-ranking officials to ensure comprehensive treatment. 2.5 hours later, the expert consultation at the county hospital finally concluded. Director Fong, how is my son-in-law's condition? Qi Qingshan inquired with deep concern. Fortunately, we delivered him to the hospital in a timely manner. The vice president of the county hospital, Fong Yu, adjusted his glasses with his index finger. His underlying message was that if the patient were to arrive any later, he would have already recovered. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were, the patient has multiple soft tissue contusions and a mild concussion. The situation is not very favorable, and he needs to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. Qi Qingshan let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Nowadays, doctors seem to complicate simple issues and exaggerate mild symptoms. Most of what was said prior felt like mere trivialities, with the emphasis resting solely on the last statement regarding hospitalization. However, for Chen Junsheng, lying in the cadre ward, Vice President Fong was undoubtedly a competent physician. Earlier that morning, when Qi Shaoan and Xiao Shuxin arrived at the hospital in a car dispatched by Qi Qingshan to visit Chen Junsheng, they found him bandaged heavily around his head, arms, and even knees, resembling a severely injured patient, which brought them to tears. Chen Junsheng, sniffing back his tears, struggled to rise from the hospital bed but found himself lacking the strength. Just as he was about to fall back, Qi Shaoan hurried over, supporting him while sitting beside him, offering her soft body as a cushion. Resting his head against Qi Shaoyun's chest, Chen Junsheng appeared in great pain, despite having no visible wounds. What on earth happened? Qi Shaoyan inquired with genuine concern. That scoundrel Chen Wanqiu, relying on his father's position as the deputy county head, impersonated me to secure my university admission and even sent people to assault me in the street, attempting to kill me. Thankfully, our father arrived just in time, otherwise, I fear I would never see you or Aunt Xian again, Chen Junsheng lamented, tears brimming in his eyes as he clung to Shaoyan. Hearing this, Qi Shaoyan felt her heart quiver. Xiao Shuxin was equally taken aback. Impersonation and street violence were indeed brazen acts, a flagrant disregard for the law. Chen Junsheng's intention in speaking so alarmingly was to escalate the situation, ideally drawing the attention of the entire county and even the East River Committee and Longxi Provincial Party Committee, aiming to shake the very foundations of Reoshanqing. So what if you, Chen Wanqiu, have a powerful father? At the Reoshanqing Reception Center, Chen Wanqiu was escorted to the VIP room 301 by 2 guards for a private meeting with Qi Qingshan. As the son of the executive vice county head of Reoshanqing, Chen Wanqiu had accompanied his father to various occasions since childhood and had encountered many high-ranking officials. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he maintained his composure. Hello. Qi Qingshan greeted him with a calm gaze, his demeanor amicable. Please, take a seat. Chen Wanqiu sat down obediently beside Qi Qingshan. The latter scrutinized him with interest. The young man wore glasses and had a scholarly appearance, appearing clean and tidy, though he possessed a somewhat effeminate aura. Once the staff entered and served tea, Shen calmly inquired, "Do you know why I have summoned you here?" "I do not know," Chen Wanqiu replied, shaking his head. Despite his ominous premonition, he exhibited a commendable level of self-control. Shen casually picked up a document and handed it to Chen Wanqiu, pointing to the data listed in the report. "Chen Wanqiu, is this college entrance examination score report yours?" Chen Wanqiu took the document, scrutinized it for a moment, and then nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed. This is my personal college entrance examination score." "Are you certain?" Shen's expression turned grave, his gaze suddenly sharp. Those who occupy high positions tend to be gentle in their dealings with others, often wearing a smile that evokes the warmth of spring. However, once they adopt a serious demeanor, the aura they exude can instantly convey a profound sense of oppression, akin to dark clouds looming over a city, threatening to bring it down. "Certain," Chen Wanqiu replied stiffly, refraining from offering any further explanation. "Very well, your certainty suffices." Shen withdrew his gaze, asking no further questions and gesturing for him to leave. The entire meeting lasted less than 3 minutes, consisting of only a few brief exchanges, such as the efficacy of leadership. Though Jun, who sought to intimidate, maintained an impassive demeanor, Chen Wanqiu's heart was tumultuous with anxiety. This situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. He wondered whether his father would be able to withstand the pressure. Ultimately, it seemed that only his grandfather might possess the authority to quell the storm. Chen Wanqiu still harbored a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, his father, Deputy County Chief Chen Su, found himself ensnared in an icy grip of dread within his office. In a mere half-hour, he received 3 phone calls from notable figures: Comrade Zhang Guangjing, Deputy Commissioner of the Dongjiang Prefectural Committee; Comrade Su Yang, Deputy Secretary of the Prefectural Committee; and Comrade Wang Rong, Director of the Education Department of Longxi Province, all inquiring about accountability. But that was not the end. Just as Deputy County Chief Chen Su managed to catch his breath and wipe the cold sweat from his brow, the red secure phone on his desk rang insistently. Chen Su's brows furrowed. This red phone was typically reserved for calls from superior leaders or from his father-in-law, who held a high position in the Longxi Provincial Committee. "Hello." Chen Su answered the phone, grasping it like a lifeline. However, before he could say more than a greeting, the voice on the other end was icy and direct. "This is Qiao Xinghua from the Provincial Party Committee." "Hello, Secretary Qiao." Chen Su's heart sank at the mention of Qiao Xinghua's name, and he instinctively crossed his legs, greeting him with utmost respect. On the other end was the third most powerful figure in Longxi Province, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, Comrade Qiao Xinghua. "Comrade Chen Su, you are quite audacious." Qiao Xinghua's voice was low, filled with thunderous fury, altering examination scores, impersonation, inciting violence, and intending to silence witnesses in broad daylight. "Do you have no regard for the law?" "Secretary Qiao, The words from Qiao Xinghua struck Chen Su like a series of thunderclaps, leaving him in shock. The act of impersonation was indeed undeniable, yet the accusations of inciting violence and attempting murder were entirely unfounded. He had no idea who had spread such a terrifying rumor to Secretary Qiao. "You flout the law and act with utter recklessness. Your audacity knows no bounds." Qiao Xinghua reprimanded sternly. Chen Su barely had time to explain before he heard the busy signal. Secretary Qiao had already hung up. Deputy County Chief Chen stood in astonishment for several seconds, his heart turning cold as he hung up the phone. It was over, utterly over. Chen Su's face was ashen. All his intricate schemes had come to naught, leaving him with nothing but empty hands and jeopardizing his career. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until his father-in-law, Ding Tao, finally called, emphasizing 8 crucial words: act decisively and safeguard the principle. Understood. A mere word of acknowledgement drained what little strength remained in Deputy County Chief Chen. He realized that this was the inevitable outcome of a power struggle between his father-in-law and the provincial leadership, placing the entire blame upon him while protecting his wife and children. Indeed, 2 days later, Chen Su was taken away for investigation from the county committee meeting room. As the walls crumbled, hidden scandals associated with Deputy County Chief Chen swiftly surfaced: extramarital affairs, embezzlement of public funds, and the construction of a private shrine at home. Indulging in superstitions. To make matters worse, rumors circulated throughout the county that Chen Wanqiu was not Chen Su's biological son, but rather a product of Ding Meijian's clandestine liaison with a college classmate. Of course, none of this bore any relation to Chen Junsheng, a simple-minded rural lad who had no inkling of how to concoct rumors or tarnish the reputations of Deputy County Chief Chen and Director Ding. Ironically, Chen Junsheng was discharged from the hospital on the very afternoon Deputy County Chief Chen was taken away. Qi Qingshan and Sun Haihua also set off to return to Zhangjiago that day. Before departing, Qi Qingshan personally contacted the Education Department of Longxi Province and the Admissions Office of Zhangzhou University, repeatedly confirming that Chen Junsheng's university admission was secure before he felt at ease to leave. "I've just realized, you little rascal, you are becoming quite the seasoned schemer. Despite your youth," noted comrade Xiao Shuxin, who had come to retrieve Chen Junsheng, having observed everything over the past 2 days. "Not at all," Chen Junsheng chuckled, waving his hand modestly. "What I've done is merely a bit of clever maneuvering, hardly worthy of the term conspiracy, let alone seasoned. The true master of manipulation is still my dear aunt. Especially my beloved Aunt Xin," he emphasized. Should Aunt Yun inquire later, he would simply recount the tale with a name change. Xiao Shuxin, upon hearing this, felt a warm glow inside, though she feigned astonishment. "Oh, after just 2 days in the hospital, your mild concussion has healed, and suddenly you've gained the wisdom to say sweet things to please your aunt?" "Perhaps," Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile, then added earnestly, "ultimately, if my aunt is happy, I am happy." Xiao Shuxin regarded him intently, a smile forming on her lips. "Whether sincere or feigned, your aunt loves to hear it. Your affection has not been in vain. Come here for a hug." Chen Junsheng reached out to embrace Aunt Xin. Xiao Shuxin initially thought to scold him for being too old for such displays, yet when Chen Junsheng insisted, the hug left her heart racing. Feigning calmness, "I spoke of serious matters to divert attention. To be candid, after 10 arduous years of diligent study, having finally gained admission to university, I was nearly thwarted by someone attempting to usurp my identity, a situation that anyone would find intolerable. Fortunately, after a hard-fought struggle, the dust settled. What is meant to be yours will ultimately belong to you, and cannot be taken by anyone else," mused Xiao Shuxin to herself. Regrettably, although the storm had broken, the clouds looming overhead had yet to dissipate. It was still premature to declare that the dust had settled. Chen Junsheng held Aunt Xin close, contemplating deeply, his heart still unwilling to relax even a fraction. Until the university acceptance letter was in hand, it signified that the revolution had yet to succeed, and comrades must continue their efforts. Additionally, matters of financial gain could not be postponed. Maintaining a dual approach was essential to navigate the shifting tides of circumstance. Chen Junsheng was not one to remain idle. No sooner had he exited the hospital than he rode his bicycle to the entrance of the Quanlianji distillery. If memory served correctly, today was payday at the distillery. Chen Junsheng, Zhou Xiaohua soon received word and hurriedly made her way to the front gate of the distillery. This girl possessed an exquisite figure. Though clad in simple work attire, it could not conceal the alluring curves that swayed with her every step, particularly when she ran. Chen Junsheng was reminded of a whimsical poem he had once penned in boredom, "With head held heavy, feet without tiptoes, as I run, the waves arise, spilling over the bed's edge." In an era of scarcity, having a voluptuous girl was indeed a rarity. Zhou Xiaohua had initially thought that after their chance encounter at the county guest house, it would be quite some time before they crossed paths again. She was surprised to find him quite proactive, seeking her out just days later. "Are you here to see Xuan?" Zhou Xiaohua inquired with a smile. "No." Chen Junsheng replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "I happened to pass by and suddenly recalled that you and Su Yishuan owe me a meal." The first part of his statement sounded rather ambiguous, but the latter was undeniably candid. Zhou Xiaohua felt a twinge of embarrassment at first, but soon could not help but laugh, saying, "You almost made me forget. Today is payday, so I'll call Yishuan, and we can indulge at the state-run restaurant." "The state-run restaurant is too expensive. I feel bad making you spend." Chen Junsheng chuckled. "Why not let me treat you to the cafeteria's offerings instead?" "That works." Zhou Xiaohua nodded with a smile. "You're here to collect the distillery's spent grains, aren't you?" Chen Junsheng smiled but remained silent. Zhou Xiaohua leaned closer, standing on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear, "Secretary Su Changzheng just returned from a business trip this afternoon. He will likely dine in the cafeteria this evening. I can take you into the factory to find Yishuan first. Once you've settled matters with her, you can meet Secretary Su, and everything will fall into place." Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng felt a stir within. He had come to discuss business, yet suddenly felt as if he were about to meet the parents of a romantic interest. Chapter 20. I wanted all Su Yishuan was the accountant at the Quanlianji distillery. Zhou Xiaohua led Chen Junsheng to the finance office, casting him a knowing glance before quietly slipping away. Understanding her cue, Chen Junsheng smiled and knocked on the door. Soon after, a melodious voice rang out, "Please enter." Chen Junsheng pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Su Yishuan, who was focused on filling out paperwork, slightly raised her brows in surprise upon noticing him. Chen Junsheng, do you need something from me? Yes. Chen Junsheng glanced around the office, which housed 3 workstations, yet only Su Yixuan was present at the moment. He walked in, casually closed the door behind him, and continued, I would like to discuss the matter of the approval slips. Oh, Su Yixuan responded softly, picking up a kettle to brew a cup of tea for Chen Junsheng. Please, have a seat. This was Chen Junsheng's first time entering the finance office of the Quanlianji distillery. As he surveyed the rather modest environment, he found it unremarkable and preferred to observe Su, the accountant, instead. Su Yixuan was a girl of enduring beauty. At first glance, her features were simply well-defined, and her complexion fair, not strikingly extraordinary. However, the more one interacted with her, the more enchanting she appeared. Back in middle school, Luo Yuanchao had a rather foolish habit of staring at her, during class and after. Until one fateful evening when Su Yixuan delivered 2 shy yet forceful punches, turning him into a panda-eyed spectacle. To this day, the mere thought of Luo Yuanchao in that state brings a smile to Chen Junsheng's face. Su Yixuan glanced at him, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, regarding the matter you mentioned last time, it is typically the production team leader from the brigade who comes to discuss with the factory's leadership. The production team leader from your Mao Jiawen brigade has already been here several times. From her tone, Chen Junsheng inferred that she was not unwilling to assist with the approval slips, but rather hinting, you were too late. The distillery's spent grains have already been divided among the various production teams. As far as I know, the nearby production brigades can collect the spent grains from the distillery without charge, correct? Chen Junsheng inquired with a smile. Yes, that's correct, Su Yixuan nodded. Chen Junsheng inclined his head slightly, acknowledging that the current state-owned factories do possess a strong sense of social responsibility. As a state-run distillery, Quanlianji primarily sources the grains used in its production from national allocations. Where does the nation's grain come from? Mainly from farmers' contributions. Thus, allowing the surrounding production brigades to collect the spent grains for free after the distillation process is indeed a beneficial practice that reflects taking from the people to give back to the people. However, Chen Junsheng was there to discuss business, where profit is paramount. As the accountant of the distillery, perhaps you could calculate the economic implications. Assuming the distillery's workshop produces an average of 1,000 pounds of spent grains daily, and someone is willing to purchase all of it at a rate of 5 cents per pound, how much additional income could the distillery generate from just this item in a day? And over the course of a year, what would that amount to? Chen Junsheng prompted gently. Such a straightforward calculation could be easily handled by anyone who passed elementary school multiplication and certainly posed no challenge for Su Yixuan, who had been a class representative in middle school. That would be 5 yuan a day, which totals 825 yuan a year. To be frank, an additional 5 yuan daily might seem negligible for a large establishment like the Quanlianji distillery. However, a yearly sum of 825 yuan represents a considerably substantial income, especially when one considers that Su Yixuan's monthly salary is merely 42 yuan and 60 cents. Moreover, she was acutely aware that in recent years, the nation's focus has been shifting towards the acceleration of economic development, prompting state-owned enterprises to aggressively pursue economic metrics. In this context, for a select group of forward-thinking opportunists, those capable of discerning the prevailing trends could very likely become part of the initial wave of affluence. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yixuan regarded Chen Junsheng with earnest eyes. So, you seek my assistance in acquiring a permit to procure the distillery's spent grains under your personal name? Indeed, Chen Junsheng replied candidly, showing no hesitation. If possible, I wish to acquire all the spent grains available at the factory. Su Yixuan initially presumed that Chen Junsheng's intention was merely to obtain a few hundred pounds for profit, but she was taken aback by his considerable ambition to acquire the entirety. In fact, just a couple of days prior, she had mentioned this matter to her father, inquiring whether a male classmate from middle school could take some spent grains from the factory to feed pigs, and whether she could write a permit for him. Her father had inquired, is it a male or female classmate? Upon hearing Su Yixuan's reply that it was a male classmate, he had stated, you may handle the permit as you see fit, but it would be best to bring him to meet me first. Reflecting on this, Su Yixuan hesitated before addressing Chen Junsheng. I can assist you with the permit, but what? Chen Junsheng prompted, his patience evident. Having dealt with superiors before, he was wary of hearing the word but, as it often signified a shift in the conversation, rendering previous agreements void and emphasizing new conditions. Just then, A knock echoed from outside, and soon after, Zhou Xiaohua entered with a beaming smile. Yixuan, Chen Junsheng, are you still in discussion? It's mealtime. We should head to the cafeteria. Indeed, Su Yixuan nodded with a smile, retrieving 2 meal tickets. Come dine with me in Xiaohua. We can chat while we eat. Sure. Chen Junsheng readily agreed. However, once they arrived at the cafeteria and queued for their meals, he suddenly realized that he had unwittingly become the center of attention among the diners. Is it common for you to seldom share a table with male colleagues? Chen Junsheng, being extroverted and sociable, felt at ease regardless of the many curious glances cast in his direction. His appetite remained unaffected as he proceeded to eat and drink. He observed, too, that Li Yong, a classmate he had encountered previously while selling eggs outside the distillery, was seated alone at a nearby table, casting furtive glances their way but seemingly hesitant to join them. It's not that we rarely do. We simply have never done so before. Zhou Xiaohua replied with a cheerful grin. You are the first, and moreover, Yixuan has personally treated you, which is quite significant. Su Yixuan cleared her throat lightly and explained to Chen Junsheng, this area is reserved for factory leadership. Oh, Chen Junsheng acknowledged, nodding in realization of why he was attracting so much attention. Just as he was engrossed in his meal, a middle-aged man approached with an aluminum food container. Pointing to the empty seat beside Chen Junsheng and inquiring, Comrade, is this seat taken? Please, have a seat. Chen Junsheng lifted his gaze to the newcomer and graciously made ample room for him, before rising to address Su Yixuan and Zhou Xiaohua, saying, I am full. Please enjoy your meal. To his surprise, Su Yixuan mirrored his actions and hastily followed him. Zhou Xiaohua, visibly anxious, observed as Chen Junsheng and Su Yixuan left the table. She longed to express her own fullness and depart, but the overflowing lunchbox betrayed her, compelling her to remain and continue eating. How many times have I told you to be diligent at the factory? Su Changzheng reminded in a calm tone. Oh, understood, Secretary Su. Zhou Xiaohua replied with a sullen tone, her facial expression betraying her discontent, resembling an irate pufferfish. By the way, what was that young man's name? Su Changzheng casually inquired, noticing Zhou Xiaohua's lunchbox filled with vegetables. He then absent-mindedly offered her a few pieces of meat from his own. I'm not quite sure. Zhou Xiaohua hesitated, her large, glistening eyes blinking rapidly. You might want to ask Accountant Su later. Before even starting his meal, Secretary Su found himself momentarily choked. Gently tapping the table, speak properly. My grandmother taught me that one should not talk while eating. Zhou Xiaohua felt a sense of grievance, but dared only to voice her protests internally. However, since Secretary Su had asked her to speak properly, she deliberately adopted a mock-serious tone. The young man from earlier is surnamed Chun, a well-known handsome lad in the area. He is good-looking, excels in his studies, and is quite adept at table tennis. When he was in school, the teachers remarked that he was fit for a prestigious university, and many female classmates were fond of him. As Zhou Xiaohua recounted this, she suddenly halted, realizing she had nearly revealed too much about Yixuan. Secretary Su, with the wisdom of experience, quickly caught on to the implications and smiled subtly. Including you, I presume? Zhou Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, including me. After stating this, she buried her head in her food, eating with fervor. Suddenly, she recalled how hurriedly Chen Junsheng had departed, seemingly forgetting something important. Gathering her courage, Zhou Xiaohua addressed Su Changzheng. Secretary Su, I would like to trouble you with a request. Go ahead, Su Changzheng replied, his tone unassuming. Well, Zhou Xiaohua pondered her words carefully. A middle school classmate of mine would like to obtain some distillery byproducts for feeding pigs. Would it be possible for you to issue a permit for him? Su Changzheng raised an eyebrow. A male or female classmate? A male classmate, Zhou Xiaohua answered truthfully. Is his surname Chen? Su Changzheng inquired further. Zhou Xiaohua's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she nodded affirmatively. Yes, his surname is Chen. I believe his name is Chen Junsheng, Su Changzheng realized, chuckling softly. The young man seems quite capable. Zhou Xiaohua sensed an undercurrent in his words, but dared not inquire further. Noticing her apprehension, Su Changzheng continued, he likely seeks more than merely some distillery byproducts for pigs. Regarding the permit, both you and Yixuan must not agree lightly. Have him come to see me in person, understood? Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaohua felt a sudden realization. It turned out that Yixuan had already conferred with her father in advance, and she had nearly committed a blunder despite her good intentions. Chen Junsheng could not help but sneeze. At this moment, he was following Su Yixuan to the winemaking cellar. The lees from the distillery are the residual grains extracted from the fermentation tanks or pits after the brewing process. As the most renowned distillery in the entire Dongjiang region, Guanyang liquor continues to thrive despite the current weak market for domestic liquor. This is largely due to the fondness of officials for drinking, coupled with the tradition of gifting during festivals, resulting in a yearly doubling of production. Consequently, the output of lees has surged from a few hundred pounds per day to 2,000 or 3,000 pounds daily. As Chen Junsheng and Su Yishuan arrived, dusk was approaching. By the cellar, several members from a nearby production team were busy shoveling the mound of lees onto a flatbed cart. Two middle-aged members were whispering to the head of the brewing workshop. Chen Junsheng, driven by curiosity, pulled Su Yishuan to a less conspicuous corner and discreetly listened in on their conversation. Directorly, the situation is as follows. Recently, our Luoqiao team's pig farm suffered from swine fever, resulting in the unfortunate death of over 20 pigs, leading to significant losses. The team leader has sent us to discuss this with you. At the end of the year. Stop right there, Directorly interjected abruptly. Swine fever is not my concern. You need to resolve your internal issues. At worst, you can distribute a little less meat to the members at your end. I cannot afford to lose even a pound here. What is this? Recently, several production teams have approached me with similar discussions. Each one is either facing swine fever or pigs breaking through the enclosures. Quite interesting, indeed. It seems your factory has some pests. Chen Junsheng turned to glance at Su Yishuan. Her cheeks flushed as she thought, don't look at me. I'm just a humble accountant. This matter is not my responsibility. Moreover, pests in state-owned enterprises are not uncommon and can be encountered anywhere. Perhaps due to the encroaching darkness. Chen Junsheng felt emboldened and leaned closer to Su Yishuan, murmuring, it's better to benefit pests than to benefit me. Su Yishuan met his gaze and felt that they were too close, her cheeks involuntarily warming. Seizing the moment, Chen Junsheng pressed on, 5 cents a pound, whatever you have. I want it. Is that acceptable? Su Yishuan, almost against her better judgment, nodded in agreement. However, she quickly recalled something and bit her lip, saying, I can help you with the approval, but you must first pay a deposit of 550 yuan. I'll process it through the proper channels, otherwise. It's difficult to explain to my father. Though she framed it as a proper transaction, in reality, Su Yishuan was merely facilitating a backdoor deal for Chen Junsheng. While it might seem a bit presumptuous, she felt that his earlier remark held truth. It was better to benefit him than the pests. Besides, she indeed possessed the authority to assist him, as it merely involved the lease. Furthermore, selling the spent grain to Chen Junsheng could yield considerable economic benefits. Calculating at 5 cents per pound, the factory produces approximately 3,000 pounds of spent grain daily, translating to a revenue of 15 yuan each day. Over a year. This accumulates to a substantial sum, which accountant Su finds somewhat difficult to quantify. Nonetheless, the total is significant enough to warrant careful calculation in her notebook. The prerequisite, of course, is that Chen Junsheng can afford the deposit. Otherwise, his charming words would leave Su Yishuan at a loss. A deposit of 50 yuan is agreeable. After much persuasion, Su Yishuan finally relents, and Chen Junsheng, eager not to falter, expresses his intentions before reaching into his pocket with an air of slight embarrassment. I do not carry enough cash on me. May I pay part now and settle the rest tomorrow morning? Seeing Chen Junsheng's sincerity, Su Yishuan does not hesitate. Very well. I shall return to the finance office to write you a receipt. However, just as she turns to leave, she is taken aback to find that Chen Junsheng had inadvertently grasped her wrist while leading her to eavesdrop earlier, and he has yet to release it. Chapter 22. With 88 yuan as a betrothal gift, shall we consummate tonight? It proves that as long as a gentleman possesses courage, meticulousness, and a thick skin, there is virtually nothing unattainable. Chen Junsheng's visit to the distillery bears fruitful results. Not only does he successfully navigate Su Yishuan's backdoor to procure the receipt for the spent grain, but he also engages in a moment of social etiquette by gently clasping Yishuan's delicate hand before departing. Let go. Su Yishuan feels her senses clouded. Your hand is quite small. Chen Junsheng reluctantly releases her hand, casting a lingering glance at Su Yishuan before riding away on his bicycle, ringing the bell with a flourish. Su Yishuan stands in place, momentarily dazed, before returning to the factory, her gaze flickering. Suddenly, she notices a familiar figure in the security room. Dad. A jolt of anxiety grips her, and her cheeks flush as she hastily walks away. After she has distanced herself, Secretary Su Changzheng peers from the security room, sighing inwardly. Foolish child, Today he easily obtained the receipt for the spent grain. In the future, he will dare to seek the receipt for liquor, and who knows? He may even want you in the distillery as well. On his way back to the Miaojiawen brigade, Chen Junsheng sneezes, pondering whether Aunt Yun and Aunt Xin are concerned about his late return. Passing by Luo Yuanchao's home, he stops briefly to break. Recently, the weather has been sweltering. And after dinner, the Luo family sits outside on the drying ground to cool off. Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yuanchao jumps to his feet and, barefoot, rushes over to Chen Junsheng. What a simpleton, Chen Junsheng chuckles internally. Once Luo Yuanchao approaches, he places a hand on his shoulder and whispers, I have something to ask you. What is it? Luo Yuanchao, who often helped Qi Shaoan with her work, unconsciously slips into her hometown's accent as he speaks. Chen Junsheng inquires, do you want to make money? Absolutely, Luo Yuanchao nods with a grin. Do you aspire to become a wealthier individual? Chen Junsheng probes further. I dream of it, Luo Yuanchao replies eagerly. Luo Yuanchao nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like garlic being pounded. Nowadays, it's not unusual for households with 10,000 yuan to make headlines, basking in glory, while his own family still toils away at collective labor, earning meager work points. According to the current calculation method of the Miaojiawen brigade, a young laborer can accumulate approximately 500 work points a year, each point worth around 2 cents, totaling roughly 50 yuan. With 6 able-bodied members in the Luo family, their annual earnings barely exceeded 300 yuan. It would take them 3 to 5 decades to even have a chance at becoming a 10,000 yuan household. Seeing Luo Yuanchao's fervent desire for wealth written all over his face, Chen Junsheng leaned in and whispered, I just received the procurement permit for distillery byproducts from the Quanlianji distillery. Starting tomorrow, the distillery will produce about 3,000 jin of byproducts daily, all of which I will manage. Luo Yuanchao's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He thought, it must be you. Junsheng. As far as he knew, the brigade leader Wang Fuyu had visited the distillery multiple times and returned empty-handed. Yet here was Chen Junsheng, quietly securing the entire supply of byproducts. Chen Junsheng glanced at him and continued, help me find 3 reliable young laborers. Tomorrow morning, gather them at my doorstep with a flatbed cart, and I will show you how to earn money. Sure. Luo Yuanchao was invigorated by Chen Junsheng's words and nodded without hesitation. Remember, this must remain confidential. Do not inform your family, especially your brother Luo Sheng. Chen Junsheng cautioned earnestly. Understood. Though somewhat simple-minded, Luo Yuanchao was not foolish. He recognized that Chen Junsheng was a man of action who preferred to work quietly behind the scenes. As long as he followed Junsheng's lead, spoke less, and focused on hard work, he would be fine. Chen Junsheng appreciated Luo Yuanchao for his honesty, reserved nature, and efficiency, which made him eager to involve him in this venture. Furthermore, given the copious amount of byproducts produced daily, relying solely on his bicycle for transport would be inadequate. It was far more sensible to pay Luo Yuanchao to act as a foreman. Additionally, he planned to have him bring along 3 young laborers to push flatbed carts, commonly used in rural areas for transporting bricks, stones, and grain, to haul the byproducts to the relatively remote communities of Chading, Dongtuan, and Zuanxiao, where they could fetch a good price. With a procurement price of 5 cents per jin for the byproducts, Chen Junsheng set the selling price at 2.5 cents per jin, yielding a profit of 2 cents per jin. This price was quite reasonable, especially considering that pork was nearing 80 cents per jin, with demand far outstripping supply. Some audacious production teams were even resorting to illicitly selling live pigs from their farms on the black market at exorbitant prices. These byproducts, once simply processed, could serve as high-quality feed for pigs, chickens, and ducks. Selling them at 2.5 cents per jin to production teams located far from the distillery, who desired them yet could not obtain them, was akin to delivering a boon to the countryside. The following morning, Luo Yuanchao, accompanied by 3 individuals, pushed a flatbed cart alongside Chen Junsheng to the Quanlianji distillery, enthusiastically diving into the endeavor of establishing their byproduct business. Meanwhile, Qiao Shuxin and Qi Shaoyan were not idle. They collaborated and took over Chen Junsheng's egg business. Oh, what a delightful surprise. They managed to earn 88 for yuan today, after a long day's toil. The finest reward for Qiao Shuxin was to return home and spread the money across her bed, counting it meticulously, 1 dime and 2 dimes at a time. Oh, earning money is no easy feat today. The 3 of us worked tirelessly, and all we could muster was 80 yuan. While Aunt Xin was counting the money, Chen Junsheng lay on the bed, hands behind his head, listening with keen interest. Once she was finished, he lazily muttered, "What?" Xiao Shuxin was momentarily taken aback. Earning 80 yuan in a day and still lamenting the difficulty of making money, what could a substitute elementary school teacher, who earns merely a few dimes a day, possibly think of that? Xiaoyan, say something. Xiao Shuxin turned her gaze to Qi Xiaoyun, who was busy with needlework. Qi Xiaoyun, with the thread dangling from her mouth, raised her brows to glance at Xiao Shuxin, then at Chen Junsheng, and asked hesitantly, "What's wrong?" Xiao Shuxin raised her hand to her forehead and whimsically fabricated, "That rascal just said he wants to use the 88 yuan earned today as a bride price to marry you. And he is curious if we could consummate the marriage tonight." "What?" Qi Xiaoyan stared blankly, the thread slipping from her mouth, her eyes fixed on Chen Junsheng. Chen Junsheng was also taken aback by Aunt Xian's audacity to propose marrying Xiaoyan with just 88 yuan and to suggest consummating the marriage tonight was bold indeed. "If I earn another 88 yuan tomorrow, wouldn't that mean?" He mused, wishing that Aunt Xia and Aunt Yao were home, so the family could be complete and their lives flourish together. In this moment of bliss, Chen Junsheng couldn't help but think of Lin Chuxia and Song Yao, the two aunts far away in Yiwu. Having been away for so long, he and T received a letter from them and wondered how they were faring lately. Chapter 023. The university admission notice encountered some issues. What Chen Junsheng was unaware of was that Lin Chuxia and Song Yao had sent home 5 letters during their business stint in Yiwu. However, these correspondences were intercepted by Zhang Yuejin without authorization. Comrade Yuejin relished in orchestrating subtle schemes against Chen Junsheng. As long as Chen Junsheng was struggling, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, contrary to his intentions, Chen Junsheng was thriving. Since venturing into the liquor business, not only had he been earning dozens of yuan daily, but he had also successfully established connections with the 26 production teams under the 3 major communes of Chatting, Dongtuan, and Zuanxiao. While quietly accumulating wealth, he was also skillfully building a network, patiently awaiting a lucrative opportunity. That rascal, is money really so easily earned? Haven't those within the distillery pondered this? Xiao Shuxin was a perceptive individual. She was not blinded by the daily influx of income, but began to contemplate seriously. Everything has its pros and cons. In her view, while Chen Junsheng was cultivating relationships with the production teams in the remote areas of Chatting and Zuanxiao through his liquor business, he inevitably offended those production teams nearby that could have provided him with free access to the distillery's byproducts. Moreover, with the thriving market for the distiller's grains, what thoughts might some astute individuals within the winery harbor? Xianyi's concerns are not unfounded. Chen Junsheng has also contemplated this matter seriously. No matter how they deliberate, they will merely seek ways to exploit the situation for personal gain, pocketing a few kickbacks, as the formal employees of the state-owned factory would never stoop to engage in such a venture. Indeed, they looked down upon it. Xiao Shuxin pondered this and felt it was accurate, yet she couldn't help but interject. But if you profit, some may inevitably grow envious. Chen Junsheng reassured her, "Fear not. The distiller's grain business is merely a means for us to expand our network in the countryside. Once this transitional period concludes, I will entrust it entirely to Yuan Chao." In truth, Chen Junsheng harbored no fear of offending others, nor did he worry about inciting envy. From the day he secured the necessary approvals, his personal interests had already been intertwined with Su Yixuan and her father, Su Changzheng. In this context, he needed only to focus on profiting from the distiller's grains, leaving the other matters for Su Yixuan to resolve. Regardless of the era, wealth and power serve as the most effective tools for silencing dissent. As Schopenhauer once remarked, when money speaks, truth remains silent, and when power speaks, even money must retreat. Entrusting the distiller's grain business entirely to Luo Yuan Chao? Xiao Shuxin was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly recalled that Chen Junsheng had previously hinted at plans to acquire collective assets. Individuals capable of amassing substantial wealth seldom fixate solely on immediate gains. It is somewhat regrettable, although the distiller's grain business requires frequent travel between the countryside and the winery, which is quite exhausting. The daily income is rather appealing, making it difficult to part with. Chen Junsheng smiled. "Even if it's hard to let go, I must. I have agreed with Yuan Chao to split the profits 19-1. Xiao Shuxin blinked, thinking to herself how remarkable it was that his brother would take full responsibility while he only granted him a mere 10 of the profits. Yet, it made sense. Even brothers keep accounts clear. Offloading the burden onto someone else while retaining the benefits is hardly flawed. You take 9, and he takes 1, right? Xiao Shuxin inquired further. Quite the contrary, Chen Junsheng's unexpected response surprised her. He takes 9, and I take 1. Xiao Shuxing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. You only receive a mere 10 of the profits? Chen Junsheng glanced at Xine and chuckled. Yuan Chao had the same reaction as you at the time. Frankly, while this 90 profit is substantial for him, it is trivial for me. I exchange it for unwavering loyalty from my brother, which is undoubtedly worthwhile. Chen Junsheng patiently elucidated. Once he gains momentum, many friends and brothers will rally around him, yet the one genuinely devoted to him is likely only the steadfast Luo Yuan Chao. Businessmen do not speak of sincerity. Winning hearts through monetary means is the strategy for longevity. Oh? Xiao Shuxing's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but exclaim, ever since you began your business endeavors, you have truly become increasingly cunning. She then recalled another pressing matter. By the way, your university admission notice should be arriving soon, right? You ought to pay more attention at the post office these days, Xiao Shuxing advised. Indeed, Chen Junsheng nodded earnestly. Although Chen Junsheng had managed to defeat Deputy County Chief Chen and reclaim the university admission qualifications that rightfully belonged to him, the formidable Ding Meizhen, Chen Wanqiu, and their powerful allies remained unscathed. The affair had escalated to such proportions that it was no longer feasible for Chen Wanqiu to impersonate him and attend university. However, it was inevitable that resentment lingered, and he could very well be lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. One must remain vigilant when contending with those in power. In contemplation, Chen Junsheng understood the importance of maintaining caution in dealings with officials. Consequently, in the days that followed, he not only took time each day to inquire at the postal office about the status of his admission letter, but also carried a Type 54 pistol on his person. The absence of a firearm management law in the country, coupled with the recent aftermath of the counteroffensive against Vietnam, meant that almost every household possessed firearms and ammunition. The Type 54 belonged to his father and served as a relic from the past. After 3 uneventful days, on the evening of August 19th, upon returning home, Chen Junsheng was unexpectedly approached by a messenger from the Chaoyang commune, who informed him that there had been an issue with the mailing of his university admission letter. He was instructed to bring his household registration booklet to the postal office for verification. The revelation of complications in the delivery of his admission letter raised alarm bells in Chen Junsheng's mind, as he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. The fact that he was being summoned to the postal office under the cover of darkness only added to his suspicion, despite his apprehensions. Particularly given the significance of the admission letter he had longed for, he felt compelled to verify the situation. In the familiar territory of the Chaoyang commune, he reasoned that the odds of anything untoward occurring were slim. Worrying would not amount to anything substantial. Yuan Chao, grab a hunting rifle and accompany me to the postal office, he instructed. The Mao Jiawan brigade was roughly 8 or 9 li from the postal office. And with the night growing dark and the road slippery, Chen Junsheng decided to ride his bicycle with Luo Yuanchao for mutual support in case of any unforeseen circumstances. All right. Luo Yuanchao agreed without hesitation, returning home to retrieve a hunting rifle and a dozen rounds of ammunition before swiftly rejoining Chen Junsheng on the bicycle's rear seat. As night fell, a voice called out from a distance, "Take it slow and be careful on the road." Chen Junsheng pedaled quickly, vanishing into the hazy darkness in the blink of an eye. After riding for over 3 li along a desolate path, he suddenly applied the brakes. Yuan Chao, your eyesight is sharp. Is there a wire strung up ahead? Chen Junsheng balanced himself on one foot, his right hand already resting on the pistol he carried. Luo Yuanchao, known for his keen vision, peered ahead and gasped. Indeed, there is a wire suspended between those 2 trees, clearly set to ensnare someone. No sooner had he voiced his observation than several figures emerged suddenly from the shadows, encircling Chen Junsheng and Luo Yuanchao. They approached with ill intent, brandishing various weapons. Chapter 024. A sudden dispute leads to gunfire. The situation escalates as the intent of the approaching individuals appeared ominous. Chen Junsheng wasted no time and swiftly drew his firearm. Though it was 7 against 2, the adversaries were visibly armed with kitchen knives, and one could not dismiss the possibility that some concealed firearms lay hidden among them. Their intent in setting up the wire was likely not merely to obstruct passage for theft. In a scenario where the odds were stacked against him, Chen Junsheng had no time to engage in dialogue or ponder legalities. The security climate of 1981 permitted no such luxury. It was a case of striking first, for hesitation could lead to dire consequences. With a deafening bang, Chen Junsheng decisively fired the first shot at the leader among the trio ahead. His aim, initially directed at the thigh, was compromised by the recoil, causing the bullet to narrowly miss its target. His marksmanship, akin to the dismal performance of the national football team, was woefully inaccurate. However, Such imprecision could be even more terrifying. A few centimeters higher would mean a fatal shot to the head, while a few centimeters lower would pierce the heart. Zhang Guangrong, a key member of the notorious Shashi kitchen knife team, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Drenched in cold sweat, pondering how this fellow could possibly resemble a student, he appeared more like an impulsive youth. Upon the discharge of Chen Junsheng's weapon, Luo Yuanchao, positioned back-to-back with him, promptly chambered around and bellowed, "Don't move. Anyone who dares to approach will meet the same fate." As his words resonated, one of the kitchen knife team members, whether due to nerves or a reckless disregard for danger, foolishly stepped forward. Boom. Another thunderous shot echoed as Luo Yuanchao, without hesitation, aimed his firearm downward, striking the ground with precision. A bullet capable of penetrating the vital organs of a beast from dozens of meters away accurately shattered the right foot of the advancing individual. That'll teach you to ignore warnings. The wounded youth initially felt no pain, standing frozen for about 7 seconds before unleashing a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. "This weapon in my hands can fell a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds with a single shot. Who among you dares to come forward?" Luo Yuanchao growled menacingly. While Chen Junsheng's inaccuracy stemmed from insufficient practice, Luo Yuanchao was a different story within the entire Chaoyang commune. He could rightfully claim the second-best marksmanship, the only one above him being his father. The reason was simple. Luo Yuanchao's father, Luo Yugue, was a sharpshooter who had returned alive from the Korean battlefield, and his son had been meticulously trained by him. If they were to engage fully, none of these kitchen knife wielders would stand a chance to see the dawn of the next day. The Shashi kitchen knife team earned their name not merely due to bravado, but because they indeed carried knives while committing robbery and harassing women. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife remains a formidable weapon. Nevertheless, despite the effectiveness of a knife, a single bullet can bring one down. "Comrade, do not shoot. Allow me to speak." Zhang Guangrong had ventured out with his brothers that night, believing he had undertaken an easy task, only to unexpectedly encounter 2 formidable opponents. The world of the underbelly is perilous. Retreat is the best option. "Comrade? Who are you calling comrade? Lower your knife and raise your hands." Chen Junsheng aimed a pistol at Zhang Guangrong's chest and stepped forward. Seizing the moment when Zhang raised his hands in surrender, he swiftly plunged his left hand down to seize the bird's nest. "Listen carefully. I will ask questions, and you shall answer. Dare to utter a falsehood, and I will crush it." Chen Junsheng's movements were incredibly swift, precise, and ruthless. Zhang Guangrong instantly felt the pain surge through him, veins bulging on his forehead, and his facial muscles contorted, nearly collapsing to his knees in submission. To be honest, after enduring 8 years in a harsh prison, Chen Junsheng had encountered all manner of rogues and thugs, and had learned every underhanded tactic imaginable. "Who sent you to harm me?" he inquired. "And no, I am not clear." Zhang Guangrong attempted to maintain a semblance of defiance, but the excruciating pain that suddenly assaulted his vital areas nearly sent him into a state of sheer terror. "I truly don't know who it is." "They offered 5,000 jin of grain tickets for your 2 legs, Zheng stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. The pain was unbearable, a torment that made life feel intolerable. The members of the vegetable knife team, witnessing this scene, felt a chill in their groins, their brows furrowing as they clenched their bodies tightly. Though the sorrows of humanity may not resonate universally, the discomfort in their loins elicited a palpable sense of empathy. 5,000 jin of grain tickets for my legs. What a lavish expenditure, Chen Junsheng scoffed. The willingness to pay such a steep price for his demise could only point to Ding Meizhen and Chen Wanqiu as suspects. Zhang Yuejin might harbor malicious intent, but he had long been drained of his resources and could not possibly muster such a sum in a short period. As for the nearby production teams that had recently offended the Quanlianji distillery, led by the corrupt director Li, they were merely indignant and envious, wishing to enact violence. But it was implausible for them to escalate to hiring a hitman within such a brief time frame. And the grain tickets? Chen Junsheng pressed further. They prepaid 1,000 jin. But I don't have them on me, Zhang Guangrong confessed. Very well, I understand. Chen Junsheng nodded slightly, then turned to Luo Yuanchao, instructing, Yuan Chao, shout for help. At that moment, Luo Yuanchao's mind was astute. He realized that Junsheng had concluded his inquiries and that the request for help was likely a ploy to rally the populace against the threat. He immediately bellowed, help. We are being robbed. Murder. Murder. Help. His cries, coupled with the earlier gunshots, alarmed much of the Mayo Jiawen brigade. In the current production teams, although the commune had yet to formally establish a police station, public security officers and security personnel were stationed, along with militia teams. The militia members were armed, ready to subdue any petty thieves caught pilfering. Apprehending robbers or murderers could earn them accolades and recognition as heroes. The members of the vegetable knife team, sensing the impending disaster, attempted to flee, only to hear Luo Yuanchao shout, "Who dares to run? I'll shoot their legs off." The lessons of the past loomed large. Luo Yuanchao's words now carried more weight than any decree, and no one dared to move recklessly. Meanwhile, Zhang Guangrong had already collapsed to his knees in agony. Chen Junsheng bent down, retrieving the knife Zhang had dropped, then turned and, with a fierce swing, struck several blows against the front and seat of his bicycle. Then, turning back, he returned the already dull kitchen knife to Zhang Guangrong and whispered in his ear, "Listen, during the public trial, as long as you firmly assert that it was Ding Meizhen, the director of the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau of Ruoqing County, who instructed you to do this, I might consider providing you with a letter of understanding." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guangrong endured the excruciating pain, staring blankly at Chen Junsheng with a face full of bewilderment and complex emotions. However, Chen Junsheng, indifferent, did not spare him a second glance and turned to borrow some blood from the unfortunate soul who had been shot and had collapsed to the ground. Moments later, Comrade Su Wanming, the captain of the militia team from Mao Jiawen, arrived at the scene with over a dozen armed militia members. Soon after, a large group of production team members wielding weapons followed suit, their demeanor aggressive. The situation, it seemed, had escalated once more. Chapter 025, Since the Thieves Remain Unrepentant. Let them perish. Captain Su, the situation is as follows. Chen Junsheng recounted his recent ordeal to the militia leader Su Wanming in detail, then glanced up at the darkening sky. By this time, night had completely fallen, and it was highly likely that the postal office of the commune had closed for the day. Chen Junsheng had already discerned that someone was manipulating his university admission notice as part of a scheme. Being instructed to bring his household registration to verify the situation at the postal office was nothing but a trap. Had he not taken precautions, or had he left without Luo Yuanchao, the consequences would have been dire. Ding Meizhen and Chen Wanqiu. Initially, Chen Junsheng sought to outsmart them to ensure the arrest of this mother-son duo, but now a murderous intent had suddenly taken root in his heart. In this world, there are thieves who persist for 1,000 days, but there are no defenses that last 1,000 days. Since Ding Meizhen and her son Chen Wanqiu remained unrepentant, it was time to devise a way to bring about their demise. What happened? Where is he injured? When Xiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan arrived at the scene, illuminated by Captain Su's flashlight, they discovered Chen Junsheng covered in blood, which filled them with dread. "It's nothing, just a scratch from the kitchen knife." Fortunately, Captain Su and the others arrived in time. Chen Junsheng, with a semblance of nonchalance, attributed the credit to the militia captain and then yawned, saying, "I'm a bit tired. Let us head home." He did not wish to worry his aunts, nor could he reveal his inner thoughts to them. "Yes, we can talk at home." In truth, Xiao Shuxin had already pieced together much of the situation. The most likely suspect in the scheme to harm him through the mailing of the university admission notice was Ding Meizhen, the director of the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau of Ruoqing County. Although Junsheng appeared calm, his demeanor was decidedly off. On the way home, Qi Xiaoyan murmured softly in Xiao Shuxin's ear. Xiao Shuxin nodded slightly, acknowledging, "I noticed it too." He doesn't seem startled by an unexpected situation, but rather appears to be contemplating revenge. Upon returning home, Chen Junsheng silently retreated to his room. Xiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan exchanged glances and followed him into his bedroom, pulling the light cord, which flickered to life, illuminating the space as they closed the door. "What is going on?" Chen Junsheng, somewhat puzzled, paused in the midst of removing his clothing in the dark. Xiao Shuxin fixed her gaze on him for a moment before speaking. "You intend to resolve such a significant issue on your own?" Chen Junsheng feigned ignorance. Xiao Shuxin pressed her lips together, her expression grave. "Let me ask you once more, do you truly wish to handle this by yourself?" "Sinny, I truly cannot fathom what you are saying." Chen Junsheng chuckled lightly. "It is getting late. I should hurry back to my room and rest. I am quite weary tonight, and I shall take a shower before retiring." Chen Junsheng. Xiao Shuxin suddenly called out his full name. Sinny's earlier insinuations had almost implied that Chen Junsheng was contemplating revenge on Ding Meizhen tonight. Yet, the more this mischievous lad feigned ignorance, the more it solidified her suspicions. Chen Junsheng felt a pang of anxiety. Over the years, Sinny had scarcely ever called him by his full name. Whenever she did, it was either out of sheer anger or because he was in trouble. "You silly boy, at merely 18 years old, You possess good looks, intelligence, and business acumen. You are bound to become prosperous. You will attend university in Hangzhou and meet your beloved. Your future is indeed bright, Qiao Shuxin earnestly conveyed, her eyes inexplicably moistening. When you were younger and faced opponents far stronger than you, you at least knew to return home and seek my assistance in dealing with them. Yet now, having matured and grown wings, you conceal your troubles, brooding silently as you attempt to resolve them alone, correct? As she concluded, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. Chen Junsheng sighed inwardly. This was Sini, always adept at discerning his innermost thoughts, ever eager to assist him, perpetually concerned for his well-being. Ding Meijin is not as easily dealt with as you might think. He remained silent. Qiao Shuxin then grasped his wrist and boldly stated, "If you still consider me your aunt, then be honest with me. What are your intentions moving forward? I am here to help." After a lengthy silence, Chen Junsheng finally spoke. "Other matters are negotiable, but this particular situation, I wish to handle on my own." He had already tasted the bitter fruits of impulsiveness in his past life. This time, he desired to resolve it himself, not necessarily through physical confrontation. The hardships of incarceration had imparted many lessons upon him. As he finished speaking, the door creaked open, and Yuni entered. "Ajun, your youth may lead to impulsiveness. Some actions, once taken, leave no room for retreat." Qi Xiaoyan had been listening just outside the door. Her entrance was not merely to counsel Chen Junsheng against rashness, but to assert her stance. "We understand your intentions, but we advise against you facing this alone. Allow us to assist you." "Xiaoyan is right," Qiao Shuxin added. "You may disregard my words, but you must heed hers." "Very well," Chen Junsheng nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "I feel a bit fatigued. Would you be so kind as to prepare some warm water for me to soak my feet?" Qiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan exchanged surprised glances, but Qi Xiaoyan quickly turned to the kitchen to fetch the water. Qiao Shuxin, however, could not suppress the urge to pinch Chen Junsheng, who had nearly brought her to tears moments ago, yet he maintained such a nonchalant demeanor. Sini pinched him rather firmly, causing him to feel a slight sting. Nevertheless, he smiled and reassured her, "Do not worry, I will not act impulsively. At least not until I receive my university admission letter. I shall remain composed and restrained." "Is that so?" Qiao Shuxin raised her eyebrows, initially genuinely concerned that Chen Junsheng would act on his vengeful nature without delay. However, upon hearing his words, she felt a slight relief in her heart. "Yet, my creed does not espouse the notion of a gentleman's vengeance, as time is no barrier. Once I receive the admission letter, I shall surely extract this thorn from my heart," Chen Junsheng declared resolutely. Observing his unwavering determination, along with an unusual maturity and confidence in his tone, Qiao Shuxin, despite the complexity of her emotions at that moment, no longer regarded him as the boy who once lacked stature and strength, who would cry and run home to his aunt after being bested by that wretched Zhang Yujin. Damn it, Chen Junshen's life is indeed quite resilient. In the dead of night, Zhang Yujin tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Although the 7 members of the kitchen knife gang weren't hired by him to deal with Chen Junsheng, he was infuriated to hear that in a 7-against-2 scenario, Chen Junsheng had merely sustained superficial wounds. This drove him to clench his fists and pound the bedboard in frustration. That scoundrel had been flourishing in business lately, and his earnings were likely nearing a tenth of Zhang Yujin's own. Moreover, with university on the horizon, the opportunities ahead seemed as boundless as the sea, and he felt the pressure mounting. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Yujin had profited immensely by exploiting his position at the credit union, engaging in embezzlement through falsified accounts, and accepting bribes while facilitating loans for the public. Regrettably, he could only stash the money in a hidden compartment behind the ancestral hall plaque, occasionally taking it out for a fleeting glimpse, too fearful to spend a single cent for fear of exposure and catastrophe. "No, before Chen Junsheng heads off to university, I must properly deal with him." With a sudden resolve, Zhang Yujin sprang out of bed, retrieved a flashlight from the drawer, and stealthily set out towards the Zhang family ancestral hall under the cover of night. He could no longer contain himself, eager to retrieve the money and engage in some significant endeavor. Chapter 26. Living while wealth disappears. Where is my money? Zhang Yujin's vision darkened, feeling as if the heavens themselves had collapsed, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble from the top of the bamboo ladder. The hidden compartment behind the ancestral hall plaque was a closely guarded secret of the Zhang family. It was only before his passing that Zhang Yujin's grandfather reluctantly revealed to his beloved grandson that he had concealed over 1,000 silver dollars within that compartment. In other words, this secret was known only to the deceased old Zhang, with no knowledge bestowed even upon Zhang Yujin's father, Zhang Yukai. Later, Zhang Yujin melted down those seemingly worthless silver dollars his grandfather had hidden and transformed them into jewelry for the widow Hu Wenkai of the Maple Ridge Brigade. He also packed away all the cash, grain tickets, fabric coupons, meat tickets, and cigarette coupons he had embezzled over the years into a sealed box. Just half a month ago, when Zhang Yujin came to deposit his money, everything was in perfect order. Now, the compartment lay utterly bare. The money had vanished without a trace. Cursed beast. After a struggle to regain his composure, Zhang Yujin leaned into the compartment, searching meticulously several times. But his anxious heart ultimately sank into despair. Which scoundrel has audaciously pilfered my money? Could it have been during my overnight stay at Hu Wentsai's? When I inadvertently spoke in my sleep and unwittingly revealed something? Zhang Yuejin lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply several times before forcing himself to regain his composure. His mind racing with speculation about the potential culprits. Might it be Chen Junsheng? After all, one requires capital to engage in business. Ever since the last failed attempt to catch him in the act at the haystack, any misfortune that befell Zhang Yuejin led him to suspect Chen Junsheng. And the matter of the stolen money box was no exception. However, that cunning scoundrel, while undeniably intelligent, is not a reincarnation of Liu Bowen, capable of divining secrets. There is no reason he should know this clandestine information. Despite his anger and anxiety, Zhang Yuejin's intellect remained keen. He first sold popsicles, then eggs, followed by brewing rice wine, engaging in small-scale ventures that could be supported by a few contributions from his aunts. After eliminating Chen Junsheng as a suspect through the process of elimination, Zhang Yuejin could not resist glancing towards the west wing of the ancestral hall, specifically his beloved grandmother's bedroom. The elderly matriarch had always shown favoritism, often sending anything of value to his third uncle's home. Indeed, that good-for-nothing third uncle of his, who idled away his days, had recently come into unexpected wealth, flaunting a brand-new Phoenix bicycle just days ago in front of Zhang's home. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He crushed the cigarette but underfoot and could no longer contain his rage, cursing vehemently. Zhang Laosan, how dare you touch grandfather's money? I will not let this go. The Zhang family matriarch awoke once more in the dead of night. Yet this time she feigned ignorance, wrapping herself tightly in her quilt, silently repeating, "Don't look for me. Don't look for me." Despite Zhang Yuejin's fury, he would never recklessly confront his own grandmother. However, his uncle Zhang Yujin was not so fortunate. Deep in slumber, he was abruptly roused by a thunderous crash at the door. As he prepared to investigate, a beam of flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating his face. "Yuejin, what are you doing barging into my home at this hour?" Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Zhang Yujin recognized his own nephew Zhang Yuejin, who immediately demanded, "Uncle, tell me, have you visited the ancestral hall recently?" The ancestral hall. Zhang Yujin was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Yes, I have. Why do you ask?" Zhang Yuejin nodded. "That's good to know. Now tell me honestly, where did the money for the bicycle come from? What does my bicycle money have to do with you, you little brat?" Zhang Yujin's anger flared, ready to unleash a tirade, but was abruptly silenced by the sound of a heavy wooden stick crashing down. "Ouch! Ah, please stop, please stop." That night, Zhang Yuejin wielded a solid wooden stick, violently storming into his uncle's bedroom, subjecting him to over 6 hours of beating and interrogation. Yet, his uncle remained obstinately tight-lipped, refusing to divulge how he had acquired his wealth or the source of the money for the bicycle. However, Zhang Yuejin was already convinced, the more one hides, the more it suggests a guilty conscience. The thief of the money box must certainly be his uncle. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yuejin relentlessly assaulted his uncle, spending a sleepless night in turmoil. Similarly, Chen Junsheng, situated hundreds of meters away, found himself devoid of rest. The cause of his insomnia stemmed from the fact that Aunt Xin had chosen not to retire to her own chamber that night, instead opting to lie beside him in his bed. With every movement he made, she stirred awake, as though vigilantly guarding him. "Aunt, do you truly doubt my integrity?" Chen Junsheng murmured softly. "Nonsense. It is precisely because I trust you that I dare to do this," Xiao Shuxin replied, her voice akin to a dreamlike whisper. "Human nature, it seems, cannot withstand the rigors of scrutiny," Chen Junsheng sighed. "I am your dear aunt. We are bound by blood. You ought to divert your thoughts or address something of substance, for to remain awake all night is detrimental to your health." Xiao Shuxin had long sensed the underlying tension. Otherwise, she would not have been sharing in his insomnia. "I have received word that tomorrow, the Bai Family Ditch production team will officially implement the contract responsibility system. Preparing to allocate land to households and publicly auction collective assets, Chen Junsheng heeded her advice and steered the conversation elsewhere. What are your plans? Xiao Shuxin inquired with keen interest. I have intentions of acquiring the Dongfeng Hong 75 tractor from our production team, Chen Junsheng replied candidly. A tractor? Xiao Shuxin exclaimed in surprise. She had presumed that Chen Junsheng's primary objective in acquiring collective assets would be the more utilitarian water buffaloes or donkeys, or perhaps tools that could easily be resold, rather than a cumbersome tractor. What purpose does such an expensive and heavy machine serve? She curiously probed. The Dongfeng Hong 75 tractor, nearly ubiquitous in every production team, was primarily utilized for mechanized plowing and tilling to enhance production efficiency. In Xiao Shuxin's perspective, once the land was allocated, each household would receive only a few plots, rendering the costly and cumbersome agricultural tractor unnecessary. Chen Junsheng turned to face Aunt Exine, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, one tractor may not be particularly advantageous. But if I could procure 10 or 8 at a low price and secure a guarantor to obtain a bank loan, that would be quite promising. Pardon? Xiao Shuxin's eyes flew open in astonishment. The notion of acquiring multiple tractors at a low price to secure a bank loan was not a thought that crossed the mind of an ordinary individual. Moments ago, she had been concerned about him spending money on a tractor that might become a financial burden. Now, she realized her worries were unfounded. Her crafty nephew was indeed a prodigy when it came to financial matters. But where will you procure the capital to purchase 10 or 8 tractors? Xiao Shuxin pondered aloud. Presenting her query, Chen Junsheng chuckled. This is quite manageable. I can first secure the invoices from the production team for the tractors they purchased years ago by paying a deposit. Subsequently, I will use the bank loan to cover the remaining balance. Oh, is it truly possible to do so? Chen Junsheng's explanation unveiled a new realm of possibilities for Aunt Xin. Indeed, the astute young comrade Xiao Shuxin was well aware that securing bank loans had become increasingly accessible. In July of this year, the government had even issued a directive encouraging banks and credit cooperatives to actively provide loan services to the populace, easing the approval process. However, there lies another significant question that merits Chen Junsheng's earnest contemplation. Who shall serve as the guarantor? Chapter 027, The Grand Division of Land and Households. It shall be you. Comrade Wejin. Chen Junsheng had already premeditated this matter. When the time comes, he would inscribe Zhang Yu Wejin's esteemed name in the guarantor section. After all, the financial order in the early 1980s was still quite chaotic, and the bank loan approval process was practically non-existent. Comrade Zhang Yu Wejin. As the son of the secretary of the Mayo Jiawen Brigade and the accountant at the Shiri Credit Cooperative, was indeed the most suitable candidate for a loan guarantor. As the rooster began to crow and dawn's light crept through the window, Chen Junsheng stifled a yawn and said, Aunt Xin, I am so sleepy. I wish to hold you and sleep for a while. Xiao Shuxin's heart quivered at his words. If you wish to sleep, then do so. Why must you hold me? Yet, such inquiries were futile. Lying on the same bed, Chen Junsheng did not require her consent and simply embraced her. Hey, you rascal, Xiao Shuxin protested verbally, yet instinctively lifted her left hand, creating space for the suddenly close Chen Junsheng. She then tucked her hair behind her ear, ensuring it wouldn't be crushed beneath him. Chen Junsheng, accustomed to this arrangement, rested his head on Aunt Xion's shoulder, his hand finding its way to the area where she had placed her hair, maintaining a position on his right side as he swiftly secured his strategic advantage. All right, that's enough. Xiao Shuxin remarked just as Chen Junsheng positioned his left leg like a bowstring, bending his knee to find the softest spot upon her. How am I to sleep comfortably if you take all the space? She pouted, her heart racing. In response, Chen Junsheng let out a snore. Xiao Shuxin suspected he was feigning sleep, so she pinched his cheek, but he remained unresponsive. A gentle pat on his backside yielded no reaction either. This is too quick, she thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Ultimately, she surrendered to his embrace, closing her eyes in pursuit of slumber. Time drifted by, and in her drowsy state, Xiao Shuxin suddenly felt a sense of ease wash over her. Yet, her fatigue was overwhelming, and her eyelids felt too heavy to lift. She merely murmured Junsheng before drifting off into a hazy sleep. After rising and completing his morning routine, Chen Junsheng mounted his rather uncomfortable bicycle and made his way to the commune's post and telecommunications office. Comrade, good day. He greeted as he approached the staff member to inquire. My name is Chen Junsheng, from the Mayo Jiawen Brigade. I would like to know if my university admission letter has arrived at this post office. Chen Junsheng? The staff member, recognizing the name, raised an eyebrow and shook his head. It has not arrived. Should it arrive, Our office will send someone to deliver it to your door. Please be patient. It may very well arrive in a few days. Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng felt a tinge of disappointment. In such circumstances, most individuals would thank the person and take their leave, yet he felt compelled to add, "Comrade, I have been admitted to Jiangxi University. Logically, I should receive my admission letter by mid-August, as it is part of the first batch of acceptances." Jiangxi University? The postal worker nearly questioned her hearing. In the entire Raoche County, she had only heard of the son of a deputy county head being accepted to Zhejiang University. At that time, a banner was drawn from the county's main gate to the county committee's family compound, but for reasons unknown, it was quickly taken down. Indeed, Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. I kindly ask you to verify the mailing status of my admission notice. Here is my household registration book. Chen Junsheng produced the household register he carried with him. Very well, Comrade Junsheng, please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea while I promptly assist you with the verification. The staff's demeanor transformed instantly, as they not only accepted the household register with both hands, but also turned to fetch a kettle to brew him some tea. After a few minutes of waiting, Chen Junsheng received the verification results. He was informed that the notice was already en route and would arrive within 3 to 5 days at the latest. The staff, whilst reporting the situation, did not forget to compliment him with a smile. "Comrade Junsheng, you are truly exceptional. When the notice arrives, the entire Chaoyang commune will be abuzz." Chen Junsheng nodded calmly with a smile. "Thank you. I appreciate your help." The staff waved their hands repeatedly. "Not at all. It is my duty." In truth, Chen Junsheng was well aware that interprovincial mail in the 1980s moved at a snail's pace, and university admission notices were among the slowest. He harbored no lofty expectations, merely hoping that no further mishaps would occur and that he could smoothly receive the admission notice in 3 to 5 days. With this matter settled, Chen Junsheng exited the post office and turned his bicycle towards the Baijiagu production team under the jurisdiction of the Chatting commune. Today marked a significant day for the Baijiagu production team. With the impetus from the Land Distribution Working Group, they were determined to be the first to implement the Household Contract Responsibility System, allocating land and forests to each household. A general assembly of all members was convened to promptly distribute all resources within the production team. Thus, early in the morning, the Baijiaga team commenced the grand distribution of grain from their storage. The stockpiled grains, along with soybeans, rapeseed, and peanuts, were allocated per capita, even counting newborn infants. The 8 plowing oxen and 2 donkeys in the barn prompted the working group's suggestion to see if any members were willing to purchase them as livestock. The proceeds from the sale would also be distributed. As for the more than 10 pigs in the pigsty, which had yet to reach the market weight, the working group's opinion was for members to buy them for feeding. If that proved unfeasible, they would be slaughtered on the spot, distributing the meat to everyone. Regarding the Dongfeng Hong 75 tractor, both the working group and the team leaders were at a loss. Contemplating, the only option seemed to be dismantling it for scrap metal. When Chen Junsheng arrived, the scene was already bustling with the slaughtering of pigs and the distribution of meat. Ajun. Upon his arrival, he heard a familiar voice. Turning towards the source to see Yun, Jishaon. "Yun, what brings you here?" Chen Junsheng inquired, both surprised and delighted. "I came this morning to collect eggs and coincidentally stumbled upon this lively scene," Jishaon softly replied, adding, "Just now, Comrade Huang Wei from the Baijiagu pig farm was looking for me, asking when you would arrive." "Oh," Chen Junsheng said, glancing at Aunt Yun's noticeably dark circles, already surmising something, but choosing to remain silent. "Comrade Huang Wei, from the Baijiagu Brigade pig farm, is one of the numerous friends that Chen Junsheng made during his recent trip to the countryside to sell distillers' grains. It was also Huang Wei who discreetly informed Chen Junsheng about the impending land redistribution initiative within the brigade." At this moment, as Junsheng conversed with Qi Shaoan, Huang Wei appeared with a dejected expression, exclaiming finally, "I see you. Both Secretary Bai and I thought your business kept you too busy to attend the meeting." "Well, here I am," Chen Junsheng replied with a grin, noticing Huang Wei's forlorn demeanor. He furrowed his brows and quietly inquired, "Have all the pigs in the pigsty been slaughtered?" Huang Wei, visibly agitated, struck his thigh and responded, "Indeed. 13 pigs in total, the largest weighing just over 100 pounds, while the smallest were around 50 or 60. All have been slaughtered, roots and all." "What about the oxen and donkeys?" Chen Junsheng asked again. "Ah, the same fate." Huang Wei sighed heavily. "Except for the 2 cows your aunt bought, no one else showed interest." Secretary Bai waved his hand and ordered them to be killed and the meat distributed. Taken aback, Chen Junsheng thought to himself that this seemed excessively thorough. However, such actions were not uncommon in the early days of reform and opening up. Reforms demanded decisive action, often characterized by a one-size-fits-all approach, leaving no room for residual issues. Wait, my aunt bought 2 cows? Chen Junsheng turned to look at Aunt Yun, feeling pleasantly surprised. By the way, Junsheng, didn't you mention wanting to invest in a tractor for the brigade when you came to sell the distiller's grains? Wang Wei looked at Chen Junsheng, suddenly recalling. If you intend to purchase, you must hurry and speak with Secretary Bai. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 28. The production brigade's frantic fire sale. Chen Junsheng's opportunistic acquisition. Ultimately, Chen Junsheng was a step too late. Upon reaching Secretary Bai chiefing of the Baijiago Brigade, he discovered that the brigade's Dongfanghong 75 tractor had already been destroyed by a dozen or so members wielding sledgehammers. Secretary Bai, what is going on here? Chen Junsheng circled the remains of the tractor, expressing regret outwardly while secretly delighting in the situation. What a pity, but this is splendid. Dismantling it right here. A treasure that would have cost several thousand at least now can be acquired at scrap metal prices. In truth, Chen Junsheng's true target was not the tractor nor a heap of scrap metal, but rather the invoice for the tractor purchased by the Baijiago production brigade. In that era, the purchase invoice for a vehicle was a potent testament to economic strength and collective credit. During his previous dealings selling distillers' grains, Chen Junsheng had engaged with Secretary Bai a few times and had subtly gathered information. The Dongfanghong tractor in the Baijiago production brigade was ostensibly distributed as a gift from higher authorities, but in reality, it had been financed through a loan from the credit cooperative to be repaid collectively by all brigade members. The purchase invoice was securely locked away in the brigade accountant's cabinet, readily accessible. Chen Junsheng was unaware of the circumstances surrounding tractors in other production brigades. However, according to Secretary Bai, all tractors in the Chaoyang Commune, across 22 production brigades, were acquired through loans, without exception. It is indeed a tale of tragic grandeur. The Dongfanghong 75 tractor from the Baijiago Brigade was dispatched in May 1977, the loans settled by December 1979, and by August 1981, it was dismantled and reduced to scrap. Junsheng, I truly apologize for your tardiness, remarked Secretary Bai with a pained expression, placing a hand on Chen Junsheng's shoulder. His heart seemingly bleeding as he sighed heavily. The Dongfanghong 75 tractor was the brigade's most valuable and practical asset. Unfortunately, the brigade's members were both financially constrained and devoid of purchasing desire, leading to a dismal selling price of merely 1 or 2,000, with no one expressing interest. Secretary Bai, with a heavy heart, had no choice but to decisively proceed with its dismantling. Secretary Bai, there is absolutely no need for you to feel remorse. Chen Junsheng replied, waving his hand dismissively, his face filled with admiration. Your resolute decision to sever ties, your courageous commitment, and your indomitable spirit of revolution have profoundly impressed me. I have a premonition that under your leadership, Baijiago will soon emerge as the fastest-growing, most vigorous, and finest brigade in the entire Chaoyang. In his 2 senses, Chen Junsheng employed the superlative 3 times, which caused Secretary Bai's expression to shift from gloomy to overcast, and ultimately to sunny. Oh, not at all, Secretary Bai replied, feeling a swell of pride within while outwardly remaining humble. It is entirely due to the benevolence of national policy, the wise decisions of our superiors, and the diligent guidance of the Land Distribution Working Group that we are progressing in the right direction. Nevertheless, Secretary Bai harbored a personal motive. The sweet waters should not flow to outsiders. Despite having formed a favorable impression of Chen Junsheng from their recent interactions, he preferred to dismantle the tractor and sell the scrap to his brigade's members rather than allowing that young man from the Maojiawan Brigade to benefit. After all, the Maojiawan Brigade had yet to establish any land distribution initiatives. If Chen Junsheng were to seize a great opportunity, it would mean that Maojiawan would suddenly possess 2 tractors, leaving the Tianjiagu Brigade with nothing. Junsheng, this tractor has already been disassembled into a disarray. Do you still wish to purchase it? Secretary Bai inquired casually. Indeed. Chen Junsheng replied succinctly, then added, however, I have a condition. Pray, tell me, Bai urged. To be candid, I had a childhood obsession with trailing behind tractors to inhale the scent of diesel, Chen Junsheng teased before returning to the crux of the matter. How about this? I will offer 550 yuan for this heap of scrap metal, and you could throw in some surplus diesel from the brigade's warehouse. along with the original invoice from the tractor's purchase, so I may boast about it when the occasion arises. Secretary Bai, taken aback, stared at Chen Junsheng with wide eyes, resembling a startled bullfrog. You, my friend, are remarkably greedy. While I could understand 50 yuan for the tractor, you are now eyeing our warehouse's diesel? Chen Junsheng grinned. If that is not feasible, I could always increase my offer. No, absolutely not, Secretary Bai replied firmly, asserting that the matter of the diesel was non-negotiable, considering it amounted to several barrels. However, since the tractor had already been dismantled, retaining the purchase invoice served little purpose, and he thought it would be harmless to let Chen Junsheng take it back to boast about. After several rounds of haggling, Chen Junsheng ultimately acquired the heap of scrap metal for the substantial sum of 516 yuan, securing the invoice he so desired. Before departing, he insisted that Secretary Bai provide him with 2 large barrels of diesel. Thank you very much, Secretary Bai. Chen Junsheng expressed his gratitude loudly, leaving the Bai family village with Aunt Yun, riding away with a broad smile. The allocation of land is a momentous affair, intricately linked to the larger scheme of things. The Bai family production team had just sounded the first call that morning. Shortly thereafter, the Wang Jiaba, Pingshan, and Huangqiuling teams under the chatting commune began to follow suit. Chen Junsheng, after picking up Aunt Yun, returned home to fetch money. He then summoned Luo Yuanchao and a group of young men to follow. The day resembled the hustle of visiting relatives during the new year. In just one morning, Chen Junsheng swiftly gathered the most valuable core assets within these production teams, including a pristine Dongfeng tractor, 3 hand tractors, 84 barrels of diesel, 6 calves, 32 piglets, and 2 piles of scrap metal. They say one cannot become a glutton in a single bite, yet Junsheng managed to devour a feast in one go. Luo Yuanchao, who accompanied Chen Junsheng through 3 different locations, was utterly astonished. University students truly stand apart. Their vision, intellect, and audacity are beyond what I could ever aspire to. Luo Yuanchao felt both envy and admiration, yet not an ounce of jealousy, for Chen Junsheng was undeniably exceptional. As the production teams desperately liquidated their assets, Chen Junsheng seized the opportunity with fervor. The thrill of the hunt was exhilarating. He had never felt such elation. However, he did not allow this success to cloud his judgment. The several thousand yuan in cash he carried served merely as a bargaining chip. When it came time to pay, even amidst heated disputes with the team leaders, Chen Junsheng steadfastly insisted on paying only a deposit. Fortunately, his prior connections from selling wine dregs proved invaluable. Junsheng, this time I'll let you off easy. Remember to bring some benefits to our local folk when you sell wine dregs in the future. Absolutely, I will. At each production team, Chen Junsheng typically paid a deposit of 200 to 300 yuan, writing an IOU to complete the payment within 10 days. And with a simple handprint, he acquired the tractor's invoice. He arranged for the 6 calves and 32 piglets to be temporarily housed in the shelters of these production teams until the remainder of the payment was settled. For feed, he simply instructed Luo Yuanchao to have a few loads of wine dregs delivered. Once all was arranged, Chen Junsheng took a step back, with the invoices and personal materials in hand, and rode towards the Quanlianji distillery. He intended to visit the bank that afternoon to secure a loan, but he was not inclined to go alone. Professional matters necessitate the guidance of specialists. Having an accountant from a state-run factory accompany him to the bank would undoubtedly expedite the process, if not make it considerably more efficient. Yet, he pondered, how might Comrade Xiao Su be feeling this afternoon? Before he obtained the purchase order for the wine dregs, Su Yishuan's emotions were generally stable. Recently, however, she has been burdened by various concerns, occasionally appearing dejected and melancholic. When her spirits are high, I promptly invite her out. When she is feeling low, I strive to uplift her. Chapter 029. Peering under the desk to gaze at her feet, you little comrade. How mischievous you were ever since that day at the distillery when her father spotted her shaking hands with Chen Junsheng to bid farewell. Su Yishuan has instinctively avoided him whenever they crossed paths at the factory. Chen Junsheng, in his sincerity, after securing the purchase order, only sought her out once a week to settle payments, never making any further advances. Interestingly, during her midday nap at her desk, Su Yishuan inadvertently dreamt of a confrontation with Chen Junsheng in a classroom. He sat in the front row while she occupied the back. As the teacher delivered the lesson, this model student suddenly resorted to mischief, insisting on crawling under her desk to see her feet. She refused, and in her irritation, kicked him twice. Before she could awaken from the dream, she vaguely heard someone knocking at the door. It was Chen Junsheng who entered. "You, what brings you here?" Su Yishuan exclaimed. nearly convinced she was still dreaming upon seeing his playful smile. However, noticing the 2 cans of yellow peach preserves he held, she quickly regained her composure. Do you need my assistance with something? Does that mean I cannot visit you just for a chat? Chen Junsheng thought to himself, yet spoke earnestly. I might be heading out of town soon, and I wanted to bring something for those who have helped me. Did I disturb your nap? No, not at all. Su Yishuan replied, shaking her head. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, Are you going to university out of town? I haven't settled on anything yet. It could be university. Or perhaps venturing into business. Regardless, I will be leaving. Chen Junsheng spoke vaguely, placing the yellow peach preserves on her desk. This is rather expensive. You shouldn't have. Su Yishuan began, intending to suggest he refrain from such purchases, but then recalled that he would be departing soon. This was likely the first and last time. Chen Junsheng flashed a smile. I don't have many friends, and even fewer I can confide in. Although my interactions with you and Zhou Xiaohua have been limited, you both hold significant importance in my heart. If the opportunity arises, I would like to treat you both to a meal, if that is agreeable. That sounds wonderful. Su Yishuan, who had felt a tinge of disappointment earlier, felt her mood lift upon hearing his words. We can dine whenever. And you should write to us about your university life. Indeed, Chen Junsheng nodded in agreement, then added, Actually, I came here today to invite you specifically. Su Yishuan looked at him and teased. With such courtesy, you must have another favor to ask. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Chen Junsheng seized the moment to say, I plan to take care of some matters at the People's Bank, but I'm not very familiar with the area. Would you accompany me? Su Yishuan blinked her eyes, pondering that he indeed had something to ask for her assistance. However, considering that he had brought canned peaches and had invited her to dinner, she decided to accompany him. After all, she was quite familiar with the People's Bank, and she could conveniently handle a few remittance forms while there. In 1981, there was only one People's Bank in the entire Dongjiang region, situated by the Dongjiang River, directly across from the municipal government building. Taking a bus from the Raoche County bus station, it took approximately 25 minutes to reach, crossing the Victory Bridge along the way. Could you tell me what specific matter you intend to address at the People's Bank? She inquired softly once they were on the bus. I am applying for a loan. Chen Junsheng replied candidly. I have acquired a batch of tractors from the countryside and plan to use the purchase invoices from the production team to secure a collateral loan at the bank. He then produced several invoices for Su Yishuan to examine. After scrutinizing the invoices for a moment, Su Yishuan pursed her lips and said, These invoices are indeed useful. However, using them for a collateral loan personally may not be as straightforward as you think. Why is that? Chen Junsheng raised an eyebrow. Because you do not have formal employment. Su Yishuan hesitated to reveal the truth. Although the approval process for bank collateral loans has relaxed significantly since last June, in practice, they place considerable emphasis on the borrower's employment status. Oh, Chen Junsheng responded, realizing that his understanding of local policies had been somewhat superficial, and he had underestimated the complexities involved in securing a loan. In fact, 3 key elements were essential when dealing with banks during this era: background, connections, and employment. Chen Junsheng lacked in all 3 areas. He had neither a notable background nor formal employment. Selling popsicles, eggs, and fermented grains all fell under the category of individual business activities, which, in principle, were not eligible for loans. As a popular saying went, good people have jobs. Only those without jobs become individual operators. By the way, do you have your university admission letter with you? Su Yishuan suddenly asked. The admission letter is even more effective than a proof of employment, she added. Chen Junsheng smiled wryly and shook his head. My admission letter is still on its way. Su Yishuan cast a discerning glance at him, thinking to herself that this young man was not entirely forthright. He seemed to possess neither this nor that, which indicated that he was merely trying to make her his guarantor. How did I end up with such a middle school classmate? 2 cans of peaches and a meal were enough to coax me out here? Do you think I'm being taken advantage of? Chen Junsheng clearly sensed her skepticism. But he truly did not intend to take advantage of her. He simply wanted her to guide him. Not at all, Su Yishuan replied somewhat gloomily. Chen Junsheng gazed at her, and she took a deep breath, biting her lip, feeling a bit frustrated but not entirely resistant. Rest assured, now that we are here, I want to let you leave empty-handed. Chen Junsheng realized he had indeed chosen the right person. Su Yishuan was reliable, embodying the spirit of since we are here. We must assist. I can serve as your guarantor, but let me make it clear in advance. Once the loan is approved, you must remember to repay it punctually. Su Yishuan stated with a serious expression. Chen Junsheng exchanged a glance with her, and an intricate array of emotions washed over him. Yet, he remained silent, merely extending his right pinky finger. Su Yixuan quietly turned her cheek away, her gaze drifting to the scenic river view outside the car window. After a brief moment, she delicately extended her own pinky, engaging in a playful pinky swear with him, followed by a gentle touch of their thumbs, ultimately resulting in a handshake. Once Chen Junsheng grasped her hand, he did not let go. Su Yixuan bit her lip, speechless, uncertain of who was more anxious, her palm slightly damp with perspiration, her heart racing like a startled deer. Fortunately, their destination arrived, the People's Bank. Chapter 030, Su Yixuan, you reside in my heart with Su Yixuan vouching for him. Chen Junsheng's endeavor to secure a mortgage loan from the People's Bank unfolded remarkably smoothly. Despite lacking connections, a background, or formal employment, being a trifecta of none, this was inconsequential. For his guarantor, Su Yixuan, possessed everything. In terms of background, her grandfather, Su Guangzong, had once served as the commissioner of the Dongzhong region, while her father, Su Changzheng, was the secretary of the Quanlianji distillery. Regarding connections, Su Changke, the vice president of the Dongzhong branch of the People's Bank, was her uncle. And in terms of employment, the role of an accountant at a state-owned distillery was highly coveted among the populace. Under the personal reception of Vice President Su Changhe, the loan was approved and dispersed on the same day, the efficiency leaving Chen Junsheng astonished. Yixuan, you have an excellent eye, Su Changhe remarked with a smile, giving a thumbs up to his niece during Chen Junsheng's visit to the counter for a savings account. Such an outstanding partner is hard to come by in the entire Dongzhong region. Ah? Su Yixuan replied, somewhat bewildered. This Chen Junsheng, having achieved the top score in the science stream for the Dongzhong region with a remarkable 539 points, had been accepted by Jiangxia University, which was quite impressive indeed. However, Su Changhe continued with a chuckle, there was a bit of an unusual situation recently regarding his university admission. He may not even be aware of it himself. I only received wind of it this morning. Who would have thought you would bring him to meet me this afternoon? His jovial demeanor suggested that fate had a peculiar way of weaving its tapestry. Jiangxia University is located in Hangzhou, right? Indeed, it is, Su Changhe nodded with a smile. His niece was also rather remarkable in her own right. Her appearance, physique, family background, career, and character were all exceptional, though her academic credentials fell somewhat short. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. After all, a strong man and a weaker woman could complement each other. Uncle, I am not his partner. He has someone else, Su Yixuan interjected, recalling the Hangzhou-educated youth she had met once at the Maojiawan Brigade. As for my role as his loan guarantor, you must keep it confidential, especially from my father. This left Su Changhe perplexed, realizing that his wonderful niece was harboring unreciprocated feelings. If he has someone else, then your risk in vouching for him and my special approval of a 20,000 yuan interest-free loan would merely be a boon for another. Uncle, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please remember to keep this under wraps, Su Yixuan stated, wishing to avoid further discussion as she stood to depart. Wait a moment, Su Changhe called after her, his tone laden with meaning. As long as you are not legally married, there remains an opportunity. I have faith in you. Upon hearing those words, Su Yixuan paused momentarily, biting her lip in silence. Her cheeks flushed as she walked away. Before the bank closed, Chen Junsheng successfully established the designated loan account with the People's Bank, which had a remarkable interest-free loan limit of up to 20,000 yuan, specially authorized by Vice President Su. Chen Junsheng recalled that the policy for interest-free loans had begun in 1980 and was officially launched in 1982. Unexpectedly, he found himself to be the first to venture into this uncharted territory. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect. His life trajectory had shifted, subtly altered by unseen variables. He pondered the thought. Curiously, he could no longer recall the events of the day prior to his rebirth. There had been no drunken driving incidents leading to a tragic collision with a truck, nor had he been gravely ill, lying on a hospital bed while watching a dozen lovers fight over his inheritance, clutching his first love's letter, weeping in regret. There were no stock market losses, corporate bankruptcies, or desperate situations that led him to contemplate a leap from a rooftop. Perhaps his previous life had been fraught with too many regrets, being caught in infidelity, facing identity theft at university, making mistakes that led to imprisonment, and causing his aunt to lose far too much. The heavens must have observed his resilience. Despite his tumultuous past, he had managed to establish himself in the Pearl River Delta. Thus, they decided to hit the reset button, sending him back to 1981. A pivotal moment in his life. As Chen Junsheng stood at the banks of the Dongjiang River, contemplating the vast scenery and reflecting on the past while dreaming of the future, he suddenly heard an urgent call. "Hey!" Turning around, he responded loudly, only to see Su Yixuan approaching at a brisk pace, her eyes red and a fist striking his chest with a thud, nearly in tears. "You scoundrel! I almost thought you would finish your loan and leave me behind." The force of her punch was considerable, yet Chen Junsheng did not flinch, absorbing it with his chest. Witnessing the usually composed Su Yixuan so agitated, he smiled cheekily. "You won't believe it. Just as I stepped out, I saw the bus to Reisheng and almost boarded it." Su Yixuan stared at him, her eyes wide, and then tears began to fall like broken pearls, wetting her cheeks. This time, she was genuinely driven to tears. Chen Junsheng, that rascal, had noticeably shifted his demeanor towards her overnight after she assisted him with the acquisition of the wine waste collection permit. A young woman's thoughts are often intricate and sensitive. If she claimed that Chen Junsheng's change in attitude did not stir her emotions, it would be a lie. Now, having acted as his guarantor for the loan, she had just completed the formalities when he vanished from sight. Su Yixuan believed he would secure the loan and then abandon her. How could she not feel anxious or angry? She felt as though she could strike him a few more times, curse him for his heartlessness, and then turn away. "Don't cry. I truly care for you. After all, here I am, waiting by the river, not going anywhere." Chen Junsheng, despite provoking anger and tears from the girl, possesses an uncanny ability to soothe her almost instantaneously. With a simple declaration of "you occupy my heart," coupled with the reassurance that he has nowhere else to be, he effortlessly keeps Su Yixuan anchored in place. To be honest, I have yet to witness her tears. This scoundrel, Chen Junsheng, not only has a silver tongue, but also displays remarkable audacity. Taking advantage of her lack of overt resistance during their previous handshakes, he casually wipes her tears away as he speaks. Su Yixuan attempted to evade his touch a few times, but ultimately found herself unable to escape. She chose instead to swat his hand away and dab her own eyes with the back of her hand, remaining silent and sulky thereafter. Chen Junsheng, still grinning, continued. "I recall vividly those middle school days when that foolish Luo Yuanxiao would incessantly stare at you in class. One evening, you could no longer tolerate it and delivered 2 swift punches, leaving him with panned eyes." Su Yixuan bit her lip. She had nearly forgotten that incident. Astonished that Chen Junsheng remembered it so distinctly. At that moment, I thought to myself that Su Yixuan was indeed a remarkable girl. One glance was enough to intimidate, making it impossible to confront her directly. Chen Junsheng proceeded. "Who would have thought, after all these years, I would inadvertently bring you to tears? It seems I shall not fare well from here on out." "You speak nonsense," Su Yixuan retorted, her initial anger now transformed into a mix of embarrassment and irritation. A subtle shift of emotions. "See, you're flustered again," Chen Junsheng chuckled, noticing that the area was relatively empty. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her. Su Yixuan froze momentarily, her body stiffening. Gently, Chen Junsheng used his thumb to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, softly saying, "Let us embrace. Old classmate, don't be angry, all right? I'll treat you to dinner at Dongjiang restaurant, order the most expensive dishes, and from now on, if you need anything, I'll be at your service, no hesitations, okay?" Chapter 31. Have you and Chen Junsheng already begun dating? Dongjiang restaurant is merely 600 or 700 meters from the People's Bank, a leisurely 10-minute walk. Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Junsheng relinquished the responsibility of ordering to Su Yixuan. Braised beef with yam, red braised pork knuckle, soy sauce duck, and stir-fried chicken with camellia oil. Su Yixuan promptly ordered without any formality, adding, "And let us have a portion of stir-fried seasonal vegetables." After placing her order, she turned to glance at Chen Junsheng. As soon as he heard her selections, Chen Junsheng found the situation rather amusing. Just before, while encountering her and Zhou Xiaohua outside the county committee's guest house, he had casually mentioned these dishes. He hadn't expected Su Yixuan, who had seemed disinterested at the time, to remember them so clearly. This illustrates how elusive a girl's thoughts can be. Understanding them superficially is already quite challenging. To delve deeper, one must engage in profound conversation or adopt a different approach altogether. "It's quite hot today. Let us have some beer," Chen Junsheng suggested with a smile, then feigned ignorance. Inquiring, "How well can you hold your liquor?" The daughter of the head of a state-owned brewery, surely her tolerance is commendable? Nevertheless, Su Yixuan remained modest, responding, "I can manage. A little beer is fine." Business at Dongjiang restaurant was bustling, and the service was slow, Thus, Chen Junsheng requested the staff to bring the beer first, along with a plate of peanuts. Chen Junsheng filled 2 glasses with beer, raised his cup towards Su Yishuan, and said, "Come, Yishuan, I toast to you. I truly appreciate your help today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even managed to step through the bank's door." Such exaggeration. Su Yishuan replied as she lifted her glass and gently clinked it against his. "In my recollection, it seems there is nothing you cannot accomplish. It merely takes time." Chen Junsheng chuckled. Su Yishuan's impression of him could likely be traced back to their middle school days, when he was quite naive, much like Luo Yuanchao. To think that 2 individuals who rarely spoke and had little interaction back then could now sit together in a restaurant, enjoying peanuts, sipping drinks, and engaging in light-hearted banter like old friends. "Honestly, you are quite remarkable," Su Yishuan remarked as a few glasses of beer warmed her cheeks, prompting her to speak more freely. "You, a learned intellectual, have stooped to engage in what others disdain as petty entrepreneurship. And yet you have excelled in such a short time. Should the right opportunity arise, you are bound to soar to great heights." With a rosy complexion, Su Yishuan gazed at Chen Junsheng, her eyes sparkling. "Haha," he laughed heartily, refilling her glass. "Life's great blessings come from the support of noble friends, admiration from companions, guidance from the wise, and oversight from the petty. You occupy the first 2 roles in my life. Truthfully, I understand that I hold little weight in your heart. I simply happen to be of assistance in certain matters," she replied. Su Yishuan, perhaps under the influence of the wine, spoke candidly, "But you truly angered me today." Chen Junsheng responded, "Should I punish myself with 3 cups? Not at all. Excessive beer is detrimental to the stomach," Su Yishuan replied, showing concern. "Next time, I'll make you drink 3 cups of white wine instead." Ah, Chen Junsheng was momentarily taken aback, then grinned. "You, my young comrade, possess a mischievous side." "Not as mischievous as you," Su Yishuan stated plainly. Upon reflection, Chen Junsheng was indeed a rascal, despite already being in a relationship. He dared to hold her hand and embrace her. He even audaciously peered under the desk during class to catch a glimpse of her feet. Of course, Su Yishuan was unaware of Shen Wanqiu's return to the city, nor did she know that Chen Junsheng had mentally erected a gravestone for that individual, inscribing "This person has passed. Burn offerings for matters" in 8 large characters. "By the way, I forgot to ask you." She suddenly shifted the topic. "If I wish to become a small business owner, do you have any good connections to recommend? You want to become an entrepreneur?" Chen Junsheng chuckled, then leaned closer, whispering earnestly in her ear, "Find a way to acquire a camera at a low price, set up a stall at the zoo entrance, and charge for memorable photographs. Or, if you're willing to work harder, go to the countryside to capture wedding photos and family portraits. Once you earn enough capital, then what?" Just as Su Yishuan was getting into the discussion, Chen Junsheng abruptly halted his words. Curious, she turned to inquire further, but in doing so, her delicate face nearly collided with his. Thankfully, Chen Junsheng leaned back just in time to avoid the encounter. Now, Su Yishuan felt too embarrassed to ask any further questions. After dinner, Chen Junsheng escorted Su Yishuan back to the distillery before riding his bike back to Meojiawan. Su Yishuan had intended to quietly return to the accounting office to catch up on the work she had missed that day, but after only a few steps, she unexpectedly ran into Zhou Xiaohua. "Yishuan, where have you been?" Upon seeing Su Yishuan, Zhou Xiaohua was both surprised and delighted. "I have been searching for you all day and finally found you. What happened?" Su Yishuan appeared somewhat anxious. Zhou Xiaohua continued, "This afternoon, while you were absent, Director Li incited the local production teams surrounding our distillery, leading to a significant uproar at the fermentation pits. They assaulted Luo Yuanchao, who had come to collect the spent grains, along with several young men from the Mayo Jiawan Brigade. These individuals claimed that you had facilitated Chen Junsheng in obtaining the purchase order for the spent grains and threatened to deal with you. To make matters worse, Secretary Su is away on business, and you were nowhere to be found this afternoon. I was nearly frantic with worry." As Zhou Xiaohua spoke, she couldn't help but circle around Su Yishuan. "Don't worry, I'm back safe and sound," Su Yishuan softly reassured her, adding, "It is quite normal for the production teams to gather and cause a ruckus when stirred by the factory's troublemakers in defense of their own interests. If everything were to remain silent without any commotion, that would indeed be alarming." Zhou Xiaohua blinked. "But Yishuan, this situation has escalated. Are you not at all afraid?" Su Yishuan smiled. "What is there to fear? In a few days, they will settle down." "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiaohua was puzzled. "Just wait and see." Su Yishuan did not elaborate further. "Oh," Zhou Xiaohua murmured, nodding her head, and then caught a faint whiff of beer emanating from Su Yishuan. Instinctively, she glanced toward the right side of the main entrance, where Chen Junsheng's bicycle had previously been parked, now ridden away. Were you with Chen Junsheng this afternoon? Yes. Did he treat you to a meal and drinks before bringing you back? Yes. Observing Su Yishuan's continuous nodding, Zhou Xiuhua's curiosity intensified, prompting her to lean closer and whisper, "Have you and Chen Junsheng already started dating?" No. Su Yishuan shook her head. Zhou Xiaohua's eye sparkled. Really? No falsehood? Truly not. Su Yishuan replied emphatically. Well, as long as that's the case, I am relieved. Zhou Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction. What are you relieved about? Su Yishuan inquired, puzzled. Zhou Xiaohua replied, It's nothing. Su Yishuan continued to gaze at her. Zhou Xiaohua felt her cheeks flush under Su Yishuan's scrutiny. Stammering, I just think Chen Junsheng is quite a good person, very suitable for friendship. If you were to become involved with him, it would hinder my ability to associate with him. At around 7 in the evening, just as the news began to broadcast, Chen Junsheng returned to the Mayo Jiawen Brigade on his bicycle. Upon entering his home, he immediately heard two major pieces of news from Aunt Yun and Aunt Xin. The first was that Luo Yuanchao had been brutally beaten by a group of over 20 young men while attempting to collect spent grains from the Quanlianji distillery this afternoon. The second involved comrade Zhang Yuejin. It was reported that Zhang Yuejin had suddenly gone mad last night, wielding a wooden stick and intruding into his uncle Zhang Yojin's home, where he violently killed his uncle on his own bed, subsequently fleeing in fear of the consequences into the mountains. The county police were conducting an overnight search and capture operation in the mountainous areas. Chapter 032, Stirring Emotions, Luring with Benefits. Zhang Yuejin, you truly are ruthless. Upon hearing the news of Zhang Yuejin's midnight frenzy, resulting in the death of his own uncle with a wooden stick, Chen Junsheng's initial reaction was one of shock. Such an event should never have transpired. In the year 1983, during his imprisonment, Chen Junsheng had once heard from Aunt Yun, who came to visit him, about Zhang Yuejin. At that time, Zhang was accused of embezzlement and bribery, and in fear of the consequences, he had fled deep into the mountains to hide. The public security authorities conducted a search operation that lasted for half a month, yet they found nothing. It was later reported that during his escape, he had robbed and killed a truck driver. After seizing the vehicle, he fled towards the northeastern provinces, ultimately being shot dead in a violent confrontation with armed police. In 1983, Zhang Yuejin, a wounded and imperfect man, displayed remarkable ferocity. Now, as a physically intact and robust individual, he would undoubtedly be even harder to apprehend. Chen Junsheng pondered this silently but chose not to dwell on it. He first hid his bankbook securely before heading to Luo Yuanchao's home. At that moment, Luo Yuanchao was squatting in the yard, sharpening a knife with fervor. Junsheng, you're just in time. Please help persuade our Yuanchao, exclaimed Lu Guixiang, Luo's mother, as she rushed to greet him. Grabbing Chen Junsheng's hand as if clinging to a lifeline, she hurriedly explained, This rascal got into a fight this afternoon, returning home with a bruised face, and has been sharpening his knife in silence for over 2 hours now. He is like a possessed spirit, refusing to listen to anyone. Auntie, do not worry. I will help talk to him, Chen Junsheng reassured, patting Lu's hand gently. He stepped closer to Luo Yuanchao, bending down to observe him for a moment before pulling up a small stool to sit beside him. Yuanchao appeared to be in a trance, not even glancing at Chen Junsheng. Reaching into his pocket, Chen Junsheng pulled out a pack of Hongmei cigarettes and offered one to Luo Yuanchao. Take a break, have a smoke, and I'll help you with the sharpening in a bit. He always carried a couple of packs when dealing with the production team, though he himself never smoked, giving them all away to others. In those days, cigarettes were a true luxury, especially in the countryside, where few were willing to use them as a means of social interaction. Thus, Chen Junsheng found it easy to make friends, connecting with various cadre members in places like Chatting Pavilion, Zuinqiao, and Dongtuan through the shared enjoyment of cigarettes. As he offered the cigarette to Luo Yuanchao, the relentless sound of knife sharpening momentarily ceased. Here, let me light it for you, Chen Junsheng said, igniting the cigarette for Luo before lighting one for himself. Yuanchao took a couple of puffs and then turned to Chen Junsheng, somewhat puzzled. Jun, aren't you the one who doesn't smoke? Just keeping you company. Chen Junsheng replied with a smile. Luo Yuanchao paused, having just been bombarded with pleas from his family. But hearing Chen Junsheng's seemingly ordinary words brought a sudden warmth to his eyes. Chen Junsheng pretended not to notice and quietly stayed with him until he finished the cigarette. Then he stood up, brushing off his pants. Let us go outside for some fresh air, and we can come back to the sharpening. With that, he placed a hand on Luo Yuanchao's shoulder, guiding him out. Once outside, Chen Junsheng began to inquire, how many were there on the other side? More than 20. Luo Yuanchao replied. Are you hurt badly? Chen Junsheng asked again. No broken bones. It's nothing serious, Luo Yuanchao reassured him. Luo Yuanchao shook his head and replied. Junge, there is no need for your persuasion. I have made up my mind. We must strike decisively to avoid being overwhelmed by a barrage of blows. If you wish to sustain your liquor business, it is imperative that someone stands up to intimidate and subdue that bunch of rogues. As Luo spoke passionately, his jaw clenched tightly, revealing a fierce determination. Today I am unprepared, but tomorrow I shall not rest until I have vanquished them. Chen Junsheng admired his brother's fearless attitude towards life and death, yet felt a twinge of concern over his reckless approach. If there is a fatality, you cannot escape the consequences, and I will inevitably be implicated as well, Chen remarked. Luo Yuanchao paused, taken aback. To be honest, I personally do not care. If I fall, then so be it. Chen offered him a cigarette. Is it worth sacrificing a good brother who has grown up with you? Someone willing to fight for you, over a mere issue of liquor? It would be a catastrophic loss. Luo Yuanchao wanted to confess that he had been blinded by anger and had not considered the ramifications, but instead, he stated, if I do not confront them, they will continue to stir trouble. What should I do? Simple, report them to the authorities, Chen Junsheng suggested directly. Reporting them may provide temporary relief. But I would rather rely on my own weapons, my dagger and shotgun, Luo Yuanchao thought, lacking any legal awareness. He preferred to take matters into his own hands rather than seeking legal recourse. Junge, let me speak candidly. I can disregard my parents' words. But your counsel carries weight with me. However, this time, please do not try to dissuade me. Luo Yuanchao decided to be honest with Chen Junsheng. Before I returned today, I had already signed a life and death pact with them. Tomorrow, I will go armed and confront them fiercely. Whoever shows fear is nothing but a coward. Luo Yuanchao was resolute in his intention to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Chen Junsheng gazed intently at him for a long moment before saying, Yuanchao, if you truly intend to fight, perhaps you should first calm yourself. Let me share something with you. What is it? Luo Yuanchao inquired. Chen Junsheng led him to a secluded spot, ensuring no one was around before leaning close to Luo Yuanchao and whispering his thoughts. Junge, your affairs are my affairs. Luo Yuanchao took a final drag from his cigarette, grinning, damn it, if it means being a coward, then so be it. I will stay home for the next few days, waiting for your command. All right, wait here for a moment, Chen Junsheng said, pulling out his cigarettes to offer him. He then hurried home, retrieving a large burlap sack containing over 3,000 yuan in cash, which he displayed before Luo Yuanchao. What is this? Luo Yuanchao was astonished, having never seen such a substantial amount of pristine currency. Chen Junsheng casually handed him a handful. Take this for now. Once the task is accomplished, all the money in this bag will belong to you. I assure you, if you assist me, you will not be left at a loss. This was an example of appealing to emotions and enticing with benefits. As long as my brother dares to fight and strive, Chen Junsheng will not hesitate to part with a bit of wealth. In the future, when he achieves great success, he will undoubtedly help his brothers rise to prominence. Luo Yuanchao gazed at the large sack of unity for a long time, swallowed hard, and when he looked up at Chen Junsheng, his eyes became particularly resolute. Chen Junsheng refrained from saying much more, merely patting Luo Yuanchao on the shoulder and saying, You stay at home and recuperate for a few days. Leave tomorrow's matters to me. I will have a good discussion with them. Chapter 033. Unexpectedly, I found myself a partner the next morning. When Chen Junsheng arrived at the entrance of the Chuanduang liquor factory on his bicycle, he was accompanied by a public security officer and a squad of armed militia. Members of the Zhangjiobeo, Yangkou, and Zhazhuang production teams, numbering over 20, had been waiting for some time with their weapons at the ready. However, upon seeing Chen Junsheng's brazen disregard for the agreed-upon duel, bringing along the police and militia, they felt disheartened. Let us go back and call for reinforcements. Seeing their intention to leave, Chen Junsheng shouted, Since everyone is already here, why not stay for a few more minutes and hear me out? What is there to say? At that moment, a young man with squinty eyes and a pockmarked face sneered, Listen up. Unless you willingly hand over the mash and compensate each of our 3 teams with 1,000 yuan for economic losses, this matter is far from over. Exactly. Surrender the mash and pay for the damages. The pockmarked fellow's words quickly garnered support from the crowd. Chen Junsheng pedaled straight up to him, fixing his gaze intently upon him. What are you staring at? The pockmarked man appeared to be a formidable character, challenging, if you have guts. Get off your bike and face me. With that, Chen Junsheng tightened his grip on the handlebars and forcefully lifted the front of the bicycle. causing it to rise like a mountain peak ready for battle. With a sudden tilt forward, he knocked the pockmarked man to the ground, the massive front wheel rolling over his face. Damn it, how audacious! Chen Junsheng spat a thick mouthful of phlegm onto the pockmarked man's head, then turned to the other members present, grinning. Everyone, don't be alarmed. In truth, I did not come here to escalate the matter, but rather to concede. With a smile and a humble demeanor, Chen Junsheng appeared harmless. Concede? You first brought the public security officer and militia. Then you knocked one of our men to the ground. You call that conceding? Yet, it was precisely Chen Junsheng's declaration of surrender that prevented the 20-odd members from becoming incensed and retaliating. At that moment, the public security officer and accompanying militia rushed over, pulling Chen Junsheng away. Indeed, I am here to concede. Chen Junsheng moved his bicycle a few steps back and then proclaimed loudly, as the saying goes, "It is better to resolve enmities than to create them. We are all fellow villagers. There is no need to make a ruckus over a bit of spoiled mash. If it leads to loss of life, someone may be dragged off to face dire consequences, which would be a loss for all," Chen Junsheng emphasized. Then tell us, how do we resolve this mash issue? The deputy leader of the Zhengjiabao production team, Zheng Hua, stepped forward and sternly questioned Chen Junsheng. This matter is not difficult to resolve. I have just 3 statements to make, and I kindly ask everyone to listen patiently. Chen Junsheng then declared, First, I cannot possibly relinquish the alcohol residue approval. If you have the capability, go and seek approval from Secretary Su. Second, compensating for economic losses is out of the question. I am not a landlord from the old society. His initial 2 statements were as unpleasant and unyielding as a boulder in a latrine, nearly infuriating everyone present. However, he soon relented. Third, starting today, the factory's alcohol residue will be prioritized for your teams, and I assure you, it will still be provided free of charge. That was more acceptable. Yet, it was evident that Chen Junsheng had not finished his 3rd point. However, there is one condition. When the production team slaughters pigs and distributes meat at the year's end, you must allocate the same amount of meat to me as you promised directly. As soon as he finished speaking, a scruffy man, covering his face, stood up and shouted, Director Li is a leader in the state-owned distillery. We willingly share meat with him. Who do you think you are to demand meat from our production team? Huh? Even if the wheels of a cart have rolled over your face, you still speak so defiantly? At that moment, Su Yishuan suddenly emerged with a large group of distillery workers. The Director Li you speak of was taken away by the county police last night. Who are you? Most members of the production team had never seen Su Yishuan, but they could sense that this young girl possessed a commanding presence even stronger than that of the police officer. I am Su Yishuan, the accountant of the Quanlianji distillery, and my father is Secretary Su Changsheng. Su Yishuan stated calmly, Chen Junsheng is my partner, and it was I who approved the alcohol residue for him. After saying this, Su Yishuan's expression suddenly darkened, and she raised her voice. The factory has provided alcohol residue to your production teams free of charge for so many years. It's one thing not to express gratitude, but now to turn against us after just a few days without it. Is this how you repay kindness? The crowd exchanged glances. The alcohol residue has never been free. Each of our production teams must allocate 500 jin of meat to Director Li each year, shouted the scruffy man. Exactly. Others echoed in agreement. Su Yishuan coldly retorted, Director Li has already been arrested for corruption. The benefits you privately provided him have not been recorded in our distillery's accounts one bit. My partner, Chen Junsheng, operates differently. He purchases alcohol residue from the factory with the approval slip, and not only are his accounts clear and detailed, but he also diligently transports it to remote villages to provide welfare for other production teams. Ask around, which team does not speak highly of him? Su Yishuan poured forth her thoughts like a bamboo tube spilling beans. Chen Junsheng is your partner. Of course, you will always support him. With a sharp clap, the scene fell into complete silence. The scruffy man, who had been chattering nonstop just moments ago, nearly received a slap from Chen Junsheng that would have sent him reeling. Indeed, my approach is markedly different from that of Director Li. Chen Junsheng flicked his wrist and began to engage with Su Yishuan's remarks, publicly declaring, we are all fellow townsfolk. Let us take some distiller's grains back to feed the pigs, and one can easily ask for 500 jin of meat. This is no different from consuming blood buns. I shall offer a discount, 250 jin of meat. Each production team may take away a maximum of 400 jin of distiller's grains per day. Let us each concede a little and befriend one another. What do you say? Chen Junsheng inquired loudly. After a prolonged silence, Zheng Hua finally took the lead in agreeing. All right, Let us proceed as you suggested. All this commotion is merely for those few pigs at the pig farm. There is no need to disturb the harmony among fellow townsfolk. Indeed, it is as you say. There is no reason to let our camaraderie falter over pigs. Everyone had their own measure of fairness. Although the distiller's grains were limited, the meat distributed would still be reasonable even with a halved share. Furthermore, the others were not naive. In recent days, some production teams had already begun parceling out land. It was wise to first take the distiller's grains and raise the pigs. And who could say if there would be meat to share with Chen Junsheng by the end of the year? In any case, it was prudent to seize the immediate advantage. However, regardless of how these individuals calculated their gains, they were merely grasping at small benefits. It was Chen Junsheng who truly benefited handsomely, unexpectedly acquiring a partner. Chapter 034, Comrade Zhou Xiaohua, yearning for warmth in her bed. Special Commissioner, Captain Su. I am truly grateful to you today. After the conflict was amicably resolved, Chen Junsheng presented a pack of double happiness cigarettes to Public Security Commissioner Hu Yichun and Militia Captain Su Wenming. The remaining militia comrades each received a stick of hongmei. Chen Junsheng, with a match in hand, cheerfully lit each of their cigarettes one by one. Comrade Junsheng is indeed the literary star of Chaoyang Commune, the top scholar of the Dongjiang region, a distinguished student admitted to Jiangxi University. As he distributed and lit the cigarettes for his brothers, everyone secretly reveled in delight. Comrade Hu Yichun, as the only public security commissioner of Chaoyang Commune, not only held a high position, but was also well-connected and well-informed. Upon hearing this, two militia members who had previously waved off the offer of cigarettes hastily accepted them. Some even hesitated to smoke their newly acquired cigarettes, tucking them behind their ears, intending to take them home to boast about. Once Chen Junsheng finished distributing the cigarettes, Hu Yichun approached him and quietly disclosed, "The 7 members of the vegetable knife team who had schemed to harm you have already been handed over to the county police for investigation." Chen Junsheng frowned upon hearing this, suspecting this was yet another of Ding Meijian's covert machinations. Once the case was transferred to the county police, it could easily be minimized, trivialized, and ultimately lead to a lack of resolution. Hu Yichun glanced at Chen Junsheng and smiled reassuringly. Transferring the case to the county is actually a good thing. Rest assured, our comrades will pursue this to the end and unearth the puppet masters behind it, sparing no leniency. Indeed, Chen Junsheng nodded in agreement, fully convinced. In truth, the eventual outcome of this case had become of little importance to him. After all, grievances have their origins, and debts have their owners. Those who commit wrongs must face retribution. Deceiver, a grand deceiver, Su Yishuan, I shall never easily trust you again. In the finance office, Zhou Xiaohua pouted, fiddling with the canned peaches on Su Yishuan's desk while expressing her dissatisfaction with a huff. Su Yishuan casually twisted open the lid of the can and then, with a serious expression, explained, I only intervened to help him out of a predicament, as you observed earlier. In any case, I assure you, I am not in a relationship with Chen Junsheng. Zhou Xiaohua took a bite of peach and sulkily retorted, you announced it publicly. Yet you claim there is nothing between you. Su Yishuan was aware that this situation was difficult to clarify. Yet she hoped Zhou Xiaohua would comprehend her stance. If I hadn't said it that way, do you think those people would have let it go? I don't care. Zhou Xiaohua pouted. I've already decided that Chen Junsheng is your boyfriend. Su Yishuan was momentarily at a loss for words and could only remain silent. Zhou Xiaohua continued, moreover, I've noticed you've been reviewing high school textbooks lately. I bet you're planning to take the college entrance examination next year, aiming to get into a university in Hangzhou to be with Chen Junsheng, right? Su Yishuan nodded in acknowledgement before firmly shaking her head in denial. I do have aspirations for higher education, but I have never considered attending a university in Hangzhou, nor have I ever thought about being with Chen Junsheng. Humph. Zhou Xiaohua lightly scoffed, expressing her skepticism. Su Yishuan chuckled and candidly remarked, have you forgotten that Chen Junsheng is already in a relationship? We both have met her before. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes flickered at this, and after putting down the can, she pondered for a moment. Are you referring to that young, educated woman from Hangzhou who was sent to work in Meijiachuan? What was her name? Shen something? Shen Wanqiu. Su Yishuan recalled distinctly. Oh right, Shen Wanqiu, Zhou Xiaohua remembered. I haven't seen her in ages. She must have returned to the city to work by now. I haven't inquired, so I'm not certain. Su Yishuan shook her head. But I have an inkling. Shen Wanqiu is indeed an educated woman from Hangzhou. And Chen Junsheng got into a university there. They're a match made in heaven. Why would I want to intrude and subject myself to humiliation? Su Yishuan laughed self-deprecatingly. What do you mean by humiliation? You're not lacking in anything. Zhou Xiaohua suddenly became agitated. She scooped a bite of peach with her spoon and brought it to Su Yishuan's mouth, saying in a mock-serious tone, "Even though I'm a bit upset with you right now, I won't allow you to belittle yourself." Su Yishuan was momentarily taken aback by her words. Zhou Xiaohua continued, "To be honest, while Shen Wanqiu is indeed somewhat attractive, let us not forget she has a smaller chest than you, shorter legs, and a less shapely figure." The more she spoke, the more fervent she became. "Once Chen Junsheng has held you, kissed you, or had an intimate moment with you, he will realize you far surpass Shen Wanqiu." "What are you talking about?" Su Yishuan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, Zhou Xiaohua interpreted her blushing as something entirely different. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she inquired, "Your face is suddenly so red. Could it be that I've hit the nail on the head?" Su Yishuan, feeling overwhelmed, replied, "Please stop talking about this. Let us finish the can and hurry back to work." The more she resisted, the more curious Zhou Xiaohua became. She stood up, moved closer to Su Yishuan, and whispered in her ear, "Has Chen Junsheng already hugged you? Has he kissed you? What does it feel like to kiss him?" "Oh dear, you shameless girl!" Su Yishuan exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she could no longer contain herself and urged her friend to leave. "Go on, hurry up. If you have feelings for Chen Junsheng, you should seek him out now." "I wouldn't dare," Zhou Xiaohua replied, lifting her chin defiantly but quickly lowering her head to mumble. "He is so exceptional, and I am so ordinary. Being friends might be quite nice, but dating him is out of the question. I am simply not worthy of him. Moreover, I have a feeling that Chen Junsheng might be rather fickle in love, and I fear he would bring other women home while I foolishly warm his bed. Is this sensible?" Su Yishuan struggled to maintain her composure. "You, Zhou Xiaohua, truly dare to think and say such things." Just then, a knock echoed through the room as Chen Junsheng entered, seeking to settle last week's wine order payments with the accountant. "Am I interrupting something?" Chen Junsheng observed the rosy-cheeked Su Yishuan and the shy Zhou Xiaohua, sensing an unusual atmosphere. "Not at all. Your timing is impeccable," Su Yishuan replied. Her blush still evident, but a glint of cleverness in her eyes. "Zhou Xiaohua just mentioned she wanted to warm your bed, so you should take her home right away." "Wait, what?" Zhou Xiaohua was taken aback. Chen Junsheng, equally confused, thought to himself that he had just stumbled upon a potential romantic interest. And now there was talk of warming beds? Was this just too far-fetched? "That's not true. I never said that." "Yishuan is just joking," Zhou Xiaohua protested vehemently. Grabbing the half-finished can of yellow peach and making her escape, "I have to get to work. You two carry on." Chen Junsheng had merely come to deliver a payment, which took only a few minutes. He had no intention of engaging in conversation with Su Yishuan and turned to attend to other matters. "Wait a moment," Su Yishuan called out before he could leave. "What is it?" Chen Junsheng turned back with curiosity. Su Yishuan smiled gently. "About what you mentioned yesterday at the dinner table regarding setting up a stall at the zoo to take photos. I've given it some thought and believe it could be quite a venture." "Yes, but it requires sufficient capital to purchase a camera," Chen Junsheng nodded. "Are you suggesting that this business has a high entry barrier with few competitors? If one is willing to invest, profit is assured, correct?" Su Yishuan inquired softly, biting her lip. "Indeed, cameras are predominantly imported now. They are not only costly but also difficult to obtain without foreign exchange vouchers," Chen Junsheng explained. "Furthermore, the East River Zoo does not attract much traffic. If one truly wishes to make money through a photography stall, it would be wiser to go to the provincial capital or to Hangzhou, where economic development is more robust." Chen Junsheng offered his advice before departing. Despite the conversation, he did not believe Su Yishuan would lower herself to become a vendor. To Hangzhou? Oh no, Su Yishuan thought to herself. A sudden jolt of realization striking her heart. Why was she inexplicably drawn to the idea of Hangzhou? Chapter 35. Shen Wanqiu's longing in Hangzhou, at the Shen Garden. Shen Wanqiu gazed at the lush, verdant trees in the courtyard, lost in contemplation. During her time back in the city, she had written to Chen Junsheng daily. Yet not a single reply had graced her hands. Perhaps it was the hurried nature of my return that prevented us from meeting. He has since adopted a sulky demeanor, choosing to ignore me. Every time Shen Wanqiu reflects on this matter, she feels a blend of grievance and regret. The grievance stems from the train ticket on the day of her departure, which was rather inconvenient, as it departed at 7:10 a.m. Her mother, in a flurry of urgency, had forcibly ushered her away. The regret, however, arises from the fact that on the night of Qixi, she had promised Chen Junsheng that they would see each other the following day, only to ultimately break that promise. "Please write back to me soon," Shen Wanqiu blinked, her thoughts racing. My family has already begun arranging matters for my study abroad. In truth, I am quite eager to explore the world beyond. Yet I find it exceedingly difficult to let go of you. If only I could see you and consult you directly. Shen Wanqiu pondered that if she did not receive a response from Chen Junsheng within 3 to 5 days, she would enlist someone to draft a letter of introduction. Secretly returning to Raoyang County, she longed to revisit the Maojiawan Brigade, a place she once despised, yet now missed dearly. At that moment, Chen Junsheng was cycling towards the Huangmiling Production Brigade under the jurisdiction of the Chatting Commune. The land distribution work in Chatting had already commenced, and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to halt progress in the near future. The Huangmiling Production Brigade stood as the wealthiest among all brigades in Chatting, without exception. The brigade boasted 3 Dongfenghong tractors, 6 hand tractors, and a liberation truck. Chen Junsheng's intent for the afternoon was once again to seize any overlooked opportunities. He desired both the Dongfenghong and hand tractors, finding no excess in their acquisition. Additionally, he sought out plow oxen, donkeys, and the pigs from the production team's pig farm. As long as the brigade officials were willing to sell these assets to benefit the populace, Chen Junsheng was more than willing to take them all. He understood well that acquiring collective assets at low prices was a surefire way to profit. Miss this opportunity, and it would be lost forever. Moreover, should he delay, some astute individuals might become involved. As for the liberation truck, Chen Junsheng offered the highest bid of 500 yuan. The afternoon's most significant auction undoubtedly revolved around the prized liberation truck, a pivotal asset for the Huangmiling Production Brigade's prosperity. This truck played a crucial role in transporting high-quality clay to the state-run ceramic factory in Raoyang County. As the brigade officials would put it, this liberation truck delivers soil. But what it brings back is unity. The truck, in fair condition, attracted the interest of several affluent members of the brigade. However, Chen Junsheng's bidding escalated dramatically. Starting from a base price of 2,000 yuan, he incrementally raised his offer to 3,500 yuan, causing the other bidders to retreat in dismay. I bid 3,600. Just as everyone believed the truck was firmly within Chen Junsheng's grasp, a middle-aged man, portly and resembling the local figure Lei Laohu, suddenly emerged from the crowd. Squeezing his way forward, he had made a bid of 3,600, slightly surpassing Chen Junsheng's offer. Comrade, I am involved in interprovincial transportation and have a genuine need for this vehicle. I kindly request your understanding, the middle-aged man stated, bowing politely towards Chen Junsheng, seemingly hoping he would withdraw from the competition. Chen Junsheng smiled at him, then turned to quote a price, 4,000. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and immediately pressed Chen Junsheng, 4,100. Chen Junsheng responded, 4,500. The middle-aged man countered, 4,600. The stakes were rising. Let it rise, the higher the price, the better. Indeed, the price should be hiked, relentlessly, for what a splendid liberation card it was. He had once depleted the entire production team's resources to acquire it. And now, with land being redistributed, selling it for mere thousands felt like a cruel betrayal. The fierce bidding war between Chen Junsheng and the middle-aged man from out of town sparked rampant discussion among the Huangmiling Brigade members present. The auction price for the liberation card soared from its initial base of 2,000 to an astonishing 7,500, 8,000. When Chen Junsheng quoted, his eyes did not flicker. This liberation card seemed to be his heart's desire. 8,100. The middle-aged man appeared to waver. 8,500. Chen Junsheng raised the bid once more. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. 8,600. As he announced this price, he cast a deep glance at Chen Junsheng, his eyes seemingly conveying, "Young man, it's about time to ease up. If you raise it again, I might become quite upset." 8601. Chen Junsheng, heeding the unspoken warning, offered a bid just a single unit higher than the middle-aged man's. 9,000. The middle-aged man truly seemed anxious now. Suddenly, Chen Junsheng broke into a grin. "I yield to you. Thank you." The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. Harboring no resentment towards Chen Junsheng for his earlier raise, instead, he offered a respectful gesture. My respects, my respects. This man is rather intriguing, Chen Junsheng mused. He had initially intended to elevate his bid to 10,000 to see if the man would still compete. However, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary to offend a smuggler over a truck. Nowadays, interprovincial transport is not a venture for the faint-hearted. It requires connections, strength, and a band of brave brothers willing to fight. Otherwise, one could easily lose both life and fortune on the road. Though somewhat regretful, pushing the price beyond 10,000 would not be considered a bargain. Chen Junsheng shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. In truth, he had already achieved a considerable haul. Aside from the truck, he had secured tractors, plowing oxen, donkeys, and pigs, all totaling over 30,000 in value, for less than 6,000. However, just as Chen Junsheng prepared to leave on his bicycle, the middle-aged man, who had just completed the payment with the brigade secretary, rushed over. With a friendly smile, he extended his hand. "Comrade, let me introduce myself. I am Ku Wanhai from Fujian." Chen Junsheng shook his hand, smiling. "From your accent, I gather you are from Manan?" "Ah, indeed. I heard about the land redistribution here and rushed over last night." When Ku Wanhai was bidding against Chen Junsheng, he had appeared stern and fierce. But now his face was all smiles, radiating friendliness. "Please do not misunderstand. I did not come here to ruin your good fortune." Ku Wanhai chuckled, "Quite the opposite. Through our previous exchange, I find you quite interesting and wish to befriend you. I find you quite intriguing and suitable for friendship," Chen Junsheng remarked with a smile. "Is that so? Haha, this is what they call a friendship forged through conflict." Ku Wanhai, with a hearty disposition, suggested, "If time permits, let us dine together and enjoy some tea. I can introduce you to my fellow townsmen." Chen Junsheng correctly surmised that this comrade, Ku Wanhai, was indeed engaged in smuggling operations and on a considerable scale. The so-called fellow townsmen he referred to were, in fact, a smuggling ring. In these times, the profits from smuggling were substantial, yet the risks were equally great, akin to placing one's head on the line. Chen Junsheng had no desire to involve himself in such affairs. He chuckled and replied, "Making friends is fine, but let's forego the meal. Should we chance upon each other elsewhere, I hope Brother Ku will extend a hand to me." "No problem at all," Ku Wanhai readily agreed. The bold comrade, who dared to set a trap yet knew when to retreat at critical moments, resonated well with Ku, who was eager to draw him into his circle. Chapter 036, Shaoan. Tonight you sleep in that brat's room. Chen Junsheng held little interest in Ku Wanhai's smuggling business. His sole ambition was to accumulate capital, diligently working towards prosperity, which was within reach, with boundless possibilities ahead. There was no need to risk his neck on perilous ventures. However, having more friends could open more avenues. Cultivating a friendship with someone like Ku Wanhai was far preferable to fostering enmity and inviting trouble. After contemplating this, Chen Junsheng departed from Huangmiling Brigade on his bicycle, soon heading to the neighboring Shatang production team and Liwan production team. Meanwhile, his two aunts were also busy. Each took out their savings and ventured to the Dongtuan commune, which was also allocating land, traversing multiple production brigades to purchase draft oxen and donkeys at low prices. Interestingly, Qi Xiaoyan and Xiao Shuxin were not only distinct in temperament, but also had vastly different preferences. Xiaoyan had a particular fondness for oxen, while Xiao Shuxin preferred the donkeys from the production team. The trio of Chen Junsheng, Aunt Xian, and Aunt Yun spent their days pursuing their individual endeavors, only to reconvene in the evenings to review their accounts and summarize their achievements. It was unexpected how swiftly others became involved in their affairs. After an entire day's labor, Xiao Shuxin felt somewhat disheartened with only 2 small donkeys to show for her efforts. Fortunately, our brat acted swiftly to seize the advantage. Otherwise, the ensuing competition would have been daunting, she remarked before turning to ask, "Shaoan, how many cows did you acquire today?" 10, Qi Shaoan replied softly. "What? So many?" Xiao Shuxin exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Qi Shaoan nodded, adding, "Before my father returned to our hometown, he left me some money, and I intended to use it all to purchase cows." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuxin instinctively raised her hand to her forehead. She understood that Xiaoyan's purchase of cows was fundamentally different from Chen Junsheng's acquisition of tractors. The former involved full payment, while the latter only required a small deposit. It was evident that Xiaoyan's father had not merely left her a bit of money, but rather the family's savings account. "Once we vowed to endure hardships together, it now seems that I alone bear the weight of suffering and poverty." In her determination to remain in the Mayo Jiawan Brigade, Comrade Xiao Qiao resolutely severed ties with her family, declaring that even if she were to endure the harshest conditions in the countryside, starving or freezing, she would never ask her family for a single penny. Such was her resolve. For this reason, Xiao Shuxin had not communicated with her family for 3 long years. It was only when she learned that Chen Junsheng's university admission was usurped by that scoundrel Chen Wanqiu at the county hospital that she angrily rushed to the postal bureau to call home, demanding her father punish Chen Su within 3 days. That spiteful old man, now transferred to Longxi, continued to neglect her as he always had, showing no semblance of paternal concern. During their last phone call, he even had the audacity to call her a stubborn mule. Comrade Xiao Qiao bore her unspoken grievances. At this moment, Chen Junsheng grinned and remarked, Aunt Yun, splendid job. Later, I'll help you take those cattle to the black market and sell them for a handsome price. Sounds good, Qi Xiaoyan replied softly, then added, I'll accompany you, lest they refuse to follow you. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shuxin hesitated slightly and addressed Chen Junsheng. Those plowing oxen are dear to your Aunt Yun. Selling them at the black market seems rather regrettable. There's nothing to regret. These animals will only fetch a good price at the black market. Chen Junsheng replied with a smile, summarizing, the 10 cows Aunt Yun bought, along with the 6 donkeys you collected these past few days, and my 26 cows, 12 donkeys, 3 mules, and 165 pigs, plus 16 Dongfanghong tractors and 20 handheld tractors, will all ultimately flow into the black market. Chen Junsheng made his decision. His business relied on time and information disparities. He needed to sell the collected items before others began the land redistribution. The goal of entering the black market was to secure a higher price. My goodness, Qiao Shuxin gasped in astonishment. Even the usually composed and reticent Qi Xiaoyun widened her eyes in disbelief. So many? How much would that be? If all this were to enter the black market? Conservatively estimated, the total price would start at no less than 100,000. Such an event would surely cause quite a stir. While Qiao Shuxin was astonished, she could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, the scale of this operation was rather large. Even a slight misstep could lead to accusations of speculation. In these times, although the authorities have shifted their stance on speculation and relaxed regulations, any transgression could still result in fines or imprisonment. Chen Junsheng, fully aware of the stakes, looked at Qiao Shuxin and earnestly explained, the black market I refer to is not confined to our Raoyang County. Its scope can extend to the Dongjiang region, even reaching the provincial capital and Jiangsu-Zhejiang areas. Furthermore, I will release the goods in batches to minimize impact. Chen Junsheng added. Qiao Shuxin understood his intentions, yet her heart remained clear. If no one reported them, they might be fine, but should they be reported, the consequences could be dire. However, Qiao Shuxin has always unconditionally supported her troublesome son. Feel free to proceed with your plans and ideas. I will find ways to connect and safeguard you. Qiao Shuxin expressed her stance, and after a moment of contemplation, Qi Xiaoyan suggested to Chen Junsheng, shall we call Xiao Sun? He is involved in interprovincial transport and may have some unconventional methods. Xiao Sun. Chen Junsheng paused for a moment, only to suddenly recall that the Xiao Sun Auntie mentioned was indeed his brother's son, Sun Haihua. No wonder Sun was able to afford a private car at such a young age. He was engaged in the same interprovincial transport business as those folks from Fujian. This minor issue did not warrant troubling him. Chen Junsheng chuckled and shook his head. Oh, Qi Xiaoyan softly acknowledged, promptly discarding the idea of seeking Sun Haihua's assistance. The family meeting had reached a point where it could be adjourned. However, before dispersing, Qiao Shuxin exchanged a meaningful glance with Qi Xiaoyan, yawning as she said, Xiaoyan, it's your turn to keep watch over him tonight. I haven't had proper rest these past 2 nights and need to catch up on sleep. Qi Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, pondering that this could actually be rotated. Chen Junsheng was even more bewildered, thinking to himself, I haven't done anything heinous. Why are you taking turns to deal with me? Alas, they hadn't even entered the house, and yet his face was already flushed. Qiao Shuxin glanced at Qi Xiaoyan, unable to suppress a smile, and then leaned in to whisper softly in her ear, never mind, I won't tease you anymore. Let the troublesome boy sleep alone tonight. After all, that frightening impulse he had has subsided, and he won't be getting into any serious trouble for the time being. What do you think? Qiao Shuxin inquired softly. Qi Xiaoyan shook her head. Regardless of the circumstances, she still felt a bit uneasy. After careful consideration, Qi Xiaoyan took a deep breath and, in a voice barely above a whisper, suggested to Qiao Shuxin, in my opinion, it would be prudent to keep watch for a few more nights, ensuring he is safe and sound until he heads off to university. Chapter 037. I hold you while you sleep. The night was deep, and the soft yellow light still illuminated Chen Junsheng's bedroom. Chen Junsheng sat at the head of the bed, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing at Auntie Yun, who lay beside him in a composed manner. To him, Auntie Yun embodied the essence of a devoted wife. Why a wife, you might ask? Because she was not only gentle and considerate, but also possessed a meticulous thoughtfulness akin to that of a spouse, fully aware of the feelings of those around her. For instance, when it came to sharing a bed, Auntie Yun would take a bath with fragrant soap before climbing into bed without a trace of lotion or perfume. The subtle scent of her freshly bathed skin resembled the sweet aroma of lavender, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere conducive to sleep. In contrast, Auntie Xin preferred to apply a captivating fragrance that seemed to evoke a seductive allure, leaving Chen Junsheng restless throughout the night. Ironically, she herself maintained a strong sense of boundaries, which was quite vexing. Chen Junsheng pondered that, in truth, all the aunts were wonderful. They had endured hardships together over the years, and their bond was not familial yet surpassed that of family. Thankfully, he had returned, and they were all here. Chen Junsheng, contemplating this, once again summoned his spirits to peruse his high school mathematics textbook. For him, gaining admission to university did not signify the completion of his academic endeavors. On the contrary, the journey at Zhejiang University was merely about to commence. It was peculiar that concepts he once grasped with ease now appeared so foreign. The more he read, the more bewildered he became, and an overwhelming sense of drowsiness began to wash over him. Could it be true that while the heavens opened one door, they simultaneously closed another? This shouldn't be the case. How could he suddenly find himself unable to comprehend mathematical problems without a noticeable decline in intelligence? When he initially picked up the calculus textbook, he had been filled with ambition, envisioning a fresh start at Zhejiang University, eager to get a head start on his studies. However, reality soon set in through the lens of high school mathematics, prompting a swift reevaluation of his thoughts. At Zhejiang University, the goal was merely to coast along. And if that proved difficult, to cultivate a good rapport with his professors, aiming to pass his courses and earn some money. Perhaps he was simply fatigued today, coupled with a long absence from mathematical challenges, and it was natural for his mind to falter in understanding. Chen Junsheng reassured himself and promptly set the textbook aside. That would suffice for today. Pulling the cord to extinguish the light, he turned to inquire, "Ain't Yun, are you asleep?" "Yes, I am," Qi Shaoan replied softly, her voice tinged with an unmistakable trace of tension. Finding her response intriguing, Chen Junsheng leaned closer and playfully asked, "Where exactly did you fall asleep?" "Everywhere," Qi Shaoyan whispered back. "You should sleep soon too. After a long day, rest is beneficial for your health." With a smile, Chen Junsheng replied, "I am neither tired nor sleepy. I wish to converse with you." "Oh," Qi Shaoyan responded, before taking the initiative to ask, "What do you wish to discuss?" "Let us talk about secrets. I'll ask, and you'll answer, shall we?" Chen Junsheng murmured enticingly. Qi Shaoyan remained silent. He leaned closer to her ear and inquired, "Aunt Yun, what type of man do you fancy?" After a moment of contemplation, Qi Shaoyan replied, "In the past, I was drawn to men like my father, dressed in military uniform, standing tall and exuding valor." "And now?" Chen Junsheng pressed further. "Now, it's hard to say," she replied, pursing her lips. "Let us skip this question. It's my turn to ask you." Surprised, Chen Junsheng discovered a playful side to Aunt Yun that emerged in the dim light. "All right, ask away. Have you and Shen Wanqiu, you know?" Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng initially raised his head slightly, then buried it against Qi Shaoyun's chest, seeking the softest spot, and pecked her gently through her clothing. "Is that what you meant?" "Yes," Qi Shaoyan involuntarily responded with an affirmative sound. "Indeed," Chen Junsheng echoed, as if to conclude the exchange. "Ah Jun, you should get some proper rest," Qi Shaoyan said, her voice quivering slightly. "All right," he acknowledged, though his body remained unyielding. Qi Shaoyan could not suppress the urge to cradle Chen Junsheng's face gently, whispering, "No, don't do that." "Okay." Chen Junsheng took a deep breath, feeling more alert, before adding, "It's a bit stifling. I'll step outside for some fresh air." "Don't," Qi Shaoyan urged, not wanting him to leave. "Just sleep like this. Let me hold you, shall we?" "All right." The following morning, Chen Junsheng rose early as usual. After a brief wash, he opened the door to find more than a dozen young men from the Mayo Jiawen production team waiting for him. "Good morning, Jun," they greeted cheerfully. "Morning," Chen Junsheng replied with a nod and a smile. These young men assisted Chen in his endeavors. Some were regularly tasked with fetching distillers' grains, while others accompanied him to various production teams to procure goods. They had been organized under the leadership of Luo Yuanchao, each one diligent and hardworking. Among them, the standout performers were the Gao brothers, Gao Cheng and Gao Chong. These two were the team-esh tractor drivers. Not only could they operate the machinery, but they also possessed a rudimentary understanding of mechanical repairs, disassembly of components, and assembly, making them a rare breed of skilled laborers in the countryside. After breakfast, just as Chen Junsheng was preparing to set off with his crew, he raised an eyebrow upon noticing Wang Fuyu, the production team leader, sauntering towards his doorstep with two lackeys in tow, hands clasped behind his back. "Well, what brings you here so early?" Wang Fuyu asked with a forced smile. To his surprise, no one acknowledged him. Humph. Wang Fuyu scoffed, having served as a cadre for over a decade. Before the reforms, he wielded considerable authority, marking down transgressions in his little notebook and easily controlling the labor points of the team members. However, in recent years, as labor points lost their value and the number of indifferent workers increased, it became evident to all that Wang Fuyu's reign as team leader was nearing its end. Knowing that Wang's uninvited presence likely signaled trouble, Chen Junsheng didn't even bother to glance his way. He gestured for his crew to prepare to leave. I'm talking to you. Wang Fuyu's lackey bristled. Are you deaf or mute? Speak properly. Chen Junsheng cast a sidelong glance at them, responding coolly. There is no need for shouting. Let us communicate respectfully. What is your attitude, Chen Junsheng? Wang Fuyu retorted sharply, before proclaiming. The team just issued a notice requiring each household to send one male aged 18 or older to repair the irrigation canal. Chen Junsheng, Gao Cheng, and Gao Chang. All three of you are on the list. Gather your tools and prepare provisions. Meet me at the team office. Repair the canal? The Gao brothers reacted with immediate indignation. Gao Cheng spoke first. Anyone who wants to go can go. I certainly want tea. Gao Cheng echoed. If my brother isn't going, then neither will I. Others stepped forward to support Chen Junsheng. Our Mao Zhaowen team has been established for so many years, and only Jun has become a university student. Are the team leaders out of their minds to assign him such a laborious task? Hey, until the acceptance letter arrives, he isn't a university student, Wang Fuyu retorted, dousing their enthusiasm, then added with a sense of moral righteousness. Moreover, how can repairing the canal be considered a hardship? This is a significant endeavor for the nation and the people. If everyone shirks their duties, who will be responsible for the delays in the work? At this moment, Chen Junsheng interjected. What team leader Wang says holds merit. If none of us goes, are we to expect the team leaders to take on the task themselves? Should Captain Wang Fuyu personally take his son Wang Hai and Wang Hong along? Wang Fuyu's mind struggled to keep up. Chen Junsheng, what do you mean? Chen Junsheng smirked and replied, as the production team leader. You have never taken the initiative nor arranged for your own children to go to the countryside to repair the canal. So, are your children human while ours are not? The task of repairing the canal is solely ours. Your children are not fit for it? Wang Fuyu was momentarily stunned, his chest constricted as if he might spew blood. Who do you think you are, daring to publicly instruct me on my duties? Chen Junsheng paid no heed to Wang Fuyu's grim expression. Nor did he concern himself with his current feelings. In short, the kind are often bullied, and the gentle are often ridden. Those who adhere strictly to the rules are easily shackled and manipulated. Especially in the countryside, if you toil selflessly, it simply means you will be burdened with endless labor. If you can endure hardship, then a lifetime of suffering awaits you. Chapter 38. As long as Chen Junsheng lives, the fox will not become the prince. Chen Junsheng. You rascal. Wang Fuyu, seething with rage and humiliation, his veins bulging, erupted in a furious tirade against Chen Junsheng. You insolent wretch. What are you even? How dare you confront me in public? Wang Fuyu was notorious for his explosive temper within the team. After years of being a cadre, he was accustomed to being the one who did the scolding. No matter how much the members disapproved, they could only endure and even flatter him with smiles. After all, every household depended on those meager work points to survive. Who would dare to offend the one-keeping score? However, times had changed. Wang Fuyu initially intended to take advantage of the calamity that befell Secretary Zhang Youtsai's family, using the canal repair as an excuse to make his presence known and assert his dominance. His goal was to make everyone aware that the position of secretary of the Mao Zhaowen production team would soon be his. Unfortunately, as soon as Wang Fuyu made his move, he encountered a formidable opponent. This young Chen Junsheng dared to confront Captain Wang, leaving him flushed and speechless before the 10 or so young men in the team. Of course, one could not entirely blame Chen Junsheng. It was Wang Fuyu's own contradictory statements that led to this predicament. Just moments earlier, he had declared that every household should send one member aged 18 or older to repair the canal, only to then include the Gao brothers, Gao Cheng and Gao Chang. Additionally, he pointedly added Chen Junsheng to the list, attempting to teach this soon-to-be college student a lesson, showing him who truly held power in the Mao Zhaowen production team. Wasn't he this blatant bullying of the honest? Should the honest truly be victimized? Smack. Although Wang Fuyu had vented his frustrations with words, the next moment, Chen Junsheng's slap left his face askew. It's fine to scold me, but don't involve my parents. This slap serves as a reminder. Chen Junsheng rubbed his wrist and said coldly, if you dare to bare your fangs and snarl at me again, I will lead a tractor over, flatten your house, and dig up your ancestral grave. You dare. Wang Fuyu could only sputter these words after a lengthy pause. I am young, without parents or ties. What do I have to fear? Chen Junsheng, truly unafraid of consequences, mused to himself. I have committed a transgression, at worst. I shall be apprehended and confined for a few years. Upon my release, I will devise a means to eliminate your entire family. Hiss. Wang Fuyu, utterly extinguished, felt the weight of his life thus far. This self-proclaimed high-ranking village official had never endured such indignity. Just listen to what Chen Junsheng had proclaimed. He intended to drive a tractor to raze his home and disturb his ancestral grave. At worst, he would be imprisoned for a few years, and upon his release, he would find a way to annihilate Wang's family. How intolerable! After enduring for what felt like an eternity, Wang Fuyu finally bit his lip and, with a facade of bravado, retorted, Very well, Chen Junsheng, you possess true audacity. Chen Junsheng scoffed. Ah, you speak the truth. I am indeed soft-hearted and fond of flattery. Had you praised me sooner, we might have preserved our camaraderie. Wang Fuyu spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, turned, and hurried away with 2 lackeys, fearful that staying longer would result in being either beaten to death by Chen Junsheng or driven to madness by his provocations. Well done, Junsheng. Truly satisfying. No wonder you are a university student. As Wang Fuyu retreated in disgrace, the young men present erupted in applause for Chen Junsheng, with a stoic demeanor. He understood that dealing with a petty tyrant like Wang Fuyu required a decisive approach. If one must act, it ought to leave an indelible impression. Is Chen Junsheng home? As Wang Fuyu and his companions departed, the commune's postman arrived on his bicycle at Chen Junsheng's doorstep. Yes, Chen Junsheng responded loudly, quickly approaching the postman with a smile. Comrade, do you have any letters for me? Indeed, there are 2 letters sent from Hangcheng, the postman replied as he handed over 2 slender envelopes. Upon learning they were from Hangcheng, Chen Junsheng's heart surged with anticipation, yet he was soon taken aback. He had expected an admission letter from the university, but instead, it was a letter from Shen Wanqiu. Comrade, are these the only 2 letters? Chen Junsheng could not resist inquiring further. That is all. The postman shook his head before pedaling away. Chen Junsheng clutched the envelopes tightly, inhaled deeply, and returned to his room, sliding the letter into his high school mathematics textbook. He then turned to assign tasks to the young men outside before riding off alone to find Luo Yuanchao. Good morning, Junsheng. Have you had breakfast? When Chen Junsheng arrived, Luo Yuanchao was squatting at his doorstep, slurping sweet potato porridge. I haven't eaten, just managing a bite at my place, he replied. I've already eaten. Chen Junsheng responded coolly. Make sure to fill your stomach quickly. I will take you somewhere shortly. Sure thing. Luo Yuanchao hastily finished a few mouthfuls, wiped his lips, set aside the bowl, and grinned at Chen Junsheng, exclaiming, I'm full. Without further ado, Chen Junsheng mounted his bicycle, taking Luo Yuanchao along as they sped towards the county town. Chen Junsheng intended to devote the entire morning to familiarizing Luo Yuanchao with their target, approaching it strategically, and ultimately seeking the opportune moment to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, in Raoyang County, at the residence of Deputy County Head Chen, the day was just beginning. Chen Wanqiu gazed at the household registration book and the admission notice from Jiangxia University placed upon his desk, attempting to suppress the corners of his mouth, yet unable to restrain a smile. In stark contrast to his former high school desk mate, Chen Junsheng, Chen Wanqiu was undoubtedly the favored one. His mother, Ding Meizhen, cherished him dearly, and despite immense pressure, she ensured that the admission notice, nearly snatched away by Chen Junsheng, ultimately belonged to him, Chen Wanqiu. His grandfather, Ding Tao, wielded considerable influence, effortlessly altering his household registration, name, and even reshaping his future and destiny. Soon, all that awaited was the news of Chen Junsheng's unexpected demise, and all would be well. Unfortunately, those whom his mother had sought assistance from proved to be utterly ineffectual. Chen Wanqiu sighed inwardly. As long as Chen Junsheng remained alive, the fox would always be a fox, never ascending to the throne. Chapter 39, The Thorn Removal Operation. Eliminate Ding Meizhen and Chen Wanqiu mom. Do you think Chen Junsheng would seek revenge if he found out about these matters? Chen Wanqiu could not help but inquire during dinner. Revenge? Ding Meizhen raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping the table with her fingers. That is not for you to ponder. Focus on your meal. Oh, Chen Wanqiu responded, hesitating before adding, Mom, my right eyelid has been twitching severely. I can't shake the feeling that something bad is about to happen. Upon hearing this, Ding Meizhen reached out to gently stroke her son's nape. offering reassurance. You mustn't let your imagination run wild, nor should you frighten yourself. Should the sky fall, your mother and grandfather will support you. Besides, the sky will not fall. Her words exuded unwavering confidence. Shen Wanqiu nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Stay home and refrain from wandering about for the next few days. Ding Meijin advised softly, adding, good news will arrive soon. All right, I understand. Chen Junsheng felt a surge of joy and pondered for a moment before saying, Mom, you should stay home tonight as well. Don't go out. Ding Meijin's expression shifted slightly, her tone turning serious. Mind your own business. Observing his mother's demeanor, Chen Junsheng chose not to press further. Since childhood, he had cultivated the habit of retiring early. After dinner, with nothing else to occupy his time, he washed his feet and retired to bed. Ding Meijin remained at home until late into the night, waiting until her son was sound asleep before meticulously preparing herself and venturing out alone. Oh my little beauty. I've missed you dearly. As soon as Ding Meijin stepped out, her college classmate, Zhang Miao, who had been waiting at the stairwell for quite some time, rushed forward to embrace her, greedily inhaling her scent. Lower your voice. Really? Can you not act like this, embracing and whispering sweet nothings? Ding Meijin softly chided, pushing him away half-heartedly, only to find she could not dislodge him, so she resigned herself to his embrace. I would like to enter, but you refuse to let me, Zhang Miao remarked, while playfully circling Ding Meijin's neck like a pig rooting for cabbage. Upon hearing this, Ding Meijin firmly held his head and replied discontentedly, First, fulfill your promise, and I shall gladly let you in. It is merely dealing with a poor country bumpkin, Zhang Miao casually remarked. You need to keep your worries at bay. The individual I invited this time has crossed over from the Golden Triangle. He possesses considerable skills and guarantees the completion of the task. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you even realize where we are? Ding Meijin, feeling anxious, replied, All right. I won't say anything more. Let's move to another location. Zhang Miao grasped Ding Meijin's hand, leading her downstairs and out of the courtyard, intending to head to the county committee's guest house. However, just as they exited the courtyard, a gunshot suddenly echoed from the darkness. Zhang Miao froze, trembling, as if he could hear the sound of a watermelon being struck nearby. Turning to look, he was horrified to see a terrifying bullet wound on Ding Meijin's head, blood mingling with brain matter splattering across his face. In shock, Zhang Miao's legs weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground. His mouth opened and closed as he attempted to scream, but fear rendered him voiceless. After a moment, he finally managed to exclaim, Murder! There's been a murder! Just as he drew attention with his loud cries, a figure stealthily entered the family compound amidst the chaos. Chen Wanqiu, deep in slumber, could never have imagined that someone would dare to stealthily infiltrate his home under the cover of night, brandishing a kitchen knife, and brutally slay him in his bed. The intruder then ransacked the place, absconding with a substantial amount of grain coupons before escaping through the window. Meanwhile, Chen Junsheng was languishing in the county police detention center. The reason for his incarceration stemmed from an incident earlier that afternoon, when he was discreetly selling meat and fabric coupons to passers-by near the guest house in Raoqing. He was apprehended on the spot after a vigilant citizen reported him to the supervisory authorities, subsequently being handed over to the county police on charges of engaging in speculative criminal activities, pending investigation. Comrade, what crime led to your arrest? Chen Junsheng, the kind of person who treated the detention center like a return to his hometown, greeted each new cellmate with a jovial demeanor. The newcomer sighed, Oh, don't get me started. While on a date with a female companion, I couldn't resist kissing her, and as a result, she went home and told her parents. Soon after, the police came knocking, claiming I had violated her will, and here I am. After sharing his plight, the newcomer casually asked Chen Junsheng, And you? Me? Chen Junsheng exclaimed with exasperation, slapping his thigh and grinning foolishly. I'm in the same boat as you, charged with a crime of debauchery. However, my circumstances are slightly different. I was simultaneously courting 5 beautiful women. One of them discovered my infidelity and, furious, slapped me and called me a heartless scoundrel. She then rallied the others, and they reported me together. What? The newcomer was taken aback. You seem quite handsome, but you shouldn't be so frivolous. I can barely maintain one relationship. And you're juggling 5? If they're not arresting you, who will they catch? Had I known this would happen, I should have dated fewer, Chen Junsheng lamented. Sniffing as he reflected, 5 is far too many. Just one would have sufficed. The newcomer interjected, Hey, Chen Junsheng, less boasting and more preparation for your trial. At that moment, a middle-aged police officer approached, unlocked the door, and led Chen Junsheng out. All right then. Chen Junsheng was quite obedient. With a playful grin, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it. Don't try that with me. I cannot afford to smoke anything dubious. The middle-aged police officer responded, refusing the offer. Chen Junsheng chuckled. Rest assured, I have nothing illicit on me now that I'm here. Everything belongs to the state. The officer nodded slightly. Indeed. You, a clearly educated individual with a cultural and intellectual level far exceeding the average person. How could you possibly make such a foolish mistake in public? Chen Junsheng replied, I feel quite wronged. Really. I finally managed to obtain some meat and fabric tickets from corrupt officials, intending to return them swiftly to the people. However, before I could even set out, I found myself in this predicament. Enough. The officer interrupted. Every person who enters here claims to be wronged. Do not tarnish the legacy of Zhuge Liang's memorial. Now, proceed to the interrogation room and provide a full account, aiming for leniency. Chen Junsheng nodded obediently, understood. Meanwhile, in the Mao Jiawen brigade at the Chen residence, roosters had begun to crow, yet Xiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan remained impeccably dressed, unable to find rest. The slightest rustle outside compelled Xiao Shuxin to glance out. After numerous trips in and out, she said to Qi Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, my heart is racing. That scoundrel still hasn't returned. Do you think he Qi Xiaoyan? Sensing her mounting anxiety, placed a hand over Xiao Shuxin's mouth, despite her own nervousness, and gently reassured her, do not worry. Ajun is not an impulsive person. He is quite clever. Even if trouble arises, he will find a way to safeguard himself. I'm not worried about him causing trouble. I'm terrified that something has happened, and he might not come back, Xiao Shuxin said, her eyes brimming with tears. Everything will be fine. Qi Xiaoyan embraced her. Don't frighten yourself. The dawn is approaching. Ajun may return at any moment. Yes, Xiao Shuxin nodded, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Suddenly, a knock resounded outside after a lengthy silence, jolting Xiao Shuxin with renewed energy. She was about to rush to the door when Qi Xiaoyan stopped her. Ajun doesn't knock like that. Who is it? Qi Xiaoyan called out loudly, grasping a solid wooden stick, positioning herself protectively behind Xiao Shuxin. It's me, Luo Yuanchao, came a hushed voice from outside. Although quiet, both Qi Xiaoyan and Xiao Shuxin could hear him distinctly. A foreboding feeling surged within Xiao Shuxin. Something must have gone awry, or Luo Yuanchao would not have come knocking at such an hour. Don't panic. Let me inquire first. Even upon hearing Luo Yuanchao's voice, Qi Xiaoyan cautiously approached the door. Peeking through the crack, Xiao Shuxin followed closely behind. Seeing only Luo Yuanchao outside, Qi Xiaoyan held her composure and did not rush to open the door. Instead, she called out through the barrier, Yuanchao, what brings you here? Do you know why Junshi hasn't he come home tonight? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuanchao leaned against the door. His cheek pressed to the door panel and softly replied, this afternoon, Jungu was caught near the county committee's reception center selling national grain coupons and fabric tickets, and was apprehended by a few individuals with red armbands. He was taken to the county police station. I was with him at the time, but I sensed something was amiss and fled on foot. Do not worry too much. When Jungu was apprehended, he had only just sold 20 jin of grain coupons. A minor offense, and the amount involved is negligible. Tomorrow, we can bring some money to the county police station to secure his release. Understood. Qi Xiaoyan replied after listening to Luo Yuanchao's account. She sensed something was amiss but refrained from asking further questions. If Chen Junsheng had indeed been detained for selling grain and fabric coupons, it at least indicated that he was safe for the time being. All right, then I shall take my leave. Luo Yuanchao turned to depart, but instead of taking the main road home, he opted for a winding mountain path. At that moment, in the interrogation room of the Raoyang County Police Station, Comrade Chen Junsheng sat upright on a wooden chair. He answered the police's questions readily, displaying a remarkable level of cooperation. With his compliance, the lead investigator, Comrade Wang Yang, swiftly grasped the ins and outs of the case. However, considering the information from public reports, it was deemed necessary to dig deeper. You have an accomplice, do you not? Indeed, Chen Junsheng responded without hesitation, revealing, that scoundrel is my childhood friend. We agreed to share both fortunes and misfortunes, yet when trouble arose, he fled faster than a rabbit. Before he could finish, the recorder sitting beside Comrade Wang Yang tapped the table, unable to refrain from interjecting. Mind your language, and refrain from disparaging others' relatives. Apologies, I couldn't help it. My emotions got the better of me, Chen Junsheng said with a sheepish smile before turning serious. Officer, if I provide the personal details and home address of my accomplice to assist in his capture, would that be considered a commendable act? Oh, still thinking of earning merit. Are we? Wang Yang chuckled. In truth, this minor issue hardly warranted an overnight interrogation, nor was it necessary to expend police resources on capturing his fleeing accomplice. Wang Yang was more interested in observing Chen Junsheng, this year's top science student from the Dongzhong region's college entrance examination, to discern what kind of person he truly was. Unremarkable, just an honest individual. With this thought in mind, Wang Yang felt there was no need to continue the interrogation and instead delivered a verdict. Considering this is your first offense, the amount involved is small, and the circumstances are minimal. Along with your honest confession and good attitude, we shall administer a reprimand and confiscate all illicitly obtained meat coupons and fabric tickets, along with a fine of 200 yuan. Comrade, I can return the meat and fabric tickets in full, but is it possible to waive the fine? Chen Junsheng's expression was one of desperation. I currently have no money and am burdened with significant debt. If I had the means, I would not be in this position. Then the fine of 200 yuan will be converted to a detention of 15 days. Wang Yang responded reasonably. But let me remind you, fines do not leave a record, while detention will be documented in your file. You should consider your options carefully. At that moment, a middle-aged police officer pushed open the slightly ajar door. His expression grave as he said, Comrade Wang Yang, please step out for a moment. Here it comes. Chen Junsheng caught a glimpse of the officer's trembling lips and subtle facial expressions, keenly sensing an unusual signal. Something significant has transpired. In truth, Chen Junsheng was acutely aware that the gravity and nervousness displayed by the police were likely connected to Director Ding and her beloved son, Chen Wanqiu. Sure enough, the following day, the news of Ding Meizhen and Chen Wanqiu's deaths reverberated throughout Ruoqing, shaking the entire city. Ding Meizhen had been shot dead while out late at night, and her son, Chen Wanqiu, was found in his bedroom, his neck bearing evident knife wounds, with signs of a struggle in the room and the extent of the property loss yet to be determined. Strangely, investigators discovered Chen Junsheng's household registration booklet and university admission notice at the crime scene, which was none other than the home of Deputy County Head Chen. Meanwhile, Chen Junsheng had been arrested prior to the incident for allegedly engaging in speculative activities and was being held at the county police station. Hello, comrades. We are Chen Junsheng's family. Xiao Shuxin and Qi Shaoan arrived early at the county police station. They were greeted by the same comrade Wang Yang from the previous night. You're here to pay a fine, I presume? Yes, Xiao Shuxin nodded emphatically before inquiring. How much do we need to pay? Once the fine is settled, Chen Junsheng will be allowed to come home with us, correct? The fine is 200 yuan. Wang Yang replied expressionlessly. Under normal circumstances, he would be released after payment. However, a major case occurred last night in the county committee's family compound, which is linked to him, so he cannot be released at this time. Comrade, that makes no sense, Xiao Shuxin countered immediately. Junsheng was arrested yesterday afternoon, right? How can last night's incident possibly be related to him? Wang Yang glanced at her impatiently, stating, this matter cannot be explained in a short time. In short, he cannot be released for now. You should pay the fine and wait for news at home. With a loud thud, Xiao Shuxin slammed her palm on Wang Yang's desk, causing even the seemingly gentle woman to shake the steel pen on the desk and send the water cup tumbling to the floor, shattering into pieces. This is outrageous. Xiao Shuxin's face was ashen, her eyes brimming with anger as she coldly demanded, what do you mean it can't be explained quickly? If it can't be clarified, on what grounds do you refuse to release him? You have no evidence linking other cases to my Junsheng. Is this how you conduct investigations? Comrade Wang Yang was equally enraged and slammed his hand on the table. This young lady, I must warn you seriously, this is the county police station, not a place for you to act recklessly. If you have the ability, arrest me too. Xiao Shuxin raised her hands, fists clenched, her fierce demeanor almost making the towering police officer, standing at 185 centimeters, feel diminished. Chapter 041. Investigating further will only embarrass the higher UPS, who is making such a commotion outside. At that moment, County Police Chief Wu Taisong emerged from his office. He initially questioned sharply, agitated and distressed, but upon recognizing the appearances of Xiao Shuxin and Qi Shaoyun, his countenance instantly transformed. You scoundrel! Wu Taisong's expression turned cold as he strode towards Wang Yang, raising his hand to deliver a powerful slap that left Wang dazed and disoriented. Subsequently, Director Wu bent slightly, wearing a conciliatory smile as he addressed Xiao Shuxin. Comrade Xiao, please do not be angry. He jested, after all. She is the beloved daughter of Vice Governor Qiao Xinghua of Longxi Province. While others may not recognize her, I, as the county's Public Security Bureau chief, cannot claim ignorance. Moreover, Qi Xiaoyun, standing beside Xiao Shuxin, was also known to him. She was the daughter of a certain military district commander from the north. Xiao Shuxin glanced at Wu Taisong and, noticing his unusually humble demeanor, softened her tone slightly. Director Wu, I am not here to cause trouble. I have come to pay the bail. Understood, understood. Wu Taisong nodded repeatedly, yet he shifted the conversation. However, regarding the homicide that occurred last night in the county committee's residential compound, Chen Junsheng is the primary suspect. Although he lacks an alibi, we cannot dismiss the possibility of him hiring someone to commit the crime. Wu Taisong continued, of course, if our investigation clears him of any wrongdoing, we will release him immediately. And how long will your investigation take? Qi Xiaoyun interjected, her voice piercing through the air. A perfectly good person cannot be detained simply because you suspect him of guilt, can he? Wu Taisong hesitated for a moment before responding. According to current regulations, we have the authority to detain him for 72 hours. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyun exchanged a glance with Xiao Shuxin, realizing that with the law cited, they would likely not be able to secure his release today. They could only concede and decided, very well, we shall return tomorrow afternoon. Good, good, Wu Taisong acquiesced. Qi Xiaoyun had initially intended to visit Chen Junsheng, but reconsidered, deciding it would be more pragmatic to head to the post office and make a phone call home. Xiao Shuxin shared a similar sentiment. As long as the Public Security Bureau lacked concrete evidence implicating Chen Junsheng as a suspect in the homicide, they could exert pressure through influential connections to ensure he would not be coerced into a confession. Having successfully escorted the two formidable heiresses away with a smile, Director Wu returned to his office only to find the red telephone ringing incessantly. It was truly overwhelming. Connecting 3 calls at once felt more exhausting than his younger days spent working through the night on cases, leaving him slumped in his office chair. Xiao Xinghua, Qi Shan, and Ding Tao. These high-ranking provincial and military officials were not individuals he could afford to offend. Unfortunately, this monumental crisis and the accompanying pressure had all befallen him simultaneously. He was tasked with both safeguarding and thoroughly investigating the situation, with both Xiao Xinghua and Ding Tao insisting on being present to oversee operations. Arriving by noon at the latest, it felt as though he was being placed on a fiery grill, constantly turning and roasting. Wu Taisong sighed heavily, particularly as Chen Junsheng was exceedingly clever. He possesses an acute understanding that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. However, for Wu Taisong, the connection of 3 conference calls was merely the beginning. Soon after, he received a highly confidential encrypted call that caused Director Wu, who had just settled into his chair to catch his breath, to spring up with urgency. Yes, I understand. I comprehend. Very well, very well. Rest assured, I shall take care of it immediately. Throughout this call, Wu Taisong scarcely contributed to the conversation, persistently nodding and expressing his compliance, almost as if he wished to disappear beneath his desk in deference. Once the call concluded, he wasted not a moment, promptly leading a team to the detention room. In this instance, Comrade Wu Taisong not only personally unlocked the door to release Chen Junsheng, but also presented the admission letter from Jiangsu Zhejiang University, gathered from the criminal investigation team, as crucial evidence with both hands. Ah, what is this? Chen Junsheng felt somewhat bewildered. He had suspected that his university admission letter might have been intercepted by Ding Meishan, but he never imagined it would return to him in such an unexpected manner. After all, just half an hour prior, he had been escorted into an interrogation room by 2 officers, enduring a dual assault on his body and soul amidst the crackling of electric sparks. Now, the situation had dramatically reversed, leaving Chen Junsheng utterly perplexed. Comrade Junsheng, congratulations. You are the first key university student since our county reinstated the college entrance examination. After delivering the admission letter, Comrade Wu Taisong also produced his meal ticket. This is a modest token of my appreciation. Please do accept it. Having rushed out without a moment to prepare a red envelope, Director Wu had no choice but to awkwardly offer a meal ticket as a gesture of goodwill. Thank you. Thank you. You were too kind. Chen Junsheng replied with a smile, before inquiring with confusion, am I free to leave now? Yes, indeed, Wu Taisong nodded vigorously. There is no need for you to pay the fine, nor for the meat and cloth tickets. Take your admission letter and return home. Your 2 aunts must be waiting for you. All right. Chen Junsheng, resolute, tucked the admission letter and the meal ticket into his pocket and strode confidently out of the county police station without a backward glance. Director, Isn't he the prime suspect? Just like that, he is released? Observing Chen Junsheng depart, Wang Yang, whose face still bore the marks of red slaps, could not refrain from questioning. Wu Taisong gazed up at the ceiling and replied, "There is no need to investigate this case any further." What? Wang Yang was astounded, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was a murder case, and the decision to cease the investigation was utterly perplexing. The heavens had been shattered. The celestial court disturbed. Continuing the inquiry would only bring shame to the higher-ups. Wu Taisong clicked his tongue and suddenly exclaimed, "This Chen Junsheng, truly remarkable, indeed remarkable." How intriguing. Despite having spent only a day in confinement, upon his release, he felt as though he had emerged into a different world, as if he were being reborn. At that moment, Chen Junsheng, having just stepped out of the county police station, was equally overwhelmed with emotion. He could not fathom how he could have been released so effortlessly. Yet, he was acutely aware that this turn of events was undoubtedly due to the unwavering support of his two aunts. He tightly clutched the university admission notice in his hand. Looking up, he beheld a sky of azure, unmarred by clouds, bathed in brilliant sunlight. The gentle breeze of the 80s was warm and tranquil, creating an atmosphere of profound beauty. Homeward bound, Chen Junsheng yearned to share the joyous news with his aunt that he had finally received his admission letter and could attend university at last. This moment had been long awaited. Chapter 042. One wave subsides, another surges. Meijin, I am deeply sorry, Dad. Wenxiang, it was your grandfather who caused you harm. Comrade Ding Tao, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee of Longxi and Executive Vice Governor, sat in his study on a sandalwood chair, looking utterly dejected and overwhelmed with guilt. Once a robust and spirited high-ranking official, he now appeared aged and worn, as if a decade had been added to his years overnight. Old Ding, please tell me the truth. What has transpired? Ding Tao's wife, Wang Yumei, inquired anxiously as she entered with tea, noticing her husband's pallid complexion. Ding Tao lifted his gaze to Wang Yumei, and after a long silence, he could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Our Meijin and that boy Wenxiang were murdered last night." What? Wang Yumei was struck as if by lightning, her body trembling. And the tea cup she held fell to the ground with a clatter. She felt as though the world was spinning, struggling to maintain her balance. However, having endured the tumultuous times alongside Ding Tao, she steadied herself after a few moments, forcing back her sorrow to ask, how could this happen? Who harmed them? Have the culprits been apprehended? They were caught, but then released. Ding Tao closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he attempted to rein in his nearly shattered emotions. I just received a call from the old leader. The ministry has established a special task force to go to Raoshan County and advised me to cease my involvement to avoid further complications. Wang Yumei, incredulous, replied, "What sort of reasoning is this?" "There is no reasoning." Ding Tao shook his head. "The struggle is inherently brutal. One misstep leads to another, ultimately resulting in irretrievable consequences." Yet Wang Yumei could not accept this grim reality. After all, those were her beloved daughter and grandson, two vibrant lives extinguished overnight without explanation. And the perpetrator was apprehended only to be released. Was there truly no justice? "There is no room for buts," Ding Tao asserted. Having seemingly come to terms with the harsh reality, he spoke plainly to spare his wife from the delusion of continued struggle. That Chen Junsheng. Behind him stands not only Trao Xinghua and Qi Qi Shan, but also the Song family of Yinjing and the Lin family of Shanghai. His connections are vast. Ironically, our good son-in-law, Chen Su, rashly acted without understanding their background and dared to impersonate another. I too was blinded by naivety, and in the aftermath, I foolishly hoped for a favorable outcome for Wenxiang. Now, this is the bitter fruit of my own making. There is no one else to blame. At this, Wang Yumei's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Mayo Jiawen Brigade. Aunt Xian, Aunt Yun, I'm back, Chen Junsheng exclaimed as he returned home, only to find his two aunts sitting in the living room, wiping away tears. In matters of life and death, even individuals with substantial backgrounds like Qiao Shuxin and Qi Shaoan felt a profound sense of uncertainty. They were terrified that despite their utmost efforts and extensive connections, they might fail to save Chen Junsheng, fearing he might never return. As this thought crossed their minds, both Qiao and Xiaoyan, who had never shed a tear despite their hardships, felt an overwhelming sorrow that made their eyes well up with tears, weeping like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Suddenly, Chen Junsheng's exuberant voice rang out, I'm back. This proclamation not only startled the foraging hen in the yard into a flurry of flapping wings and chaotic movement, but also startled the two women, who were steeped in their grief. Back. Xiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan both wondered if they were imagining things. However, the subsequent sound of loud knocking, akin to a drumbeat, brought immense joy to Qi Xiaoyan, who exclaimed through laughter and tears, "I didn't miss here. It's A Jun who has returned." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuxin dashed out, swiftly unfastening the door and flinging it open, revealing Chen Junsheng standing outside, radiating sunshine, drenched in sweat, and grinning broadly. "You rascal!" Xiao Shuxin gazed at him, momentarily stunned. Unable to contain her irritation, she muttered a curse before stepping over the threshold to embrace him tightly, sobbing on his shoulder, "You actually know how to come back." Qi Xiaoyan followed closely behind, and upon seeing Chen Junsheng safe and sound, her eyes brimmed with tears. However, true to her reserved nature, she turned her back, reluctant to let him witness her emotional response. Chen Junsheng, in his apparent insensitivity, chose not to comfort Xiao, who was crying on his shoulder. Instead, he playfully brought his palm near her lips, gently tapping the air, mimicking a childish noise. Startled by his antics, Xiao Shuxin instinctively bit his shoulder, thinking to herself, "I could just bite this heartless fool to death." Ouch! Although her bite was light, Chen Junsheng pretended to grimace in pain, exclaiming, "Don't bite, don't bite. I have something exciting to show you." "What is it?" Xiao Shuxin released her bite and took a step back. Chen Junsheng feigned theatrics as he lifted his shirt and loosened his belt, then, to Xiao Shuxin's astonishment, retrieved his university acceptance letter from behind him. "What is this?" As Xiao Shuxin blinked in surprise, her eyes widened in recognition of the prestigious Jiangxi University emblazoned on the letter. Her heart surged with joy, yet confusion lingered. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "How did you receive this university acceptance letter?" "It was personally presented to me by the county police chief." Chen Junsheng replied with a smile. "Thanks to you and Aunt Yun, my fortunes have turned, and I have found blessings amid adversity." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuxin felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon, her spirits soaring. She eagerly took the acceptance letter from Chen Junsheng's hands, examining it multiple times before excitedly turning to Qi Xiaoyan, saying, "Xiaoyan, look, this rascal has received an acceptance letter from Jiangxi University. He is safe, and he can go to college." Let me see, Qi Xiaoyan sniffled, her smile mingling with tears as she accepted the letter and read every word with careful attention. "Wonderful, truly wonderful." Qi Xiaoyan beamed with joy, feeling even more elated than when she first learned of her recommendation to attend the history department at Fudan University as a student from a working-class background. This marked the first time since the resumption of the college entrance examination in 1977 that a student from Raoqing County had been accepted into a prestigious university. Truly a remarkable achievement for the young man, bringing pride to his aunts. Xiao Shuxin remarked with admiration. Chen Junsheng wore a cheerful smile, yet internally pondered the importance of having decisively secured the university admission notice. Otherwise, he would likely have faced a lifetime of regret, with the prospect of repeating the year appearing bleak. Upon finishing reading the admission letter, Qi Xiaoyan suddenly recalled something. "Oh, right. Yesterday afternoon, our home received a letter from Aunt Yao and Aunt Xia. They are in Yiwu, one selling socks and the other selling clothes, and their business is thriving. They mentioned they plan to return to see you at the end of the month. Is that so?" Chen Junsheng raised his eyebrows, initially filled with joy, but then a wave of unease washed over him. He suddenly recalled the incident years ago when Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia returned from Yiwu on a night train and fell victim to a pickpocket who attempted to rob them. They awoke in a panic and fought back, nearly getting injured by the assailant wielding a dagger. Would a similar scenario unfold, perhaps with even more dire consequences? Chen Junsheng couldn't help but feel anxious. It would be best to call them and advise against returning just yet, or perhaps he could travel to Yiwu to meet them. Chapter 043. Enter my room. I have a surprise for you. Chen Junsheng was never one to dawdle. Resolving to warn Aunt Yao and Aunt Xia to delay their return, he promptly made his way to the post office to send a telegram to the address provided in their letter. For added security, he also requested a letter of introduction from the commune secretary before purchasing a train ticket for the following morning to Yiwu. With these arrangements in place, Chen Junsheng felt a sense of relief. In the 1980s, communication was cumbersome and transportation was underdeveloped. For rural residents, embarking on a journey required not only a letter of introduction, but also the procurement of nationwide grain coupons. Without these, one would find it challenging to secure accommodation at hostels or purchase food, leaving only the option of consuming dry rations brought from home, which was far from convenient. Fortunately, These stringent requirements posed no challenge for Chen Junsheng. Moreover, as a male traveling during the day, he felt it was safer than allowing Lin Chuxia and Song Yao, two beautiful young women, to return on a night train. Just as Chen Junsheng finished purchasing his ticket and turned to leave, someone approached and tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, little Chen, do you remember me?" Turning around, he recognized the familiar face of Ku Wenhai, the itinerant trader he had met during the auction of the Liberation card at Huangmiling Brigade. "Brother Ku, are you here to buy a train ticket as well?" Chen Junsheng inquired with a smile. "No, I'm here to see off a fellow villager and happen to spot you," Ku Wenhai replied cheerfully. "Oh," Chen Junsheng said with a nod, offering a cigarette to Ku Wenhai and casually asking, "How has your day been?" "Speaking of that, it's infuriating," Ku Wenhai responded, cigarette in mouth, as he rubbed the back of his head. "Let me tell you, it's been a rough few days. Just 2 days after arriving in your fine locale, I encountered a colossal scandal that effectively put the brakes on the rural land allocation movement. If I ever catch that criminal, I shall undoubtedly twist his head off to serve as a night pot." Ku Wenhai spoke with fervor, while Chen Junsheng struggled to suppress a laugh. Observing him, Ku Wenhai continued, somewhat relieved. "Thankfully, you lent me a liberation card that day. Otherwise, neither I nor the villagers would have the face to return." Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng chuckled. "May I boldly inquire, aside from the liberation card, would items such as plow oxen, donkeys, pigs, and tractors pique Brother Ku's interest?" The items you mentioned are indeed the primary targets for our purchases on this journey," Ku Wenhai replied, amused by his own predicament. "Previously, I refrained from acting when you seized the opportunity, thinking there would be ample chances ahead. Yet I ended up with nothing. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? In business, one often finds that intentions to cultivate flowers yield no blossoms, while unintentional actions can lead to unexpected shade." Chen Junsheng hinted meaningfully. This illustrates the advantages brought about by information asymmetry. Ku Wenhai was not a seer. He could not seize the moment as Chen Junsheng did, nor could he discern the subsequent shifts in direction. Sensing a deeper implication in Chen Junsheng's words, Ku Wenhai raised an eyebrow, his eyes keenly fixed on him. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" "In truth, I possess a batch of livestock and tractors that I wish to offload. Would Brother could be interested in helping me appraise their value?" Chen Junsheng's verbal offer to assist in valuation was, in fact, a bait to test if Ku Wenhai would take the hook. "No wonder my left eyelid twitched as I left the house today. It seems good fortune is on the horizon." Ku Wenhai rubbed his hands together in excitement. Chen Junsheng then produced an asset list from his pocket and handed it to him. 38 plow oxen, with their weights respectively, 18 donkeys, with their weights respectively, and 165 pigs, with their weights respectively. Ku Wenhai read through the list earnestly, his eyes widening in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, the total value of your goods is at least 55,000 yuan. If sold on the black market, the price could easily double." Chen Junsheng nodded. Indeed. Ku Wenhai was a professional, and his valuation closely aligned with his own calculations. However, in Yurao County, or even throughout the entire Dongjiang region, there is no black market that would dare to absorb this batch of goods. The risk is too great. It would be much safer to transport them in batches to the Hunan and Hubei provinces or Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Ku Wenhai generously offered his advice. Chen Junsheng smiled quietly, patiently awaiting Ku Wenhai's next words. Indeed, Ku Wenhai soon shifted his tone with a sly grin. "However, speaking of interprovincial transport, managing it on your own can be quite arduous. It is best to hand it over to a capable and reliable elder brother who has the channels to shoulder the risks, allowing you to simply collect your earnings in peace. I do not fear hardship, as long as I can sell at the black market price." "A bit of toil is inconsequential," Chen Junsheng replied earnestly. Ku Wenhai chuckled. "Little Chen, you may have misunderstood my intention. What I meant to convey is that a good elder brother can not only help you bear the risks, but can also provide you with the black market price. Provided there is one condition, and here it comes, the but. After the transaction, let us arrange a time to share a meal and enjoy some tea. And I shall introduce you to my fellow townsfolk. How does that sound?" Ku Wenhai sincerely extended the invitation. "Certainly." Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile. "But the location for our dining must be determined by me, as I wish to bring along a few companions to broaden their horizons. May I?" "No problem. It's settled." Ku Wenhai agreed with remarkable ease. He understood the deeper implications of Chen Junsheng's words. However, Ku Wenhai was not the type to desire goods without compensation, nor would he pay only to seek ways to reclaim his expenditure. He genuinely wished to befriend Chen Junsheng, and if he could entice him to join the fold, That would be even better. This evening, Chen Junsheng returned to Maojuan Brigade aboard a liberation truck, disembarking approximately 500 meters from home. He carried a large burlap sack over his shoulder, chatting amiably with a dozen or so fellow members who were wielding hoes as they strode confidently towards home. Upon his return, Aunt Yin and Aunt Yun were already soaking their feet, preparing for sleep. "You're back quite early tonight," Xiao Shuxin chimed cheerfully. Chen Junsheng, however, settled beside Aunt Yun. "I shall soak my feet too." Qi Xiaoyan shifted her position, making ample room for him, even leaning down to assist him in removing his shoes. "Your feet stink. Once the shoes are off, it's quite pungent." Xiao Shuxin feigned disdain, but when Chen Junsheng raised his foot, she gently pressed it into the basin of warm water, playfully splashing and scrubbing away. She jested, these large feet could rival pig trotter. They would certainly make a delightful stew with yellow beans come the new year. "Were you not just complaining about my foot odor?" Chen Junsheng inquired with a laugh. Xiao Shuxin shrugged nonchalantly. "It smells bad, but it would taste good when stewed. My feet are probably not as delectable as yours and Aunt Yun's." Chen Junsheng chuckled, turning to glance at Qi Xiaoyan, only to find her, who had been silent and downcast, now gazing curiously at his leg hair. Perhaps recalling a humorous incident from some time past, Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled like autumn waters, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "What are you laughing at, Aunt Yun?" Chen Junsheng asked with genuine curiosity. Qi Xiaoyan shook her head with a smile. "Nothing. I saw everything." Chen Junsheng coughed lightly, glancing between the two aunts. Then, with a touch of mystery, he told them, "After soaking your feet, don't rush off to bed. Come into my room. I have a grand surprise for you." "A surprise?" Xiao Shuxin's curious gaze darted towards Chen Junsheng. She was eager to discover what else, besides the university admission letter, could constitute such a significant surprise. Chapter 044. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. Are you ready? We're coming in. Xiao Shuxin, brimming with anticipation, was eager to see what kind of surprise Chen Junsheng had in store. However, this mischievous lad proved unreliable, dawdling for ages, stubbornly keeping the doors shut against her entry. Qi Xiaoyan, equally intrigued, tiptoed to the window of Chen Junsheng's room to sneak a glance as she carried out the foot-soaking water. Unfortunately, the night has already fallen, and Chen Junsheng's room remains shrouded in darkness. Qi Xiaoyan can only vaguely discern a shadow moving about in front of the bed, unsure of its purpose. "All right, Auntie Xin. Auntie Yun, please stand by my bedroom door and close your eyes," Chen Junsheng finally responds. "Oh, what a surprise this is, so shrouded in mystery." Xiao Shuxin has been waiting outside his door, and, before closing her eyes, calls out to Qi Xiaoyan, "Xiaoyan, hurry over." "Oh." Qi Xiaoyan, clutching a foot bath, scurries over. "I'm coming." "Have you closed your eyes?" Chen Junsheng queries as he opens the door. "Yes." The two aunts respond in unison, with Xiao Shuxin adding, "Hurry up, or I'll sound the charge and lead your auntie in." As soon as the words leave her mouth, Chen Junsheng opens the door with a creak. Yet he still does not turn on the lights. Upon stepping out, he swiftly positions himself behind the two aunts, shielding their eyes with his hands to prevent any premature revelations. "Now, follow my command. March in step." Chen Junsheng, ever the showman, orchestrates the moment with precision. 1, 2. 1, 2. What is this? Xiao Shuxin steps in accordance with the command, feeling as though she and Xiaoyan are being herded into a cage like two white ducks. She internally muses, "You mischievous rascal, if I open my eyes and see no surprise, you shall pay dearly." With a swift motion, Chen Junsheng pulls the light cord, and the bedroom light hesitantly flickers to life, casting a dim, yellow glow. "You may open your eyes now," he announces. Both Xiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan do so, and their eyes widen in astonishment. "Heavens!" Xiao Shuxin exclaims, "I never even dreamed of such a sum. How much money could this be? Covering the bed in such a bounty?" As a comrade earning less than 20 yuan a month, she feels as though Chen Junsheng has pricked her forehead with a small knife, awakening her to a reality that seems to equate to hundreds of years of her salary. Qi Xiaoyan stands speechless, mumbling to herself, 10, 20, 30. At this moment, Chen Junsheng smiles and reminds them, "Auntie Xin, Auntie Yun, while you busy yourselves counting the money, please turn around. The real surprise is behind you." "Another surprise?" Xiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan turn around in unison, only to witness Chen Junsheng pulling out two small pieces of red cloth from his pocket, handing one to each of them as if distributing candy. The two aunts, filled with curiosity, unwrap the red cloth, revealing a look of astonishment reflected in their eyes. "I promised I would earn mountains of gold and silver to support you. And while our current circumstances are far from that, For now, I present each of you with a gold ring. We shall discuss the rest later. Chen Junsheng explains with a smile. Who gives gold rings like this? Xiao Shuxin snaps back to reality, involuntarily sniffing, unsure if it's from emotion or excitement, and raises her hand to return the ring to Chen Junsheng, murmuring, "Put it on me." Chen Junsheng appears momentarily taken aback. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Comrade Xiao Qiao had a change of heart. "Forget it, you should give it to Xiaoan instead. I am not particularly fond of gold jewelry. I'll just hide it away in my room." With that, she turned on her heel to leave, but paused at the door to address Chen Junsheng. "Don't collect the money on the bed just yet. I'll come back later to help you count it." "All right." Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile. He then turned to Aunt Yun, only to find her cheeks flushed as she stammered. I also don't like gold jewelry. I'll go hide it in my room." "Oh," Chen Junsheng replied, thinking to himself that it would be best if the two of them truly went back to their rooms to stow it away, rather than secretly trying it on in their respective chambers, becoming infatuated with it. Chen Junsheng waited quite some time in the bedroom before Aunt Xin arrived to assist him in counting the money. To be honest, Comrade Xiao Qiao's delicate, fair hands made counting money appear as if she were engaging in a sophisticated craft. It was a graceful sight to behold. There lay a staggering total of 15,000 yuan on the bed. Each bill was valued at 10 yuan, amounting to a grand total of 115,000 yuan. In 1981, when 10,000 yuan households were still a rarity, this was undeniably a staggering sum. This is the advantage of doing business with affluent dealers. Ku Wenhai, for instance, not only offered a generous price but also ensured a smooth transaction. Of course, Chen Junsheng did not let Ku Wenhai suffer losses either. His batch of goods, whether headed for Hunan and Hubei or Jiangsu and Zhejiang, would guarantee substantial profits for Ku Wenhai, especially those tractors within Ku Wenhai's local group. There were experts in machinery manufacturing. It was said that as long as they could refurbish them and resell them at half the price of newly released tractors, local production team leaders would be clamoring to get them. Thus, it is said that Hu Jianlao became wealthy early on, while the majority of the populace was still engrossed in hard work, focused on cultivating more land and harvesting greater yields. A small group along the southeastern coast had already begun to collaborate on the second-hand car business. Therefore, wealth is a compensation for awareness rather than a reward for diligence. "Hey, why are you staring at me so intently?" After joyfully finishing counting the money, Xiao Shuxin turned to find Chen Junsheng seemingly lost in thought, gazing at her with a dazed expression. She couldn't help but touch her own smooth cheek. Puzzled, "Is there something on my face?" Chen Junsheng snapped back to reality. Perhaps it was rare for him to display such a foolish demeanor. Xiao Shuxin found it both amusing and slightly embarrassing, prompting her to quietly ask, "Am I pretty?" Chen Junsheng regarded her with utmost seriousness, then glanced out the window and nonsensically remarked, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Xiao Shuxin did not understand the meaning behind his words and felt a tinge of disappointment. She decided to turn his face towards her, insisting that this rascal take a closer look before properly answering her previous question. "The moonlight is beautiful, but Auntie is just average, right?" Chen Junsheng took a moment to assess her again, chuckling. "That's quite poetic." Frustrated, Xiao Shuxin felt a heaviness in her heart. This rascal, who was usually so eloquent, suddenly became tongue-tied when she particularly wished to hear a few sweet words. Fuming, she retreated to her room to sleep. Xiao Shuxin patted her backside, rose, and departed. Chen Junsheng remarked, "Next time, pat your own backside." Xiao Shuxin feigned ignorance. Chen Junsheng continued, "I've purchased a train ticket for tomorrow to Wu." "Oh." Xiao Shuxin turned around, puzzled, and asked, "This is rather sudden. Is there something you're concealing from me?" "No." Chen Junsheng shook his head, explaining, "I simply miss Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia dearly and cannot wait to visit them in Wu, while also experiencing the sights of Jiangsu and Zhejiang." "Oh, I see." Xiao Shuxin's eyes flickered as she deduced something, smiling knowingly. "You feign missing Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia, but the person you truly long for must be Shen Wanqiu, right? Wu is not far from Hangqing. If you miss her, why not go see her? A brief separation is even sweeter than a new marriage." The way Xiao Shuxin articulated a brief separation is even sweeter than a new marriage carried significant weight. In Chapter 045, Li Yang, "Please help me take a photo with Sui Xuan." It was actually quite fitting for Xiao Shuxin to apply the phrase "a brief separation is even sweeter than a new marriage" to Chen Junsheng and Shen Wanqiu. After all, not long ago, on the night of the Qixi festival, Junsheng and Wanjun had agreed to take a stroll by the riverside, only to find themselves lost in a haystack instead. Xiao Shuxin had secretly eavesdropped from a distance until she could no longer bear it. Her face flushed as she quietly slipped away. I genuinely intend to visit Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia, Chen Junsheng insisted. All right, no need for explanations, Xiao Shuxin replied, displaying her open-mindedness. It matters not who you meet. What's important is to remember to return safely. Understood? Yes. Chen Junsheng nodded in agreement. Also, keep your money safe. Don't deposit it in the bank just yet, to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Before heading to her room to sleep, Xiao Shuxin reminded him once more. Chen Junsheng raised his hand to form a heart gesture towards Aunt Xian. She glanced at him, perplexed by its meaning, and cheekily responded with a gun gesture, playfully adding, I'll shoot you. Chen Junsheng lay down on the bed, muttering, I'm dead. Xiao Shuxin smiled at the sight, gently closed the door behind her, and turned to leave. Chen Junsheng had purchased a train ticket for 11:30 a.m., departing from Changzhou, with his destination set for Hangqing. However, he had only bought a ticket to Yiwu. Chen Junsheng, bright and early, boarded a tractor from the Mayo Jiawen Brigade. Passing by the Quanlianji distillery, he encountered Zhou Xiaohua. She seemed to have just finished her morning run, her face glistening with sweat and flushed, her simple sky-blue shirt slightly damp. Despite her labored breathing, she appeared particularly vibrant and full of energy as she greeted Chen Junsheng. Where are you off to? Zhou Xiaohua inquired with wide eyes. I haven't seen you and Luo Yuanxiao for several days. Have you been busy? Chen Junsheng instructed the driver, Gao Cheng, to pull over. Then exited the tractor and handed Zhou Xiaohua 2 fabric tickets. I have indeed been a bit busy lately. I've had trouble keeping up with the liquor business here. Please help me keep an eye on it with Comrade Xuan. What are you doing? Zhou Xiaohua hurriedly returned the 2 fabric coupons to him. Her expression quite earnest as she said, We are classmates. If there's anything, just let me know. There's no need for these. Truly unnecessary. Chen Junsheng never asked for what he had given to be returned. Keep them. These fabric coupons are of little use to me for now. It would be better to let you use them to make some clothes. Honestly, a lovely lady like you deserves several fashionable outfits or floral dresses. You would undoubtedly look splendid in them, Chen Junsheng remarked with a smile. In truth, he could also make use of the coupons to create garments for himself or his aunt, and they would certainly come in handy. However, when seeking assistance from others, one cannot approach empty-handed, relying solely on words. You certainly know how to flatter, Zhou Xiaohua said, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. I'll accept them. And later I'll bring you 2 bottles of fine wine. In fact, Zhou Xiaohua wasn't in need of fabric coupons, as the workers at the winery had their own quotas. However, in addition to providing the coupons, Chen Junsheng offered her a significant emotional value. Which young woman in the 1980s would not cherish that? Since the reform and opening up, the conservative atmosphere in the country has subtly transformed, and women's innate desire to beautify themselves has gradually been unleashed, particularly among young women in urban areas, who have increasingly begun to prioritize their attire and appearance. You seem to be heading far away, Zhou Xiaohua, perceptive as ever, noticed a sizable package behind the tractor and inquired, Is the university starting soon? Not yet. Chen Junsheng replied with a laugh, shaking his head. I'm just out to handle some matters. Oh. Zhou Xiaohua did not pry further but contemplated for a moment before saying, If you're not in a hurry, perhaps you should pay a visit to Yixuan. She has been feeling rather down these past few days. What's the matter? Chen Junsheng asked. She got a camera and secretly went to the Dongjiang Zoo after work to take photos, but was caught red-handed by Secretary Su. The father and daughter had quite the unpleasant quarrel over it, Zhou Xiaohua replied, biting her lip in frustration. I don't know which fool suggested that to Yixuan. The problem is, she seems to enjoy the feeling of being self-employed, claiming it's no shame to earn money through her own efforts. She even plans to quit her job and venture into the big city. Really? Chen Junsheng was somewhat taken aback, pondering if he could possibly be the one who inadvertently suggested such a foolish idea to her. Was the big city Yixuan aspired to be Hangzhou? Has she started work? He asked. Yes, she did, early this morning. She has been particularly diligent these past few days, seemingly trying to finish her tasks before the end of the month. Zhou Xiaohua replied, but before she could finish, Chen Junsheng turned to ask Gao Cheng to wait for him momentarily and quickly made his way into the Quanlianji winery, heading straight for the finance office. Knock, knock, knock. Within a few minutes, Chen Junsheng arrived at the finance office door and knocked. Come in. Su Yixuan was indeed busy, omitting the courtesy of a greeting. However, upon seeing Chen Junsheng enter, she was rather surprised. Aren't you supposed to be in custody? Oh, you know about that? Chen Junsheng raised an eyebrow. Su Yixuan smiled slightly, saying, Many people are aware of it. Don't underestimate your reputation in Raiyang County. However, I have heard that a certain comrade was boasting in the county police detention center, claiming to be involved with 5 individuals simultaneously. When one of them discovered the truth, she, along with several other women, resolutely reported him. Su Yixuan smiled sweetly and recounted this story. Chen Junsheng widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Su Yixuan. Could it be that you are the girl who, after being kissed during a blind date, went home and told your parents, subsequently sending your suitor to detention? Of course not, Su Yixuan retorted with a scoff, providing a brief explanation. The police officer who took you out for questioning was my second uncle. Knowing you were my middle school classmate, he vividly narrated the illustrious deeds of comrade Chen Junsheng in front of me, cautioning me to be discerning in my future friendships. Understanding dawned on Chen Junsheng, who thought to himself that Su's uncle was rather mischievous, only informing her of his detention without mentioning that he had already been released. Rest assured, I will keep this matter confidential and will not inform Comrade Xiaohua, lest it tarnish your noble image in her eyes. What brings you here so early? Is there good news? Su Yixuan had grown savvy. When dealing with Chen Junsheng, she found it prudent to first emphasize good news to avoid falling into his traps. Chen Junsheng chuckled and replied, nothing much, just came to ask if you've purchased a camera. Yes, I have, Su Yixuan responded nonchalantly, retrieving the camera she had hidden in the filing cabinet to fiddle with. For reasons unknown, she felt an urge to take a photograph of Chen Junsheng. Yet, feeling shy, she hesitated to ask him directly, and sneaking a shot seemed inappropriate. I suddenly realized that, despite being classmates, we do not have a single group photo. Chen Junsheng, too, was uncertain of his own motives. Perhaps he felt that he would not have many opportunities to meet her in the future, which prompted him to desire a photograph with Su Yixuan. Hey, Li Yong, you've arrived just in time. Could you do me a favor and take a photo of Su Yixuan and me? Chapter 46, Meeting Aunt Yao. Like a first encounter, are you calling me? Li Yong hesitantly raised his hand, pointing to himself. You want me to take a photo of you and Su Yixuan? Are you awake, or am I imagining things? Before Chen Junsheng could respond, Su Yixuan stood up, waved at Li Yong, and smiled. Xiaoli, you've come at the perfect moment. Please help us. Xiaoli. Li Yong was momentarily taken aback, but upon considering Su Yixuan's status at the factory, it seemed normal for her to address him so. However, in front of Chen Junsheng, Li Yong felt somewhat uncomfortable. Had the request to take a photo come from Chen Junsheng, Li Yong would have outright refused. But with Su Yixuan personally asking, he reluctantly smiled and declined. I'm not very good with cameras. Su Yixuan reassured him, it's quite simple. I'll adjust the settings, and you just need to press the shutter for a straightforward group photo. Well, if you insist, Li Yong conceded, finding himself without further excuses. He forced a smile. If the photo doesn't turn out well, don't blame me. Don't worry, we won't hold it against you. Su Yixuan gracefully handed the camera to Li Yong and then turned to Chen Junsheng, asking, how would you like to pose? May I take a photograph in the corridor outside my office? Certainly. Chen Junsheng responded promptly, it's entirely up to you. Su Yixuan nodded lightly, her face aglow with a smile. To speak candidly, she harbored a certain admiration for Chen Junsheng's straightforward demeanor, which always radiated an aura of nonchalance, inadvertently providing comfort to those around him. However, while Yixuan felt a sense of ease, Li Yong's heart was tumultuous, akin to a dog in distress. Nay, it was far worse than that. Within the entirety of the Lianya liquor factory, with its multitude of employees, who did not know that he was Su Yixuan's most ardent admirer? To draw near her, Li Yong had diligently sought guidance and reported back at every opportunity, merely to catch a glimpse of her each day. Even when dining in the cafeteria, he would choose a table in close proximity to her. On the rare occasion he spotted her heading to the restroom, he would feign a pressing need himself, waddling along with crossed legs. As the saying goes, a fierce dog fears a stout stick, a virtuous woman fears a persistent suitor. Li Yong believed that if his pursuit was sufficiently fervent, enduring, and tenacious, Su Yixuan would inevitably become his. He envisioned charming the exquisitely lovely and innocently kind Zhou Xiaohua in due course. Ah, the thought was utterly delightful. Yet, as often is the case, imagination blossoms while reality remains stark. As Li Yong held the camera, capturing the moment of Su Yixuan and Chen Junsheng together, his smile appeared more mournful than joyful. In the frame, Su Yixuan, adorned in a crisp white-collared shirt paired with a newly fashionable dark denim skirt, radiated an exceptional grace. Coupled with her striking features, bright eyes, pearly teeth, a prominent nose, and fair complexion, her figure was impeccably proportioned. effortlessly photogenic. When the morning breeze brushed against her slightly flushed cheeks and playfully tousled her hair, the vibrant beauty of her youth, fluid and radiant, eluded the camera's lens. Yet, standing beside her, fingers intertwined, and gazing joyfully at the lens, Chen Junsheng undoubtedly grasped the profundity of the moment. After all, hands intertwined signify hearts connected. In contrast, as he pressed the shutter, Li Yong felt as though his heart shattered into countless fragments, each one a reflection of Chen Junsheng clasping Su Yishuan's hand. Beaming at the camera, he longed for Su Yishuan to reject Chen Junsheng with the same resolute decisiveness she had shown him in the past, maintaining an appropriate social distance between them. Even a slight struggle, a hint of resistance, if only verbally denying Chen Junsheng the pleasure of holding her hand, would suffice. But alas, these were merely the soliloquies of Li Yong's own heart. The sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate in unison. In the lens, they appeared as a handsome couple, their smiles radiant, almost reminiscent of a married pair. The camera was commendable, yet Li Yong's photographic skills required refinement. Chen Junsheng seemed somewhat dissatisfied, remarking, "This doesn't even capture 1/11th of my handsomeness. I look rather foolish." Su Yishuan, however, was quite photogenic. Should she ever find herself on television or in films, she might very well become a sensation. Chen Junsheng remarked, "Flattering me is one thing, but to belittle yourself in the process is a rather unique way of complimenting someone." Su Yishuan smiled gently as she took the camera to examine the photos closely. With a serious tone, she remarked, "To be honest, these pictures are quite well taken. Your smile inherently carries a certain charm." Chen Junsheng, upon hearing this, chuckled nonchalantly and replied, "If being simple-minded is what it is, then so be it. After all, I am already in a relationship." "Oh," Su Yishuan exclaimed, pouting slightly. Though she refrained from commenting further, her thoughts echoed, "I am aware of your relationship. There's no need to emphasize it. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave," she added. Chen Junsheng glanced down at Su Yishuan, playfully grinning, and said, "Before I go, I would like to embrace my partner and steal a kiss. Surely that isn't too much to ask?" Su Yishuan blinked, still processing his words, only to realize that Chen Junsheng was merely teasing. He leaned down and planted a quick kiss on her cheek before darting away. "I'm off now. Opportunities to meet may be scarce in the future, so don't miss me too much," he called back, leaving Su Yishuan blushing in the morning breeze, her heart racing. Meanwhile, Li Yong, the classmate who had just captured their moments, felt like a mere bystander, having witnessed their sweet exchange, only to be casually disregarded afterward. It was evident that Chen Junsheng and Su Yishuan shared a mischievous understanding, as they had been quite adept at maintaining their playful banter in front of Li. Despite using film for their photographs, the effects remained unseen until developed, yet they had managed to engage in lively conversation, oblivious to the absurdity of it all. At 11:32 a.m., Chen Junsheng boarded a train bound for Yiwu. The Yikingmen Agricultural Market was the designated location where Aunt Yao and Aunt Xia typically sold clothing and socks, a place familiar to him. In a previous life, he had watched a television drama titled Feathers Soar to the Sky, in which the protagonists, Qin Jianghe and Luo Yuzhu, began their entrepreneurial journey selling socks at Yikingmen, gradually amassing capital to build their success. This market would later evolve into the well-known Yiwu Commodity Market. After a rather bumpy 5-hour journey, the train finally arrived at Yiwu Station. Upon disembarking, Chen Junsheng hailed a liberation truck and paid 2 yuan for a ride to Yikingmen. In 1981, the Yikingmen market was merely a modest gathering of rural farmers and urban vendors, lacking in scale and vendors. Once he arrived, it wasn't long before he spotted a small stall selling socks, managed by a young and charming woman who greeted passers-by with a smile. "Aunt Yao," Chen Junsheng called out. Hearing the familiar voice, the sock vendor, Comrade Song Yao, looked around in confusion until her eyes lit up upon spotting him. She reacted swiftly, momentarily stunned before dashing over to him, taking his hand in surprise and delight. "Oh my, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, glancing at him curiously. "Did you come alone? Where's Shuxin and Shaoan?" "Yes, it's just me," Chen Junsheng responded with a smile. "Impressive, you're brave enough to travel alone." Song Yao held his hand with one of hers while measuring his height with the other. It appeared he had grown a little taller. After finishing the measurement, she glanced down a few times, seemingly trying to locate where Comrade Junsheng's mink was entangled. Chen Junsheng was accustomed to this behavior. His Aunt Yao, to describe her in contemporary terms, could be likened to the most adventurous among the younger aunts, not unjustly dubbed the Queen of Mischief. However, This woman who privately reveled in mischief possessed an alluringly deceptive appearance. She had a cherubic face, adorned with 2 slender braids, and donned an outfit reminiscent of a Republican-era female student, embodying an innocence that was almost palpable. "How about Aunt Xia?" Chen Junsheng inquired. Song Yu smiled and replied, "She has gone to Hangzhou for supplies. She won't be back until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. For tonight, you shall dine, stay, and sleep with me." Chapter 047. Let us give it a try. Once tried. One is no longer a child. Song Yao had wrapped up her business early that day, casually purchasing 3 pounds of plump pork, 2 pounds of eel, half a pound of chives, and 5 eggs. Cheerfully, she escorted Chen Junsheng back to the rustic cottage where she and Lin Chuxiao were temporarily residing. The place was quite agreeable, situated near the militia training ground, ensuring safety and security. Chen Junsheng glanced westward and noted that Aunt Yao had a good eye for renting. For a woman traveling alone, safety was paramount. Indeed, that was the very reason your Aunt Xia and I chose to rent this place, Song Yao responded while busily preparing in the kitchen, slicing meat as she spoke. Though it is a bit cramped, with only 1 room. That's fine, Chen Junsheng replied without any fuss. This courtyard is quite clean. I can manage sleeping on the floor. You rarely visit. I can't bear to have you sleep on the ground, Song Yao insisted. After such a long train ride today, you must be quite tired. Go lie down. I'll call you when dinner is ready. All right, Chen Junsheng acquiesced, retreating indoors for a brief nap, ultimately awakening to the enticing aroma of the dishes being prepared. Aunt Yao had prepared 3 dishes for the evening: braised pork, eel in a dragon pattern, and scrambled eggs with chives, all tailored to Chen Junsheng's palate, rich and flavorful. My culinary skills pale in comparison to your Aunt Yan's. Bear with me, Song Yu said as she opened a jar of wine. Authentic Shaoxing daughter's red. Let us share a drink. Sounds good. Chen Junsheng's tolerance for alcohol was moderate. It depended largely on his desire to become inebriated. If he wished to indulge, 1 cup would suffice. If not, he could drink all night without issue. Aunt Yao, your sock business must be faring well. After a few cups of wine, Chen Junsheng casually broached the topic. Song Yao pursed her lips, reflecting slightly. It was particularly challenging at first. There were days when not a single pair sold. Chen Junsheng chuckled in response. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. It's entirely normal for goods to be unsold at the outset. How did it progress thereafter? With a slight arch of her brow, Song Yao replied, fortunately. I'm clever. When your Aunt Xia sold clothes, I suggested raising the prices by a couple of yuan and bundled socks with the garments. Impressive. Chen Junsheng expressed his surprise, truly commendable for a student of the working class from the 70s, demonstrating exceptional ingenuity. The tactic of bundling socks with clothing was quite rare today. Most would never conceive of such an approach. Hearing the heartfelt praise from Chen Junsheng, Song Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she eagerly asked, "Can you guess how much I earned this month?" Chen Junsheng pondered seriously. It's hard to say, but I'd guess at least 200 to 300. You guessed quite accurately. Song Yao finished her drink and promptly stood up to pour more wine for Chen Junsheng. Your Aunt Xia earns even more. We had originally planned to return home at the end of the month and bring all the money for your college expenses. But then you suddenly ran off to Yiwu. Having drank a bit hastily earlier, Song Yao was now slightly tipsy as she poured the wine. Chen Junsheng blinked. Nowadays, college tuition is waived, and there are government subsidies each month. Why would you give me so much money? Song Yao smiled, her flushed cheeks resembling the first bloom of peach blossoms. I just want to pamper you. Your aunts can only sell socks and clothes for a living. You are different. You are a university student of the new era, the hope of our entire family. She spoke with utmost sincerity, filling her glass again and then taking another sip. Slow down, eat something, Chen Junsheng urged, concerned she might feel unwell from drinking too much. He quickly placed a few pieces of food into her bowl. To be honest, had he not been aware of Aunt Yao's background from a previous life, he might have genuinely believed her words. Oh, Song Yao picked up her chopsticks, swaying slightly as she attempted to pick up a piece of egg, but before it reached her mouth, she felt dizzy. Strange, I feel like these chopsticks are misbehaving. It's not the chopsticks. You're drunk, Chen Junsheng remarked. Song Yao pressed her lips together and retorted, no, this daughter red has no alcohol content. A couple of sips shouldn't tea make me drunk. Chen Junsheng chuckled. Those who are drunk always claim they are sober. If you don't believe it, try walking a few steps. I want tea, Song Yao replied, appearing both dazed and alert. She leaned against Chen Junsheng, her gaze soft and enchanting as she looked at him. Let me ask you a few questions. What kind of questions? Chen Junsheng sensed that Aunt Yao might be inebriated enough to drive recklessly. Yet, she seemed quite lucid now. Among your aunts, who do you think treats you the best? Aunt Xian, he answered without hesitation. And who is the most beautiful? Song Yao inquired again. Aunt Yun is the most beautiful, Chen Junsheng replied decisively. And who is the most flirtatious? Song Yao continued to probe. Chen Junsheng remained silent, his gaze drifting to the pure-colored stockings adorning her legs. Stockings were quite rare in the early 1980s, typically found only in state-run factories engaged in foreign trade. The trend of wearing stockings had yet to catch on domestically. It was only those like Song Yao, who specialized in the sock business, that could access such avant-garde aesthetics early on. Do they look nice? Song Yao asked with a gentle smile, running her fingers through her hair, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Junsheng nodded. The allure of stockings, in truth, derives from the wearer. Aunt Yao sold stockings because she possessed slender, long legs. Without stockings, her calves were as tender as autumn lotus roots. Fair with a hint of pink, her thighs smooth and lustrous like jade. When she wore stockings, her legs appeared even more toned and delicate, exuding a sensual charm that was simply captivating. Song Yao leaned close to his ear and whispered, "There are many styles in the room. Would you like to take a look?" Chen Junsheng raised an eyebrow, contemplating that he had come specifically to visit her and Aunt Xia, not to meet his long-distance girlfriend. After just sharing a drink with her, she was now suggesting that he look at stockings. What if he got carried away after viewing them? Seeing that Chen Junsheng remained silent, Song Yu boldly took his hand and led him into the room, where she retrieved several pairs of exquisite export stockings, playfully insisting, "You mustn't tell the other aunts." Chen Junsheng widened his eyes in astonishment. "Are you serious? Why wouldn't I be? You surely wouldn't want me to model them for other men, would you?" Song Yu replied with a teasing smile, then plopped down on the bed, raising her legs slightly. "Help me take off my stockings." Chen Junsheng complied, bending down to grasp her ankle, his movements somewhat clumsy as he gently peeled the stockings off, jokingly remarking that such stockings might lead to unpleasant odors if worn for too long. "They don't smell," Song Yao laughed, countering him while lifting her petite size 36-foot even higher. "If you don't believe me, you can smell for yourself." Chen Junsheng pretended to cough. Song Yao then lowered her foot, leaned forward, cradling Chen Junsheng's face in her hands, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. After a prolonged gaze, she asked him, "Have you ever tried it?" "Try what?" Chen Junsheng seemed perplexed. Song Yao chuckled softly. "Instead of answering," she reminisced, "back when I first went to the countryside, the idle men and gossipy women would privately call me a seductress, someone who came down from the city to entice men. Have you heard of this?" The idle men were envious, while the women were filled with jealousy, Chen Junsheng admitted candidly. Song Yao laughed, after hearing them say it so often. "I genuinely wanted to see if I could ensnare you before the likes of Xu Xin and Xiaoyan could." Chen Junsheng was taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, he felt a warm brush against his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief. On the way to Yiwu, he had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Aunt Yao or Aunt Xia, but never had he envisioned this moment. What does it feel like? A bit sweet. And this feels a bit suffocating. Song Yao slyly curled her legs, resting her toes against Chen Junsheng's lower back, softly murmuring, "This feels a bit naughty, yet quite amusing. Who meets like this?" Chen Junsheng exhaled a sigh of relief. "I don't care. This is certainly better than being accused of being flirtatious when I've never done anything wrong." Song Yao raised her head, her warm cheek brushing against Chen Junsheng's earlobe, her rosy lips whispering gently, "And remember, you can't blame me. After all, you showed up in Yiwu just when Aunt Xia happened to be away." Chapter 048. Without the skill of a diamond worker, one should not attempt porcelain work. A light rain fell softly on the streets, the grass appearing distant yet near. Comrade Song Yao was as gentle as white jade, breathtakingly beautiful. Comrade Chen Junsheng felt like a humble beast of burden, toiling without complaint, finding sweetness in labor. From sunset to dawn, a night passed in the blink of an eye, perhaps due to the sweltering heat. The enchanting face of Comrade Song Yao was perpetually adorned with a faint blush. It is no wonder that the idle men and gossiping women of Maojiawan village labeled her as a seductress, claiming she roamed the countryside to entice men. With her peach-like complexion, eyes shimmering like autumn waters, a prominent nose, rosy lips, a fair chin, and collarbones that could easily cradle fish. Who among normal men could resist such allure? And which village women would not harbor feelings of jealousy upon gazing upon her? Exhausted, Comrade Song Yao had not slept a wink throughout the night. Her body was utterly fatigued, yet her spirit remained remarkably exhilarated. She reached out to touch Chen Junsheng's forehead, dampened by sweat, her gaze sparkling with tender affection. "I'm not tired," Chen Junsheng replied, though he appeared as if he had just emerged from a deluge, drenched in perspiration. Yet, he truly felt no fatigue. At just 18 years of age, he was robust and full of vigor. Among his peers, Chen Junsheng was undoubtedly an exceptional specimen, exuding an inexhaustible energy akin to that of a hard-working donkey in the fields, coupled with an unwavering determination to persevere. If one were to encapsulate his essence in mere words, perhaps it would be indomitable spirit. As dawn began to break, Song Yao glanced out the window before turning her gaze back to Chen Junsheng, nestled in her arms. She smiled softly. "Your stomach seems to be growling. Are you hungry?" In response, Chen Junsheng merely emitted a faint snore from his nose. Had he fallen asleep in an instant? Song Yao envied his ability to drift off so effortlessly. For since her arrival in Yiwu, her slumber had been restless, easily disturbed by the slightest rustle outside. "Oh, Song Yao, how mischievous you are," she chastised herself. "He traveled for 5 or 6 hours by train and journeyed hundreds of miles to see you, yet you let him go to bed hungry." With a lowered gaze, she admired the striking features of Chen Junsheng as he slept, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, recalling the tender moments they had shared that night, embracing and kissing, a rosy warmth spread across her cheeks, filling her heart with sweetness. Never before had she experienced such intimacy. And only through genuine connections could one truly appreciate these sensations. Life was indeed worthwhile. Alas, her mind was awash with thoughts, preventing her from sleeping. She stared at the ceiling, pondering how Xiaxia would react if she were to return suddenly and witness this scene. Oh, that would not do. It was far too scandalous. Feeling the urge to close her eyes, she inhaled deeply, striving to sever the tumult of thoughts. With great care, she adjusted Chen Junsheng's sleeping position before slowly extricating herself from the straw mat. As she began to put on her shoes, Song Yao couldn't suppress a gasp of cold air, yearning to return to the warmth of the bed. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, biting her lip in resolve. Enduring the discomfort to finish dressing, she intended to prepare some food for Chen Junsheng before heading to the market later. After only half an hour of slumber, Chen Junsheng awoke abruptly from a dream in which he was desperately searching for a toilet. "Alas, last night I indulged in at least a pound of daughter's red. Although I engaged in vigorous exercise to sweat it out, the contents of my bladder remained quite substantial. I hastily made my way to the outdoor latrine, where I unleashed a torrent into the chamber pot nestled in the corner, a vigorous release that was both exhilarating and liberating. In the kitchen, Comrade Song Yao, who was preparing porridge, could hear the commotion from a distance, her mind involuntarily conjuring a few rather embarrassing images, causing her cheeks to flush unexpectedly. "Aunt Yao, you can take the day off at home. I'll handle the stall," Chen Junsheng said, displaying a considerate nature while savoring the scallion and egg pancake she had prepared. "It seems there are still over 100 wool sweaters piled up in the house. Surely, they were meant for sale?" "Indeed. Those sweaters were forcibly added to the order by the manufacturer when your Aunt Xia visited the textile factory in Hangzhou," Song Yao replied with a gentle sigh. "The recent heat has been unbearable. We acquired those wool sweaters for 6 yuan each, yet even at 10 yuan, they attract no interest. They occupy space and capital, nearly driving your Aunt Xia to despair. Selling wool sweaters in the scorching heat is akin to purchasing an umbrella on a sunny day. It is indeed a challenging endeavor." Chen Junsheng pondered for a moment before saying, however, "It's all right. As long as we maintain a positive mindset, solutions will always outnumber the difficulties. I'll give selling a try later." "Really?" Song Yao blinked in surprise, almost doubting her ears. However, seeing Chen Junsheng's earnest expression, she instinctively offered her support. "Why not give it a shot? Perhaps your presence will turn these unsellable items into hot commodities." "Indeed, that is quite possible," Chen Junsheng grinned. "Perhaps I can surprise Aunt Xia in the process." Encouraged by his confidence, Song Yao smiled warmly. "I'll accompany you. I'd rather not be scolded by Xia for being lazy, lying in bed during the day while you handle the stall. Does that not hurt?" "It did hurt quite a bit when I first got up, but it has improved significantly now," Song Yao replied, gently patting her backside. "Just walk slowly. Also, you should be cautious next time." Before she could finish, she exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Junsheng. He widened his eyes in mock disbelief. "You nearly knocked me out from the pain this time, and you're already thinking of next time?" Upon hearing this, Song Yao covered her face, realizing that her embarrassment was not from the pain, but rather from the sheer mortification of the thought. "Chen Junsheng, noticing her reaction, cleared his throat to regain a serious demeanor. All right, I understand. I shall be more careful next time. Good, that's all I needed to hear. Since Aunt Yao wished to accompany him to the market, Chen Junsheng was more than happy to have her by his side. At the end of August in Yiwu, the autumn heat was at its peak, with the sun hanging overhead like a furnace, threatening to scorch anyone in its path. During this season, selling wool sweaters seemed destined to result in a desolate stall, devoid of customers. Nevertheless, since Chen Junsheng had the audacity to bring Aunt Yao along to sell goods, he must have already devised a strategy for sales. Without the right tools, one should not attempt delicate work. Chapter 49. Genuine emotions cannot be retained. Tactics capture hearts. After setting up his stall, Chen Junsheng did not rush to call out to potential customers. Instead, he took the time to stroll around the entire agricultural market, surveying the scene. Upon his return to the stall, Songyao noticed that he held a megaphone in his hand. This device, fashioned from iron sheet and equipped with a handle, was designed to amplify one's voice, making it ideal for addressing crowds at public gatherings. The sight of this handheld iron microphone, ready for oratory, indeed exuded the seriousness typical of a youthful cadre. With a smile dancing in her eyes, Song Yao regarded Chen Junsheng, contemplating how this little rascal, when earnest, appeared particularly spirited, his posture upright, his gaze bright. And that aura about him was undeniably impressive and striking. Had this been the revolutionary era, one could easily envision him rallying a troop with this very iron megaphone in hand. Yet, Song Yao found herself more enchanted by his mischievous grin, which evoked a sense of allure, as if his eyes possessed hooks capable of drawing forth the hidden desires she harbored deep within. Hey, hey, hey. Chen Junsheng began by testing the sound, pleased with the outcome. He then bellowed, "Comrades!" This shout resonated throughout the market, causing a majority of the crowd to turn and gaze in his direction. "Come over here and take a look." Chen Junsheng relished this attention and immediately raised his voice an octave higher. "Buy a wool sweater, get a partner." His proclamation echoed as if the state were allocating companions to the people. It bore resemblance to the lively street vendors of later years, famously proclaiming, "Cherries have plummeted in price." Simple, blunt, yet delightfully engaging. Song Yao could not stifle a laugh at Chen Junsheng's exuberant calls. In this marketplace, the individual vendors resembled the demure women of old society, waiting with hands tucked and heads bowed for customers to inquire about prices. Very few dared to emulate Chen Junsheng's audacity of shouting with a megaphone. Why was that? Because individual vendors face significant discrimination. In an era dominated by collectivism, these entrepreneurs were often looked down upon due to their lack of stable employment and engagement in productive labor, which relegated them to a lowly social status. Many resorted to vending out of sheer necessity, swallowing their pride to make a living. What a remarkable young man. Initially, Song Yao found Chen Junsheng's shouts amusing. But in the blink of an eye, she witnessed dozens of unknowing onlookers flocking to him. The once quiet stall, devoid of interest, suddenly buzzed with life. A middle-aged woman, the quickest to approach, grasped Chen Junsheng's hand and inquired enthusiastically, "Young comrade, how much are your wool sweaters? What do you mean by buy a wool sweater? Get a partner? My daughter, Zhaodi, is about your age." Following her, a young man with a cheerful demeanor chimed in, "Comrade, what is the price of the wool sweater? Is the partner you're offering the lovely lady beside you? She has a beautiful smile. I present to you a high-quality woolen sweater produced by the Hangzhou Textile Factory. An authentic item sold at department store counters, originally priced at 1 to 200 yuan each. In Hangzhou, only a select few affluent families could afford such luxury." Chen Junsheng's sales strategy was to create a grandiose display, extolling the virtues of his wares, subsequently employing the typical tactics of modern e-commerce influencers, in appreciation of the support from the masses. "Our state-owned textile factory has decided to offer a batch of goods to the countryside 2 months in advance, providing warmth at an astonishingly reduced price of merely 30 yuan each." Furthermore, he urged everyone to listen closely. This high-quality woolen sweater, originally priced at 1 to 200 yuan, is now available for just 30 yuan. And for today only, buy one and receive another free. Imagine the joy on your partner's face when you gift them such a fine garment. Personally, if my partner were to present me with such a luxurious woolen sweater, I would be inclined to rush to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate the very same day. I would even be willing to become a state official, subsisting on rationed goods and residing in the official quarters. As he concluded his impassioned speech, some in the crowd, still processing the humor, were slow to react. While Comrade Song Yu was already laughing heartily, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. Such audacious remarks could only be uttered by someone as unabashed as Chen Junsheng. Few others would dare. So, this is the implication of gifting a woolen sweater to one's partner? A middle-aged woman chuckled awkwardly, slightly disappointed. As she released her grip and said to Chen Junsheng, "I apologize, comrade, I misunderstood." Meanwhile, a young man scratched his head, admitting, "I misunderstood as well. I almost thought purchasing a woolen sweater would entitle me to a beautiful female comrade as my partner." Others shook their heads, deeming the offer too expensive. Buy one, get one free sounds appealing, but even at 30 yuan, it's still too pricey. My eldest daughter works at the railway hospital, earning only 35.8 yuan a month. While some expressed their concerns about the cost, Chen Junsheng simply smiled, neither refuting nor aggressively promoting his merchandise. In truth, clothing during the 1980s was indeed not inexpensive. If one were to reference wages alone, many garments could be considered exorbitantly priced. However, clothing made from fabric coupons not only had outdated styles but also faced rationing limitations, failing to meet societal demand, particularly among the youth. Young people, inherently drawn to beauty and socializing, placed a far greater emphasis on the social attributes of clothing than on their mere commercial value. Thus, it became commonplace for many employed young men and women to spend 1 or 2 months' worth of wages on a single attractive outfit. Some even resorted to borrowing money to make a purchase. For those who could not afford it, particularly during crucial moments of matchmaking, there was no choice but to shamelessly seek borrowed clothing from relatives or friends. One must acknowledge the exceptional craftsmanship of this woolen sweater. In the bustling marketplace, where crowds often gathered, it was inevitable that a few discerning individuals would emerge. I believe I have seen this same style at the Hangzhou department store. Priced at 165 yuan each. For merely 30 yuan, one could purchase one item and receive another for free. Truly, it seemed as though a state-owned enterprise had graciously extended its warmth to the countryside. "Comrade, I would like one, please. Is the complimentary item selectable at will?" The speaker was a young woman, plump and embodying the robust charm reminiscent of the prosperous Tang dynasty. Chen Junsheng flashed her a broad smile and cheerfully replied, "Indeed. Buy one, get one free. Choose freely, select as you wish." With that assurance, the young woman swiftly picked 2 items and promptly handed him 3 large bills. The surrounding crowd, inspired by her confidence, began to stir with excitement. Each individual weighed the value in their hearts. A wool sweater that originally sold for 165 yuan in department stores was now offered at a price slashed to the knees, accompanied by the enticing buy one get one free deal. If they hesitated now, they feared the price would soar once the chill set in. Chen Junsheng, adept at reading the room, seized the opportunity to rally the crowd. "Comrades, action speaks louder than words. Seize the moment to profit. Buy one, get one free, today only, today only." 3 hours later, Chen Junsheng found himself in a secluded corner of the farmer's market, returning the metal bullhorn to the round young woman, while casually handing her 35 yuan with a cheerful, "Thank you." The woman accepted the money and, demonstrating a commendable sense of professionalism, returned the 2 warm wool sweaters to him. She cast a casual glance at his bulging pocket and remarked, "Should you ever have such a good deal again, do let me know. I am always at your service." Chen Junsheng, with his pocket seemingly filled with substantial treasures, merely smiled in silence. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance, "Run. The uniformed officers are coming to apprehend someone." Chapter 050. You were truly bad upon hearing that the uniformed officers were on the prowl. Chen Junsheng instinctively did not flee in the opposite direction but instead dashed toward Aunt Yao. "You foolish boy." Comrade Song Yao had originally thought she would surely be caught today, as her physical condition prevented her from running. Yet, when she looked up, she saw Chen Junsheng sprinting towards her, swiftly bending to scoop her up and running with a speed that rivaled the mechanized infantry of the army. Without a backward glance, they covered nearly 2 kilometers before Chen Junsheng, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, finally halted beneath a grand willow tree. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one was in pursuit, he gently set Aunt Yao down. "Do they frequently apprehend people at the market?" he inquired casually. In his memory, Yiwu was among the regions that had embraced reform and opening up relatively early and extensively. By 1982, the farmers' market in Hukingmen had already donned the grand sign of Yiwu Small Commodities City. Occasionally, though typically they only appear when alerted by the public, Song Yao replied, appearing slightly anxious yet composed, with a smile that belied her calm demeanor. "You, my friend, have an extraordinary talent for making money. In just 3 hours, you sold 112 wool sweaters. I sat there watching you collect money, and I couldn't help but feel envious, not to mention those mischievous elements among the crowd. Previously, her close friend Lin Chuxiao managed to sell over 10 garments in a day, which had impressed Song Yao greatly. However, Chen Junsheng's arrival had broadened her horizons beyond her expectations. Chen Junsheng was indifferent to the matter of being reported. He casually lowered his gaze to meet the expressive, beautiful eyes of Aunt Yao, smiling as he said, "Your eyes look perfectly fine. I can't see any redness." Song Yao raised her gaze to meet his, smiling softly. "If you lean in a bit closer and take a better look." "Oh," Chen Junsheng responded, indeed leaning in a little closer. Song Yao seized the moment, resting one hand on his back and wrapping the other around his neck, then tiptoeing to plant 2 kisses on him, giggling, "I didn't get enough kisses last night." Chen Junsheng pressed his lips together and said, with lingering desire, "Shall we continue tonight?" "No." Aunt Yu smiled in refusal. "Your Aunt Xia is returning tonight. I must maintain some decorum." Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she leaned in to offer her lips again, murmuring, "Just 1 kiss now." Chen Junsheng chuckled. "What happened to maintaining decorum?" Aunt Yao, stifling her laughter, replied with utmost seriousness, "There is no one around here. A little mischief won't be noticed." Chen Junsheng raised an eyebrow. "Am I not a person?" Aunt Yao, unable to contain her laughter at his words, retorted, "Others are others, but you are you. It's different." Saying this, she lifted her hand to rest against Chen Junsheng's throat, her voice soft and alluring. "All right, you mustn't speak. I want to kiss a little longer." Chen Junsheng took a deep breath. "No, I can't hold back. Let us go home." Aunt Yao's heart fluttered. "Why go home?" Chen Junsheng didn't respond but turned his back to her, then patted his shoulder. "Oh no, I can't bear it today," Aunt Yao said, though her body betrayed her as she leaned against his shoulder, letting him wrap his arm around her calf, effortlessly lifting her up with a slight tuck. "Can you really not endure it?" Chen Junsheng asked, turning his head. "Really?" Aunt Yu hesitated, pondering for a moment before whispering, "Let us take it slow, all right?" "All right." Chen Junsheng responded with understanding, "But you must say something sweet." Aunt Yao blinked, softly asking, "What do you want to hear?" After a moment of thought, Chen Junsheng replied, "Call me brother," in that teasing, sultry tone. Song Yao paused, suddenly recalling the young intellectual from Hangzhou, Shen Wanqiu, who always gently called him Brother Junsheng. A flush of embarrassment crept across her cheeks as she playfully chided, "You naughty boy. Will you call me?" Chen Junsheng, not one to shy away from mischief, warned, "If you don't, I might be less courteous when we get home." "Please," Song Yao, feeling a bit overwhelmed, replied, "You should be a bit more courteous to me. Let me gather my emotions." Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile. "I'm ready." Song Yao bit her luscious lips, took a few shallow breaths, then leaned down to whisper in his ear, as if embodying a bewitching seductress, her breath warm and gentle, "Brother Junsheng." Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng froze momentarily. Then his brows lifted, grinning like a fool. "Oh." At that moment, in the Chaoyang commune of Raoyang County, "Oh, Comrade Wanqiu, you're back. It's been a while. You look even more radiant." "Little Shen, which unit are you working at since returning to the city? How are the benefits?" Shen Wanqiu returned to the Majiabao Brigade, and wherever she went, she was greeted with enthusiastic questions, which she answered with a smile, unfazed. Upon her return to the city, she joined the Jiangsu Zhujiang Provincial Writers Association and, in a mere 20 days, crafted a documentary novel spanning 50,000 words, focusing on the life of young female intellectuals sent to the countryside. For her efforts, she received a modest remuneration of 10 yuan per 1,000 characters. Such income, even without assistance from her family, was ample enough for her to lead a comfortable life in Hangzhou. However, during these days back in the city, she felt an inexplicable gloom. Yet today, as she stepped once more onto the land of Mao Jiawen, which had once held her youthful spirit captive for 3 years, her smile radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, as if she had returned to her true homeland. This newfound joy was undoubtedly linked to the news she had received about her beloved, Chen Junsheng, having been accepted into Jiangsu Zhujiang University. "Oh, he has gone to be Wu?" When Shen Wanqiu arrived at the Chen household, Qi Shaoan was busy in the kitchen. From Aunt Yun, she learned that Chen Junsheng had just taken a train to Iwu the previous day, leaving her both surprised and disheartened. Indeed, that was his nature. He acted on impulse without hesitation. Qi Shaoan added logs to the fire and suggested, "If you're not in a hurry to return, you could stay here for a couple of days. We can discuss things when he returns." "Oh." Shen Wanqiu sighed helplessly. "I must return tomorrow." "Is it that urgent?" Qi Shaoyan asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. She turned to her. Did you come looking for him due to an emergency? Yes. Shen Wanqiu blinked and quietly confided to Aunt Yun. Last time on the Qixi festival, I spent some time with him in the haystack. Since returning to the city, my period has been delayed, and I occasionally feel nauseous. What? Qi Shaowen was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the firewood she held. Meanwhile, Chen Junsheng, carrying Aunt Yao, had just returned to the farmhouse and was about to close the door when two individuals in uniform suddenly rushed over from across the street. Shortly thereafter, several others emerged from inside, and the leader raised his identification badge, addressing him, Comrade Chen Junsheng, we mean you no harm. We simply need to verify a few questions with you. Please cooperate. Chapter 051. Coercive Interrogation. Deputy Chief Qiu Zijian of the Ministry's Special Case Team personally pursued Chen Junsheng to Wu to investigate the murder case of Ding Meijin and her son. However, upon arrival, Qiu encountered a dilemma. The daughter of a high-ranking official, Song Yao, had just slipped off Chen Junsheng's back. Chen Junsheng, displaying remarkable cunning, responded with a consistent three-word refrain of ignorance to every question posed by Qiu, unable to directly apprehend him or treat him like a criminal in an interrogation. Qiu resorted to psychological tactics. Comrade Junsheng, there is something you may not yet be aware of. Luo Yuanchao has confessed and voluntarily disclosed everything. Is that so? Chen Junsheng's demeanor shifted from feigned ignorance to a smile as he replied, that scoundrel had no sense of loyalty, abandoning me without a word. And now he runs off to confess? How foolish. Qiu lit a cigarette. Do not feign ignorance. What he disclosed was not merely about your street dealings in meat and cloth tickets. What else could he possibly reveal? Chen Junsheng questioned, looking perplexed. Surely, he wouldn't recount tales of climbing walls to spy on widows bathing or throwing firecrackers that doused her sister in filth. Qiu Zijian coughed as smoke filled the air. Chen Junsheng was indeed correct. Luo Yuanchao, that young man, was in the interrogation room of the Raoyang County Public Security Bureau, tearfully recounting all the questionable deeds he believed might implicate him in criminal activities throughout his life. Yet, when it came to the tragic fate of Ding Meijin and her son, he mirrored Chen Junsheng's ignorance, claiming to know nothing at all. He even explicitly stated that he had no acquaintance with either Ding Meijin or Chen Wanqiu. This response was somewhat understandable, as Luo Yuanchao was a simple, honest rural lad, whose encounters with authority were limited to the local brigade secretary, Zhang Yukai. As for the lofty figures like the director of the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau, Ding Meijin, or the deputy county chief's son, Chen Wanqiu, how could he possibly know them? Moreover, considering that Luo Yuanchao hailed from a family of impoverished farmers, with a father recognized as a hero of the Korean War, and himself being a labor model of the Chuyang Commune, his background was commendable. Consequently, the task force released him the same afternoon they apprehended him. They then hurried to Yiwu, seeking to uncover leads from Chen Junsheng, but once again, they found nothing of value. Fortunately, team leader Qiu was merely tasked with verifying the situation politically. Otherwise, he possessed ample means to extract information from Chen Junsheng. Do you have any questions to verify? At this moment, the long-silent comrade Song Yao spoke up. Hurry and ask. Don't take too much of my Junsheng's time. Indeed. Qiu Zijian nodded, then continued. We have received reports from the public indicating that Comrade Junsheng has been involved in colluding with a man surnamed Ku from Zhangzhou, Fujian, to illegally sell collective assets of the production team. Is this true? As soon as Qiu Zijian's words fell, Chen Junsheng remained silent, prompting Song Yao to scoff. Is this really within your task force's jurisdiction? Qiu Zijian carefully considered his response, given the substantial amount involved, before he could finish. Song Yao interjected sharply. Deputy Team Leader Qiu, you are certainly overstepping your bounds. You're meddling in economic matters now. Let my family patriarch have a word with your higher-ups in the ministry. Perhaps we should arrange an award for you? Qiu Zijian instinctively took a step back. Song Yao's words clearly posed a threat to his career. Although the Song family of Yinjing had shown signs of decline in recent years, the ancient adage holds true. A dying camel is larger than a horse. Should the patriarch of the Song family be provoked? Not only would Qiu Zijian find himself in dire straits, but even the task force leader, Xiang Jianjun, might have to pack his bags and return to Guizhou to till the soil. Are we simply leaving it at that? Deputy Team Leader Qiu merely went through the motions. And as the team was dismissed, someone below couldn't help but ask, will the case continue to be investigated? Of course, we must investigate. This is a homicide case. And regardless of who is involved, we will pursue it to the very end. Qiu Zijian declared with righteous conviction. After careful contemplation, he continued, however, the focus must shift. Our subsequent efforts will concentrate on gathering evidence to uncover Chen Su and Ding Meizhen's abuse of power, the manipulation of college admission qualifications, and the subsequent acts of changing household registration for their son, Chen Wanqiu, and hiring a hitman for murder. Is that understood? Understood. Now, let us proceed. Be forthright and honest. During my absence, what exactly have you been up to? As soon as the task force departed, Aunt Yao ushered Chen Junsheng into the bedroom and pressed him onto the bed. Chen cast a furtive glance at her, pondering whether his lack of candor might lead to coercive interrogation. You better think this through, he warned. Aunt Yao pinched his chin gently, lifting it slightly. There may not be torture, but coercion is another matter. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Chen quipped, Bring it on. I'm more pliable than stubborn. You'll need tools to pry my lips open. Upon hearing this, Comrade Song Yao was momentarily taken aback, shifting her weight to sit atop Chen. She deftly redirected the conversation. Be serious. Let us discuss the situation with Ding Meizhen and her son, as well as the matter of the illicit sale of collective assets from the production team. Ding Meizhen and her son brought this upon themselves. Their demise is hardly unjust. Yet, their deaths bear no relation to me. I'm merely an ordinary country lad. Even with tenfold courage, I wouldn't dare to commit murder. Chen's words were a mix of truth and fabrication, as he felt the weight of life and death, even with those closest to him. Oh? And you responded skeptically, urging him to continue. The sale of collective assets is actually a misunderstanding, Chen remarked nonchalantly. Recently, our production teams were reallocating land, and the village leaders auctioned off collective assets like plows, donkeys, and tractors. Aunt Xian, Aunt Yun, and I happened to be there and purchased a few cows and donkeys, which we later sold to a fellow in Fujian involved in interprovincial transport. We were fortunate enough to earn a bit of pocket change. That can't be right. If it was merely a small profit, the task force wouldn't be involved. Comrade Song Yao was not easily deceived, given the stature of the ministry's task force. If the amount involved did not exceed 10,000 yuan, it would be trivial in Chief Chio's eyes. However, should it exceed that threshold, Chen would become a prime suspect in a murder-for-hire scenario. This was also why Song Yao had intervened abruptly, using a tone of threat to compel Chief Chio to yield. In truth, we didn't make much. Only a little over 100,000, Chen confessed candidly. At this revelation, Song Yao was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. A little over 100,000? That is quite a substantial sum. Is it a lot? Chen countered. Not a lot. Song Yao lightly smacked him, swaying her hips as she scoffed. While Aunt Xia and I have been out for over a month, waking early and toiling late at our stall, we've only managed to earn 600 or 700 yuan. Meanwhile, you've quietly become the wealthiest man in Reoding County. Chen shook his head with a grin. Wealthy in the Mayo Jaiwan Brigade, perhaps. In 1981, 100,000 yuan indeed represented a considerable fortune. Yet, Chen was acutely aware that he was far from being the wealthiest in Reoding County. Many involved in black market dealings and interprovincial transport were far wealthier than he. Yao, I'm back. Just as they were conversing, a familiar voice echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Did you once again stay home today? Lounging in bed instead of setting up your stall? Chapter 052. The Mosquito Blood on the Mat. Junsheng. As Lin Chuxia entered the bedroom, she was greeted by the sight of Chen Junsheng wiping the sweat from his brow, his face lighting up with surprise as he exclaimed, When did you arrive? Why didn't you give me a heads up? He had traveled by train the previous day and sent a telegram beforehand, but she had fortuitously been in Hangzhou and had not received the news. Song Yao, with a beaming smile, answered on his behalf. It's my fault. I should have been more attentive. Lin Chuxiao approached Chen Junsheng, scrutinizing him closely before smiling warmly. It's been over a month since we last met. You seem to have grown a tad taller, and your complexion has darkened a bit. However, this only adds to your vitality and masculinity. Chen Junsheng reciprocated her smile, his gaze fixed on Aunt Xia. Among the several aunts in the family, Aunt Xia might not be the most beautiful, nor the most statuesque, and her demeanor might not be the most striking, yet she embodied a harmonious balance in all aspects, lacking no significant flaw. In terms of appearance, she possessed the visage of a serene beauty, with an oval face that was both exquisite and dignified. Her eyes resembled blooming peach blossoms, glistening with emotion, perpetually conveying a sense of tenderness. Chen Junsheng used to be particularly captivated by her gaze, and the more he looked, the more he was drawn to them. Eventually realizing that Aunt Xiao had those enchanting peach blossom eyes that seemed to exude affection even when gazing at a dog. Why the silence? Lin Xuxia playfully waved her hand in front of Chen Junsheng's eyes, feigning ignorance. Share with your aunt. Which university did you get into this year? Jiangsu Zhejiang University. Chen Junsheng replied candidly. I'll be majoring in economics, specializing in political economy. Excellent. Lin Xuxia's eyes sparkled with delight, her joy evident. This university offers delicious meals, a beautiful environment, and an abundance of lovely ladies. It's quite suitable for you. Chen Junsheng offered a non-committal smile and inquired with genuine concern, Aunt Xia, how was your trip to Hangzhou? Not very smooth, Lin Xuxia sighed, recalling her recent experiences in Hangzhou. What happened? Chen Junsheng asked, curiosity piqued. It's a long story. Lin Xuxia hesitated to elaborate. Song Yao, standing nearby, took it upon herself to explain, the leaders of those state-owned enterprises are exceedingly arrogant. They only have eyes for foreign merchants and export orders, looking down upon ordinary individual entrepreneurs like us. Attempting to place orders with them feels akin to begging. If fortune smiles upon you, you might secure some goods, but if luck is against you, you may not even gain entry. Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng furrowed his brow. He understood all too well that Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia should not have to endure such hardships. Their decision to remain in the Mayo Jiwen Brigade had led to considerable discord with their families, and they were unlikely to seek assistance from home, though they appeared delicate. Each was remarkably resilient and strong-willed. Chen Junsheng served as a silent gauge in the subtle competition between them, while simultaneously being an irreplaceable emotional anchor cultivated through their shared struggles during challenging times. In his past life, impulsive decisions had altered countless aspects of existence. Fortunately, he now had the opportunity to make amends. What could be done, after all? They were the esteemed state-owned enterprises, while we remained inconsequential individual entrepreneurs. Lin Xuxia chuckled self-deprecatingly, but soon her optimism resurfaced. There is truly no need for complaint. During this period, thanks to the batch of goods they provided, I have already made quite a bit of money and should be grateful instead. Grateful my foot. Those goods were purchased at our expense, with the procurement price far exceeding that of foreign merchants. Those treacherous dogs at the state-owned factory are simply intolerable. Next time, I must find someone to teach them a lesson. Comrade Song Yao spat with a fierce disdain for evil, but had no intention of lingering on the topic. By the way, I have some good news to share with you. What good news? Lin Xuxia raised an eyebrow. Song Yu replied with a smile. Today, Junsheng helped sell wool sweaters at the stall. Guess how many he sold in just one morning? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuxia turned her gaze to the corner where the wool sweaters had been stacked, now astonishingly empty, and speculated in disbelief. He couldn't he have sold them all? Could he? Indeed, he did. Song Yu said with a twinkle in her eyes. That rascal is quite skilled. He has a way of deceiving people with his charm. If he were to take us to the market to sell, I reckon we'd be counting the money for him with grins on our faces. He really sold them all? Lin Xuxia found it hard to believe. There are 2 left. Chen Junsheng chimed in, turning around to produce the last 2 wool sweaters. Then pulled out 30 yuan. Just right. I bought them for you and Aunt Yao. Ah, look at that. This is how the trick works. Seeing this, Comrade Song Yao couldn't help but mimic Chen Junsheng's sales pitch from the market earlier. Premium wool sweaters from Hangzhou Textile Factory. Buy one for 30 yuan and get one free. Buy a wool sweater and get a partner. Do you understand what that means, Xia? Song Yu asked. Lin Xuxia nodded with a smile. The phrase buy a wool sweater and get a partner could easily lead to misunderstandings and draw attention. However, buy one, get one free sounds quite economical and effectively appeals to people's desire for a bargain. This combination of tactics is truly brilliant. Unfortunately, we have no stock left to sell. Lin Xuxia shrugged, turning to Chen Junsheng. Otherwise, I would have loved to see how you sell the merchandise in person. Chen Junsheng grinned. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to Hangzhou to restock. Lin Xuxia was somewhat surprised and, after a moment of thought, asked with concern, when do you start school? Chen Junsheng replied, the admission notice states that we must report to school before September 19th. The college entrance examination in 81 was in July, which differs from the June exams in later years, where students report to university in mid to late August or early September. Furthermore, freshmen in 81 did not have military training. After reporting, they immediately entered the academic phase, which was quite unusual. Today is the 28th, and there are still a few days left before school starts. We can enjoy a few more days in Yiwu, Lin Xuxia calculated. I'll be going back in a couple of days. Chen Junsheng shook his head. I'll bring you all back with me. Then, the 5 of us can sit down and discuss our future plans thoroughly. That's right. Having been away for so long, I've been eager to return home. Lin Chuxia nodded. Smiling at Song Yao when her gaze caught a few conspicuous stains of mosquito blood on the straw mat. And she curiously asked, "Were there many mosquitoes in the house last night?" Song Yao was momentarily taken aback, then realized that she had forgotten to clean the stains from the mat this morning. She quickly replied, "Indeed. There were so many mosquitoes last night that they nearly carried me away." Lin Chuxia took a few steps forward to examine the speckled bloodstains closely. Feeling that they resembled mosquito blood less and less, yet hesitated to inquire further. "What did you say? Is the little prince's milk ready?" Later that evening, Qiao Shuxin returned home after selling eggs and was astonished to hear Qi Shaoan mention Shen Wanqiu's suspected pregnancy. "No way. That little rascal managed to succeed on his first try?" Qi Shaoan clarified. "It's not entirely certain. She just mentioned her period is delayed and occasionally feels nauseous." "Oh, then it's most likely false," Qiao Shuxin chuckled, confidently asserting, "A delayed period is probably due to her body's excess coldness. And the nausea is likely a sign of poor digestion. Early pregnancy symptoms typically appear around the 6th week. However, she suggested that it would be prudent to send a telegram to Junsheng to prepare him psychologically. Chapter 053. He is not nervous. His body is merely stiff. Early in the morning, Chen Junsheng accompanied Aunt Xia and Aunt Yao to the train station to queue for tickets. Although the Yiwu train station was merely a small third-class station, it was bustling with a considerable number of people eager to purchase tickets. The reason for this was simple. Short-distance train tickets were reasonably priced. A ticket from Yiwu to Hangzhou for over 100 kilometers cost merely 1 yuan and 60 cents. Many astute individual entrepreneurs seized this opportunity, frequently traveling between Yiwu and Hangzhou to resell various goods for profit. Moreover, it is noteworthy that meals served by the dining car on the green trains of the 1980s did not require food ration tickets. One could simply pay for them, albeit at a slightly elevated price. Of course, during this time, most travelers were those on official business trips, whose expenses for tickets, meals, and accommodations could be reimbursed. "Junsheng, when we enter the station, make sure to hold my hand and stay close to Yao Yao," and Xia instructed. As they approached the ticket-checking area, Lin Chuxia suddenly felt anxious and instinctively grasped Chen Junsheng's wrist, fearing he might lack experience in navigating the crowded train. Meanwhile, Song Yao had already taken hold of Chen Junsheng's hand early on, occasionally tightening her grip or gently brushing her little finger against his palm, while discreetly observing his facial expressions from the corner of her eye. At that moment, Chen Junsheng's foremost impression was that both aunts had remarkably soft hands, particularly Aunt Yao's. Perhaps due to her sheltered upbringing and limited agricultural work after being sent to the countryside, Song Yao's delicate and fair hands felt almost ethereal. Warm in the palm yet cool as jade on the back, Chen Junsheng encircled her hand with his larger one, his heart racing uncontrollably, his body inexplicably restless. In contrast, Aunt Xia's hands exuded warmth and gentleness, her palms slightly rough yet pleasantly full, soft as pastry. Chen Junsheng mused that if Aunt Xia were to use her adept hands to perform an essential oil back massage, he would surely ascend to the heavens. "Are you nervous?" Lin Chuxia seemed to sense his unease, turning to look at Chen Junsheng, wiping the sweat from his forehead with her other hand, and smiling reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. This is how it is when boarding a train. You'll get used to it after a few rides." Chen Junsheng nodded, though he was far from anxious. It was merely his body that had stiffened. The green trains of the 1980s had limited schedules and capacities, and boarding the train involved a crush of people, battling for space amidst the baskets, trays, and an array of agricultural products, handicrafts, and various bags, not to mention chickens and ducks carried by the villagers. Furthermore, in recent years, social security had deteriorated sharply, with an abundance of swindlers and pickpockets on the train, making it all too easy to have one's pockets emptied if one was not vigilant. Today, Lin Chuxia and Song Yao, the two female comrades, were dressed quite simply. The numerous patches on their clothing practically proclaimed their poverty. Yet, despite their modest appearance, a few ill-intentioned male comrades sought to maneuver their way closer to them amidst the chaos. Just as one such man was about to encroach upon Aunt Yao and Aunt Xia, Chen Junsheng suddenly pointed at the train floor, his face contorted in terror, and shouted, "There's a snake on the ground." The crowd that had gathered immediately erupted in panic, scattering in all directions. Song Yao, startled, leaped into Chen Junsheng's arms. Lin Chuxia, however, remained remarkably composed, even leaning down to search for the snake. It turned out to be coiled around Junsheng's waist. Lin Chuxia's thoughts flickered, and she could not suppress a smile. She knew that Song Yao was the most fearful of snakes among the sisters, yet she always seemed to encounter them. The most perilous instance occurred while planting rice in the fields when a water snake glided between her legs, turning back to gaze at her. Song Yao had shrieked "Mom!" and flung the seedlings far away, then turned and dashed through the water, fleeing faster than the oxen plowing the adjacent field. A comical sight that nearly amused half the brigade. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Junsheng calmly guided the two ants to a spot near the train door and restroom. Securing their footing, he then retrieved 3 small stools and a stack of old newspapers from the large sack slung over his shoulder. A strong person never complains about their environment. They either destroy it or transform it, with the small stools and old newspapers as companions. The remainder of the journey would not be so distressing. In 1981, Hangzhou appeared much like a larger county town, devoid of the urban aura of towering skyscrapers or the bustling prosperity of heavy traffic. Yet, as the capital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, one could sense the fresh atmosphere brought about by the reform and opening up policy. The long-dormant commercial vibe was quietly reviving in the streets and alleys, beneath the drum towers and city walls. This was evident from the numerous human-powered rickshaws visible outside Hangzhou Station. Moreover, during the bus ride into the city center, Chen Junsheng observed that many young women had begun to don polyester shirts, mid-length trousers, and elastic shoes for their outings. In the early 1980s, polyester and dacron garments had already gained popularity in larger cities. However, in Rao County, and even in Yiwu, such fashionable attire was typically reserved for young women on their wedding day. The majority of rural folks still wore patched-up, old clothes. This presented a golden opportunity for profit. Chen Junsheng gazed out of the car window at the beautiful young women, feeling as if they were vibrant embodiments of unity, increasingly pleasing to the eye. In today's apparel business, as long as one possesses the ability to procure goods from state-owned factories, selling them is hardly a concern, and the profits are quite substantial. Take, for instance, the woolen sweater Chen Junsheng sold yesterday. He acquired it at the price of 6 yuan each and sold it for 15, yielding a profit of 9 yuan per piece, totaling 900 yuan for 100 pieces. If only he could secure a batch of quality cotton shirts for his aunts. It would be splendid. In this day and age, the affluent in the county town seek novelty and trendy items, and he surmised they would sell like hotcakes. Chen Junsheng pondered earnestly. The terminus of bus number 1 in Hangzhou was the Hangzhou Cotton Spinning Factory. As the bus approached the stop, Lin Chuxia tugged at Chen Junsheng's sleeve and whispered, "We've been here 3 times before, and they wouldn't even let us in. The second factory is a bit better, but it's quite far." Lin Chuxia continued, "Don't be afraid." Chen Junsheng gently patted the back of Auntie Xia's hand, reminiscent of how she had previously comforted him at the train station, and smiled, saying, "With me here, there is no door we cannot enter." Arriving at the cotton spinning factory, shouted the ticket collector. Chen Junsheng, accompanied by his aunts, disembarked, deliberately avoiding the security's gaze at the main entrance, and made his way along the factory's outer wall for about 300 meters. "You're not thinking of climbing over the wall, are you?" Lin Chuxiao inquired, somewhat perplexed. The wall did not appear particularly high, and while one could potentially scale it, the cotton spinning factory was notorious for its stringent control over inventory. Individual entrepreneurs seeking goods from there not only required a letter of introduction but also needed to obtain a release slip from the factory's management. Both were essential. Currently, lacking both a letter of introduction and a release slip, even if Chen Junsheng managed to climb into the factory grounds, it would be a futile endeavor, as he would still be unable to acquire any goods. Nevertheless, since he had come all this way, he was determined not to return empty-handed. Chapter 054, 3 parts intelligence, 7 parts luck. Rather than scaling the wall to enter the cotton spinning factory, Chen Junsheng opted to head to a small alley across from the factory, where he spent 2 yuan to procure a ladder and a worn shoulder bag. "Aunt Yo, Aunt Xia, you wait for me here. Don't go anywhere." Upon returning to his aunt's, Chen Junsheng hoisted the ladder onto his left shoulder and slung the tool bag over his right shoulder, resembling a young electrician as he cheerfully instructed them. "Oh." Lin Chuxia and Song Yao exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if he truly intended to brazenly use a ladder to scale the wall of a textile factory. However, they seemed to have misconstrued his intentions. With the ladder in tow, Chen Junsheng confidently strode towards the factory's main entrance. At that moment, the front of the factory was bustling with a crowd of individual entrepreneurs eager to enter and procure goods. Yet, the security personnel of this state-owned enterprise were vigilant, guarding against potential thieves, and regardless of what the individuals said, their response remained unwavering. No letter of introduction, no release slip, no entry. Hey, make way, make way. As Chen Junsheng approached with the ladder, the sharp-eyed security chief raised a hand to disperse the crowd, clearing a path for him. Chen Junsheng casually adjusted the tool bag on his shoulder, maintaining a stoic expression as he walked through the passage and entered the factory. At the entrance, the three security guards surprisingly made no effort to intervene or inquire about an introduction letter or any form of approval. Thus, Master Chen entered the cotton spinning factory No. 1 without obstruction, following the directional signs to the administrative building. The name of the secretary, Huang Jie, was quite pleasing. However, her signature was too delicate, making it difficult to forge. In the administrative building, Chen Junsheng examined the signatures of the factory leaders displayed on the wall dedicated to the spiritual and cultural development of the factory. The factory director, Li Ming, appeared to be just over 30. His demeanor was rather stern, bordering on unapproachable. Chen Junsheng not only scrutinized the handwriting of the leaders but also studied their photographs. The deputy director, Chen Junwei, was a relative, an amiable elder with a kind expression. He piqued Chen Junsheng's interest. With a smile akin to discovering treasure, Chen Junsheng took out paper and pen from his toolkit and imitated Deputy Director Chen Junwei's handwriting to create an internal introduction letter bearing a signature. As for the approval document, having never seen a genuine procurement approval from the cotton spinning factory, he decided against forging one. After all, possessing the introduction letter from his relative, Deputy Director Chen Junwei, would suffice for placing orders at the warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse of cotton spinning factory No. 1, Chen Junsheng, clutching the introduction letter, noticed a long queue of individuals awaiting their goods. To his dismay, he spotted Deputy Director Chen Junwei seated at the front, meticulously verifying introduction letters and order approvals. A tactical error, indeed. He should have devised a backup plan. As he contemplated retreating to concoct another introduction letter from a different leader, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared in an empty seat not far from Deputy Director Chen Junwei. She surveyed the lengthy queue and declared loudly, "I can also take orders here." Ah, a twist of fate. Chen Junsheng chuckled inwardly, but did not rush to join the line. Instead, he waited for those ahead to move, then swaggered forward, brazenly cutting in at the front. "Hey, how dare you?" protested the person he had cut in front of, visibly displeased and attempting to confront him. However, Chen Junsheng ignored him entirely and first handed the introduction letter to the middle-aged woman. Upon seeing the signature on the letter, she glanced at the flustered Deputy Director Chen Junwei and then scrutinized Chen Junsheng, who appeared rather nonchalant and impudent. Chen Junsheng cast a fleeting glance at the woman's chest. Noticing this, the middle-aged woman showed no sign of disgust. Instead, she smiled at him and called over a warehouse administrator, "Xiao Shou, please guide this comrade Chen." "Certainly, Director Liang." Thus, Chen Junsheng followed Administrator Xiao Shou, swaggering into the warehouse of cotton spinning factory No. 1. The assortment of fine cotton shirts, work uniforms, and trousers made him feel as though he were a monkey entering the celestial peach garden of the Queen Mother. He lamented not having 3 heads and 6 arms to clear out the entire warehouse in one go. All of this was money. These were all treasures. Chen Junsheng diligently filled a large burlap sack to the brim. Originally, individual vendors calculated their orders by pieces. However, he was afforded special treatment, being led by Comrade Xiao Shou to weigh his goods and pay for them at the price of 5 yuan per kilogram. It is no wonder that many state-owned enterprises experience steady growth in annual sales, while their profits often remain in the negative, with greater sales leading to larger deficits. Nevertheless, Chen Junsheng, who profited handsomely, expressed no objections. He asked no questions and made no comments. After settling the payment, he hoisted the large burlap sack to conceal his face and hastened away, his feet seemingly gliding across the ground. Ah! The figure emerging with the bulky sack bore a resemblance to the electrician who had previously entered carrying a ladder. The security at the cotton spinning factory were indeed perceptive. Nearly recognizing Master Chen, another guard observed Chen Junsheng's retreating silhouette and remarked, "He does look familiar." But the electrician who entered earlier was not only carrying a ladder but also a toolbox. This person, aside from the burlap sack, has nothing else. In the blink of an eye, Chen Junsheng had reached the corner at the end of the wall, where he reunited with his aunts, Aunt Yao and Aunt Xia, who were waiting for him. "How did you manage to acquire all this?" Lin Chuxia asked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she saw him return with the large burlap sack, which was brimming with the trendiest, high-priced clothing and trousers. Chen Junsheng smiled and replied, "I neither stole nor robbed. I legitimately ordered these goods at the high price of 5 yuan per kilogram. 5 yuan per kilogram? Lin Chuxia nearly thought she had misheard. At that price, one could scarcely order a single woolen sweater at the cotton spinning factory number 2. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed Song Yao had already taken hold of a burlap sack, puffing as she urged, "Let us move quickly. Our mischievous boy is likely pretending to be a relative of the factory manager to obtain these goods. Is that even possible?" Lin Chuxia raised her eyebrows, thinking to herself how clever Chen Junsheng truly was. First, he posed as an electrician, boldly entering through the main gate. And then he impersonated a relative of the factory leadership to procure goods at a low price. Truly, he was a graduate of the new era, displaying far more ingenuity than the Navi students of the agrarian, industrial, and military universities of our time. However, as thoughts raced, actions followed. Lin Chuxiao promptly hoisted a large burlap sack and hurried after Song Yao. Chen Junsheng trailed behind, jubilant at the day's success, believing that fortune favored him. With 3 parts intellect and 7 parts luck, it was evident that Hangzhou was a land of opportunity, and he resolved to linger a few more days to seek connections, perhaps even stumble upon unexpected wealth. In the meantime, he planned to stay at the Hangzhou guest house, ensuring Aunt Xia and Aunt Yo had a comfortable night's rest. Chapter 055, Mutual Flotation. Chen Junsheng, with his introduction letter and burlap sack in tow, took his 2 aunts to the Hangzhou guest house, securing 2 rooms for their comfort. After settling them in, he ventured out alone to procure an outfit. Clad in a white shirt and navy blue trousers, complemented by a pair of black leather shoes, he visited a local barbershop for a haircut, then proceeded to a state-owned photography studio to have an exorbitantly priced portrait taken. After completing his tasks, Chen Junsheng turned to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure some materials. Upon returning to the guest house, he crafted a work ID for himself and meticulously carved a seal to affix to it. Chen Junsheng, undergraduate student of political economy, class of 81, Department of Economics, Jiangsu Zhejiang University. Deputy Director of the Department for the Coordination of People's Livelihood Economic Development in the Dongjiang region. In the world outside, one's identity is self-bestowed. Ever since he eliminated Ding Meizhen and her son and successfully received his university admission notice, Chen Junsheng felt as though he had unlocked a vital pathway, leading him toward increasingly unconventional endeavors. Previously, he had deemed cross-province material trading as too perilous, fraught with the threat of imprisonment. However, after his stint in the detention center at the Raoyang County Public Security Bureau, he struck his first major deal with Ku Wenhai immediately upon his release. Earning his first 100,000, a notion of fortune favors the bold began to take root in his heart. Apologies, Mr. Mao. Chen Junsheng clutched the work ID, reflecting on a legendary figure from his past life who bartered canned goods for an aircraft, silently expressing his regrets. "Ah, getting a haircut?" The voice of Aunt Yao suddenly interrupted his reverie. Chen Junsheng turned to her, smiling. "When did you come in?" "I didn't hear a thing. I knocked before entering, but received no response." Song Yao, with a twinkle in her eyes, playfully styled his hair with her fingers, then lowered her gaze to admire his appearance, continuing. "I noticed the door was ajar, so I decided to come in and see what you were up to, only to find you lost in thought, looking rather foolish. But honestly, after your haircut, dressed in that white shirt and navy trousers, you look quite dapper." She complimented him sincerely. The term dapper, in the local dialect of Raoyang County, conveys meanings of attractive, comfortable, and pleasant to the eye. They say one's attire can greatly influence their appearance. Chen Junsheng, already blessed with striking features, attracted the attention of young women at the state-run photo studio when he donned the most fashionable clothing for his identification photo. He glanced at the now-locked door, rose, and lifted Aunt Yao, placing her gently on the desk, drawing them close. "I adore your candidness. Do share more of your honest thoughts in the future." Song Yao pouted her rosy lips and playfully pushed him away, then teasingly remarked, "You, with your handsome looks and rather wicked nature, once you step into the university, I fear you'll change partners as frequently as one changes clothes." Chen Junsheng replied, "Then I shall wear this outfit year-round and not change. You are quite the charmer." Song Yao's eyes sparkled, having just pushed him away. She now reached out to pull him closer, sitting on the desk and gazing up at him, softly and alluringly saying, "Ever since that night we kissed, I find myself overwhelmed with the urge to kiss you every time we're alone together. What should I do?" Chen Junsheng stifled a laugh, saying, "Aren't you a little too forward for a young lady? I've never been one to be reserved." Comrade Song Yao, with her charmingly arched brows and eyes, once managed to suppress her inner thoughts, but now she finds herself irresistibly compelled to embrace and kiss him. As she spoke, She deliberately paused, ensuring that Chen Junsheng would not be left without words. A person like Chen Junsheng could engage in conversation even with a stone, so it was inconceivable that he would have nothing to say in front of Aunt Yao. "What else do you want?" he inquired. Blushing, Song Yu shyly nodded. "I do want to." However, when Chen Junsheng leaned closer, she playfully smiled. "And Xia is next door. It's best to just think about it and not act impulsively." Chen Junsheng sighed inwardly, pondering how she embodied the essence of a seductress, masterfully employing the art of allure and retreat, effortlessly igniting desire and infatuation within him. While they couldn't act recklessly, a hug or a kiss seemed permissible. Comrade Song Yao appeared particularly fond of kissing. Perhaps the hardships endured during her rural service had made her cherish the sweet sensations that accompanied such moments. Unfortunately, her endurance was rather limited. A few kisses would leave her feeling weak, breathless, and blushing like a peach blossom. Chen Junsheng, equally captivated, suddenly halted, declaring, "All right. I must step out to attend to some matters. Please wait for me here with Aunt Xia at the guest house." "Oh," Song Yao responded, her eyes slightly glazed, a hint of wistfulness in her tone as she replied, "Next time then." Chen Junsheng, without giving it much thought, responded and left. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spent money to borrow a landline from the guest house and dialed the Quanlianji distillery. "Hello, I am Su Changzheng." Once connected, Chen Junsheng recognized the voice of Su Yishuan's father, Comrade Su Changzheng, the secretary of the distillery. "Hello, Secretary Su. I am Chen Junsheng, a classmate of Comrade Su Yishuan from middle school." He introduced himself and politely stated, "I have an important matter to discuss with Comrade Yishuan. Could you please ask her to come to the phone?" "Very well." Su Changzheng's voice was calm. "Please hold. I will summon her." "Thank you," Chen Junsheng replied. And after waiting for over 10 minutes, he finally heard a rustling sound on the line. "Hello, is this Comrade Yishuan?" Her voice remained sweet and clear. "Can you hear me, Chen Junsheng?" "I can," he smiled broadly. "I finally managed to reach you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Apologies, I was a bit busy earlier." Su Yishuan replied with an apologetic smile. "I heard you have something important to discuss with me. What is it?" In truth, there was nothing of significance. He merely wished to convey how much he missed her. "Well," he said earnestly, "I primarily wanted to talk to you." Su Yishuan coughed softly, discreetly covering the microphone with her palm. She then turned to Secretary Su, who appeared to be diligently working but was actually eavesdropping, and whispered, "Secretary Changzheng, would you mind stepping out for a moment?" "What?" Su Changzheng's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself that this was his office, and allowing her to take a personal call during work hours was already a breach of protocol. Yet she had the audacity to ask him to leave? "Please. Just this once," Su Yishuan urged softly, pouting. Reluctantly, Su Changzheng rose, wearing a serious expression, and said, "This is the last time." Su Yishuan smiled softly, waiting until her father left the office before she pressed the microphone back to her ear and said to Chen Junsheng, "All right, you may now discuss the matter at hand." Chapter 056, What Others Can Do. "I can do too. I need your assistance in opening a bank account under the Dongzhong Regional Minqing Economic Development Company, primarily for corporate remittances," Chen Junsheng stated at the outset. Opening a bank account is not particularly difficult. Su Yishuan pondered for a moment before cautiously responding. "The crucial aspect is that while you can apply for this account now, the process is rather cumbersome. I will need to leverage my connections. It will take at least 3 to 5 days to complete the necessary procedures." This was well within Su Yishuan's capabilities, and she had never turned Chen Junsheng away whenever he sought her help. 3 to 5 days to finalize everything? Chen Junsheng raised an eyebrow. He initially intended to utilize Su Yishuan's connections to establish the corporate account, then conduct market research in Hangzhou's department stores, identifying lucrative opportunities before returning to Raiyang County to finalize the formalities. Given the current inefficiency of the banking system, a single interprovincial remittance typically took 7 to 10 days to process. Chen Junsheng could certainly capitalize on this time difference to accomplish many tasks. Moreover, although current policies prohibit the establishment of private enterprises, public-private partnerships and cooperative enterprises have been opened for registration, provided the government retains a majority stake. With Su Yishuan's connections, matters such as opening accounts and registering companies, which are ordinarily tedious, appeared to be effortlessly resolved with just a phone call. However, it must be noted that if Chen Junsheng did not utilize such evident networking resources himself, would he leave them for others? "This matter is exceedingly important to me. If you can assist me in completing it within 10 days, I will offer you a 2% share of every remittance that enters the account. Chen Junsheng stated with utmost seriousness. Chen Junsheng. Su Yishuan suddenly called out his full name, reminiscent of their encounter by the Dongjiang River. What is it? Chen Junsheng inquired. Perplexed. You are not to discuss money with me in the future, Su Yishuan exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. I am helping you not for the sake of your money. Chen Junsheng was taken aback. Such a naive girl might only exist in this era of innocence. Reflecting on his interactions with Su Yishuan, he realized he had constantly troubled her with petty issues, gradually taking small advantages from her. She neither grew angry nor irritated. Yet when it came to discussing money, she became flustered. In the future, as our meetings become less frequent, remember to write to me instead of always calling. It's too expensive, Su Yishuan concluded, sniffing as she hung up the phone. Outside, Secretary Su was pacing the corridor when he noticed his daughter emerging with reddened eyes, causing a pang of concern in his heart. You were laughing just a moment ago during the call. Why are you in tears now? He inquired. It's nothing. Su Yishuan turned her head away, preventing Secretary Su from seeing her eyes. Please don't ask. Su Changzheng sighed helplessly. I had previously mentioned that Chen Junsheng's intentions in approaching you are not entirely pure. On the surface, he appears to be seeking to sell some leases for profit. But in reality, he covets the resources you possess and the connections of our Su family. Su Changzheng bluntly stated, individuals like him will shower you with kindness in myriad forms when they find you useful. However, once you are no longer of service to him, he will unceremoniously cast you aside, indifferent to the sorrow and pain he may cause you. He is simply not that kind of person. Su Yishuan turned her head, a serious expression on her face as she countered. If he were interested in me for those reasons, he wouldn't be discussing money with me. What does that mean? Su Changzheng was somewhat perplexed, thinking to himself that discussing money was not necessarily a bad thing. Did she wish to converse about feelings instead? It seemed rather trivial. Su Yishuan retorted, somewhat irked. Regardless, I detest that he talks to me about money. Su Changzheng gazed at his daughter for a while, shaking his head in bitter resignation. Confused indeed. If you are not discussing finances with him, it is evident that you wish to engage in emotional discourse. You two are mismatched. One is a top student admitted to Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, while the other is a middle school graduate working as an accountant in a distillery. Is that appropriate? Even if it were, I would not consent. That young man is far too dazzling. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. Following him, you may find it challenging to attain happiness. However, such words are difficult to express. Even if spoken, my daughter may not heed them. Su Changzheng hesitated for a moment and decided to keep his thoughts to himself. I shall return to my work. Su Yishuan, noticing her father's hesitation, walked away with her head down. Eager to avoid another of his lengthy tirades filled with disparaging remarks about Chen Junsheng, her ears were nearly calloused from hearing them. Confused, far too confused. She would eventually be deceived by that rascal Chen Junsheng to the point of no return. Su Changzheng watched his daughter disappear, his heart heavy with sorrow. Meanwhile, after leaving the Hangzhou City guest house, Chen Junsheng boarded a bus to the Hangzhou Liberation Road department store. This department store is one of the earliest established state-owned enterprises in Hangzhou, originally a national goods exhibition hall, renowned throughout the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. In the early 1980s, the department store primarily sold clothing, footwear, and bags, with classic large items such as radios, bicycles, sewing machines, and watches following closely. Additionally, they offered black and white televisions and the Shanghai 555 brand clocks, which required industrial coupons for purchase. Chen Junsheng's primary aim during this visit was to assess the sales of the Shanghai clocks in Hangzhou. Excuse me, comrade, why is your Shanghai clock display empty? After browsing the store, Chen Junsheng sought out a sales associate to inquire about the situation. The Shanghai 555 clock was priced at 50 industrial coupons plus 56 yuan, a considerable expense. Yet, after his rounds, he found this display to be the only one devoid of stock. I apologize, comrade, the sales associate responded courteously. Exhibiting a pleasant demeanor, the Shanghai 555 clocks are extremely popular, but unfortunately, the manufacturer's output is limited, and even supplying the local Shanghai market has proven challenging. We have been out of stock here in Hangzhou for over half a year. Chen Junsheng smiled, suggesting, have you considered substituting with other brands of clocks? The sales associate replied with a smile, we have attempted that, but the results were unsatisfactory. The public only recognizes the Shanghai 555 brand. Oh. Chen Junsheng felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to purchase a clock, but after visiting several department stores, he found none in stock. You may have to make the effort to check in Huqing, suggested the salesperson. While he outwardly sighed, internally he had already resolved to engage in the resale of Huqing clocks. Given the limited production capacity of manufacturers in Huqing and the high demand for their products, why not acquire a sample to bring back to Richest County, find a capable manufacturer to replicate it, affix a label, and then sell it in cities like Hangzhou, Jinling, Suzhou, and Wuxi, thereby filling the market void in the Yangtze River Delta that Huqing manufacturers could not cover? Chen Junsheng had even contemplated which factory would be suitable for producing the replicas. The Richest County Ice Factory had once been a military factory, thriving during its heyday, even producing top-tier craftsmen. Although the transition from military to civilian work had reduced many skilled artisans to producing ice pops and ice cream. If they were to endeavor in crafting a clock, it would surely be a manageable task. Isn't this merely speculative trade? Chen Junsheng mused to himself. If others can do it, so can I, and I shall do it bigger, stronger, and more fiercely. Chapter 57. Love and Lushan. Chen Junsheng would not make a special trip to Huqing just to procure a Huqing-branded clock. Instead, he purchased ink and large sheets of paper from a department store and set up a stall at the busiest corner nearby, boldly proclaiming in large letters, high prices paid for second-hand Huqing 555 clocks. In the early 1980s, collecting scrap materials while traversing the streets could yield considerable profits. Many self-made wealthy entrepreneurs had engaged in such ventures during their youth, particularly those with foresight who dared to acquire old porcelain, Republican silver coins. And antique treasures often found themselves amply rewarded in later years, even achieving wealth rivaling nations. However, Chen Junsheng had little interest in such items. He found the liquidation process too lengthy and the effort required too taxing, preferring instead to organize the history or archaeology professors and seniors from Jiangsu and Zhejiang University once he enrolled. Today, fortune smiled upon him as he successfully gathered two well-preserved and fully functional Huqing 555 clocks after merely an hour and a half of manning his stall. With the clock samples in hand, he proceeded to queue at the Westlake Cinema, purchasing 3 tickets to the film Love in Lushan for 0.36 yuan each. Before returning to the guest house in Hangzhou, "Aunt Yo, I invite you to see a movie tonight," he declared at dinner, producing a ticket and handing it to her. The cultural history, local customs, and natural beauty of Hangzhou were indeed enchanting, yet its culinary offerings left much to be desired. Nevertheless, Chen Junsheng was not particularly discerning about food. As long as it filled his stomach, he was content. Upon hearing that Chen Junsheng wished to treat her to a movie, Song Yao's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the ticket, her expression growing increasingly animated upon realizing it was a well-regarded film she had often heard mentioned while selling at the Yiwu market. It is said that there exist scenes that could induce a blush, and Comrade Song Yao appears particularly fascinated by such matters. Ahem. Chen Junsheng coughed lightly and innocently remarked, "I have never seen it. I am unaware of what scenes it contains." In truth, he had watched the classic film Lushan Love several times in his past life. The film itself may not be particularly captivating, yet the pure sentiments and the unique sense of an era it conveys left a profound impression on Chen Junsheng, lingering in his mind even after many years. Hey, we are eating," Lin Chuxiao interjected, observing the two of them whispering sweet nothings to each other. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, she couldn't help but ask Chen Junsheng, "Are you only inviting Aunt Yo to the movies and leaving me out?" Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng smiled mysteriously and replied, "Don't be anxious. I have arranged a delightful alternative for you. What could possibly be better than the cinema?" Lin Chuxia asked with a fluttering gaze, curiosity piqued. Nowadays, whether in the city or the countryside, after dark, aside from closing the doors to sleep, watching movies is essentially the only form of entertainment. The difference lies in the fact that cities boast cinemas, while the countryside organizes sporadic collective viewing events through local committees or communes. While I was queuing to buy tickets at the Shihu Cinema, I observed carefully that not only was it bustling with energy, but there was also an ample space nearby perfect for setting up a stall. Chen Junsheng circled back to the main topic and offered an excellent suggestion to Aunt Xia. "After dinner, you should set up a stall to sell clothes there. Business is sure to thrive." "What?" Lin Chuxiao exclaimed, her beautiful peach blossom eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Not only was she not taken to the movies, but she was also being asked to sell clothes outside the cinema. What was the point of her hard-earned money if this was the case? What was she to gain from this? Infuriated, she felt her temper rising as she poked at her rice in frustration. "Apologies, I misspoke." After provoking Aunt Xia, Chen Junsheng, almost magically, produced a movie ticket from his fingertips. It should be me selling clothes. My Aunt Xia and Aunt Yao should enjoy the film instead. Humph, Lin Chuxia huffed. Unimpressed by his attempts at damage control, Chen Junsheng then conjured up another ticket, cheerfully proposing to Aunt Xia, how about all three of us set up a stall? Earn some money, and then go watch the movie together? Now that sounds more reasonable, Lin Chuxia begrudgingly accepted. Chen Junsheng had purchased tickets for the 8:30 p.m. screening. It was just past 6 after dinner, and with their lodging not far from the Shihu cinema, they could walk to set up a stall and perhaps sell several items before the movie began. As it turned out, Chen Junsheng had indeed chosen the right location. The entrance of the Shihu cinema after nightfall was nothing short of a sea of people. Since its release in 1980, Lushan Love had stirred tremendous excitement across the country. And even in 1981, the enthusiasm of the audience showed no signs of waning, particularly among young couples who regarded this film as a quintessential introduction to romance and affection. After all, Lushan Love is renowned for being the first kiss in Chinese romantic cinema. However, the current cinema does not offer popcorn or cola while outside. Numerous vendors hawk popsicles, candied fruit, and film stills on bicycles. Chen Junsheng, reminiscent of his previous visit to the Yiwu agricultural market, has once again brought along a tin horn. This time, he does not intend to attract attention with gimmicks like giving away sweaters to woo potential partners. As the cinema's clientele primarily consists of young couples, with a subtle yet enchanting presence, she resembles a sudden rain. Chen Junsheng has decided to sing this time. Although he lacks musical talent and will never become a star, his voice is passable, certainly not tone-deaf, to enhance the performance. He even sings the 1981 Mandarin song Your Gaze in Cantonese. This approach is quite innovative and audacious for the year, as many people still listen to pop songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan clandestinely. After captivating the audience with his sophisticated Cantonese rendition, he seamlessly transitions to Mandarin. I can't help but look up at you, while you remain imperceptible. The audience applauds enthusiastically. This song, Your Gaze, was immensely popular in the 1980s, cherished by youth. The lyrics convey a subtle and restrained emotion, pure and beautiful, resonating deeply with the contemporary spirit of young people. Thus, even though many in attendance have never heard the song before, Chen Junsheng's performance still garners significant attention. Song Yao and Lin Chuxia did not anticipate that he would ingeniously attract customers through singing. I told you, this rascal always finds new tricks. Song Yao whispers playfully in Lin Chuxia's ear. With him around, we need not worry about selling clothes. Lin Chuxia nods in agreement, albeit puzzled. How does he know Cantonese? Song Yao replies with a smile. Perhaps he listened to radio broadcasts from Hong Kong during high school. With his strong learning ability, it's not surprising he knows a bit of Cantonese. Oh, Lin Chuxia responds, reflecting on how the song evokes powerful emotions, particularly the Cantonese phrases, which are quite impressive. It seems learning Cantonese would be worthwhile. However, just as Chen Junsheng finishes his song and prepares to call out to sell clothes, he suddenly notices a group of individuals in red armbands approaching. Chapter 58, a trio at the movie's comrade, don't be nervous. The members of the red armbands from Hangzhou say kindly, we just came to take a look at what you were selling, perceiving no malice in their demeanor. Chen Junsheng replies, these are authentic cotton shirts produced by Hongyan No. 1 factory, originally priced at 1,520 yuan each, now drastically reduced to 9 yuan as part of a seasonal clearance. 9 yuan each. The members of the red armbands simultaneously bend down to examine a shirt, inspecting the fabric and workmanship, before nodding in agreement. Not bad. This is indeed the product of a state-owned factory. Would you like me to bring you one? Chen Junsheng said with a radiant smile. I can sell it for just 9 yuan, as a gesture of friendship. Such shirts in the major department stores of Hangzhou have never been priced below 15 yuan, particularly those produced by Hongyan No. 1 factory, which can even exceed 20 yuan. By offering them at 9 yuan and 90 cents, essentially half the retail price. And even rounding it down, he demonstrated remarkable generosity. In contrast, products in state-run stores typically only see price increases, with little room for negotiation. Simply put, if you can afford it, buy it. If not, don't. Of course, Chen Junsheng understood that when selling goods from a stall, one must adopt a more humble demeanor. Even if the goods are sourced through legitimate channels, the focus must be on affordability to cater to the public's desire for bargains and unexpected finds. Otherwise, no one would show interest. All right, I'll buy it. One of the individuals wearing a red armband promptly handed Chen Junsheng 10 yuan. The other three exchanged glances, feigning hesitation while in truth, lacking sufficient funds. Observing this, Chen Junsheng took the one who had just paid aside and whispered, "I'll be here tomorrow with my stall again. You can take the shirt home to try it on, and if it fits well, you can come back to pay me later." With that, he slipped the 10 yuan back into the red armband's pocket. With a knowing smile, the man, who introduced himself as Zhang Wan, looked at Chen Junsheng meaningfully. He extended his hand, saying, "I'm Zhang Wan, from around the West Lake Cinema area. If you need anything in the future, just mention my name." Chen Junsheng grinned back. "All right, brother one." Zhang Wan then turned to his 3 companions. "Hey, I've already covered your purchases. Pick one each and don't keep our friend waiting. Brother one, I'd like to get one for my partner as well." "Sure, just use your own money. Don't worry about borrowing from me. Actually, I think it's better if my partner comes to choose for herself tomorrow. I wouldn't want to buy something she doesn't like and end up in trouble. You really lack ambition. Choose a nice shirt and hurry up. Don't linger here." Once the red armband departed, Chen Junsheng continued to sell the shirts at the price of 9 yuan each. Young couples willing to take their partners out to the movies usually had some money on them. Moreover, the shirts he sold were of good quality, with 2 beautiful ants wearing them as living advertisements, drawing considerable attention. Thus, the young men and women, originally out for a movie, quickly cleared out the more than 50 shirts from his stall. Had he known they would sell so well, he would have brought more stock. With Chen Junsheng and Aunt Xia handling sales, and Aunt Yu managing the money and change, in less than an hour, the shirts transformed into a substantial sum tucked away in their pockets. Carrying too much stock can hinder sales, Chen Junsheng quietly explained to Aunt Yao. The core logic behind the frequent stock shortages in state-run stores is this: supply does not meet demand. Understanding dawned on Aunt Yao's face. "I see. You've adapted the practices of state-run stores perfectly to your stall." "Smart," he replied. Chen Junsheng gave Aunt Yao a thumbs up in approval. In fact, the true purpose of bringing only over 50 shirts was to minimize the duration of selling, so as not to miss the movie at 8:30 tonight. This was the first time Chen Junsheng had entered a cinema with both of his aunts, and the rare opportunity filled him with excitement. Lushan Love was a romantic film, and while other men brought their partners, he, on the other hand, sat with one aunt on each side. Before the ticket check, Chen Junsheng took the time to buy Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia each an ice pop and a candied hawthorn, while he himself bought nothing, hands tucked into his pockets, waiting for his aunts to offer him some. At that moment, the cinema was almost entirely packed, with even standing tickets available. The trio entered the screening hall quite early and settled comfortably into the back row. However, a minor issue arose before the film commenced. Whether it was a power outage or a circuit breaker tripping, with a sudden crackle, the entire cinema was plunged into darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Such occurrences were quite common in the 1980s, and the audience had long since acclimated to them, typically waiting 3 to 5 minutes for the power to return. Some mischievous individuals took advantage of the darkness, making strange noises or engaging in discreet antics to take liberties with the ladies. Suddenly, Chen Junsheng felt a chill on his lips. Upon reaching up, he discovered that Aunt Yao had stealthily taken a bite of her ice pop when he was unprepared and then swiftly turned her cheek, accurately delivering it into his mouth. She even seemed reluctant to let him off easily, playfully rolling the cold, sweet tip across his lips before gliding it along his cheek and lightly nibbling his earlobe. Chen Junsheng felt a jolt run through him, nearly springing to his feet, but Aunt Yao held him down. Then, across Chen Junsheng, she slyly extended her other icy hand toward Lin Chuxiao's collar. Lin Chuxiao sensed the movement, her chest tightening in surprise as she turned to look at Chen Junsheng. 5 minutes later, the lights flickered back on in the cinema. Lin Chuxia and Chen Junsheng exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. In the dim light, Chen Junsheng could barely discern Aunt Xia's expression, unsure if she was upset. However, in such subdued illumination, Lin Chuxia's delicate, water-like face appeared even more vivid. Perhaps due to her inner turmoil, as her long, thick eyelashes fluttered in the faint light, exuding the charm of an innocent young lady. After observing for a while, Chen Junsheng turned to look at Aunt Yao. The comrades from the Mayo Jiawen Brigade had jokingly dubbed Comrade Song Yao a seductress, and indeed, the moniker was not unwarranted. Her delicate features possessed an innate allure. Her small, rosy mouth and luminous skin were striking. Especially her waist, slender enough to be grasped lightly, created a stunning silhouette as she leaned slightly forward in her seat, her shirt accentuating her exquisite curves. "Behave yourself and focus on the movie," Chen Junsheng whispered, glancing at Aunt Yao's hand. "What do you mean I'm not behaving?" Comrade Song Yao, smiling, countered with a question. Pondering to herself that she merely tested the texture of his navy pants with her palm, assessing whether the fabric was sufficiently delicate. Was this truly inappropriate? What about the several male comrades who, during the brief power outage, stealthily stole kisses and engaged in intimate touches with their partners? Chen Junsheng found himself at a loss for words. After all, he personally relished the sensation of a playful touch on his thigh, while it was his brother who bore the brunt of the situation. Noticing Chen Junsheng's silence, Song Yao turned her gaze to the screen for a moment before returning her attention to him, whispering, "The male lead in this film isn't nearly as handsome as you. But one must be cautious with words, right?" Chen Junsheng covered Aunt Yao's mouth with his hand and whispered, "Be wary of being besieged by enthusiastic fans." He then added, "However, it is indeed true that the female lead pales in comparison to you and Aunt Xia." Such sweet words. Song Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. And stealing glances at the screen, she inquired, "Given that the leads in the movie have kissed, does that mean if they aren't dating in real life, it's considered inappropriate?" Chen Junsheng chuckled softly, replying, "Film is a form of artistic expression. They are dedicated to their craft. A mere kiss on the cheek, or even something more audacious, cannot be deemed inappropriate." "Oh," Song Yao mused, realizing that art truly elevates the mundane to the sublime. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Chen Junsheng, whispering in his ear, "It seems we might be a bit inappropriate ourselves." Chen Junsheng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "Be confident," and dropped the "might be." "No," Song Yao retorted shyly, her cheeks flushed, her voice scarcely above a whisper. "Before that, I was quite innocent." Chen Junsheng couldn't help but cough lightly, thinking that the terms flirtatious and shy were perfectly suited to Aunt Yao, whose innocent yet alluring visage was utterly captivating. Song Yao appeared particularly fond of Chen Junsheng's cough. It signified that she would soon take the initiative. Playfully whispering into his ear, "Brother Junsheng, oh dear." This film, Lushan Love, which was ostensibly a pure romance, only ignited more fervor within Chen Junsheng. Beside him, Aunt Xia was the sole member of their trio who was fully immersed in the film, silent and intensely focused on the screen. When the leads shared sweet interactions, a smile graced her lips. However, when they faced adversity, her brows furrowed in concern. Upon witnessing the female lead lean in to plant a kiss on the male lead's cheek, their faces touching and both blushing, Lin Shuxia discreetly turned her head, her own cheeks tinged with embarrassment. In the front row, several male comrades, reminiscent of their antics during the power outage, began to hoot and whistle, acting rather unruly. Nevertheless, most of the young men retained a semblance of decorum, merely shifting their seats closer to their reserved partners, emboldened by the romantic atmosphere of the film. Among them, the boldest and most spirited was undoubtedly Song Yao, who, imitating the scene, playfully pecked Chen Junsheng on the cheek. The sound echoed in the theater, and for a brief moment, an unexpected silence enveloped the audience as dozens of spectators turned their heads in unison. As Chen Junsheng raised his hand and lowered his head to suck on his wrist, a sound reminiscent of the earlier affectionate gesture from Aunt Yao echoed in the air. Comrade Song Yao was startled by this unexpected noise, and as everyone turned to gaze at her like the moon, she felt an overwhelming embarrassment, nearly wishing to hide beneath her chair. Fortunately, Chen Junsheng, ever resourceful, adeptly alleviated the awkwardness at a critical moment. After the film concluded, Lin Shuxia exited the cinema, deliberately quickening her pace to create some distance between herself and Chen Junsheng and Song Yao. The two of them followed her at a leisurely pace, demonstrating an unspoken camaraderie. "Have you noticed? Your Aunt Xia's silhouette is particularly striking," Song Yao suddenly remarked. To be candid, Lin Shuxia, at approximately 1.62 meters, was not particularly tall. Yet her figure was impeccably proportioned. In an era when most women favored braided hairstyles, and Xia's lustrous, shoulder-length black hair, paired with her white blouse, rendered her retreating figure under the streetlights nothing short of breathtaking. Chen Junsheng grinned. "Every aunt in our family is beautiful. It's just me who is lacking in looks. It would be better if you could be a bit less handsome," Song Yao replied with a hint of nostalgia, reflecting on how Lin Shuxiao rarely displayed anger. This film had provoked her ire during dinner, in the cinema, and even as they walked away. "We insisted on staying in the Maojiawen Brigade for your sake. And now I find myself fearing that our impulsiveness might lead us to drift apart." With a slight pout and a melancholic expression, Song Yao continued, "Aunt Xia is someone who appears cold on the outside but is warm within, exhibiting great resilience in her endeavors. In terms of talent, she is undoubtedly the most remarkable among us sisters. Unlike Xu or Xiaoyun, who indulge you, or myself, who often teases you, she can offer you the greatest support in both commerce and politics." Song Yao spoke candidly. The Lin family and Huqin can ensure that your hands remain free of bloodshed, allowing you to ascend effortlessly. However, the condition is that you can only choose Aunt Xia. No way, Chen Junsheng finally spoke, asserting, whether in business or politics. I will carve my own path. I want all of you. Chapter 060. A familiar heart suddenly appears. Comrade Song Yao is taken aback by Chen Junsheng's declaration of wanting all of them. Upon reflection, she realized this mirrored the past when all the sisters sought after him. Now, the situation had reversed, leaving her both astonished and perplexed. Sensing an incongruity yet finding it somewhat reasonable. How can he want them all? Song Yao's heart quivered. If it were familial love, then perhaps it was acceptable. But romantic feelings were an entirely different matter. This truly left her in a state of turmoil. After spending 2 days in Hangqing, Chen Junsheng, accompanied by Aunt Xia and Aunt Yao, boarded a train back to Raoshan County. Due to the fortunate coincidence of the commencement of the new school year for primary and secondary schools, upon arriving in Raoshan County, Chen Junsheng first made his way to the black market, where he procured 50 pounds of meat. He wrapped it in red paper and personally carried it to the doorstep of his esteemed mentor, Wu Shuijian. Old Wu, rise and shine, Junsheng has arrived. When Chen Junsheng arrived, his mentor's wife, Hu Wanwan, was sweeping the floor, while Mr. Wu remained blissfully unaware, still sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Junsheng is here? Wu Shuijian exclaimed, springing up in surprise. Teacher. Chen Junsheng felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he beheld his mentor. In just over half a month, Wu Shuijian's hair had noticeably grayed, and a patch of baldness the size of a coin had appeared on his head. Ah! Wu Shuijian's face broke into a wide grin upon seeing Chen Junsheng. What a pleasant surprise, Junsheng. How is it that you're here? ISNT school still not in session at Zhejiang University? I thought you must have already gone. Chen Junsheng chuckled in response. Not yet. The notice states that classes begin on September 19th, so it's still early. As he spoke, he brought the pork inside. Teacher. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you won't think it too much. What else with all this meat, you silly boy? Wu Shuijian's smile faltered, and he said somewhat sternly, neither your teacher nor I have much inclination for meat. You must take it back and salt it down, otherwise it will spoil in this heat. My home is over 20 kilometers from the county seat, Chen Junsheng protested, having specifically brought this gift to express his gratitude. How could I possibly return with such a heavy burden after walking so far? Not to worry, I will help you carry it. Wu Shuijian bent down to take the load. Chen Junsheng quickly interjected, no, please. Sighing, Wu Shuijian looked embarrassed and said, regarding your university acceptance, I fear I have done little to assist you, and may have even caused you trouble. I have no right to accept your gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Shirmu could not contain herself and interjected, not only did you create trouble, but you also lost your job. Henceforth, our entire family shall adopt a vegetarian diet. Do not even think about eating meat. Mind your own business. Wu Shuijian shot a fierce glare at his wife. Hu Wanwan, in a huff, dropped her broom with a loud clatter and retreated to her room, wiping away tears. Wu Shuijian, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Chen Junsheng and said, your teacher's wife can be quite impulsive. Just take her words with a grain of salt, and do not let them trouble your heart. Teacher, I have already heard about your job loss on my way here, Chen Junsheng said apologetically. Give me 3 days, and I will arrange for you to have a good position. The salary will certainly not be lower than what you received at the county school. Of course, if you prefer to continue teaching, I can also find a way for you to teach at the first or second high school in the region. Chen Junsheng made his solemn promise. The matter of Mr. Wu's dismissal was indeed intertwined with previous events surrounding the banner incident. Although Chen Junsheng had subsequently engaged in a series of struggles that led to the downfall of Chen Su, Ding Meizhen, and Chen Wanqiu, the leadership at the county school remained largely unscathed. Those leaders with questionable integrity had privately approached Mr. Wu numerous times, hoping to have him return to teaching at the county school. However, Wu Shuijian found it difficult to reconcile his feelings and was unwilling to associate with them again. Thus he resolutely declined. Wu Shuijian's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Teacher Wu did not doubt Chen Junsheng's capability to secure him a job. Rather, he felt a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach for not having been of any assistance to Chen Junsheng in the past, instead bringing him a plethora of troubles. Fortunately, Chen Junsheng proved himself, adeptly handling everything on his own, and then returned with a hefty load of pork as a token of gratitude, while also wishing to aid in resolving the employment issue. Such a commendable student is indeed a rarity. Wu Shuijian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. If Junsheng is earnest in his desire to help, there is no need for you to maintain the aloofness of a teacher and decline his kindness. From the bedroom, Mrs. Hu's voice emerged, tinged with emotion. Aside from teaching a bit, you truly possess no other capabilities. Securing a position at the district's first or second high school would be the best arrangement. What do you understand? Wu Shuizhen suddenly bellowed. Is it so simple to gain entry into the first or second high school? Does Junsheng not have his own affairs to attend to? Why must he burden himself with more troubles for the child? Do you not have a semblance of what it means to be a teacher's wife? Hearing this, Mrs. Who could no longer contain her tears. Junsheng, the pork you painstakingly brought. The teacher accepts it. Wu Shuizhen grasped Chen Junsheng's hand with utmost seriousness, saying, As for the job, the teacher does not require your assistance in arranging it. If necessary, I can return to the countryside to farm, with diligent hands. One can still secure a decent meal. At this point, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. It would truly be a significant loss for the educational field to lose a teacher as commendable as you. Chen Junsheng bowed deeply to his mentor. Despite Teacher Wu's repeated refusals, Chen Junsheng was resolute in his decision to assist him in returning to the teaching profession. While Chen Junsheng was busy expressing gratitude with the pork, Auntie Xia and Auntie Yao were setting up a stall under the shade of a tree near the county middle school, selling shirts. They genuinely approached their stall as a venture, seizing nearly every opportunity to earn. Auntie Xia, particularly creative, utilized Chen Junsheng as a marketing gimmick. By the time Chen Junsheng arrived, Auntie Xia had already pinned a catchy slogan on bright red paper. Students or parents purchasing shirts from this stall will have the chance to receive high school study notes or exam papers from this year's top science student in the Dongjiang region. Chen Junsheng. This was indeed intriguing. Auntie Xia's business acumen was extraordinary. Chen Junsheng read the words on the red paper aloud, chuckling to himself. His reputation had grown considerably, especially around the county middle school. While some may not have seen him, many had certainly heard of the name Chen Junsheng. In 1981, during an era when gaining admission to a vocational school was quite prestigious, Chen Junsheng, with the best science scores in the region, gained entry to Jiangsu Zhejiang University, which was quite impressive. Additionally, having previously experienced the turmoil of identity fraud, Chen Junsheng's story had taken on an air of legend. Without delving too far into the past, just today, the parents of students registering at the county middle school, upon being pointed in his direction, eagerly approached Chen Junsheng, eager to discern what set this exceptional scholar apart from the ordinary. For a considerable time, Chen Junsheng stood beneath the tree like a simpleton, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Aunt Xia, Aunt Yao, please stay here for a while and do not wander around. I am heading to the state-run ice factory to attend to some matters, and I will return with milk ice cream for you. Chen Junsheng could hardly contain himself. He bent down to pick up 2 Shanghai clocks from the street stall, preparing to visit the ice factory to discuss a significant business deal with the management. Oh, that figure ahead, why does it seem so familiar? As Chen Junsheng walked from the county towards the state-run ice factory, he inadvertently caught sight of a female figure heading towards the bus station, her silhouette strikingly reminiscent. Chapter 61. How can a mountain chicken aspire to be with a phoenix? Let us end here. Shen Wanqiu? Chen Junsheng froze momentarily. If it were not for the uncanny familiarity of that figure, he might have thought he was delusional from the sun's heat, or perhaps bewitched to suddenly recall her. Setting aside the tumultuous past from his previous life, strictly speaking, Shen Wanqiu had been his true counterpart. Their last tender encounter lingered vividly in his memory. To claim that he harbored no feelings for her would be nothing short of self-deception. As for how profound those feelings were, at most, a mere foot apart. Yet, they had long been diluted by the years that had passed. After all, upon his release from prison, he had convinced himself that she was dead. Consequently, the events of that fateful night when he was reborn, which led to their intimate encounter, were merely a manifestation of genetic expression, utterly beyond his conscious control. Shen Wanqiu. Chen Junsheng called out, momentarily frozen. The figure ahead had already entered the bus station. Regardless of whether he had mistaken her identity, he shouted out impulsively. Wanqiu, originally prepared to board a bus to Dongjiang railway station, was suddenly invigorated by the familiar call. She turned around and dashed against the crowd, and upon seeing Chen Junsheng, her expression transformed. It truly is you. Chen Junsheng raised his eyebrows and smiled at her, inquiring, when did you arrive? However, he was taken aback as Shen Wanqiu tossed her backpack to the ground and charged at him like an irate kitten, tackling him to the ground. Ignoring her dignity, she straddled his abdomen, raining punches upon his chest like a flurry of raindrops. I wrote to you. Yet you did not respond. I sought you out at Maojiawan, but you avoided me. After much inquiry, I discovered that shortly after my return to the city, you had become involved with the accountant from the grain liquor factory. You heartless scoundrel. I foolishly harbored feelings for you, even dreaming of marrying you and bearing you 10 or 8 children, and this is how you repay me? Do you think you deserve my devotion? Shen Wanqiu was furious, yet her strikes lacked true force. Chen Junsheng was taken aback and quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Although the crackdown in 81 had not yet commenced, the societal norms were still quite conservative, if word of this got out. How awkward it would be when he next encountered Sui Xuan. Can we discuss this after I get up? Why must you resort to violence the moment we meet? Chen Junsheng lamented. Shen Wanqiu, tears glistening in her eyes, sobbed through her frustration. No, I won't let you. I simply won't. Chen Junsheng gritted his teeth and, with a sudden resolve, jabbed her sharply with a stick, seizing the moment when she was caught off guard. He rose to his feet and maneuvered her into a secluded corner. Shen Wanqiu struggled vigorously like a trapped animal. All right, there are fewer people here. Please be quiet for a moment and hear me out. Chen Junsheng led Shen Wanqiu beneath the shade of a tree, inhaled deeply to steady himself, and began. On the morning you returned to the city, your mother left me a letter stating that we were incompatible and urged me to give up on you. And then? Shen Wanqiu inquired, her eyes glistening with tears. Chen Junsheng continued, upon reflection, I realized she was right. You are from Hangzhou, and I hail from the countryside. How could a mountain chicken possibly match a phoenix? Thus, I heeded her advice and sought out a few suitable candidates. I have been too busy to inform you of this change. I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault. He politely offered his apologies, taking full responsibility. How many? Shen Wanqiu looked at Chen Junsheng in disbelief. Besides Sui Xuan, who else did you find? My aunt, who is a young intellectual from my hometown. Chen Junsheng candidly informed Shen Wanqiu. They are all exceptionally beautiful, talented, and virtuous. I was blinded before, failing to appreciate what was before me. Ever since I read your mother's letter, I have come to understand. After hearing this, Shen Wanqiu fell silent for a long time, then wiped her tears and, sniffling, asked, Junsheng, you are doing this to deliberately hurt me, aren't you? Chen Junsheng shook his head and replied earnestly, No, I speak only the truth. Believe it or not. I don't believe you. Shen Wanqiu declared resolutely. My mother doesn't understand you or the feelings between us. Her opinion is something you can entirely disregard, and I can choose not to listen as well. Why must you heed her? Why must you treat me this way? As she uttered these words, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a broken dam, unstoppable in their flow. One must listen to the words of elders, Chen Junsheng said, raising his hand to gently wipe her tears, though his heart was as hard as iron. You are still too young, believing that as long as there are feelings, two people can remain together forever. Such a notion is misguided. Dating is a matter between two individuals, but marriage involves two families. If we were to discuss marriage, your mother would undoubtedly object, and my aunt would likely do the same. After a brief pause, he added, in any case, your mother is right. We are not suited for each other. Furthermore, I have already given up on you. From now on, I will not seek you out, and you should not seek me. This is where our paths diverge. The moment Shen Wanqiu heard these words, she felt as if the ground had collapsed beneath her. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Chen Junsheng turned to depart. Chen Junsheng, stop. Shen Wanqiu shouted after him. Without looking back, he continued on his way. Shen Wanqiu ran to catch up with him, gripping his hand tightly. You once promised to be with me for a lifetime. Chen Junsheng turned to face her, stating, What was in the past is in the past. I have changed my heart. You scoundrel. Shen Wanqiu desperately wished to lower her head and bite him fiercely. Yet she feared inflicting pain upon him. Instead, she continued to weep, stating, When you first saw me, you smiled at me. You are deliberately trying to provoke me. You are so petty and hold grudges. My mother says something inappropriate, and you take it as a decree. I believe we are exceptionally compatible, and I wish to be with you for a lifetime. You should really listen. Chen Junsheng, taken aback, replied, Why do you still cling to me when I am in this state? I have given myself to you. If I do not cling to you, whom shall I cling to? Shen Wanqiu persisted, If you dare to abandon me, I will jump into the river. I will haunt you even in death. Chen Junsheng countered, With your emotions so unstable, which man would dare to want you? Shen Wanqiu was momentarily stunned, but, after taking several deep breaths, finally calmed down a bit. Then tell me, we have been together for 3 years, and you have only known Sui Xuan for a few days. In what way is she superior to me? Chen Junsheng looked down and replied, She is older than you. Shen Wanqiu was momentarily speechless and, in a fit of anger, retorted, I have not received proper nutrition during my years in the countryside. Since returning to Hangzhou, I have been drinking milk and eating eggs daily. I have grown a little. Chen Junsheng was somewhat bewildered, thinking that a woman's logic could not be comprehended by ordinary reasoning. They had clearly reached the point of breaking up, yet here they were. Circling back to discuss age. Aren't you supposed to report to Zhejiang University in a few days? Shen Wanqiu suddenly inquired. Yes, Chen Junsheng nodded. Deeming such matters unnecessary to conceal. Then I will not study abroad. I shall enroll in Hangzhou University, Shen Wanqiu declared with determination. Su Yixuan is an accountant at a distillery. She cannot go to Hangzhou. If we are not suitable for each other, then she is even less so. Chen Junsheng furrowed his brow, pondering, is Hangzhou University owned by your family? You cannot just decide to enroll. You are intentionally trying to provoke me. That is fine. Shen Wanqiu wiped her tears and said, resolute and serious, once I enter university, I will surely make you reconsider. Chapter 62. Hitting the wall, but not turning back. Could you please let go of me? Chen Junsheng, originally carrying 2 Shanghai clocks, intended to negotiate a major transaction at the state-run ice factory in the county. However, he encountered Shen Wanqiu midway and found himself entangled instead of breaking up. I won't. Shen Wanqiu stubbornly clung to his hand. Chen Junsheng, frowning, warned, if you do not let go, I shall call someone to apprehend you for being a nuisance. At his words, Shen Wanqiu could not help but laugh. This was the Chen Junsheng she knew, the one who had just moments ago seemed so cold and unfamiliar. Chen Junsheng, feeling quite vexed, pushed her away gently with his arm. Shen Wanqiu pressed her chest against his arm and, puffed up with indignation, asked, why are you holding 2 clocks? Do you want one? Chen Junsheng offered generously. Shen Wanqiu was momentarily taken aback. A Haven tea even jumped into the river for you. And you wish to send me off? Aren't you supposed to be heading to the station? Chen Junsheng, unable to endure her persistence, returned to a serious demeanor. Yes. Shen Wanqiu nodded. I have a train ticket back to Hangzhou for 3:30 this afternoon. Then you should take the bus to the train station early, he suggested. Chen Junsheng, while speaking, placed the clock on the ground and retrieved a few bills from his pocket. I have matters to attend to, and I cannot escort you. Here. Take this to buy something to eat on the train. He thrust the money into Shen Wanqiu's hands, clearly moved by her reaction. Yet, Chen Junsheng wore an impatient expression. Fine, as long as you understand. I am truly a scoundrel, a rogue, a fickle-hearted fool unworthy of your affection. The city is perilous. You should hasten back to Hangzhou. Oh, Shen Wanqiu softly responded. Chen Junsheng glanced at the bustling surroundings and remarked, it is not suitable here. Biting her lip, Shen Wanqiu declared, then I shall not return to Hangzhou. Chen Junsheng stared at her in astonishment. With a defiant lift of her chin, she met his gaze. Left with no alternative, Chen Junsheng conceded, put on your glasses. All right, Shen Wanqiu obediently replied, retrieving her glasses from her backpack, carefully breathing on them to wipe them clean before donning them. Chen Junsheng regarded her with earnest eyes, unable to suppress a sigh of resignation. What a calamity. I am ready now, Shen Wanqiu gently reminded him after adjusting her glasses. Chen Junsheng instinctively lowered his head. Shen Wanqiu attentively pushed her glasses up, her eyes downcast. As he leaned closer, she closed her eyes and held her breath. You may leave now, he whispered, lightly brushing his lips against hers before turning away, avoiding her gaze. As expected, things remained unchanged. When Shen Wanqiu opened her eyes, she smiled softly, gazing at Chen Junsheng with a hint of reluctance before gracefully walking towards the bus station. Is that all it takes to make you happy? Chen Junsheng mused as he watched her enter, reflecting on the beauty of youth. An 18-year-old girl can wholeheartedly believe in love, even if it means crashing against obstacles without looking back. By the age of 28, one learns to weigh the pros and cons, calculating gains and losses, and hastily considers new options at the slightest setback. Romantic sentiments often clash with heroic ambitions. Chen Junsheng was not one to be preoccupied solely with romance. He had grander aspirations to pursue. Once Shen Wanqiu entered the station, he picked up the clock and hastened towards the state-run ice factory. Hey, you haven't been around for a while, the gatekeeper, Grandpa Qin, remarked, recalling Chen Junsheng vividly. This was due to the incident when Chen Junsheng had borrowed a worn-out cotton jacket from Grandpa Qin while taking 2 boxes of ice pops from the factory. A jacket he had yet to return. Grandpa Qin was not a stingy man. Had Chen Junsheng not returned, he might have forgotten the matter entirely. Yet, upon Chen Junsheng's arrival, he grinned widely. Well, kid, This hometown mountain brand is excellent. Having served as a guard for decades, he had never encountered a young person as generous as Chen Junsheng, who presented him with an entire pack of cigarettes. "Excuse me. Could you tell me where the factory director's office is?" Chen Junsheng inquired. "The old building to the right upon entering, covered in loofah vines. Go up to the second floor, take a left, and walk straight to find the director's office," Grandpa Qin replied enthusiastically, gesturing to guide him. "Our factory director shares my surname, Qin, and his full name is Baogua. Qin Baogua. What a splendid name." Chen Junsheng chuckled in admiration, noting that many middle-aged individuals nowadays bear names such as Baogua, Jiangwo, Weigua, and Weiman, a renowned master of his time. Teacher Ma Baogua is a quintessential representation of this trend. If you need to find the factory director, you must act swiftly, otherwise he will leave for fishing by 3 o'clock this afternoon, reminded Grandpa Qin. "Oh, thank you," Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile, following the direction pointed out by the elder as he entered the factory premises. It was already September, and although the temperature remained high, the difference between day and night was beginning to widen. The ice factory's popsicle business had been declining as the weather turned cooler. In a short while, when the cold truly set in, orders would dwindle to nearly nothing. The lack of orders posed a significant dilemma faced by many military to civilian state-owned enterprises. Conversely, the demand from the public was expanding, yet some state-owned factories were sluggish, akin to a lazy donkey pulling a millstone, with limited production capacity. Ultimately, it boiled down to issues within the management systems of these enterprises. Upon arriving at the director's office, Chen found the door ajar. Director Qin Baogua was reclining comfortably in his chair, his legs crossed, leisurely perusing a newspaper. Observing his demeanor, Chen was inclined to turn away. But Director Qin caught sight of the items Chen was carrying, and, setting down his newspaper, called out, "Comrade, do you need something from me?" Thinking it worthwhile to give this old rascal a chance and evaluate his subsequent behavior before contemplating any collaboration, Chen boldly declared, "I have come to deliver funds to you." "Deliver funds to me?" Qin Baogua raised his eyebrows, scrutinizing Chen Junsheng as if pondering, has this lad grown audacious enough to brazenly offer a bribe? Chen stepped into the office, placing 2 pendulum clocks on Qin Baogua's desk, then extracted a self-made work certificate from his pocket and presented it to him. Upon receiving the document and glancing at it, Qin immediately set aside his relaxed posture, sitting up straight. "Comrade Junsheng, what official business do you have? In your office. You may address me as Comrade Junsheng without concern." Chen smiled slightly at Qin Baogua. "However, do remember to use titles in public settings next time." Upon hearing this, Qin instinctively leaned forward, responding with utmost respect, "Certainly, Director Chen." Although he was uncertain of the status of the Economic Coordination Department in the Dongjiang region, he recognized the significance of Chen's identity as a graduate from Zhejiang University. Since the resumption of the college entrance examination in 1977, the nation had placed unprecedented emphasis on university students. Today, a typical undergraduate holds a societal status akin to that of a scholar in ancient times, while those from prestigious institutions are even more esteemed. Thus, even though Qin Baogua was the director of a thriving county ordnance factory, he felt compelled to show deference to Chen Junsheng, a distinguished graduate. Realizing his own diminished stature, he hastily relinquished his chair and prepared tea for Chen Junsheng, who desired precisely this attitude from Director Qin. Chen Junsheng sat upright in Qin Baogua's office chair, placing the teacup aside. He gently tapped the desk clock with his hand. Qin Baogua squinted his eyes, observing it for a moment before smiling and saying, "The Hu City 555 brand clock is a distinguished name, a rarity unattainable by ordinary folk. I've heard it's frequently out of stock, even locally. I have just returned from Hu City." Chen Junsheng took a sip of tea and softly remarked, "I brought back a substantial order that could rejuvenate the machinery manufacturing industry in Raoqing. Are you interested in hearing more, Director Qin?" Qin Baogua's eyes brightened, and he eagerly replied, "Please, do share." Chen Junsheng cleared his throat with some tea and continued, "The Hu City 555 clock factory, due to limited production capacity, is unable to meet market demand. They have authorized our Minxing Economic Expansion Department to commission state-owned manufacturers with military-grade precision equipment production qualifications in the Dongjiang region to urgently produce 100,000 clocks to satisfy the needs of Hu City, Hang City, Jinling, Wuxi, Sioux City, and other areas." 100,000 clocks? Qin Baogua thought he misheard. Indeed, 100,000 clocks. With a total contract value of 1 million yuan, Chen Junsheng reiterated and added earnestly, "However, do not rejoice too soon. The Hu City manufacturer has sought assistance not only from our Dongjiang Minqing Economic Expansion Department, but also from military factories in Jiangqing and Yuqing. Before coming here, I also conducted an inspection of the Dongjiang machinery manufacturing plant, Chen Junsheng emphasized. Qin Baohua had no way of knowing whether he had indeed visited the Dongjiang machinery manufacturing plant. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the colossal order for 100,000 clocks. This represented a potential output value of 1 million yuan. Even if they could only secure a small share, it could ensure a prosperous year for all 16 workers in the factory. Qin Baohua felt tempted. At 15 this year, he found himself idly reading newspapers, sipping tea, and fishing because the ice factory had become exceedingly idle. After summer, his situation would only worsen. Yet, without orders and profits, relying on upper management to subsidize salaries, how long could they sustain this? Would he be able to serve as the factory director until retirement? Director Chen, regarding this order, I sincerely hope you can grant our county's ice factory an opportunity, considering we are fellow residents of Raoqing. Qin Baohua implored earnestly, recounting. Our factory has 16 experienced military craftsmen, readily available precision manufacturing equipment, and even skilled workers who can be summoned back at any time. In short, he confidently asserted, what the Dongjiang machinery manufacturing plant possesses, we possess as well. What they lack, we also have. Indeed, I am inclined to assist in the revitalization of our county's machinery industry. Chen Junsheng expressed his intent, then added playfully, however, do outline any conditions you may have. Qin Baohua adopted a humble demeanor, stating, I need to assess your capabilities before making any decisions. That is only reasonable. Qin Baohua nodded with a smile. I can leave a sample here for you. You can gather the technical backbone of the factory to analyze it. I will return tomorrow. Having said this, Chen Junsheng set down his teacup, without a word more, and prepared to depart. Director Chen, Qin Baohua hesitated and called out to him. Chen Junsheng turned to glance at him and asked, is there anything else? This clock holds no technical complexity. Our factory's military engineers could replicate the original effortlessly. Qin Baohua, risking offense to Chen Junsheng, cautiously inquired, the only matter I need to confirm is whether this is truly a production order commissioned by a manufacturer in Shanghai. Such concerns should not occupy your thoughts. When I come by tomorrow, I expect to see your capability to ensure the daily production of 300 to even 500 clocks. Chen Junsheng retorted before departing without a backward glance. The young man, Qin Baohua, stood momentarily in stunned silence. After a brief period of contemplation, clarity washed over him. Regardless of the intricacies, if he dares to place the order and make the payment, he would rally the workers to proceed. With the factory reaping the benefits and him bearing the responsibility, he had no fear of repercussions. After leaving the ice factory, Chen Junsheng did not head to the Dongjiang machinery manufacturing factory, but instead visited the Quanglianji distillery. Little Chen has arrived. In the finance office of the distillery. During Chen Junsheng's previous visits, only Su Yishuan was typically present at her desk. This time, however, the situation was quite the opposite. Su Yishuan was absent, and two others occupied the remaining desks. One of them was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s, strikingly reminiscent of Su Yishuan. The woman, who greeted Chen Junsheng, spoke with a smile while appraising him. Accountant Su has gone to the People's Bank and may not return until evening. Do you need to see her? It's nothing of great importance, Chen Junsheng replied with a smile. I had the impression that her desk was missing a decorative piece. The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that this young man clearly possessed intelligence, yet he seemed somewhat naive in his endeavors. Who gifts a clock to a lady? However, upon noticing the brand of the clock, she could not help but feel a stir of surprise. This was indeed a fine item, one that only a select few leaders in the Dongjiang region possessed, and was generally unattainable for the average person, though not one to judge others based on their possessions. The middle-aged woman felt pleased by Chen Junsheng's thoughtfulness and warmly invited him. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. Accountant Su may return shortly. No. Chen Junsheng politely declined. Thank you, but I have other matters to attend to. I shall return another day. The woman smiled inwardly, finding him rather bashful. Previously, her husband had described him as a rogue, adept at deceit. Yet, it seemed that comrade Su Chanzheng was increasingly bewildered by the younger generation, having not encountered Su Yishuan. Chen Junsheng turned to seek out Aunt Yao and Aunt Xia at the first middle school of Ruqing County. Where could they be? Upon returning to the entrance of the school, he found that the two aunts who had previously set up a stall selling clothes were no longer in sight. Chapter 064, From now on, wherever you are, that shall be my home. Hey, look over here. Just as Chen Junsheng was growing anxious over not spotting the two ants, he suddenly heard Aunt Yao's voice call out from a distance. Turning around, he discovered they were seated beneath the northeast corner of the school gate, enjoying a meal of fried rice noodles. Startled, Chen Junsheng nearly believed that the two had been abducted. He arrived at the stir-fry stall, his forehead glistening with sweat, gasping for breath in a state of lingering trepidation. "What are you thinking?" inquired Comrade Song Yao, setting down her chopsticks with a playful tone. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, who would dare to abduct virtuous women in the streets? No sooner had her words left her lips than Lin Chuxiao blinked and asked, "When did you become a woman?" Ahem. Song Yao cleared her throat, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. It was a slip of the tongue. With that, she lifted the enamel bowl before her and said, "Junsheng, you arrived just in time. Help me with this bowl of noodles. It's too spicy for me to handle." Chen Junsheng chuckled. "You're practically a local now, and you still can't handle the spice?" Song Yao playfully pinched her fingers together and replied with a smile, "I can eat it, but only in small amounts." Amused, Chen Junsheng thought to himself about her peculiar way of eating. "This clay pot soup tastes quite fresh. Do give it a try." Lin Chuxia discreetly pushed the bowl of soup she had sipped from closer to Chen Junsheng's table. Noticing he was too engrossed in his noodles to drink the soup, Lin Chuxia leaned in and personally scooped a spoonful of soup, gently blowing on it before bringing it to his lips. Taken aback by her attentiveness, Chen Junsheng turned to Lin Chuxia and quipped, "Aunt Xia, your sudden kindness towards me, could it be a ploy?" "I have always treated you well," she replied. Previously, when upset, she had been as icy as a glacier, keeping others at bay. Now, however, a smile melted her demeanor. "But upon returning home, you might find yourself in a bit of trouble." "What do you mean?" Chen Junsheng asked. Leaning closer, Lin Chuxiao whispered in his ear, "Today, I sold 96 shirts, and I promised to give away one of your high school study notes with each." "Oh," Chen Junsheng responded non-committally, casually inquiring, "How much did you earn?" With a charming smile, Lin Chuxia replied, 15 yuan each. "You do the math." Chen Junsheng, uninterested in calculations, simply commented with a straight face, "You are quite the shrewd merchant." "What do you mean?" Lin Chuxia protested. "It's mainly because your study notes are valuable. Our shirts are practically half given away." Suppressing a laugh, Chen Junsheng pressed further, "And how shall we divide the earnings?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuxia declared, "All of it is yours." "What?" Chen Junsheng exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "You and Aunt Yao worked hard, and the money you've earned goes entirely to me?" A glint of cunning shone in Lin Chuxia's eyes as she replied, "Yao and I just need a small amount for ourselves. The excess is yours to manage, make it grow and multiply." "Oh, your calculations are so intricate that even a dog would shake its head in disbelief," Chen Junsheng said, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Comrade Song Yao, equally perplexed, mirrored his gesture. Lin Chuxia gently tapped the table, urging, "Hurry and eat. We need to head home." "Yes, home," Chen Junsheng mused. Despite having only been away for less than a week on his trip to Yiwu and Hangzhou, he felt an overwhelming sense of longing for Aunt Xian and Aunt Yun. So much so that on his way home, he wished he could sprout wings and fly back. "Well, I must be seeing things. How did Song Yao return? Look at her swaying hips. What a vixen. I reckon she must have caused no small trouble for Junsheng. Why doesn't she come and cause a little trouble for me instead? I don't look any worse than Junsheng, do I? Your slight frame, weighing no more than 80 pounds, dares to entertain thoughts of seducing the vixen? Are you not afraid of being utterly drained by dawn?" "Ha ha." Chen Junsheng and his companions entered the brigade at dusk, just as the members had finished their evening meal and were leisurely enjoying the cool air in the grain-drying yard. After a long absence from the team, Comrade Song Yao quickly became the center of attention in the lively discussions among the members. From a distance, Junsheng and Comrade Song Yao seemed to catch snippets of some unsavory gossip, prompting them to halt their steps. "What's the matter?" Junsheng turned to Aunt Yao. "I can't walk anymore," Song Yao replied, her eyes flickering, her voice soft and delicate. "Will you carry me on your back, please?" "Of course," Junsheng replied without hesitation, bending down to squat before Aunt Yao. She laughed. "With so many people watching, do you really dare to carry me? Aren't you afraid of their chatter? Their gossip is their concern. I cannot control what others say. Carrying you is my decision. You are my aunt, and if you cannot walk, it is only right that I carry you," Junsheng said nonchalantly, smiling. "Such sweet words," Song Yao said, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. Unable to resist leaning closer to Junsheng's ear, playfully whispering, "Junsheng, You truly are my dear brother. If you carry me back, I suppose Aunt Xia and Xin and Aunt Yun will never need to dip their dumplings in vinegar again." With a mischievous giggle, Song Yao, undeterred by the spectators, wrapped her arms around Yuanshen's neck and nestled against his back. "Oh dear, this is quite scandalous," Junsheng thought. How could a man of such intellect and refinement engage in such behavior in public? The vixen, naturally enticing, had even him unable to resist her charm. As Junsheng hoisted Aunt Yao onto his back, the grain-drying yard erupted in a flurry of chatter. "What should I do? It seems I have tarnished your reputation," Song Yu said, stifling a laugh. Junsheng shook his head dismissively. "I never had a good reputation to begin with. Let it be tarnished." Song Yao cherished his audacity and disregard for societal norms. "Look at Aunt Xia." She dashed away as if propelled by a pair of fiery wheels, vanishing without a trace. Junsheng chuckled. She must be eager to reunite with Aunt Xin and Aunt Yin. Song Yu laughed as well, then leaned in to whisper, "Tonight, after they have all gone to sleep, I shall come to your room. What do you think?" Junsheng raised an eyebrow. "Why do you sound as if you were bringing a new son-in-law home?" With a playful smile, Song Yao teased, nibbling on Junsheng's ear. "I no longer have a home. Wherever you are will be my home from now on." Chapter 065. A family of 5 must be complete. Aunt Xin, Aunt Yun, come out to welcome your new matron," Junsheng exclaimed, resembling a bandit chief, always returning home with fresh surprises for comrades Xiao Qiao and Xiao Yun. Upon hearing this, Song Yu quickly leaped off his back. Though she was a relatively traditional woman, she was not so traditional as to accept being a concubine. "You actually remembered to come back." Xiao Shushin ran exceptionally swiftly. Before her front foot had even left the kitchen, her back foot was already at the door. She arched her brows and scrutinized Chen Junsheng with her autumn-like eyes. Oh, how striking he appeared with his new hairstyle and fresh attire, giving the impression that he was positively glowing, somewhat dazzling, indeed. Chen Junsheng also grinned while surveying his Aunt Xin, noting that the once fair and delicate teacher Qiao seemed to have tanned a bit during their brief separation. However, this did not detract from her beauty, but rather added an alluring charm. "Come here for a hug." Chen Junsheng stepped over the threshold. "You big-headed ghost." Xiao Shushin lightly swatted his hand away. "No hugs for you. I'll be the one to hug." Suddenly, Comrade Song Yao emerged from behind Chen Junsheng and, without hesitation, wrapped her arms around Xiao Shushin. "Sister, you smell absolutely delightful." Not only did Song Yao embrace Xiao Shushin in front of Chen Junsheng, but she also playfully nuzzled her chest. Xiao Shushin, who typically enjoyed applying fragrant balm and took extra care in her bathing routine, exuded a scent that was different from Chen Junsheng's constant aura of sunshine. "You are not allowed to hug either." Xiao Shushin tickled Song Yao, easily restraining her, and smiled at her dear friend. Unable to refrain from expressing her admiration, Jiangsu and Zhujiang are truly splendid places. You and Xia Xia have only been back for a little over a month, and you both look so radiant and fair. The climate and soil of Jiangsu and Zhujiang are actually quite similar to that of Longxi. With a playful grin, Song Yao replied, "Primarily, it's because Xia Xia and I have been running our stall as self-employed individuals there. We don't have to toil in the fields. And on days when business is slow, we can sneak home for a nap. Sleeping too much makes one fair." Xiao Shushin blinked, as this seemed to touch upon her cognitive blind spot. "Then I shall retire early tonight. Come on, hurry inside and close the door. The outside world has been rather unsettled lately." During the days Chen Junsheng had been away, Xiao Shushin and Qi Xiaoyun had often felt as if someone was covertly watching them while they collected eggs. Unsure of the situation, they decided to accompany Luo Yuanchao and the others into the city and the countryside. Yet, each night, they were disturbed by strange footsteps behind their house, making it difficult for both Xiao Shushin and Qi Xiaoyun to sleep soundly. Fortunately, they had a firearm at home, and both Qiao and Xiaoyan had previously undergone 3 months of military training as part of their education as workers, farmers, and soldiers. Additionally, they had secret protection in the countryside, so their personal safety was not a major concern. Their primary worry was for Chen Junsheng, who was far away. "Aunt, you should come with me to Hangzhou in the future." Tonight's meal marked the first reunion dinner in many springs for Chen Junsheng and his aunt, who had thoughtfully prepared dumplings for everyone. This was also one of the favorite dishes for the 2 northern girls, Qi Xiaoyan and Song Yao, evoking a festive atmosphere reminiscent of the new year. "Why would you want us to follow you to Hangzhou for university?" Xiao Shushin mused, thinking that once this scoundrel was enrolled, the mission of the sisters would be accomplished, and they could all return to their respective homes. At that time, "You can wail for your little prince. It would be best if you didn't call and say you miss your aunt." There was no need to consult Junsheng. In fact, she had already made plans for everyone. Comrade Song Yao took the initiative to engage in the conversation, playfully nibbling on the tips of her chopsticks, and spoke with a mischievous grin. Xiaoyun's culinary skills are so remarkable. She should leverage her connections to rent a storefront at Jiangxi University and open a snack shop. Business would surely flourish. As for me, I could join Xia in setting up a stall near the universities to sell shoes, socks, and clothes, which should be quite easy to earn money from the students. As for Xuxin, she could take over Uncle Qiao's former position and become a teacher at Jiangxi University. With just a few words, Song Yao had arranged everything for her sisters clearly, then turned to Chen Junsheng and inquired, "What do you think?" Chen Junsheng pondered for a moment and earnestly expressed his opinion. "As long as Aunt Xin doesn't become my university counselor or homeroom teacher, I wholeheartedly support everything else. Are you afraid I would oversee you and prevent you from pursuing relationships with the beautiful female classmates in your class?" Xiao Xuxin retorted with a huff. Comrade Xiao understood Chen Junsheng's character well. This mischievous boy was not inherently bad, but rather a bit of a flirt, and given his exceptional qualities, it was inevitable that he would attract attention. "What nonsense!" Chen Junsheng scoffed, smiling as he countered. "I worry that if a throng of male classmates pursues you, I might become restless as well, resulting in my studies being interrupted and possibly leading to expulsion. You certainly have quite the imagination." Xiao Xuxin's thoughts were momentarily diverted by him, causing her cheeks to flush as she said, "With my skills, I could only teach elementary students. Being a university teacher would likely mislead the students. Becoming a librarian might be a more suitable option. Xiaoyan, what do you think?" Xiao Xuxin turned to inquire of Qi Xiaoyan, who was sipping dumpling soup. Qi Xiaoyan lightly acknowledged, saying, "As long as the family is together, it doesn't matter where we go or what we do." "Exactly," Qi Xiaoyan affirmed, and after a lengthy silence, Comrade Lin Chuxia also spoke up. "Having endured tough times together, we, as a family of 5, will work hand in hand to make our lives sweeter." "Great." Comrade Song Yao led the applause. Feeling relieved that her previous concerns about becoming too close to Chen Junsheng affecting the relationship among the sisters had been alleviated, especially since they all agreed to move to Hangzhou. Chen Junsheng himself felt a sense of relief. Many couples in later generations often line up at the Civil Affairs Bureau for divorce after their children's college entrance exams. Yet these aunts were still willing to strive alongside him in Hangzhou. This unique bond forged during such extraordinary times was truly invaluable. After dinner, Chen Junsheng entered his room to organize his high school study notes, while the little aunts spread out a large mat directly opposite his bedroom. It seemed they would likely chat all night without feeling tired. High school was truly a time of hard work, Chen Junsheng reflected as he rummaged through an old box, uncovering 32 exercise books and a pile of test papers, all filled with neatly handwritten problems he had copied from his various teachers, their script as precise as if printed. Those who grew up in his era understood that without enduring the hardships of study, one would inevitably face the hardships of society. I should take the time to redo these problems and regain that feeling for learning. Chen Junsheng sat down, focused and determined, attempting to recapture the study state he once had. It appears that this time there is a noticeable improvement in my state. Unlike the last occasion when I found everything utterly incomprehensible, Chen Junsheng felt somewhat astonished. Previously, he had deemed this rebirth quite vexatious, as if the heavens had opened a door only to close a window, compelling him to endure the trials of studying once more. Now, with a tranquil mind, mathematical problems seemed to have transformed into simpler forms. Many questions, upon a mere glance, yielded answers in his mind. After a careful verification, he found that he was largely correct. This is splendid. Even the most challenging math problems have rekindled a sense of familiarity. Surely, his literary prowess has not diminished? Chen Junsheng picked up his pen, took a moment to ponder, and composed a poem to practice his craft. I long to see the Arai Lake and Songshan White. Behold this melancholy, delicate as a thread. Dark clouds shroud the city. Spring has departed. Tender worries accompany your journey ahead. Upon completing this, Chen Junsheng muttered a curse under his breath, contemplating, I should find time to show this to Aunt Yao. Chapter 066. An open bullet is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. They asked me to retrieve 2 thick garments to cover my abdomen. Around 8 in the evening, Comrade Song Yao casually concocted a reason and knocked on the door, entering Chen Junsheng's bedroom. Her gaze swept around the room before finally settling on the white shirt he was wearing. I want that shirt of yours. Chen Junsheng chuckled. This shirt is rather thin. Thin is fine. I have no objections. Song Yao's smile was bright and captivating as she strolled up to Chen Junsheng, mischievously unbuttoning two of his shirt buttons. I have some unfortunate news. Chen Junsheng blinked, thinking to himself that she wouldn't dare reveal everything about their relationship. Would she? Comrade Song Yao whispered. Perhaps it was when you carried me in the evening. Your heart was too restless. Shortly after dinner, suddenly, there was a river of blood. Chen Junsheng was taken aback. A river of blood? Really? However, Aunt Yao appeared to embody a kind of healthy, natural beauty, punctual with her cycle, ample in flow, yet without pain or emotional turmoil. Is this what you wrote? Song Yao turned her head to glance at Chen Junsheng's desk, discovering the haphazard scribbles he had just pinned. Picking it up for a closer look, she couldn't help but chuckle. Your literary talent is quite commendable, though a tad mischievous. Where's the mischief? Chen Junsheng feigned ignorance. Song Yao chose not to respond, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. I've already hidden those socks away, so you shall not see them again. Oh. Chen Junsheng nodded, acknowledging her statement. If I cannot see them, so be it. A man of honor ought not to be ensnared by base aesthetics. Song Yao turned back, proceeding to unbutton Chen Junsheng's shirt one by one. If you give me this shirt, and perhaps a kiss as well, I shall return to sleep. A kiss? Chen Junsheng sensed that the kiss Aunt Yao referred to at this moment was decidedly different from her usual expressions. Indeed, as expected, Comrade Song Yao nodded with a smile, softly explaining, I once perused a few idle books, and they mentioned this. Chen Junsheng was left wondering what kind of idle books Aunt Yao had read that enabled her to master such skills without formal instruction. As the primary beneficiary of this encounter, Junsheng felt no need for words. He simply immersed himself in the experience. All is well. Comrade Song Yao is indeed quite mischievous, teasing with fervor only to abruptly withdraw, then raising her chin to draw near to Chen Junsheng's lips. Chen Junsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. However, Song Yao merely smiled coyly, removed his shirt, and turned to leave. Get some rest, she gently reminded him, her slender waist swaying tantalizingly before his very eyes as she departed, undeniably alluring. Fortunately, Chen Junsheng possessed commendable self-restraint. After taking a few deep breaths, he resolutely lay down to sleep. Yao Gu, Chen Junsheng has returned to Raoqing, came the news. At 9:30 that evening, within a concealed mine in the southern part of Raoqing, a group of brawny men, bare-chested and illuminated by mining lamps, were engrossed in a spirited game of poker. At that moment, a frail young man with inverted triangular eyes entered the mine, reporting to the crowd's leader, Zheng Guangyao, who bore a red birthmark on his forehead. When did this happen? Zheng Guangyao inquired, his demeanor a blend of amusement and irritation as he examined his 3 cards. The triangular-eyed youth responded, around 10 o'clock this morning. He returned with 2 other aunts from his family. Faced with such significant matters, he managed to come and go with ease. That doggone support is truly formidable. Zheng Guangyao glanced at his cards. 2, 3, 9, lacking even a single flower card. Yet he grinned and casually tossed out a large bet. $10. What the hell? Yao Gu, you suddenly bet $10. You must have 3 good cards. Came the exclamations. No way. Not happening, several younger brothers protested, tossing their cards aside. A bunch of cowards. I don't even have a single flower card. And not one of you dares to play? Zheng Guangyao reached for the money, revealing his cards were worthless, and he promptly returned them to shuffle. Yao Gu, I've also heard that Chen Junsheng has been profiteering from the collective assets of the production team, the triangular-eyed youth continued. I had heard whispers of that as well. Zheng Guangyao nodded. He's certainly riding high. My 6th brother has it rough. Not only has he been rendered incapacitated by him, but he is also facing forced labor. Though, it's fortunate that Guangrong has no partner. Being useless is of little consequence to him. Zheng Guangyao seemed to be rambling to himself. Yet the brothers surrounding him were all ears, listening intently. But Chen Junsheng is different. He is handsome, a top scholar, and surrounded by beautiful women. If he were to suffer the same fate as Guangrong, I dare say his anguish would be 10-fold, 100-fold. The following morning, Chen Junsheng rose early as usual, while the younger aunt in the opposite room slumbered soundly. This old house was far too dilapidated. He contemplated acquiring a piece of land down the mountain to build a new home. With money in his pocket, he was reluctant to have his aunts continue living in this earthen dwelling. He envisioned constructing a spacious tiled house down the mountain, ensuring that upon his return, he would have a clean and comfortable place to rest. Jun Go. As Chen Junsheng opened the front door, he spotted Luo Yuanchao grinning widely at him. Did you go hunting in the mountains last night? Chen Junsheng asked. noticing the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder and his eyes swollen as if he had been awake for several nights. I know you're in good health, but you can't keep pushing yourself like that. I didn't go hunting. Luo Yuanchao rubbed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings of Shizhou before moving closer to Chen Junsheng, saying, a few days ago, while you were away, I noticed several suspicious individuals from out of town loitering nearby. Concerned about their intentions, I took it upon myself to keep watch at your doorstep during the night. Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng felt a surge of gratitude. Truly, a brother like Luo Yuanchao, who would stand by him in such a manner, was a rare find, one of a kind across lifetimes. There were matters that required no words. Luo Yuanchao had already taken action on his behalf without prompting. In the coming days, I will need your assistance in keeping an eye on things, Chen Junsheng said earnestly, wrapping an arm around Luo Yuanchao's shoulder. When the time comes for me to head to Hangzhou, I would like you to accompany me. Together, we shall embark on significant endeavors. In essence, by following me, you shall share in the fortune. Indeed. Luo Yuanchao nodded vigorously, then added a word of caution. June, when you venture into the county or the countryside, exercise caution as well, you might be their target. Fear not, Chen Junsheng reassured him, reflecting that while the world was indeed turbulent, it was not overwhelmingly frightening. He mused that while a frontal assault might be evaded, the hidden threats were far more troublesome. As long as they dared to reveal themselves, matters could be addressed. It was the lurking in the shadows that posed the real challenge. Chapter 67. True beauty and naturalness. Chen Junsheng was not the type to hesitate upon sensing danger. In the 1980s, it was said that the timid perished while the bold thrived. Old Wang from Wanda had a famous saying, what do Tsinghua and Peking University matter? Nothing compares to having a daring spirit. Junsheng, you're up so early. Are you heading to the county again? As Chen Junsheng and Luo Yuanchao conversed at the door, Xiao Shuxin emerged. Indeed. Today, I am set to inspect the production workshop of the county's ice factory, and I also plan to meet with Sui Xuan. Would you care to join me in the city? Xiao Shuxin smiled and nodded. Shaoan and I are thinking of visiting the county supply and marketing cooperative. Do you dare to take us with you on your bicycle? What is there to fear? Chen Junsheng replied eagerly, wishing to bring Aunt Xin and Aunt Yun along to avoid the discomfort of visiting the factory alone. Being youthful, he felt he might struggle to command the respect of the seasoned military engineers there. However, he did not intend to ride a bicycle into the city. He turned to Luo Yuanchao and exchanged a knowing glance. Luo Yuanchao, slightly slow to catch on, eventually understood and said, I will go call for Gao Cheng and Gao Chang to bring the tractor. Chen Junsheng smiled in understanding. The Gao brothers' tractor, which he had previously acquired from the Huangmiling production team, was primarily used for transporting dregs of wine. Now, with Aunt Xin and Aunt Yun accompanying him into the county, traveling by tractor was undoubtedly more convenient than cycling. Additionally, having the Gao brothers by their side would ensure greater safety. Of course, Chen Junsheng did not intend to exploit the Gao brothers as free labor. Along with providing them with diesel fuel for the tractor, he also gifted them each a new set of clothes. The brothers, delighted, changed into their new attire and admired one another, feeling more fashionable than the workers in the city. You need not feel envious. This outfit is yours. Chen Junsheng casually gifted Luo Yuanchao a set of clothing, accompanied by 2 pounds of large pancakes. Once we reach Hangzhou, I shall find a skilled tailor to measure you for a bespoke Zhongshan suit. When you don it, I guarantee it will mesmerize all the beautiful ladies in the city. You are utterly preoccupied with those lovely women. At this moment, Comrade Xiao Qiao gently tugged at Chen Junsheng's ear from behind and, with rosy cheeks, inquired, why didn't you think to make beautiful clothes for me and Shaoan? With your and Aunt Yun's striking beauty, why concern yourselves with such trivial matters? Natural beauty transcends attire, Chen Junsheng thought to himself. However, he honestly replied, feel in my pocket and see if I have any fabric coupons to make clothes for you and Aunt Yun. Xiao Qiao, skeptical yet curious, reached out and touched his pocket. Chen Junsheng suddenly felt his face flush. Comrade Xiao Qiao's face turned even redder, thinking, you little rascal, surely this is intentional. The moment I reach for it, you raise the flag? Nevertheless, she soon discovered fabric coupons, meat coupons, and cigarette coupons from another pocket. See? I did not deceive you. Chen Junsheng chuckled. Humph, Xiao Qiao said, her face like the morning glow, playfully retorting, if I hadn't asked. You would have likely given these coupons to someone else or used them to charm some pretty girl, leaving none for me and Xiaoyan. Nonsense, Chen Junsheng earnestly countered. Those people do not even compare to Aunt Xin and Aunt Yun. They are not worth my efforts to please. Xiao Qiao eyed him suspiciously, thinking, I can't trust your words. It's probably because you see that Xiaoyun and I have smooth, fair legs, nearly devoid of hair, that you say such things. Why look at me with such doubt? Do you not believe I could go to the kitchen right now and take 2 ribs to make soup for you and Aunt Yin? Chen Junsheng said with utmost seriousness. Jungu, I want some too, Luo Yuanchao chimed in with a silly smile. Chen Junsheng, with perfect timing, responded, you don't deserve it. Hee hee. Comrade Xiao Qiao originally intended to suppress her laughter, but failed miserably. This mischievous fellow was adept at jesting, and with the foolish Luo Yuanchao supporting him, it was hard not to be amused. After Qi Xiaoyan finished preparing breakfast for everyone in the kitchen, she emerged to greet them. Ajun, come here. Seizing a moment while everyone was inside eating breakfast, Comrade Xiaoyan waved Chen Junsheng over. Oh, coming. He quickly approached Aunt Yun. Qi Xiaoyan pointed to her new shirt and trousers, quietly asking, do I look all right in this? Chen Junsheng examined her thoughtfully and expressed concern. Isn't this shirt a bit tight on you? Qi Xiaoyan nodded slightly, pinching the hem of her shirt. It's a bit uncomfortable while cooking, but feels fine while walking. Chen Junsheng smiled, finding Aunt Yun quite endearing. As most women in the country are lean, the design of women's shirts tends to run small. This shirt on Aunt Yun would likely fit Shen Wanqiu perfectly, but on her, it was noticeably snug, giving the impression that the buttons might burst at any moment while she worked. Some women are indeed born with exceptional beauty. Take Aunt Yun, for instance. Despite her hard work under the sun and meager meals, she remains the most striking among her peers, with her granary well stocked. It seems rather unjust, does it not? I find her quite lovely. Chen Junsheng candidly expressed his thoughts and added, if it's inconvenient for you to work, then perhaps you should do less. I can take care of it. Qi Xiaoyun's eyes twinkled momentarily, and she replied with a gentle smile, you are a scholar. Such tasks do not suit you. Hurry and have your breakfast. Once we finish, we shall head to the city together. All right, Chen Junsheng responded with a smile. After their breakfast, Chen Junsheng, Xiao Shuxin, and Qi Xiaoyan boarded a hand tractor to the county town. It was evident that Aunt Xian had not slept well the previous night, for she leaned against Chen Junsheng's shoulder and dozed off as soon as they set off. Aunt Yun, on the other hand, was quite composed, using a small twig to scrape scattered wine dregs from the tractor's surface, indulging in her own artistic pursuits. Chen Junsheng carefully held onto Aunt Xian's waist to prevent her from being jolted awake as they traversed bumpy roads, all the while observing Aunt Yun's riding with great interest. Aunt Yun, Chen Junsheng inquired after watching her for some time, what business do you and Aunt Xian have at the county supply and marketing cooperative? We are collecting debts. Qi Xiaoyan replied, glancing up at him. In your absence these past few days, Shuxin has managed to establish a chicken egg business with the supply and marketing cooperative, the state-run restaurant, and the county party's guest house. Oh, Chen Junsheng's eyes brightened. He had initially thought Aunt Xia's business acumen was remarkable, but it seemed Aunt Xian was equally adept. Truth be told, he had contemplated supplying these state-owned enterprises with eggs as a means to secure a stable income. But after experiencing the benefits of obtaining interest-free bank loans and trading collective assets, his enthusiasm waned. Noticing his keen interest, Qi Xiaoyan continued. The state-run restaurant and the county party's guest house purchase 50 pounds of eggs from her daily, paying on the spot. The cooperative has a large demand, taking as many as she can supply, but they consistently delay payment after collecting the eggs. Qi Xiaoyan frowned as she spoke. I've heard that several individual vendors supplying eggs to them have gone months without receiving payment. Chapter 68. The unintimidating rogue, but fearful of the cultured rogue. Though Qi Xiaoyan and Xiao Shuxin come from well-to-do families, they remain rather naive in the realm of business, especially for Comrade Xiao. Having followed Chen Junsheng through thick and thin, she naturally yearned to achieve success through her own efforts and abilities. She hoped to prove herself to her father, who often favored sons over daughters. However, the supply and marketing cooperatives of the early 1980s were far more formidable than many might imagine. They could easily manipulate small individual vendors without needing the intervention of senior officials. Even a mere employee could toy with them at will. They would accept your goods without outright refusal of payment, yet they would delay settlement indefinitely. They knew well of your urgency, but they would advise you to remain patient. Of course, Comrade Xiao was also quite astute, realizing that chasing after payments was a trivial matter that did not warrant a call home. When Chen Lu, the rogue from his household, returns, it is likely that the director of the supply and marketing cooperative will have to personally intervene, squirming with discomfort, to settle the accounts without a penny's reduction. Comrade, I implore you, Please grant me some funds. I am truly struggling to manage my cash flow. When Chen Junsheng and his party of 5 arrived at the county's Supply and Marketing Cooperatives Management Office, they discovered that many had arrived even earlier than they. Some were even kneeling on the ground. The person responsible for receiving this batch of petitioners was a middle-aged man, plump and with a mustache, appearing to be in his 40s. How many times must I tell you? The director is on a business trip and has not returned. Without his signature and seal, the finance department will not process anything. How can you not understand that? The mustached man looked at the kneeling individuals with disdain. You pester us daily, as if it were a matter of life and death. It's utterly tiresome. As he appeared ready to explode, someone quickly approached him with a cigarette. Comrade Li Kun, please calm down. Have a smoke. Are you here to urge for payments as well? Comrade Wang Li Kun accepted the cigarette, glanced at the brand, and casually tossed it to the ground. Is this what you call a cigarette? Even a dog wouldn't smoke that. The person who offered the cigarette suddenly felt awkward and at a loss. Wang Li Kun, uninterested in further dialogue, waved his hand dismissively. All of you leave. You're just an eyesore here. To hound you for a few eggs and a handful of coins, yet you come here day after day. It's no wonder you remain poor. At that moment, Chen Junsheng turned to Gao Cheng, the elder of the Gao brothers, and said, Gao Cheng, go give this arrogant fellow a couple of slaps. Without hesitation, Gao Cheng rolled up his sleeves and strode toward Wang Li Kun, landing 2 resounding slaps across his face. Although Wang Li Kun was robust in stature, he was taken aback by the unexpected blows and nearly lost his balance, stumbling to regain his footing. With disbelief, he stared at the audacious peasant who had dared to strike him, and after a moment, he finally regained his composure to curse, Damn you. Before he could finish, Gao Cheng's younger brother, Gao Cheng, rushed forward and kicked Wang Li Kun in the stomach. Who are you cursing? Wang Li Kun fell to the ground with a thud. Gao Cheng attempted to deliver more kicks but was restrained by his brother. The surrounding crowd was bewildered, wondering who these bold individuals were to dare lay hands on an official of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Did they want to eat from the public trough? As the scuffle broke out, personnel from the adjacent office quickly arrived. Director Jiang, this group of ruffians dared to strike me. Upon seeing Deputy Director Jiang Hua approaching with his men, Wang Li Kun scrambled to his feet to lodge a complaint. Deputy Director Jiang, glaring with fury, surveyed the scene with piercing eyes. Who initiated the violence? It was I who ordered the strike. Chen Junsheng boldly stepped forward to face Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua's eyes narrowed, seemingly ready to unleash his wrath. How dare he be so brazen after resorting to violence? Are you the director or the deputy director? Chen Junsheng inquired. Jiang Hua remained silent. Chen Junsheng smiled slightly. Since you are merely the deputy, I kindly ask that you refrain from glaring at me with such impotent fury. My time is precious. Either summon your director to settle the accounts, or send someone to the county police station to request assistance from the comrades in law enforcement. Chen Junsheng earnestly presented 2 clear paths to Deputy Director Jiang. Upon uttering these words, not only did Jiang Hua's expression sour as if he had consumed something foul, but even Xiao Shuxin could not help but tug at the corner of Qi Xiaoyan's clothing, saying, Xiaoyan, look at him. He hardly resembles a university student. He embodies a rogue more than a rogue himself, emphasized Xiao Shuxin. Indeed, Qi Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Rogues are not to be feared. What truly terrifies is a rogue endowed with education. Our Ajun is a cultured rogue. Xiao Shuxin's eyes sparkled. This phrase has a certain rhythm. Yet it does not align with your usual style. Could it be that rascal taught you? He taught me while on the tractor, replied the earnest Xiaoyan. He said that when it's time to collect debts, one should not attempt to reason with others or appeal to emotions. One must be assertive, obstinate, and even a bit rogue. Xiao Shuxin found wisdom in these words, though she retorted, I suspect he merely acquired a few meal vouchers from the county police chief last time and is seeking an opportunity to dine at their canteen. Qi Xiaoyan chuckled softly. Given what Ajun had just expressed in the vehicle, this possibility could not be entirely dismissed. He certainly feels emboldened since he acknowledges your father as a mentor. Xiao Shuxin remarked. Qi Xiaoyan shook her head. No, it is because of your father. To be frank, since he learned that the old man from Aunt Xian's family holds a minor position in the Longxi Provincial Committee, Chen Junsheng has become so arrogant that he even stands while using the restroom. He simply cannot bend his back. In truth, his altercation at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was merely a convenient occurrence. His primary aim was to seize the opportunity to enlist the help of the police comrades to address the lurking threats surrounding his home. Though Deputy Director Zheng was furious, reason prevailed, and within 10 minutes, the police arrived at the scene. You again? The responding officers were Su Yishuan's uncle, Lu Dabin, along with Wang Yang, who had previously interrogated Chen Junsheng. What a coincidence! Chen Junsheng approached the two officers with the warmth of an old acquaintance, shaking hands enthusiastically. After Lu Dabin shook hands with Chen Junsheng, he moved in front of Wang Liqiu, observing the swelling on his face and the large footprint on his abdomen, and turned to glare at Chen Junsheng. How disappointing for someone from Jiangsu and Zhejiang University to resort to such violence over a mere disagreement. Wang Liqiu wished to express that this despicable individual was exceedingly arrogant and implored them to bring him to justice without mercy, yet the words faltered on his lips. A distinguished graduate of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, there was only one such individual in the entirety of Raoche County, the rogue standing before him, Chen. Chapter 69, Uncle. Please be sure to speak on my behalf. If the police do not serve the people, they might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. Wang Liqiu hesitated, caught between fear and restraint, inadvertently providing Chen Junsheng the opportunity to preemptively cast himself as a victim. He stepped forward to Lu Dabin and whispered into the ear of the kind-hearted police elder, Uncle, you must surely advocate for me this time. What do you mean? Comrade Lu Dabin suddenly raised his eyebrows, pondering to himself, You scoundrel, having beaten someone to such a state, you still have the audacity to ask me to advocate for you? Are you, perchance, the victim here? Wait a moment, what did you just call me? Comrade Lu Dabin fixed his gaze on Chen Junsheng with an intensity akin to that of a thief, unable to restrain himself from seizing him and pulling him away to a secluded corner. Did you just call me uncle? Indeed, Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile, then leaned in closer to speak to his uncle. Yishuan often mentions you, saying that her uncle is upright and just, a champion of righteousness, a commendable public security officer, and a guardian of the people. Did she not inform you that I am her partner? Having served in the police force for many years, old Lu had heard all manner of flattery and had long since developed immunity to it. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, upon hearing Chen Junsheng's words, Comrade Lu Dabin's expression grew complex, and despite several attempts to suppress his smile, he ultimately revealed a subtle curve at the corners of his mouth. Noticing this, Chen Junsheng also felt the urge to laugh, but being more professional, he restrained himself and spoke earnestly. Uncle, I must clarify that today's incident is truly not my fault. As an ordinary rural lad, lacking power and influence, how could I dare to confront comrades from the supply and marketing cooperative unless forced by dire circumstances? Coughing lightly, Lu Dabin felt somewhat unsteady from the incessant uncle references and coughed again, signaling, enough of that, be honest about your issues. That Li Kun, truly deserving of a slap. Chen Junsheng seized the opportunity, his face alight with righteous indignation. That scoundrel, relying on his official position, not only deceives his superiors and subordinates, but also maliciously withholds payments, insulting and belittling the common folk, treating those who kneel before him, begging for settlement, like dogs, trampling upon the dignity of the people. Even the landlords of the old society would not dare such behavior. How does he presume to act so? When Chen Junsheng uttered these words, he cast a sideways glance at Wang Liqiu, who felt a sudden pang of unease. Lu Dabin furrowed his brow. The county supply and marketing cooperative owes you payment? No. Chen Junsheng shook his head, then stated truthfully, they owe my aunt 500 yuan for eggs. Yes, the one with 2 braids. Quite lovely, but with a rather fierce temperament, Comrade Xiao Shuxin. As he spoke, he gestured towards Aunt Xian. Xiao Shuxin instinctively felt that this impudent boy was surely speaking ill of her in front of the police, and she shot him a fierce glare, stomping her foot in annoyance. Chen Junsheng, observing this, offered a slight smile as a sign of respect. Lu Dabin, however, felt his lips twitch. Were it not for his position as a police officer, he would have personally slapped Wang Liqiu, the daughter of the provincial deputy secretary. Deigning to engage in a modest egg trade with your cooperative, and you dare to maliciously withhold her payment? It would be a mere light punishment to beat you. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Wang Liqiu could not help but shout loudly, Comrade, just because he is a university student does not grant him the right to disregard the law and maliciously assault a public servant. Lu Dabin remained unfazed, merely exchanging glances with Comrade Wang Yang, gesturing with his lips, cuff him and take him away. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang strode purposefully towards Liqiu and, without a word, presented him with a pair of silver handcuffs. Comrade, you, Wang Liqiu, have lost your senses. How is it that you are cuffing me, the victim, while allowing the assailant to roam free? Is there any sense of justice left? Is there any rule of law? Silence. Comrade Wang Yang glared fiercely and admonished loudly. We have already received numerous reports from the public regarding your malicious default on payments to individual vendors. Whatever you have to say can be addressed in the interrogation room. It is understandable that Comrade Wang Yang reacted so vehemently. This reaction stems from a previous incident where, in front of Xiao Shuxin, he merely raised his voice and was immediately met with 2 harsh slaps from Director Wu Taisong. If today's situation is not handled properly, it is difficult to fathom what consequences might ensue. Oh dear, it cannot be so dire. As Comrade Li Kun was about to be taken away, Chen Junsheng stepped in to mediate. Comrade Wang Yang, if you take him to the police station, who will we turn to for our payment? Furthermore, we are not unreasonable individuals. We are law-abiding citizens. Any conflicts can be resolved on-site, Chen Junsheng stated earnestly. At this moment, Lu Dabin stepped forward to assist. How do you propose to mediate? Chen Junsheng took the opportunity to clearly articulate his demands. As long as the supply and marketing cooperative is willing to settle the outstanding debts and conveniently sign an agreement that guarantees payment on the same day as receipt of goods, we are still inclined to maintain a positive cooperative relationship with the supply and marketing cooperative. This is what one might call wanting it both ways. The old debts must be settled while the collaboration continues. The crux of the matter is that one can act with impunity while avoiding accountability. When it comes to resolving conflicts, one displays remarkable tact to prevent escalation that could jeopardize personal interests. To be honest, human nature can sometimes be quite petty. Upon hearing Chen Junsheng's words, Wang Li Kun, who had previously harbored resentment towards him, now looked at this rogue university student with a hint of gratitude. As a public servant, Wang Li Kun understood clearly that once handcuffed and sent to the police station for interrogation, it would signify the ruin of his future. Compared to his prospects, what are a few slaps? Director Jiang, please say a few words, Wang Li Kun implored, casting a pleading glance at Jiang Hua. Having ascended to the position of Deputy Director of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Jiang Hua was undoubtedly a person of considerable finesse. Concerned that Wang Li Kun's predicament might drag him down as well, he promptly stated, I cannot arbitrarily decide on other matters, but regarding the payment issue, I can immediately sign off on it. Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Yet he pressed further. In that case, I'll draft a cooperation agreement, which you should also be able to sign and stamp for immediate effect, correct? Indeed. Jiang Hua nodded with considerable resolve. As long as the contents of the agreement are lawful and compliant, I can sign and stamp it. Chapter 070. Too big to contain. After resolving the payment issue with the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Junsheng turned and led his 2 ants to the county ice factory. Factory Director Qin Baoguo warmly and ceremoniously guided Chen Junsheng and his companions on a tour of the production workshop, treating them with the utmost respect due to visiting superior leaders. Director, all our military-grade craftsmen from the 16th Army Division are here. Would you like to say a few words? Qin Baoguo inquired politely. No need for that. After observing the various military-grade machinery in the workshop, Chen Junsheng had already formed an understanding. I have 2 questions that require Director Qin's assistance. Qin Baoguo nodded with a smile. Please, go ahead. Chen Junsheng inquired with a smile. Are you solely responsible for the workshop's production matters? The situation at our factory is as follows. The party secretary focuses on ideology, while the factory director oversees production. Qin Baoguo expressed this with both pragmatism and confidence. In other words, as long as there are orders, the entire factory must heed my command. Chen Junsheng nodded and proceeded with the second question. In that case, could you estimate how many clocks the factory could produce in a day if operating at full capacity? This is difficult to ascertain. Qin Baoguo revealed a perplexed expression and explained with reluctance, the factory's performance is lacking. Some senior craftsmen are even repairing clocks and bicycles on the side. Chen Junsheng, uninterested in these details, interjected, please provide an estimate based on maximum capacity. Each craftsman can produce an average of 4 units daily, totaling around 200 at most. Qin Baoguo did not exaggerate, reporting the estimate with caution. The production capacity is too low, Chen Junsheng remarked, shaking his head. If capacity does not increase, cost cannot decrease. Indeed, Qin Baoguo replied, casting a deep glance at Chen Junsheng, and hesitantly stated, we calculated last night that the average cost for producing 200 units in a single day is 20 yuan each. However, if we ramp up to 300 units, we could manage to keep costs below 15 yuan. Chen Junsheng continued to shake his head. The purchase price for manufacturers in whose city is 18 yuan per unit. If your costs cannot be reduced, you will not make a profit. Chen Baogua felt a headache coming on. He yearned to secure this substantial order. Yet he found it challenging to keep costs below 15 yuan and earn a reasonable profit, unless he compromised on material quality, which he, with his military industry background, could never bring himself to do. Controlling costs to under 15 yuan is indeed a formidable task. Chen Junsheng understood the difficulties faced by Director Chen but shifted the conversation. However, the manufacturers have introduced a rather innovative incentive policy. Would you be interested in learning more? What policy? Director Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A piece rate production system, Chen Junsheng stated plainly, without any preamble. Provided that product quality is ensured, an additional 2 yuan per clock will be granted as personal remuneration for the craftsman. This approach discards egalitarianism and encourages a merit-based system, fostering competition among employees to enhance production speed. Upon hearing this, Director Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. There was no need for such surprise. The reforms in whose city had progressed further than those in our own Raoyang County, adopting a more advanced employment mindset. Chen Junsheng observed the astonished expression on Chen Baogua's face and smiled. If you find this difficult to comprehend, just consider that I never mentioned it. I shall take my leave to visit Dongjiang Machinery Factory. With that, Chen Junsheng turned to depart. Wait a moment. Director Chen quickly reached out to grasp his arm. Director Chen, let us have a cup of tea in my office and discuss this matter thoroughly. Chen Junsheng, with an air of calm assurance, nodded in agreement. At this juncture, he was already confident that the discussion had reached a favorable conclusion. Initially, Director Chen had harbored concerns that this substantial order was not commissioned by the manufacturers in whose city. However, upon hearing Chen Junsheng mention the piece rate production policy, his anxieties were finally laid to rest. In the perception of Director Chen, only the city of Shanghai, as a national economic hub, dares to boldly abandon collectivism and the mentality of shared resources, advocating for a system of rewards based on individual effort and encouraging internal competition among employees to enhance productivity. It is this audacity to lead the way that fosters significant economic development. Xiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan followed Chen Junsheng closely, akin to devoted secretaries. The two sisters seldom interjected, yet were acutely aware that he was engaged in a matter far more consequential than merely trading collective assets of production teams. Indeed, if the Shanghai 555 clock manufacturer were to learn of this, it would be a wonder if they didn't sue you. Xiao Shuxin remarked with a wry smile after Chen Junsheng and Chen Baogua had tentatively finalized their collaboration and walked a considerable distance from the ice factory. Sue me? They should actually be grateful, Chen Junsheng replied with a chuckle. Grateful for what? Xiao Shuxin shot him a glance. That's a secret for now. You will know in due time, Chen Junsheng responded coolly. Look at him, Xiaoyan. Xiao Shuxin could not help but tug at Qi Xiaoyan's sleeve, hoping for her to offer some fair commentary. However, with a sudden rip, Qi Xiaoyan's blouse unexpectedly tore open at the chest, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Qi Xiaoyan froze, and when Chen Junsheng turned back to look, she belatedly raised her hand to cover herself. In a hurry, Xiao Shuxin shielded her with her body. Vexed by the poor quality of the blouse, she had merely tugged at the hem, and it had torn apart. The fabric is actually quite good. Qi Xiaoyan blushed and said, It's just that my body isn't well. What's wrong with your body? Xiao Shuxin asked, a hint of concern in her voice, fearing Qi Xiaoyan might be unwell. It's too ample, Qi Xiaoyan stated candidly. It can't hold. Xiao Shuxin was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at her, then at herself, before recalling the milk from the little prince, which eased her heart somewhat. Here, wear this. Chen Junsheng removed his shirt and offered it to Qi Xiaoyan. No need. She shook her head. I brought a needle and thread. I can find a discreet place to sit down and sew it up. Oh, so you were prepared? Xiao Shuxin chuckled. You truly know how to manage life. Take a leaf out of her book. Chen Junsheng nudged Xiao Shuxin with his elbow. I can't replicate that. She waved her hands dismissively, wishing she could be as resourceful as Qi Xiaoyan, but lamenting her own limitations. With someone as wonderful as Xiaoyan, I can only wonder which unfortunate man will end up with her. Xiao Shuxin mused, having previously joked with Chen Junsheng about marrying Qi Xiaoyan for a good life together. However, since the last visit from Shen Wanqiu, who used a supposed pregnancy as an excuse to see Chen Junsheng, both Xiao Shuxin and Qi Xiaoyan realized that their aunt was, after all, just an aunt, and thoughts of romance or marriage were misplaced. Regardless, I certainly will not marry. If that little rascal truly has a child with Shen Wanqiu, I will step in to help take care of it, was the most genuine thought in Xiao Shuxin's mind at that moment. She turned to glance at Chen Junsheng. Sensing that this scoundrel seemed to have matured significantly after his trip to Wu and appeared increasingly ambitious. Come here, he beckoned. Xiao Shuxin suddenly raised her hand towards Chen Junsheng. What are you doing? Chen Junsheng assumed she was about to pinch his ear again and cautiously approached her. The significant endeavor you are currently undertaking is something both Aunt Yun and I fully support, Xiao Shuxin stated earnestly. However, I must remind you to meticulously plan the logistics involved. Furthermore, it is advisable to refrain from selling the clocks produced at the arsenal on the black market or utilizing Ku Wenhai's channels for distribution. The profit from this business is substantial, and one must avoid the risk of imitation, which could disrupt the market and leave you with nothing but disappointment. Chapter 071. Fear you might harbor unlawful intentions under the guise of a relationship. Aunt Xian's advice was indeed astute, pinpointing the crux of the matter. In truth, Chen Junsheng had already pondered the logistics and end distribution when he began planning this significant venture at the Hangzhou guest house. Lacking transportation resources, he realized that once the clocks were produced in Raohong County, they would need to be shipped to major cities in the Yangtze River Delta. Relying on Ku Wenhai's resale channels would be akin to taking a shortcut. Human nature is unpredictable, Chen Junsheng mused, though Ku Wenhai presents himself as a brother. Our interactions have been limited to a mere 2 occasions. In the face of substantial interests, it would not be surprising for him to betray me. As Aunt Xian had just articulated, the profits from this clock business were immense, and using someone else's channels could lead to a reversal of roles, placing Chen Junsheng in a precarious situation. However, establishing his own transport team was not feasible due to time constraints and limited financial resources. Trucks are exorbitantly priced, and skilled truck drivers are a rarity. Nowadays, truck drivers are considered skilled laborers. They not only drive but also repair vehicles, possessing a mental map of routes that commands respect wherever they go. Experienced drivers often have fixed positions and wield considerable influence, making it unlikely for Chen Junsheng to recruit suitable drivers even if he owned trucks. Nevertheless, being a clever individual, Chen Junsheng would not limit himself to a single avenue. Beyond truck freight, he contemplated more efficient and less labor-intensive transportation options. With some investment of time and effort, he could negotiate with the railway department to transport goods via freight compartments, ensuring delivery to various urban clusters in the Yangtze River Delta. Lunch was taken at the county state-run restaurant. After their meal, Aunt Xian and Aunt Yun were set to visit the countryside to collect eggs. So Chen Junsheng arranged for the Gao brothers to drive him, while he made his way to the Quanlianji distillery. Oh, little Chen, you've come again. This time, Chen Junsheng's visit was quite timely. The financial room of the distillery was bustling, and he was greeted by a middle-aged woman he had met the previous day. It is often said that mothers-in-law grow increasingly fond of their sons-in-law, and this was true for Su Yishuan's mother, Comrade Li Alian. In her eyes, Chen Junsheng almost perfectly embodied her ideal image of a son-in-law. Hello, Auntie. Whenever he visited Su Yishuan, he would bring a small gift, and this occasion was no exception, as he carried 3 boxes of handmade pastries. Oh, I just remembered that I haven't had lunch yet. Pingjia, would you join me at the cafeteria? Li Alian accepted the pastries from Chen Junsheng, smiling as she devised a reason to send her colleagues away, leaving the office to the 2 young individuals. That was our mother, wasn't he it? Chen Junsheng casually inquired of Su Yishuan shortly after Alian's departure. Su Yishuan almost did not register the question and corrected him with a smile. It's my mother. You can call her Auntie or Auntie Li. Oh, Chen Junsheng replied with a nod, pondering to himself that their temporary experience as stand-ins for each other had come to an end. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yishuan had no idea of his thoughts. She simply lifted her hand to lightly tap the desk clock. Is this also a gift from you? Do you like it? Chen Junsheng countered. It feels a bit strange, Su Yishuan expressed subtly. Who gives a clock to a girl? Don't overthink it. Chen Junsheng explained. I gifted you this desk clock as a decorative piece for the office, hoping to keep time as my companion by your side. I'd rather not have you by my side. Su Yishuan smiled gently, declining his kind gesture. Chen Junsheng glanced down at their shared photo on the desk. While she verbally declined, she had positioned the picture in the most prominent spot. Is that because I make you drowsy? Having a photo here helps with sleep. Su Yishuan said nonchalantly, her cheeks unflushed and her ears unburned. Is that so? Chen Junsheng chuckled, adding, Then, you should give me a picture to take home and ward off evil spirits by my bedside. No way, Su Yishuan firmly rejected, then turned to fetch a file folder from her drawer, playfully exclaiming, The matter you asked me to handle over the phone last time was quite a challenge. I nearly found myself begging my grandfather. Chen Junsheng paused in surprise as he took the file folder and examined its contents, astonished. You actually registered a state-owned enterprise for me in the Dongzhong region? Otherwise? Su Yishuan, rarely witnessing his naive expression. Couldn't he help but let her bright eyes sparkle with a hint of pride as she replied, without registering a state-owned enterprise. You wouldn't be able to open that corporate account. Chen Junsheng gazed at Su Yishuan with a complex expression. Merely with a phone call, she had facilitated such an unexpected outcome. This favor felt overwhelmingly significant. In essence, it was as if Chen Junsheng had fabricated an identity for himself, and Su Yishuan had promptly arranged for him to hold an official position. With an identity established, a workplace secured, and a corporate account opened, life outside would be considerably more convenient. Don't be nervous or overthink it. Su Yishuan sensed something amiss in Chen Junsheng's gaze, worried that her good intentions might lead to complications. My grandfather said that registering this enterprise would allow for state-owned branding while operating as a private entity, with no interference from any departments of the Dongjiang Party Committee, treating it as an opportunity for young people to boldly experiment. He also mentioned that if we encounter any trouble outside, we can simply cite his name. His reputation is quite substantial. Su Yishuan explained everything in one breath to dispel any misunderstandings from Chen Junsheng. He listened, dumbfounded. Her grandfather was indeed remarkable, not only perceiving his potential actions, but also ensuring a safe exit strategy was in place. Certainly, the old gentleman is likely concerned that his precious granddaughter is becoming too deeply involved. What's wrong? Su Yishuan's eyes flickered as she bit her lip and softly asked him, Did I make a mistake? You did nothing wrong. This situation is quite appropriate, Chen Junsheng replied. Shaking his head, he then earnestly countered, Tell me, what is our relationship? Su Yishuan paused slightly, hesitating before answering, We are classmates. Chen Junsheng chuckled. Not even friends? Shouldn't we be considered friends? Su Yishuan blinked, adding, In any case, I regard you as a friend. I'm not sure about you. Oh, you truly are a heartless and ungrateful woman. Chen Junsheng's smile suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of mock disappointment. Just a while ago, you publicly declared that I was your partner. I didn't expect your affections to change so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Su Yishuan quietly stood, taking a few steps back to maintain a safe distance from this theatrical character. Are you serious about stepping back? Chen Junsheng inquired, his gaze sharpening with curiosity. Indeed. Su Yishuan nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed as she playfully remarked, I suddenly feel a bit scared. Scared of what? Chen Junsheng feigned ignorance. With a slight cough, Su Yishuan replied, Afraid that you might disguise your intentions under the guise of being a partner and plot something untoward. Chapter 072. Su Yishuan also wishes to visit Hangzhou. The relationship between Chen Junsheng and Su Yishuan is rather intricate. They have touched, embraced, and kissed. They have engaged in nearly all the actions that partners might partake in, with only the nuances of their connection remaining ambiguous. Nevertheless, according to Su Yishuan's assertion, they are merely classmates. Such commendable classmates are indeed rare. Chen Junsheng's inner thoughts reflected this sentiment. He had previously undergone a medical examination where the doctor advised him of his delicate stomach, suggesting a diet of softer sustenance. As he reminisced about the doctor's astute observations, he turned to shut the office door and then stepped closer to Su Yishuan. What are you doing? Su Yishuan retreated a few more steps. Stay put, Chen Junsheng called out to her, then squatted before her. Su Yishuan's cheeks flushed crimson, thinking to herself, Chen Junsheng, you scoundrel, surely you're not intending to squat and gaze at my feet? Thankfully, she was wearing canvas shoes today. Your shoelace is undone, Chen Junsheng stated, kneeling to tie it for her while adding, These shoes are quite lovely. I knew you were coming, so I specifically wore new shoes and new clothes. Su Yishuan thought internally, though she replied, You should get up. Squatting like that can lead to misunderstandings if someone sees. Chen Junsheng laughed nonchalantly. The door is closed. Who could possibly see? That's debatable. You only closed the door, not the window, Su Yishuan remarked as she noticed someone approaching. As predicted, just after her words left her lips, a familiar figure appeared at the window, beaming with enthusiasm. Accountant Su, the cafeteria has prepared your favorite spicy chicken today. I noticed you hadn't gone to eat, so I thought you might be too busy working and brought you a portion. Does Li Yong often bring you meals? Chen Junsheng asked, puzzled. Not at all. Su Yishuan, feeling somewhat helpless, expressed her frustration, saying that he used to enjoy bringing meals to Xiaohua. Ever since they took that group photo together, he has been delivering well-prepared meals to her office every day. Chen Junsheng chuckled. He truly treats you well. I dislike this very much, Su Yishuan replied. Pouting, flattery without reason is either insincere or sinister. Chen Junsheng responded. If you don't like those who offer unsolicited kindness, do you prefer someone like me, who constantly finds trivial tasks for you to assist with? Su Yishuan glanced at him, then suddenly smiled with pursed lips. Xiaohua appreciates you for that. Chen Junsheng remarked, Comrade Yishuan, it seems you are quite impervious to reason. Unable to contain himself, Chen Junsheng stood up and opened the office door. Li Yong, upon seeing him, felt a jolt of surprise. Chen Junsheng, what brings you here? I was just idle and shared a kiss with Su Yishuan. Chen Junsheng replied earnestly to Li Yong. I closed the door fearing someone might see. Unaware you were coming to deliver her lunch. My apologies. His voice was low, yet not only Li Yong but also Su Yishuan, several meters away, heard him distinctly. How could you be so brazen to utter such words? Su Yishuan felt her cheeks flush. She had rarely blushed before. But ever since getting involved with that rogue Chen Junsheng, it had become a frequent occurrence. However, in Li Yong's eyes, her blush conveyed an entirely different meaning. He stood frozen, unsure of what to say, his hands trembling inexplicably despite the lightness of the lunchbox he held. Yishuan, Chen Junsheng called. What? Su Yishuan responded, her face still flushed, with a hint of annoyance. Chen Junsheng asked with a smile, do you have any meal tickets left? Su Yishuan, feeling sullen, rummaged through her pockets and replied, yes. Chen Junsheng, slightly dissatisfied, remarked, what kind of attitude is that? Kissing you is more laborious than carrying 200 pounds of rice from the fields to the granary. You should invite me to the cafeteria for a meal to replenish my energy. Upon hearing this, Su Yishuan felt an urge to hit him. But seeing Li Yong's expression made her think that perhaps this misunderstanding was preferable to being pursued by him. Let's go, she said, clutching the ticket, and hurriedly approached Chen Junsheng, tugging at his sleeve while playfully scolding, you, the reincarnation of a starving ghost, must not touch me again. How can we have children if I don't? Chen Junsheng questioned, feigning confusion. Who was it just now that mentioned wanting to bear me 6 sons and 1 daughter? I will kill you. Su Yishuan, overwhelmed, quickly led him away, fearing her mother might overhear and be utterly mortified. With a thud, as Chen Junsheng and Su Yishuan walked further away, Li Yong could no longer hold onto the lunchbox, allowing it to fall to the ground. Thank you, Su Yishuan said, suppressing a smile, finally managing to seriously express her gratitude to Chen Junsheng. He grinned. It was just a matter of opening my mouth, nothing to fuss over. Su Yishuan scrutinized Chen Junsheng for a moment and said, I genuinely wanted to strike you just now. But recalling Li Yong's expression made me realize that your words come from a place of concern for me. It was high time to sever his lingering thoughts completely. Being entangled with him is truly vexing. The mere thought of Li Yong stirred her anger, prompting her to change the subject. By the way, when does school commence for you? Chen Junsheng's lips twitched slightly as he replied, in half a month. Su Yishuan hesitated before adding, I plan to visit Hangzhou soon. What brings you to Hangzhou? Chen Junsheng suddenly remembered that Zhou Xiaohua had mentioned Su Yishuan's desire to resign and become self-employed. Could it be that she took my earlier suggestion to heart and intends to capture commemorative photos at the zoo for a profit? That could indeed be a promising venture. But can Su Yishuan endure the hardships of being self-employed? A significant question loomed in Chen Junsheng's mind. Yet, he observed Su Yishuan smiling faintly, as if she had already made up her mind. Having spent too long at the distillery, I suddenly yearned to see what the outside world is like. The reality outside is not as splendid as you imagine, and as a young woman traveling alone, it can be perilous, Chen Junsheng thought to dissuade her. My father says the same, Su Yishuan bit her lip and continued, in truth, I wish to accompany you. If it's inconvenient for you to take me, I shall go alone. Chapter 073. You should be cautious in the future. It's best not to enter. In a few days, I will head to Hangzhou to engage in some small business around Jinling, and I happen to need a tall, beautiful assistant with a pleasing appearance, who is capable of both writing and calculations. Su Yishuan had made her intentions quite clear, and Chen Junsheng had no reason to continue feigning ignorance. Thus, he employed the usual tactics to charm beautiful women. If you wish to explore, why not request a 10-day to half-month leave from the factory? Or take a leave of absence. I'll first take you to Suzhou and Hangzhou, and we can discuss the future later. Su Yishuan was taken aback by his words. Setting aside Chen Junsheng's unreasonable criteria for an assistant, she couldn't help but admire his suggestion about taking leave. He truly has my best interests at heart, she thought, feeling inexplicably touched. His words not only fulfilled her desire to venture out, but also provided her with a safety net. Seeing her wavering, Chen Junsheng smiled and asked, "What do you think?" "It sounds splendid," Su Yishuan nodded enthusiastically. However, she was not so easily convinced to become Chen Junsheng's assistant. "What benefits would I gain from being your assistant?" Chen Junsheng examined Su Yishuan's picturesque features, her sweet and radiant face, and after a moment of contemplation, stated seriously, "As the saying goes, proximity to water allows one to obtain the moon first. If you become my assistant, wherever I go, you shall follow closely. And our closeness will facilitate your chances of securing my favor." Chen Junsheng's reasoning was compelling. Su Yishuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering who desired such intimacy with him, or who wished to win him over. "Chen Junsheng, you are truly incorrigible," she thought, her cheeks reddening as she feigned anger and spat at him playfully. "Shameless." "Shameless?" Chen Junsheng shook his head dismissively, then stole a few glances at the slightly pursed, rosy cherry lips of comrade Su Yishuan, unable to resist leaning down to steal a kiss. "You said I have no shame, so a kiss should be acceptable, right?" Su Yishuan was taken aback, her heart pounding as if a drum was beating within her chest. Yet, she stood frozen in place, her watery apricot eyes fixed on Chen Junsheng, who was so close. Just as his lips were about to meet hers, she finally regained her senses and whispered softly, "No, don't, please don't." At this critical moment, the audacious Chen paused strategically, and Su Yishuan fell silent, her slightly helpless hands clenching into fists. She thought to herself, "If you dare to kiss me, I will strike you without hesitation, immediately, and without remorse." It was somewhat sweet. Seizing the moment of that tactical pause, Chen Junsheng cupped Su Yishuan's face with both hands and pecked her lips like a chick pecking at rice, declaring it a bit sweet before turning and running away. Only when Su Yishuan realized that her first kiss seemed to be gone did she see Chen Junsheng disappearing rapidly. "Chen Junsheng." Su Yishuan's face flushed. A mix of embarrassment and urgency, tears inexplicably welling in her eyes as she shouted at his retreating figure, "You scoundrel." Initially, it seemed that Chen Junsheng had fled, but soon he returned, holding a milk popsicle. "You rascal, always picking on me and then running away." Su Yishuan was genuinely angry this time, swinging her small fist towards Chen Junsheng's chest as if she were a frost archer unleashing a skill on a full health stone giant. "Look at this. Just look at this. Is this reasonable?" In the office area on the second floor of the east side of the liquor factory, Su Changzheng and his wife Li Ailian stood by the window, observing the scene as if watching two kittens fighting. "I think it looks quite delightful." Li Ailian smiled and remarked, "Young people should have the demeanor of youth. Playful banter is perfectly normal." "This is hardly playful banter," Su Changzheng replied, visibly frustrated and somewhat angry. "Clearly, it's our daughter being bullied by that scoundrel Chen Junsheng." Li Ailian continued to smile. "Regardless, they will eventually share a bed. So why worry so much? If I don't intervene, our daughter will be completely deceived by Chen Junsheng," Su Changzheng huffed, turning to glare at his smiling wife, perplexed. "I say, Li Ailian, how can you still smile when our daughter is being treated like this?" Li Ailian shrugged. "I see that young Chun is much more introverted, shy, and cultured than you were at his age. You came to my house early in the morning for a blind date, asked if it was acceptable by the afternoon, and by evening were contemplating taking me home for the night." After reminiscing, Li Ailian focused on the present. "Our daughter and Chen Junsheng are a perfect match. A pair made in heaven. Don't meddle too much. If you ruin this, she will resent you for a lifetime." Su Changzheng shook his head. "While they may be a match, that boy Chen Junsheng is not as simple as you think." Li Ailian mused to herself that Chen, having achieved the highest science scores in Dongjiang and been accepted into Jiangsu Zhujiang University, must possess remarkable abilities. She had always believed in observing the strengths of others before forming judgments. One should not rush to conclusions, as perceptions might change with time. At this juncture, Su Changzheng had fallen silent. Indeed, as Secretary Su had stated, Chen Junsheng was indeed an extraordinary individual. With just a single milk popsicle, he managed to soothe Su Yishuan's temper and simultaneously escorted her to the Dongjiang branch of the People's Bank, where, under the auspices of the Dongjiang Regional Livelihood Economic Coordination Development Company, he secured an impressively low-interest operational loan of 100,000 yuan. This loan would subsequently be transferred via corporate account to the ice factory in Raoping County, serving as the advance payment for an initial order of 20,000 units of the Hu City 555 model clock. Throughout this process, Chen Junsheng had never contemplated utilizing his own funds for profit. Upon exiting the bank, he turned to Su Yishuan and asked, Can you calculate what 2% of 100,000 yuan is? Such a straightforward query required no calculation from accountant Su. 2000. Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile. Reflecting, you certainly make earning money seem effortless. What do you mean? Su Yishuan blinked, suddenly feeling as though she were foolishly counting money for someone who had sold her out. However, it was clear that Chen Junsheng was not lacking in integrity. He earnestly reassured Su Yishuan, as I promised, I will allocate 2% of the funds that come into this account to you. Don't give me that look. You deserve it. Chen Junsheng explained, half jokingly and half seriously, if I happen to breach any economic laws in the future and find myself in trouble, I might need you to spend money to bail me out. Thus, this 2% served as both your remuneration and a safety net for me. When he uttered these words, Su Yishuan felt a twinge of discomfort. On frivolous occasions, she found Chen Junsheng to be an insufferable rogue, one who relished teasing her. Yet, when he adopted a serious demeanor, she felt an overwhelming urge to care for him wholeheartedly. You should be cautious. It's best if you avoid getting into trouble, Su Yishuan gently advised. Indeed, caution is the mother of safety, Chen Junsheng acknowledged with a nod, but soon looked at Su Yishuan with a hint of suspicion. What do you mean by avoiding it? Should I remain on the outside? Chapter 074. The spring breeze brings joyful hooves, doubting that separation exists in the evening. Chen Junsheng invited Su Yishuan to dine at the Dongzhong Hotel. After escorting her back to the distillery, he returned alone to the Mayo Jiawen Brigade. The county police had indeed taken the safety concerns regarding his aunt seriously. Upon entering the village, he observed that security was tight, with sentry posts every few steps and armed militia patrolling alongside uniformed police officers on duty. However, he pondered whether this display was somewhat excessive. It felt more akin to a high-level inspection than a mere security measure. Upon returning home, he found his old adobe house surrounded by layers of people, both inside and out. In the clearing near the bamboo grove stood a West-Tai vehicle, prominently displaying a small red flag. 3 identical Hucheng-branded cars, all bearing the official license plates of Changzhou and Longxi province, were present. Junsheng. As Chen Junsheng returned, Qiao Shuxing quickly noticed him and approached with a warm embrace, affectionately saying, You've returned just in time. My father is here and wants to introduce you. At that moment, Comrade Xiao Xinghua was accompanied by local officials, including Secretary Huang Bao of the Chaoyang Commune and Director Zhao Fengxiu, as he inspected the kitchen, beginning with the rice jar at the Chen household. Spotting Qi Xiaoyan busily stir-frying, he even crouched down to assist in adding firewood to the stove. Qiao Shuxin led Chen Junsheng into the kitchen, saying, The gentleman in the Zhongshan suit is my father. Qiao Xinghua looked up at Chen Junsheng and, without hesitation, urged him to call out. Qiao Shuxin gently nudged Chen Junsheng with her arm, prompting him to address her father. Dad, he exclaimed, as if he were the secretary's own son. He was well aware of the significance of the Zhongshan suit. Before the reforms, it was considered formal attire, worn by everyone, including leaders. After 1978, many leaders donned suits to express their commitment to reform, while only a select few seasoned and esteemed senior officials retained the traditional Zhongshan suit. You've returned at just the right moment. Dinner is about to be served, with braised pork simmering in the pot. Qiao Xinghua responded with a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor devoid of any authoritative airs. Furthermore, he found no fault in Chen Junsheng addressing him as dad upon their first meeting. After all, his daughter had torn up her urban transfer order for him, and Xiao Xinghua surmised that their relationship had progressed to the point of sharing a bed, with only marriage and children left to formalize. As Secretary Qiao spoke, the accompanying officials chuckled, and the onlookers joined in laughter. Chen Junsheng surveyed the room, filled with friends and relatives, but notably absent were Aunt Yao and Aunt Xia. After making a brief appearance with Chen Junsheng in the kitchen, Qiao Shuxin pulled him aside and whispered in his ear, My father's visit to the countryside isn't solely to see me or you. He carries a political mission. What kind of political mission? Chen Junsheng inquired. Qiao Shuxin replied, Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia have encountered some difficulties. They left for Changzhou Airport before your return. Oh? Chen Junsheng felt a pang of concern. Qiao Shuxin, aware of his fondness for Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia, shared her own reluctance, sighing. Their family situation is far more complicated than mine and Xiaoyan's. My father's personal visit indicates the urgency. It's imperative they return. And what about you? Chen Junsheng took a deep breath, contemplating seriously before asking, Are you going back as well? What would I go back for? Qiao Shuxin blinked her eyes, glancing at Chen Junsheng, and said, I have an older brother and 2 younger sisters. I am the least favored. There is no throne for me to inherit at home, nor any significant position awaiting my succession. I'm merely counting on you, you rascal, to support me in my old age. With self-deprecating humor, Xiao Shuxing portrayed herself as a neglected, lonely little cabbage. So, does this mean Aunt Yo and Aunt Xiao are going back to take over? Chen Junsheng astutely grasped the crux of Aunt Xian's words. Xiao Shuxing shook her head and remarked, it should not be as simple as taking over, otherwise they would not have set off immediately upon receiving the news. However, do not worry too much, they have grown through struggle. And after enduring so many hardships in the countryside over the years, nothing can truly overwhelm them. Indeed, Chen Junsheng responded with a nod. At that moment, Xiao Xinghua emerged. Smiling as he pointed at the house, Junsheng, this residence is rather modest. Yes, it is an old house from 30 years ago. I am planning to build a new one at the foot of the mountain, Chen Junsheng replied, sensing the old man's intention. He promptly added, yesterday, Secretary Zhang Yikai from our brigade allocated a plot of land near the brigade headquarters for me. I will bring a team over to level it soon. And then we can choose an auspicious day to commence construction. As soon as Chen Junsheng finished speaking, Zhang Yikai, the secretary of Miaojiawan Brigade, hurriedly interjected, Indeed. The brigade has also arranged for 10 experienced carpenters and masons for Comrade Junsheng. He need not worry about the construction. Xiao Xinghua cast a glance at Zhang Yikai, smiled but said nothing, while nearby staff discreetly pulled him aside. Accompany me for a walk by the river, Xiao Xinghua said, stepping towards Chen Junsheng, patting his shoulder. And directing the accompanying personnel, you all head to the brigade headquarters. There is no need to follow us. Do you have any recollection of your biological father? Upon reaching the banks of the Qinshui River, Xiao Xinghua, who had been walking ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to Chen Junsheng and suddenly inquired. Chen Junsheng shook his head, replying, I cannot recall clearly. My father passed away when I was very young, and there isn't even a photograph of him at home. Xiao Xinghua smiled faintly and said, Your father, Comrade Shen Zhanghua, was an exceptionally remarkable individual. Upon hearing this, surprise flickered across Chen Junsheng's face. You knew him? Not only did I know him, but I also fought alongside your father for more than 3 years in the Northwest. It is indeed curious how fate works sometimes. Xiao Xinghua reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. Had I not been transferred to Longxi for work, I would never have imagined that my own daughter would prefer to forsake the opportunity to return to the city for work, insisting instead on staying in the countryside to care for the son of an old acquaintance. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, Xiao Xinghua observed Shen Junsheng intently, his expression calm. However, you possess a certain sharpness that Comrade Zhanghua lacked in his youth. What was your major in university? Shen Junsheng answered honestly, political economy. Oh? Xiao Xinghua raised an eyebrow. A science student who chose a liberal arts major. You are unlikely to follow in your father's footsteps. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that the nation's reforms and opening up aim to develop the economy. Pursuing a degree in political economy is indeed a wise move in accordance with the prevailing trends. Each generation carries its own unique responsibilities and missions. You are an astute individual, traversing the right path. Some truths need not be reiterated, as you likely comprehend them already. Xiao Xinghua removed his glasses and, with the gentle demeanor of an elder, advised Chen Junsheng. However, I hope you remember that as you embark on your political career, your first task is to learn how to align yourself with the right factions, followed by nurturing a sense of reverence and maintaining your principles. Upon hearing these words, Chen Junsheng's eyes sparkled. Though they appeared simple and straightforward, they were imbued with profound political wisdom. As the nation embarked on its reform and opening up, Chen Junsheng's generation found themselves amidst an unstoppable tide of change. Seizing even a single opportunity could elevate one above the fray, basking in boundless glory. Yet, behind that splendor lies an equal measure of temptation and risk. In truth, Secretary Qiao understood well that a spirited and audacious youth like Chen Junsheng would undoubtedly have a promising future. The crux of his earlier remarks was a philosophical reflection he wished to impart to Chen Junsheng, whether he could withstand trials, endure solitude, and preserve his prosperity. However, Chen Junsheng was not yet capable of contemplating such complexities. At present, he was in the nascent stages of capital accumulation, inevitably resorting to less scrupulous means. As the saying goes, poverty breeds cunning, while wealth nurtures conscience. Until he attained great wealth, Chen Junsheng's principle was that he had no principles. Could you tell me about my father? Chen Junsheng was eager to understand the true nature of the man he called father. I cannot divulge too much about your father. Xiao Xinghua replied with a smile. You need only remember that he is a hero, a pillar of the nation. If fate allows, you shall meet him one day. Chen Junsheng was momentarily taken aback. Is my father still alive? Yes, Xiao Xinghua nodded affirmatively. Junsheng, dinner is ready. Came the call of Xiao Shuxin from a distance. Let us go home for dinner, Xiao Xinghua said as he approached Chen Junsheng, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two figures, while Xiao Shuxin stood at a distance, watching them. The evening glow painted her fair face with a rosy hue, her graceful figure exuding elegance. From Chen Junsheng's perspective, and Xian resembled a peach, exuding a dewy freshness and a hint of ripeness from afar, and as she drew nearer, the sweet fragrance that enveloped her was intoxicating. So beautiful, he thought. Xiao Xinghua, burdened with official duties, had a brief dinner before returning home. The old Chen household enjoyed a momentary bustle due to Secretary Chao's visit, but soon returned to its tranquil state. No sooner had Secretary Chao departed than Aunt Xian pulled Chen Junsheng into the bedroom, pushing him against the headboard. Her face stern as she exclaimed, "Take off your pants." Ah? Chen Junsheng was bewildered. What are you doing? I'm going to hit you. Xiao Shuxin raised her hand and smacked his backside, her voice indignant. There were too many people earlier. I spared you. Now it's just the two of us in here. You'd better explain how you dared to call my father dad in public. Aunt Xian's method of settling the score was quite remarkable. Chen Junsheng, clutching his backside, muttered softly, "There's nothing to explain. If I call Aunt Yun's dad, it's only fair that I call yours the same, to maintain equality and avoid favoritism. You little rascal, who said anything about keeping it equal?" Xiao Shuxin playfully struck him a few times, still feeling unsatisfied. Your Aunt Yun's family background is different from mine. She is the only child in her family. When you knelt down to acknowledge Uncle Qi as your godfather, it was a fortunate event. In my family, once you call him dad, that old man will undoubtedly treat you as his son-in-law. Just wait until he starts pressuring for marriage. I wonder how you'll respond. Xiao Shuxin remarked with a huff. Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng chuckled. Isn't it a good thing to be urged to marry? It aligns perfectly with my intentions. I've already stated my desire to marry you. How dare you? Xiao Shuxin glared at him. I'm being serious, and you shouldn't think I'm joking. I'm not joking either. Chen Junsheng suddenly became serious. I truly want to marry you. Humph. Xiao Shuxin couldn't help but pinch Chen Junsheng's face. They exchanged intense gazes. And she remarked, "It's strange. When you used to lie, your eyes would involuntarily dart away. Why are you so steady now?" Chen Junsheng gazed at her unwaveringly and replied, "Because I am speaking the truth. There is no deceit here." That's not right. Xiao Shuxin gently shook her head and confidently asserted, "You must have grown up and developed a thicker skin. Now you can lie without batting an eye." Chen Junsheng was taken aback for a moment and then reminded her, "Comrade Xiao Shuxin, as a teacher, you should speak with integrity. My face is nearly bruised from your pinching. How can you accuse me of having a thick skin?" Xiao Shuxin pouted in response, "My conscience is clear. You are the one lacking integrity." Chen Junsheng raised his hand, seemingly tempted to touch her. Observing this, Xiao Shuxin boldly puffed out her chest, deliberately moving closer to his hand, as if to challenge him to touch her. Who was Chen Junsheng? Even when Su Yishuan considered him a friend, he dared to kiss her lips. Faced with this enticing opportunity, could he resist reaching out? Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to make the first move. That would be asking for trouble. Instead, he leaned in closer, his eyes scanning Xiao Shuxin's charming and radiant face. As her cheeks flushed and her gaze faltered, he softly asked, "In Xian, may I kiss your eyes?" "Absolutely not." Xiao Shuxin felt a surge of panic. It was supposed to be a moment where she was dragging him in for a scolding, yet the dynamics had shifted in an instant. Chen Junsheng disregarded her response entirely. Asking for permission was merely a sign of respect towards Aunt Xian. Regardless of whether her answer was affirmative or negative, he would proceed without hesitation, driven by instinct. As he kissed her, he would also reach out to caress her conscience, an expression of a man's innate affection for a woman. Touching was normal. Refraining indicated something amiss. Suddenly, Chen Junsheng felt a tight grip around his waist. Xiao Shuxin, likely feeling feisty, had pinched him, her little claws causing quite a sting. In response to her playful pinch, Chen Junsheng, feeling a jolt of pain, lifted his hands to embrace her neck, pushing her back against the headboard as he captured her lips. Chapter 76. Carrying the weight of several lives is quite normal. When Xiao Shuxin emerged from Chen Junsheng's bedroom, her face and neck were marked by his lingering kisses. Chen Junsheng was indeed unfortunate, bearing 2 rows of shallow yet distinct bite marks on his shoulders, wrists, and rear. Undoubtedly, they were the handiwork of Comrade Xiao. "Just wait until the next time you dare to kiss me. This evening, Xiao Shuxin surprisingly opted for a cold shower. Pondering the abrupt and unusual behavior of that mischievous lad, her heart in a tumult. Could he possibly be mistaking me for Shen Wanqiu? As her thoughts wandered, they took a rather errant turn. Having previously eavesdropped on the sounds emanating from the haystack, where Chen Junsheng had hidden with Shen Wanqiu. Even a minor mischief from him sent her imagination spiraling. Yet it was only natural for someone his age to possess such impulses. Xiao Shuxin compelled herself to refrain from further contemplation, glancing down at her recently rinsed body, glistening with droplets that accentuated her delicate smoothness, her skin glowing translucently. Psychologically, she had forgiven Chen Junsheng. Moving forward, she resolved to avoid excessive sun exposure, for a tan would not suit her. Comrade Xiao held a great deal of confidence in her appearance and figure. Especially during bath time, she felt fragrant, tender, and beautiful. Almost wishing to summon that rascally boy she had bitten, urging him to gaze at her in awe, ensuring he could no longer claim she was merely average in looks. Alas, Chen Junsheng remained oblivious to the rich inner musings of his aunt. At that moment, he was preoccupied with organizing his study notes, contemplating their delivery to the county school the following morning, where he would distribute shirts purchased from Aunt Xia to students. Moreover, he had found a temporary yet suitable position for his high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu Shuijian, as a production supervisor at the ice factory in Rayong County, overseeing the clock production there. With a daily wage of 5 yuan, which was quite substantial in 1981, and with a manageable workload, Chen Junsheng felt assured that only Mr. Wu could handle such a supervisory role effectively. Jun, are you asleep? Outside the bedroom, Qi Shaoan gently knocked on the door. Not yet, Chen Junsheng replied, rising to open the door and finding his aunt carrying a basin of warm water. Qi Shaoan looked at him tenderly, saying, I don't know what got into your Aunt Xin tonight. She insisted on showering with cold water. There's still plenty of warm water left. So I brought you a basin to soak your feet. All right, Chen Junsheng said, extending his hands to receive the foot basin. He noticed his aunt gesturing for him to sit at the edge of the bed. Without hesitation, he turned and sat down. Qi Shaoyan placed the water beside his feet and knelt to help him remove his shoes and socks, testing the water temperature first. She then gently lifted one of his feet to the surface, softly inquiring, Is it too hot? Chen Junsheng smiled and shook his head, Not at all. The temperature is just right. Upon hearing this, Qi Shaoyun, with a smile, lifted his other foot into the basin, assisting with the washing while looking up at him, saying, You've been on your feet all day. You need to soak them regularly. Otherwise, as you grow older, your legs may not cooperate as they should. I thought you might find my feet stinky, he quipped. Chen Junsheng did not actually have the habit of soaking his feet. He would merely fetch 2 buckets of well water just before bedtime, pouring it over himself with a loud splash. However, he could not bear to refuse Aunt Yun, who treated him so kindly. Qi Shaoyun lowered her head to sniff and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, It doesn't smell bad. Chen Junsheng found Aunt Yun to be rather endearing. A gentle woman like her had the innate ability to appear pleasing in every aspect. Nonetheless, Shaoan seemed somewhat flustered under Chen Junsheng's penetrating gaze, her eyes shifting shyly to his leg hair. Aunt Yun, you are truly beautiful, Chen Junsheng could not help but compliment. Qi Shaoyun paused, then looked up at him, asking, Am I really beautiful? Indeed, Chen Junsheng replied earnestly, nodding, and then leaned closer, locking eyes with her in a pure gaze before affirmatively declaring, without a doubt. This was a candid truth, yet it caused Shaoan's cheeks to bloom like peach blossoms, her clear eyes shimmering, as if on the verge of shedding tears. Once we reach Hangzhou, we shall no longer run a restaurant, Chen Junsheng suddenly stated. Qi Shaoyan, puzzled by his words, blinked and inquired, Why not run a restaurant? Chen Junsheng smiled and replied, With my Aunt Yun's delicate and fair complexion, she shouldn't be toiling away in a smoky kitchen every day. In Hangzhou, I will establish a large garden and hire a housekeeper to take care of you and Aunt Xin. Hire a housekeeper? Qi Shaoan gently shook her head. That would make us akin to the ladies of the old society, wouldn't it? Then let us rephrase it. We shall not hire a housekeeper, but I will arrange for a few domestic helpers for you and Aunt Xin, Chen Junsheng suggested. Oh, Qi Shaoyan responded with a nod, recalling that many prominent families in the north employed domestic staff. Once in Hangzhou, expenses would be considerable, and it would be wise to manage finances prudently. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Shaoan acknowledged that although their family had over 100,000, considering Chen Junsheng's desire to purchase a garden and employ staff, alongside the need for funds for business operations, it seemed insufficient. Chen Junsheng dismissively shook his head, asserting, I aim to earn enough to support our family's expenses for the next 10 years before the school term begins. His words were not mere rhetoric. He was confident that once the clock business took off, substantial profits would follow. His only concern was whether those who had been lurking around his home would emerge to disrupt his crucial moment of earning. Uncle should handle matters reliably. Chen Junsheng reassured himself, his thoughts settling somewhat. That evening, Lu Dabin returned to the county police station after patrolling, noticing that the interrogation room still had its light on. Wang Yang stood at the end of the corridor, smoking. Lu Dabin approached him, asking, what is the outcome? Did he confess? He nearly soiled himself but finally spoke up. Wang Yang replied, shaking his arm. Chen Junsheng had previously crushed his brother Zheng Guangrong's eggs, and he sought revenge, hoping to extort some money from Chen Junsheng, thus sending people to surveil him. I suspect it's not as simple as that, Lu Dabin said calmly. We should intensify the interrogation. Unexpected gains may arise. Wang Yang raised his eyebrows and said, Lu Gu, are you suggesting that he should take the fall for the last murder case? That is a matter for the special investigation team and has nothing to do with us. Lu Dabin chuckled but quickly changed his tone. However, Zheng Wanqiu, as the leader of the knife gang, has committed numerous heinous acts over the years. It is not surprising that he carries a few lives on his conscience. Chapter 077. I wish to make Huanyang liquor the national wine. The night was deepening. The duty room of the ice factory in Raocheng was still illuminated by a dim yellow light. Not far from the duty room, the production workshop was ablaze with light. Tonight, Director Qin Baohua was personally on duty. The military engineers, who should have returned home early, were instead voluntarily and enthusiastically working overtime, fully dedicated to producing clock mechanisms. Director Qin was exceedingly pleased with this. He reminisced about the days when the county's arms factory was at its peak, bustling with energy and productivity around the clock. Since the military transitioned to civilian use in 1977, the arms factory had transformed into an ice factory, and much of the military manufacturing equipment in the workshop had become ornamental. The experienced military artisans found themselves without a purpose, and the skilled workers he had painstakingly trained were reassigned to the Dongzhong machinery manufacturing plant. Consequently, Qin's political standing and influence in the county plummeted, leaving him disheartened and nearly depressed. Fortunately, Director Qin appeared at the right moment. Thinking of Chen Junsheng, Qin Baohua felt a deep sense of admiration and gratitude. Although he did not entrust the entire order of 100,000 units to the county's ice factory at once, the initial batch of 20,000 units was still substantial. Additionally, the agreement signed that morning, followed by the afternoon's bank disbursement of 50,000 yuan as a production advance, indicated that Comrade Junsheng genuinely wanted to support the county's manufacturing industry. From the moment he received the advance payment, Qin Baohua had been calculating in his mind, based on the purchase price of 18 yuan per unit from the manufacturer in whose city. The order for 20,000 units amounted to a total value of 360,000 yuan. In contrast, the factory price of 5 cents per ice pop could not yield such high output, even if they pushed all the machinery to its limits. Moreover, there were additional piecework wages for the military artisans, amounting to 2 yuan per unit. Such generous compensation could only be afforded by the affluent manufacturers in whose city. Director Qin was thrilled at the thought, feeling invigorated, and found it impossible to sleep. It is no exaggeration to say that this order for 20,000, whose city 555 brand clock mechanisms, was a life-saving contract that pulled the Raocheng ice factory back from the brink of collapse. It revitalized the once stagnant state-owned enterprise. In his heart, Qin Baohua felt fortunate that the factory's old team remained intact, with its foundation still strong, and that the production equipment and materials were well preserved in the warehouse, ready for deployment at any moment. After all, Comrade Junsheng was still somewhat inexperienced. With this thought, Director Qin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, as he had cleverly managed to keep production costs below 15 yuan. A feat that would be challenging for the Dongzhong machinery manufacturing plant. Upon our arrival, even with a mere 10 or 8 yuan, we can still seize the opportunity and witness profits soar. In other words, if the entire factory unites in diligence and dedication to fulfill this batch of clock production orders with both quality and quantity by the year's end. During the county's commendation ceremony, Comrade Baohua's absence would compel the county secretary to await his arrival in silence. Alas, the night stretches endlessly, sleep eludes me. Perhaps I should indulge in some peanuts and uncork a bottle of liquor for a couple of hearty drinks. Unable to find rest, Qin Baohua rose from his bed and decided to stroll through the production workshop. As he walked, he pondered. Excessive drinking could lead to negligence, starting today. Once the first batch of orders is completed, I shall renounce alcohol, quit smoking, and abandon my indulgences and other vices. Fishing? No. I shall only abstain from smoking and drinking. At my age, there are not many years left for such pursuits. It must be said, the efficacy of the piece rate production system truly opened the eyes of Chen Wanqiu, who had served as the director of a state-owned factory for over a decade. Initially, he had estimated that each military craftsman could produce only 1 clock per day. However, after receiving the production advance payment at 4:35 p.m. and officially commencing work, by 11:20 p.m., within less than 8 hours, the most efficient craftsman, Zhang Dexing, had astonishingly achieved a personal output of 10 clocks. Chen Wanqiu surveyed the workshop, scrutinizing samples against costs before summoning Master Zhang Dexing. Expecting praise, Zhang was taken aback when he was met with a barrage of criticism. As Wanqiu pointed out multiple product defects with a discerning eye, Comrade Wanqiu delivered a stern reprimand, ultimately using Zhang as a cautionary example, addressing all comrades. Do not solely pursue production speed. We must seek efficiency while ensuring quality. Should any of you be caught compromising product quality again, I will have you return to the popsicle production line. The following morning, after his habitual early workout, Chen Junsheng rode his bicycle to the county, where he first addressed his study notes and his mentor's work-related queries. He then proceeded to the county supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes before heading to the liquor factory. Upon arrival, he knocked politely on the secretary's office door. Come in, Su Changzheng, engrossed in documents and signatures, responded without looking up. Chen Junsheng entered, casually pulling out a chair opposite Su's desk and seated himself comfortably. He then retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, unwrapped it, and cheerfully offered one. Secretary Changzheng, would you care for a smoke? Recognizing the familiar voice, Su Changzheng finally lifted his gaze, arching an eyebrow at Chen Junsheng. Though he seldom indulged in smoking, he accepted the cigarette from Chen, partly out of consideration for his daughter. Glancing at the brand, he noted it was the very luxury many grassroots officials hesitated to indulge in. What brings you here? Su Changzheng asked, lighting the cigarette himself, cutting straight to the point. Chen Junsheng replied earnestly, I wish to elevate Guangyang liquor to the status of a national spirit. What? Su Changzheng nearly choked on the smoke that had just entered his mouth. You, my friend, have proven to be as astute as I anticipated. Last time, you procured a batch of wine residue purchase orders from my daughter and tasted the sweetness of success. Now, your appetite is widened, and you wish to obtain the sales orders for the entire grain liquor from me. Am I correct? Not a chance. Fear not, for I have little interest in the market for the entire grain liquor in the Dongjiang region. Chen Junsheng chuckled modestly and said, I am to assist you in expanding the white liquor market across Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Shanghai, as well as the Beijing-Tianjin region, the 3 northeastern provinces, and the 5 northwestern provinces, turning the entire grain liquor into a nationally renowned trademark. Upon hearing this, Secretary Su could not help but chuckle, patting his seat a few times before addressing Chen Junsheng. Should I then offer this position to you? There's no need for that. Chen Junsheng waved his hand, displaying a humble demeanor. Just grant me the title of General Manager of the Export Department at the distillery, along with a 20% sales commission. Su Changzheng, taken aback, thought to himself how audacious this fellow was to demand a position and a commission of 20% right off the bat. Undeterred by Su's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Junsheng continued with composure, as for the packaging and transportation of the liquor, I require your personal involvement to communicate and negotiate with colleagues from the railway and postal departments. This will ensure that our liquor can be transported via the railway lines into other provinces and upon arrival, be swiftly transferred to various supply and marketing cooperatives using postal vehicles. Chen Junsheng meticulously outlined the crucial transportation process to Secretary Su, concluding with, I will take full responsibility for the terminal sales operations. What do you think? Initially, Su Changzheng believed that Chen Junsheng was merely rambling in his morning stupor, boasting about fanciful ideas. However, upon hearing him discuss arrangements for railway transport to other provinces and subsequent transfers to supply and marketing cooperatives, Su Changzheng was struck with surprise. This young man indeed possessed some capability. Chapter 078. Zhou Xiaohua also wishes to go to Hangzhou. Are you not set to attend university in Jiangsu and Zhejiang soon? Su Changzheng's mind remained clear. He would not be swayed into easily trusting Chen Junsheng based solely on his creative market expansion ideas. Indeed, I will report to the school on September 19th. Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile, adding, there is still more than half a month left. Ample time for me to leverage my identities as an undergraduate student in Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, the deputy director of the Dongjiang Region's Livelihood Economic Coordination Department, and the general manager of the export department at the entire grain liquor distillery to penetrate the white liquor market in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Hearing this lengthy list of titles and positions, Su Changzheng could not help but chuckle. You certainly know how to capitalize on your circumstances. I have yet to agree. And you already presume to take advantage of them? Out in the world, the more identities one possesses, the greater the respect one garners in interactions, thereby increasing the likelihood of success, Chen Junsheng replied earnestly. Indeed, Su Changzheng nodded in agreement, though he raised a concern. But you are quite young and have no prior experience in the white liquor business. Why should I trust your ability to penetrate the Jiangsu and Zhejiang markets? While identity can be leveraged, so can sales. Upon my arrival in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, I can enhance the visibility of the entire grain liquor through advertising on local television and newspapers, and subsequently engage in business discussions with the leaders of the supply and marketing cooperatives, Chen Junsheng stated candidly. He remained entirely unconcerned that Secretary Su might deftly seize his sales ideas. Advertising through television and newspapers? Su Changzheng's face once again expressed surprise. This was indeed an exceptionally innovative sales approach. It was evident that Chen Junsheng possessed considerable talent. Given the opportunity, he might just achieve remarkable results that would astonish many. However, the ambition to penetrate the Jiangsu and Zhejiang liquor market within a mere fortnight seemed rather extravagant. Please consider it. Chen Junsheng succinctly addressed the matter at hand and, as he prepared to depart, suddenly recalled another issue. I need to visit Hangzhou in 3 days, and Su Yixuan wishes to accompany me. What does that mean? Su Changzheng felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. I have already promised to take her out for a while. Chen Junsheng earnestly sought Secretary Su's opinion. You wouldn't object, would you? You little rascal. Su Changzheng abruptly rose to his feet. He scrutinized Chen Junsheng for an extended period, his expression fluctuating between various emotions. Finally, he raised a hand and, with an irritable tone, commanded, get out. All right then. Chen Junsheng turned to leave. Stop. Su Changzheng unexpectedly called him back. Chen Junsheng obediently halted and turned around. Su Changzheng, with a grave expression, stated, I have only one daughter. Chen Junsheng pressed his lips together, remaining silent. If you take her out, and if you dare to mistreat her, I shall not care what your credentials are, whether you are an undergraduate from Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, the deputy director of the East Jiang Economic Coordination Department, or the general manager of the external sales department at the Wuliangye distillery, I will make you regret it. Secretary Su's final words carried significant weight, and his tone was fierce. Chen Junsheng, however, merely smiled. He extracted 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and silently placed them on Secretary Su's desk. Then he turned to leave, casually closing the office door behind him. Sighing, Su Changzheng sank back into his chair. No wonder his beloved daughter was utterly captivated by Chen Junsheng. With such skills, he could likely charm even the most elusive of spirits, let alone someone as innocent and kind-hearted as Su Yixuan. Ah, Chen Junsheng. As he descended the stairs, he fortuitously encountered Zhou Xiaohua. Long time no see, Xiaohua. He greeted her with a smile, adding a compliment. You look lovely today. Is it the dress that looks good? Zhou Xiaohua, who had just run up the stairs, bore a rosy complexion and a hint of perspiration, appearing fresh and charming. She playfully adjusted her skirt and remarked, This is the floral dress I had made with the fabric tickets you gave me last time, with the help of my aunt. Chen Junsheng examined her outfit with genuine admiration and said, The dress is beautiful, but you are even more so. Really? Zhou Xiaohua beamed with delight, her eyes naturally curving into crescent moons, and her dimples sweetly appearing. Could you wait for me downstairs for a moment? She asked. I need to submit a production and sales report to the secretary's office, but I will be down shortly. All right, go ahead. Chen Junsheng nodded, readily agreeing. I shall wait for you here. Great. Zhou Xiaohua, her face alight with joy, flashed several radiant smiles at Chen Junsheng before hurriedly ascending the stairs. Chen Junsheng waited in place for approximately 5 minutes before he saw her hastening towards him, taking 2 steps at a time up the stairs. Upon reaching him, Zhou Xiaohua gasped for breath, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she inquired, Chen Junsheng, are you taking Yixuan to Hangzhou? Did Secretary Su inform you? In response, Chen Junsheng, puzzled, countered her question. Zhou Xiaohua, with a smile, candidly replied, Yes, he also suggested that I accompany you. Rest assured, I won't be a hindrance. Nor will I intrude upon your time with Yishuan. Perhaps concerned that Chen Junsheng might be reluctant to include her, Zhou Xiaohua elaborated. I previously worked as a salesperson alongside my brother, primarily managing the sales of white liquor for various county-level supply and marketing cooperatives, state-owned hotels, and goose houses in the Linchuan area. If I accompany you to Hangzhou, I could be of some assistance. You have experience in white liquor sales? Chen Junsheng's eyes brightened. Indeed. Zhou Xiaohua nodded eagerly. Last year, when the factory was thriving, Secretary Su, brimming with ambition, established a department for the external sale of white liquor, aiming to penetrate the market in Linchuan and the provincial capital, Changzhou, with our finest Qinghe Qinyang and Zhuai Tianstian liquors. However, the outcome was Chen Junsheng, having gleaned the answer from her expression, still smiled and prompted her. And what was the result? Zhou Xiaohua, somewhat embarrassed, confessed, our team of salespeople was rather disappointing. We returned empty-handed. Chen Junsheng was not surprised in the least. After all, the reputation of Quanlianji was limited to the Dongzhong region, and venturing into other areas meant competing against local liquor brands. Nowadays, the majority of distilleries were state-owned, benefiting from corresponding policies and local protection. Simply relying on salesmanship to penetrate foreign markets? It was a daunting task. However, since Chen Junsheng had the audacity to boast before Secretary Su about conquering the Jiangsu and Zhejiang liquor markets within a fortnight, he must possess unconventional strategies that defied the norm. Of course, Chen Junsheng's primary venture in Hangzhou revolved around clock sales, with white liquor as a secondary focus. Taking you to Hangzhou is certainly a possibility, he pondered, then retrieved the dwindling fabric coupons from his pocket. Could you ask your third aunt to tailor a few suits for me? What type of clothing do you wish to have made? Zhou Xiaohua inquired, and then continued. My third aunt is exceptionally skilled. She can craft any style that is in vogue in the big city, simply by glancing at it. With a smile, Chen Junsheng replied, I intend to have an administrative jacket and a suit made. I'll sketch a rough design for you to take to your aunt and see if she can replicate it. An administrative jacket? Zhou Xiaohua blinked. Having never heard of such a garment, but she was confident that her aunt could manage the suit. By the way, I almost forgot. I mentioned last time that I would bring you 2 bottles of fine liquor. Let us head to my dormitory. To your dormitory? Chen Junsheng raised an eyebrow. Yes. There is no need to feel awkward, Zhou Xiaohua smiled sweetly. I live in a single dormitory. Chapter 079. One cannot conceal love for a single person. Love for 2 must be kept hidden. The Quanlianji distillery employs over 160 workers, nearly 70% of whom are young and beautiful women. As Chen Junsheng followed comrade Zhou Xiaohua towards the female workers' dormitory, he was momentarily enveloped by a nostalgic illusion of stepping back into his school days. In the early 1980s, female workers at state-owned factories were highly sought after, typically cherished within their own circles, leaving ordinary young men to admire from a distance, their affections strictly forbidden. Among the many, the most captivating was Su Yishuan, while Zhou Xiaohua boasted the most enviable figure. Unlike other young men, Chen Junsheng, an ordinary lad from the countryside, felt as though he had returned to his own backyard upon entering the national winery, freely gazing at any woman he desired. Occasionally, he would exchange a smile with the bolder female colleagues. Fortuitously, Chen possessed a certain charm. His handsome appearance, intelligence, eloquence, and business acumen attracted many beautiful girls. Su Yishuan, the most striking accountant in the winery, was his girlfriend, while Zhou Xiaohua, the sales associate with the most remarkable physique, was both his classmate and Su's close friend. Zhou Xiaohua was the type of girl whose figure could overshadow her looks, yet she was undeniably attractive. Previously, Luo Yuanchao, with idle time on his hands, had assigned scores to the female classmates based on their appearances, with Su Yishuan receiving a commendable 92 points, Zhou Xiaohua 85 points, and his cousin Luo Chuanjiao, who bore a resemblance that did not conform to the public aesthetic, a dismal 0 points. Come in, Zhou Xiaohua beckoned, seemingly unguarded as she led Chen Junsheng into her dormitory, closing the door behind them. This marked Chen's first venture into a female worker's single dormitory. He scanned the approximately 8-square-meter room, which was furnished with a 1-2-meter work bed, a desk, a lamp, a wardrobe, and a vanity table. The bed was meticulously arranged, the floor spotless, devoid of even a stray hair, and a subtle fragrance reminiscent of milk lingered in the air, akin to Zhou Xiaohua's own scent. How do you find my living conditions? Zhou Xiaohua inquired with a smile. Quite satisfactory, Chen Junsheng nodded, recalling his own boarding experience in the second year of middle school. where the living conditions were hardly better than those of a pigsty or a cowshed, particularly in the boys' dormitory, where 2 to 3 dozen boys shared a single room. Many were averse to washing their feet before bed. The stench was overwhelming once shoes were removed, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Noises of teeth grinding, flatulence, snoring, and even sleepwalking filled the night. Zhou Xiaohua bent down to open the storage cabinet beneath her desk and retrieved 2 bottles of exquisite Qinghechen liquor, presenting them to Chen Junsheng. This was brewed by my master. I had intended to save it for my future wedding. Unfortunately, I have yet to find a partner. And with nothing of value to offer as a gift, I thought to give you these 2 bottles instead. I hope you won't find them lacking. Her sincerity was palpable. Chen Junsheng's gaze sharpened. You haven't found someone yet? Indeed, Zhou Xiaohua nodded demurely. To be honest, I had a crush on a boy in my middle school class. But he is already taken. Chen Junsheng chuckled. 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged men abound. With your qualities, why limit yourself to just one tree? I do not wish to. Zhou Xiaohua sighed softly, hesitating to express her thoughts. What is it? Chen Junsheng inquired, intrigued. Zhou Xiaohua gazed at him, her heart racing uncontrollably at the mere sight of him, an irresistible urge to draw closer overwhelming her. Every aspect of him seemed appealing, whereas other male companions left her utterly indifferent. A series of knocks echoed from outside the dormitory, followed by Su Yishuan's voice. Xiaohua, are you in your room? Panic surged within Zhou Xiaohua. Someone must have been gossiping to Yishuan. In a flurry, she shoved Chen Junsheng into the wardrobe and quickly wiped her face with a damp towel, steadying her breath before opening the door. Su Yishuan immediately noticed the unmistakable tension on Zhou Xiaohua's face and smiled as she asked, Are you taking a lazy morning nap? No, Zhou Xiaohua stammered, her tongue feeling slightly tangled. I got up ages ago, just came back to fetch something. Oh, Su Yishuan nodded, accepting her words without suspicion, then handed her a report. There are several discrepancies in your production and sales report. Secretary Su asked me to have you verify it. Zhou Xiaohua stood there, silent and dazed. What is the matter with you? Su Yishuan queried, sensing something was off. Why are you so anxious? Your face is flushed to the roots of your ears. You aren't hiding a man in here, are you? She teased lightly. Absolutely not. Zhou Xiaohua shook her head vigorously in denial. How could I dare to hide a man in the dormitory? Such a breach of discipline could lead to expulsion. If you're not hiding a man, then why keep me outside? Su Yishuan smiled knowingly. Rest assured, even if you did, I would keep your secret. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaohua bit her lip, at a loss for words. I've highlighted the issues in the report for you. Review it carefully before submitting, Su Yishuan instructed, handing the report back. She glanced at Zhou Xiaohua's floral dress, complimenting, It looks lovely on you. If you have the chance, wear it for your beloved Chen Junsheng. It might just leave him drooling. Zhou Xiaohua coughed, her face turning crimson. Chen Junsheng and I share nothing more than a purely academic relationship. We aren't even friends. It would be quite embarrassing to dress up just for him. Su Yishuan found this sentiment oddly familiar, recalling her conversation with that rascal Chen Junsheng the previous day. Anger flared within her at the thought. He had the audacity to consult Secretary Su behind her back, leading to her unwarranted reprimand that morning. Yishuan, do you have anything else to attend to? Zhou Xiaohua ventured, glancing at Su Yishuan's expression. No, just verify the report, Su Yishuan replied, shaking her head as she turned to leave, preoccupied with her thoughts. All right, you can come out now. Yishuan has left. As Zhou Xiaohua opened the wardrobe, she found Chen Junsheng, who was drenched in sweat from being cooped up inside. A smile threatened to break through her serious demeanor. Despite having never been in a relationship, she felt an unexpected blend of shame and exhilaration at the thought of concealing a man. To speak of the man's good looks is to acknowledge the power he holds to bewitch young women completely. As Xiaohua gazed at Chen Junsheng, whose white shirt clung to him with sweat, her cheeks would involuntarily flush, and she even found herself fantasizing about names for their future twins. But she chided herself. Banishing such thoughts, after all, he was Yixian's partner. Xiaohua hastily suppressed her unbidden daydreams. Perhaps it was his splendid physique that caused her to blush. Each subtle change in her expression seemed to carry a delicate allure in Chen Junsheng's eyes, especially when he emerged from the wardrobe. She found herself unable to meet his gaze, her face, pale yet flushed, almost buried in her chest, prompting him to playfully pinch her cheek. Xiaohua murmured, her expression a mix of shyness and surprise as she looked up at him. Chapter 080. You smell divine. Xiaohua's face was so tender it seemed to exude moisture. As Chen Junsheng gently pinched her cheeks, a faint blush blossomed across her visage. Though her beauty did not rival that of Sui Xuan, the delicate softness of her skin was undoubtedly enchanting. His actions, in the context of the early 1980s, were decidedly audacious. Yet, for a Na'vi girl like Xiaohua, who had never even been courted, no man had ever dared to approach her so boldly. Caught in her own shyness, she remained frozen in place. Her gaze vacantly fixed on Chen Junsheng, exuding an air of fragility as if she had been wronged yet lacked the courage to voice her discomfort. When he applied a bit more pressure, she merely pressed her lips together, silently enduring the sensation, too bashful even to utter a word of protest. Truly, she was a delicate, helpless, and somewhat pitiable flower. Chen Junsheng chuckled inwardly. In normal interactions, Xiaohua presented herself as an extroverted and sweet girl, yet in close proximity, she revealed an unexpectedly tender vulnerability. He harbored no ill intentions towards her. It was merely a whimsical desire to pinch her cheek. Of course, if circumstances permitted, he might have wished to explore further. A man of ambition like him could not help but entertain thoughts of scaling new heights. Among all the peaks he had encountered, there had been many, yet none like her. Would he wish to embrace me, or perhaps kiss me? At that moment, Xiaohua's emotions were a tumultuous blend of embarrassment and confusion from Chen Junsheng's sudden cheek pinch, intermingled with a flicker of anticipation and trepidation. Such is the nature of a girl in the throes of youthful infatuation. It seemed as though Chen Junsheng could discern her thoughts. He abruptly withdrew his hand and leaned closer. Her heart raced, pounding violently against her chest, leaving her flustered and disoriented. Xiaohua, he called her name gently, without any hint of impropriety or haste. Xiaohua's voice was barely a whisper. Do you often drink milk? Chen Junsheng inhaled the fragrance that enveloped her. No. Zhou Xiaohua shook her head. Although her family was relatively well off, milk was a luxury. If there was any at home, her parents would reserve it for her younger brothers. Chen Junsheng, puzzled, inquired, how come you carry a faint scent of milk? Upon hearing this, Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, her long eyelashes fluttering, and she murmured, I don't know. Then lift your head. Let me take a closer whiff, Chen Junsheng boldly requested. Such an audacious demand, even from his kind Aunt Shi, would likely be met with refusal, and Zhou Xiaohua felt too bashful to comply. However, to Chen Junsheng's astonishment, she obediently raised her head, her gaze evasively avoiding his penetrating eyes, and instinctively puffed out her chest. He mused to himself that if this were during the strict crackdown of 83, a rogue like him would likely face execution. Despite his thoughts on the crackdown, his actions remained unabashed. He relished the milky fragrance emanating from Xiaohua, finding it not only invigorating but also igniting a man's desire for success, quite intoxicating. All right, is that sufficient? Zhou Xiaohua was overwhelmed by the situation. Good. Chen Junsheng nodded with a smile, swiftly adopting a serious demeanor. Do you have paper and a pen? Yes, she replied, her heart racing as she turned to fetch them for him. Chen Junsheng took them and, seated at the desk, sketched a few simple designs. As he drew, Zhou Xiaohua watched with sparkling eyes. Do you know about fashion design? A little, not much, he replied modestly. In his early days in the special economic zone of Pengcheng, he initially dealt in electronics before transitioning to clothing, gaining considerable exposure. Designing a couple of outfits was a trivial task for him. Yet, his nonchalant ability to draft a suit left Zhou Xiaohua, the observer, somewhat mesmerized. As Chen Junsheng exited the female workers' dormitory of the liquor factory, he carried 2 bottles of Qinghe Chenyan that Zhou Xiaohua had gifted him. He had no intention of giving these away, and since he was not in a hurry to return home, he decided to leave them at the security office of the factory before cycling off to meet comrade Qin Beoguang at the county ice factory. Director Qin had not slept a wink the previous night, and when Chen Junsheng arrived, he found him sound asleep in the duty room. Oh, Director Chen, when did you arrive? Qin Beoguang, appearing deeply slumberous, was one who, burdened with significant matters, would wake automatically after a brief rest. Just arrived, Chen Junsheng replied, having actually been waiting in the duty room for over an hour. You've worked hard, Director Qin. Not at all, not at all, Qin Beoguang waved his hands dismissively, adopting a humble posture. I heard you personally led the factory's military engineers for an all-night shift in the production workshop last night? Chen Junsheng casually asked. Yes, indeed. Director Qin answered candidly, to boost production capacity and ensure efficiency, we are willing to work tirelessly and swiftly. Chen Junsheng shook his head. That won't do. The military engineers are skilled professionals, not mere beasts of burden or machines on the production line. It would be better to arrange 3 shifts, morning, afternoon, and evening. Chen Junsheng was evidently not there to deliver a lecture, but rather to provide guidance on work matters. He proposed the establishment of an efficiency award, offering daily bonuses of 5, 2, and 1 yuan to the top 3 performers. Qin Baoguo was taken aback and couldn't help but inquire, Director Chen, you have previously worked in Huqing, haven't you? This early, middle, and late shift system is quite progressive. Chen Junsheng smiled lightly and explained, I studied economics. The principles of enterprise management are covered in university textbooks. During my time in Huqing, I took the initiative to preview the university curriculum. Oh, I see. Qin Baoguo, who only held a technical secondary school diploma and had never encountered university-level material, naturally believed everything Chen Junsheng said, especially given the latter's esteemed position. I have a confidentiality agreement here to ensure that the production techniques for the clock do not leak. Director Qin, I need you to take the lead in having all military craftsmen sign and fingerprint the agreement. Chen Junsheng was audacious in his actions, yet meticulous in his approach. The signing of the confidentiality agreement was not merely to prevent the leakage of clock production techniques, but to maximize the assurance that the production process remained unaffected by external factors. He preferred to operate discreetly, accumulating wealth quietly. This comrade Baoguo, aside from being somewhat cunning regarding cost management, proved reliable in other aspects. He complied with Chen Junsheng's directives without hesitation. In truth, Chen Junsheng did not mind Qin Baoguo's deliberate underreporting of production costs to pursue substantial profits. Without sufficient profit margins, Director Qin would lack the motivation to devote himself fully, and the military craftsman would have no incentive to work overtime for production. With a capacity of 600 units per day and shipments every 3 days, the output ranged from 1,800 to 2,000 units. Calculating a selling price of 50 yuan per unit, deducting a cost of 20 yuan, along with transportation expenses, public relations costs, and losses. A single shipment guaranteed a profit of 50,000 yuan. Chen Junsheng quickly recognized the immense profitability of the clock business. Now, everything was set. It merely depended on whether Secretary Su would be willing to assist him in securing transportation resources from the railway and postal departments. Chapter 081. You take the sharp end. I take the bottom end. Su Changzheng was genuinely inclined to offer Chen Junsheng an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. However, he was wary of the young man's extensive ambitions and appetites. He openly demanded the position of general manager of the export sales department, along with a 20% sales commission. If Chen Junsheng truly had the prowess to penetrate the Jiangsu and Zhejiang liquor market, the position and commission would be rightfully his. The concern lay in whether his intentions were purely for the business at hand. Su Changzheng harbored 2 primary apprehensions. 1. The fear that his daughter might be exploited and deceived by Chen Junsheng. And 2. The worry that Chen Junsheng might employ subterfuge, masquerading as an advocate for expanding the distillery's market while clandestinely utilizing railway and postal resources for interprovincial smuggling, while others might dare to dream but not act. Chen Junsheng's character suggested he would pursue his ambitions with determination. Though Su Changzheng had met Chen Junsheng only a handful of times, he had been observing him covertly for an extended period. Nevertheless, Su Changzheng understood Chen Junsheng to be an astute individual, even if he were to stray from conventional paths. He was unlikely to be foolish enough to misuse public resources for blatant speculation. That would be akin to an elder committing suicide, lamenting the longevity of life. Whether a mule is a horse can be determined by taking it for a stroll. Su Changzheng placed his hand on the telephone, ultimately deciding, let my foolish daughter open her eyes and see clearly whether Chen Junsheng is merely a smooth talker or possesses genuine talent. Chen Junsheng, I have discovered the duality of your character, Su Yishuan remarked upon encountering Chen Junsheng in the office after the midday break. Am I truly so bad? Chen Junsheng asked, bewildered, glancing at Su Yishuan, contemplating whether she had dreamt of him being inappropriate during her nap, and upon awakening, sought to provoke him. However, he thought while swiftly unwrapping a milk ice pop, extending it towards Su Yishuan's lips, would you like to have some? Su Yishuan's eyes sparkled with desire. Yet her expression remained cautious. You're not trying to drag me to the bank for a loan again, are you? What nonsense. Chen Junsheng chuckled, adopting a serious demeanor as he explained. This milk ice pop was gifted by the county's ice factory's director. I couldn't bear to indulge myself, so I brought it here for my girlfriend. I had anticipated that she would be overjoyed to see me, but to my surprise, she accused me of being bad right after waking up. Who is your girlfriend? Su Yixuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she shyly accepted the ice pop, gently sucking on it. Don't suck too hard, Chen Junsheng teased, allowing Su Yixuan a mere taste before retracting it, then inquired, you eat the pointy end, and I'll have the bottom. How does that sound? Absolutely not. Su Yixuan instinctively glanced at the tightly shut doors and windows, raising her hand to fan her flushed cheeks. Chen Junsheng chuckled, if you refuse, why the blush? It's not my fault that the doors and windows are closed. Su Yixuan huffed, it's too hot. You are unjustly blaming me, Chen Junsheng clarified. I didn't close them. It was our mother who did before leaving the office. Oh, Su Yixuan responded, then grumbled, you scoundrel. Making me suffer an unjust reprimand this early in the day. What is going on? Chen Junsheng feigned ignorance. Who dares to scold my girlfriend? Did you report my name? I'll take you to confront them. It's because of you that I was scolded. Su Yixuan playfully slapped Chen Junsheng, saying, you can bully me. But don't drag my father into this. Upon hearing this, Chen Junsheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Does old Su know about our affair? You're pretending. It was you who initiated the revelation to him, Su Yixuan retorted. Her anger rising as she snatched the ice pop from Chen Junsheng's hand and took a few fierce bites. You take advantage of my fondness for you and bully me without restraint, she pouted, visibly upset. You even used my desire to visit Hangzhou to ask my father for a position and resources. Your mind is solely occupied with doing business and making money, without a thought for my feelings. Her words rang with both sincerity and grievance. Yet, it seemed Chen Junsheng selectively tuned out her less palatable remarks, focusing instead on the crux of the matter. When did you start to have feelings for me? I've liked you for quite some time. Su Yixuan met his gaze before huffing again, but not anymore. Chen Junsheng was astonished. Your fickleness rivals that of the Sichuan opera's face-changing act. My father warned me that harboring affection for someone like you, a scoundrel, would undoubtedly lead to dire disappointment. Su Yixuan, having finished her ice cream, casually handed the stick to Chen Junsheng's lips. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders, one inevitably suffers. Chen Junsheng chuckled. You have a way with words. Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? What does that mean? Su Yixuan innocently inquired. It's nothing of great significance, Chen Junsheng replied with a smile. In any case, I will remember your kindness and repay you tenfold, 100-fold in the future. Cut it out. Su Yixuan had assisted Chen Junsheng countless times without any thought of recompense. She tilted her small face upward and said, my father has already communicated with both the railway and postal services. When the goods are dispatched, they will provide full support. Just as she was about to continue, her words were abruptly silenced. Flustered, she pushed Chen Junsheng several times, yet he remained unyielding. Chen Junsheng was genuinely elated, with transportation resources secured. What was there to worry about in achieving great things? In a moment of excitement, he couldn't help but embrace the petite accountant, showering her with fervent kisses, exclaiming, Su Yixuan, you are so sweet. Su Yixuan, taken aback by his ardor, felt her legs tremble and her entire being become tinged with a delightful numbness, even her breath becoming labored. In truth, she wished to tell Chen Junsheng that he, too, was quite sweet. However, as the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she found them too sentimental and felt too bashful to utter them. Ultimately, she stammered, her cheeks flushed, Chen Junsheng, you truly are a rogue. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Chen Junsheng's hand found its way to her heart. Yet, one must pay the price for such mischief. As Chen Junsheng exited the finance office, his tongue felt as though it had been laced with a multitude of Sichuan peppercorns, leaving him questioning the very essence of life. Let us see if you dare to bully me again next time. Su Yixuan, biting her slightly swollen lips, lowered her head to fasten her shirt buttons, straightening herself up. Thinking it fortunate that she had nipped him earlier, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Of course, Chen Junsheng had his pride as well. In the following days, he vanished from Su Yixuan's sight entirely. It wasn't until the morning of September 6th that he reappeared, accompanied by Luo Yuanchao, Gao Cheng, and Gao Chang, to meet Su Yixuan and Zhou Xiaohua. Initially, Su Yixuan harbored some resentment, but upon receiving 2 soft sleeper train tickets from Chen Junsheng, her heart swelled with gratitude. Soft sleeper tickets are hard to come by. How did you manage to get them? I bought them using a company introduction letter. Chen Junsheng internally mused, though he feigned a yawn, and replied, I queued all night at the Dongjiang train station to finally procure them. Su Yixuan's gaze flickered. She noticed his heavy dark circles. Why are you staring at me like that? Chen Junsheng smiled. Intending to ensure Su Yixuan's comfort during the journey, don't be too touched. Since Secretary Su entrusted you to me, it is my responsibility and duty to take care of you. Chapter 82. Fate will lead us to meet again. Dongjiang is approximately 100 kilometers west of Hangzhou. The green train of 1981 stops at nearly every station, often running late, taking no less than 7 to 8 hours to reach its destination. Chen Junsheng's plan was for the group to settle in Hangzhou before preparing to receive their cargo. Luo Yuanchao and the Gao brothers, embarking on their first long-distance train journey, found everything along the way to be refreshingly novel. Chen Junsheng, without showing favoritism, arranged for all three of them to have soft sleeper compartments. However, their tickets were located closer to the restroom, while Chen Junsheng, Su Yishuan, and Zhou Xiaohua were situated in the middle of the carriage. Traveling in a soft sleeper during the day was undoubtedly a luxurious indulgence in the early 1980s. Yet, Chen Junsheng was indifferent to the trivial expense, prioritizing Su Yishuan's comfort above all. After all, every aspect of this journey, traveling, dining, and lodging, could later be reimbursed by accountant Su. Take off your shoes and socks and move a little further in, he suggested. After boarding, Chen Junsheng settled at the head of Su Yishuan's bed to read the newspaper. Since Su Yishuan had a lower bunk, and both Chen Junsheng and Zhou Xiaohua occupied the upper bunks, the lower bunk across from them remained empty. Comrade Xiaohua, perhaps afflicted by a case of travel-induced drowsiness, soon succumbed to sleep, finding comfort in the upper bunk. Thus, it was only natural for Chen Junsheng to sit with Su Yishuan. She had no objections and obediently removed her shoes and socks, covering herself with a thin blanket, while sitting by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Stop fidgeting and get some rest, Su Yishuan softly urged after a while. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Chen Junsheng turned to look at her. Su Yishuan turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Then, she discreetly slipped her hand under the blanket, playfully ensnaring Chen Junsheng's sly left hand. Slap, slap, slap. Su Yishuan lightly tapped his palm, muttering to herself, "This is what you get for being mischievous. For touching my feet, I'll teach you a lesson." Su Yishuan. Chen Junsheng suddenly called her full name. "What is it?" She replied, somewhat irked. With a smile, he said, "Could you shift a bit more in? I'd like to lie down for a moment. I'm already pressed against the wall thanks to you. How can I move?" Su Yishuan replied, on the verge of tears. But then she reconsidered and looked at Chen Junsheng suspiciously. "Why don't you just lie down on your own upper bunk?" Climbing up and down is inconvenient. Chen Junsheng offered a rather reasonable explanation. Su Yishuan, unable to refute this, pouted and reluctantly said, "Fine, let us switch places. But you need to take your hand away first." Chen Junsheng, having finally the chance to share a bed with her, was unwilling to let her go. "We haven't seen each other in days. Don't you miss me at all?" "I do," Su Yishuan admitted, not denying her feelings. "But I didn't expect you to bully me again upon seeing me." As she trailed off, feeling shy, Chen Junsheng pressed for more. "And what else?" Su Yishuan glanced at him, muttering softly, "Not only that, you've escalated your mischief. Touching my feet is one thing. Now you want to touch other areas too." At that moment, Chen Junsheng found Su Yishuan particularly endearing and couldn't help but lean closer, whispering in her ear, "I have a habit when reading the newspaper." "What habit?" Su Yishuan asked, intrigued. Chen Junsheng murmured, "Hands should remain moist." Remain moist? Su Yishuan found his habit rather peculiar. She lifted the blanket and fiddled with her delicate little feet, murmuring, "My feet don't sweat at all." Chen Junsheng, witnessing this, stifled a laugh. "Hide them away. We must not let passing gentlemen catch a glimpse." It appeared that Chen Junsheng regarded Su Yishuan's feet as treasures. Scarcely had she revealed them for 2 seconds when he swiftly covered them again, holding her feet in his hands like a warming treasure. "Are you feeling hot?" he inquired, noticing a faint blush blooming on Su Yishuan's cheeks, with her temples glistening as if damp with sweat. "I'll open a window for some fresh air." "That sounds good," Su Yishuan replied with a gentle nod. The windows of the green train were indeed operable, as the carriage lacked air conditioning. In the sweltering heat of August and September, failing to open the windows could leave one feeling stifled and ill. Su Yishuan was gradually coming to terms with Chen Junsheng's peculiar fondness for touching her feet. Perhaps it was the dream she had previously harbored, envisioning him peering under her desk during class to gaze at her feet. Thus, she found his quirky interest somewhat normal. Young girls often feel utterly defenseless against boys who frequently invade their dreams. Su Yishuan's shyness was also linked to Zhou Xiaohua, who was sleeping in the upper bunk, with her and Chen Junsheng sharing a close intimacy below. The proximity of Xiaohua just a thin blanket away made the thought of her being awake utterly mortifying for Su Yishuan. "Do not grip too tightly," Chen Junsheng whispered, causing Su Yishuan to shiver, unable to withstand the moment. She pulled up the blanket to cover her face, seeking refuge. "Lao Ge, Just now. When I went to the restroom, I brushed past a particularly beautiful girl, Gao Cheng excitedly relayed to Luo Yuanzhao, having just returned from the lavatory, shaking the water from his hands. When I turned to look at her silhouette, she bore a striking resemblance to comrade Shen Wanqiu. You must have mistaken her. Luo Yuanzhao raised his eyebrows in confusion. Comrade Wanqiu returned to the city long ago. It would be quite impossible for her to be on this train. Gao Cheng chuckled lightly. The silhouette looked very similar, though I cannot be certain. Upon hearing this, Gao Cheng, who was pretending to sleep in the upper bunk, opened his eyes and poked his head out. If Comrade Wanqiu were indeed on this train, and by chance encountered Junge and Accountant Su, wouldn't that be disastrous? What nonsense are you spouting? Gao Cheng playfully rapped his brother on the head. Junge is taking us out to accomplish great things. Keep your mouth shut. Oh. Gao Cheng realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, silently repeating to himself 3 times. Let us hope we do not encounter her. Let us hope we do not encounter her. Let us hope we do not encounter her. Chapter 83. To excel in one's craft. One must first sharpen one's tools. After hiding under the blanket for about 10 minutes, Su Yixuan felt stifled and overheated, unable to endure any longer. She lifted the blanket and sat up, hugging her knees. Chen Junsheng had just opened the window, and the train rattled along the wilderness, a refreshing breeze caressing her face, providing a sense of comfort. Su Yixuan once eagerly anticipated a mundane yet delightful afternoon, journeying by train with the person she cherished to a distant place. Within the swaying carriage, her cheek nestled against his shoulder, she sought a comfortable position and drifted into a peaceful slumber until their destination. Chen Junsheng, may I borrow your shoulder? Su Yixuan suddenly inquired. Generously, Chen Junsheng adjusted his posture, offering his shoulder, and playfully remarked, say thank you. I won't, she pouted, her rosy lips forming a defiant curve as she leaned closer. The breeze from outside tousled her hair, strands brushing against Chen Junsheng's neck, igniting a ticklish sensation. Unbeknownst to him, whenever he was in Su Yixuan's company, an inexplicable tranquility enveloped his heart. Turning to gaze at her serene and graceful profile, he felt a gentle wave of happiness coursing through him. Su Yixuan, may I pose a question? Chen Junsheng asked softly, observing her half-closed eyes. What question? She replied gently. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, between your father, your mother, and the father of your child, which one is not related by blood? Su Yixuan pondered briefly before answering. The father of the child. Chen Junsheng raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, why? You're so mischievous. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the lower bunk. The occupant of the upper bunk, Zhou Xiaohua, could scarcely contain herself, discreetly peering through the gap next to the wall to observe the situation below. I shouldn't look. I shouldn't look. It'll give me eyes, she thought. Torn between curiosity about what Chen Junsheng and Su Yixuan were up to and her embarrassment at being caught. After stealing a few glances, she held her breath and pretended to sleep. Junge called Luo Yuanzhao as the train halted at Jinhua Station, knocking gently on the door. What is the matter? Chen Junsheng inquired, opening the door slightly and peeking out. Leaning closer to Chen Junsheng's ear, Luo Yuanzhao whispered, I heard from Gao Cheng that he spotted someone resembling Wanqiu in the restroom just now. While I'm not entirely sure it was her, I felt it necessary to inform you. Shen Wanqiu? Chen Junsheng's heart skipped a beat. He had contemplated the possibility of encountering her during this trip to Hangzhou. As fate often seems preordained, impossible to evade. However, he perceived the likelihood of meeting Shen Wanqiu on this train from Changzhou to Hangzhou as akin to winning the lottery, nearly impossible. It must have been a case of mistaken identity, he mused, shaking his head nonchalantly. Turning to gaze out the window, he remarked, the next stop is Hangzhou. I have a few sets of clothes. Take them to Gao Cheng and Gao Cheng for a change. Understood. Luo Yuanzhao nodded in agreement. Chen Junsheng retrieved a large wooden box from beneath the bunk, extracting 3 sets of work uniforms emblazoned with the emblem of Raoqing military industry, and handed them to Luo Yuanzhao along with 3 identification badges, saying, remember to pin these on your chest. Luo Yuanzhao happily accepted the clothing and badges before departing. Xiaohua, are you still asleep? Chen Junsheng called, gently tapping the edge of the upper bunk as he stood. Wake up, we're almost in Hangzhou. As Little Flower rubbed her eyes, she tilted her head back and stretched her delicate arms and slender waist. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her ample bosom, casting a radiant and warm glow on the originally languid and charming young girl, making her appear irresistibly sweet. Yixuan, Xiaohua, It's time for you to change your clothes. Chen Junsheng instructed. He had prepared work uniforms for Luo Yuan Zhao and the others, but for Su Yishuan and Zhou Xiaohua, he had chosen the attire of a flight attendant. As for himself, he donned an administrative jacket over a white shirt, complemented by formal trousers and shoes, and adorned a diamond watch from Huqing along with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. While Chen Junsheng changed his clothes, Zhou Xiaohua sat on the upper bunk, her eyes fixed upon him without blinking. She had never seen a man wear an administrative jacket before. Just a couple of days ago, when her aunt crafted it according to the design, she thought it looked a bit old-fashioned. However, upon seeing Chen Junsheng in that outfit, her eyes widened in astonishment. She lamented her lack of education, unable to find the right words to describe the captivating man before her. When he donned the glasses, he resembled a radiant and exceptionally handsome intellectual. Removing the glasses revealed a slightly roguish charm about him. Do I look good? Chen Junsheng asked Su Yishuan, turning his head. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, her eyes darting away. For some inexplicable reason, in that fleeting moment, she felt a wave of inferiority wash over her, as if she were unworthy of him. Why are you suddenly so formal? She whispered. Because once we arrive in Hangzhou, I need to take you to the guest house for check-in. If I don't dress appropriately, it might lead to misunderstandings, Chen Junsheng explained with a smile. Su Yishuan sensed ulterior motives. But why does the outfit you prepared for me look so strange? Chen Junsheng shook his head, saying, not at all strange. It's the uniform of a flight attendant. You'll look beautiful in it. Indeed, he has ulterior motives, Su Yishuan thought, feeling unsettled by his peculiar preferences. Can I not wear this? She pouted, attempting to dispel her troubling thoughts. Of course, Chen Junsheng replied with a smile. It seems Xiaohua quite likes that outfit. She can wear it when we go to the department store for business tomorrow. And what about me? Su Yishuan suddenly raised her head. Traveling by train is rather exhausting. You can rest at the guest house tomorrow, Chen Junsheng suggested thoughtfully. Humph. Su Yishuan was clearly displeased, glaring at him as she huffed. You better go out. I need to change my clothes. With a chuckle, Chen Junsheng obliged and left. The train arrived at Hangzhou Station precisely at 5:52 in the afternoon. Chen Junsheng's purpose for changing clothes was twofold: to facilitate check-in at the guest house and to establish a dignified image. From purchasing the soft sleeper ticket to donning the administrative jacket and presenting his introduction letter for check-in at the VIP suite of the Hangzhou guest house, Chen Junsheng was determined to make a grand impression at every step. The reason for this decision stems from his clock business, which must be conducted through legitimate channels, primarily by selling to department stores. In Chapter 84, during his first stay at a guest house with Su Yishuan, Chen Junsheng approached the purchase of sleeper tickets with impartiality, yet adhered to standards when checking into the Hangzhou Railway guest house. Luo Yuanchao, Gao Cheng, and Gao Chang, as sales representatives from the military-industrial complex in Rao City, were required to limit their accommodation expenses to 3 yuan, necessitating shared rooms. In contrast, Su Yishuan and Zhou Xiaohua occupied single rooms. Chen Junsheng, indulging himself, opted for a luxurious suite at 15 yuan per night, inclusive of 3 meals and dedicated service. Should this be known to his comrade Xiao Qiao back home, it would surely cause her distress, as her monthly salary as a substitute teacher was merely 13 yuan and 50 cents, insufficient to cover Chen Junsheng's nightly lodging. However, for someone entitled to stay in a suite, whether the cost was 15 or 150 yuan per night mattered little. After all, he was spending public funds while away from home. Could I possibly switch rooms with you? Su Yishuan, unfamiliar with guest houses, had anticipated better accommodations in such a large city, only to be dismayed by the condition of the room upon entering. The linens were not changed frequently, and the previous occupant's remnants lingered. The sanitary conditions were, as one might imagine, rather lacking. This was also a subtle ploy by Chen Junsheng. If she found single rooms uncomfortable, they could share the suite. Why would you want to change rooms? Chen Junsheng chuckled. Mine is clean and hygienic, and the bed is spacious enough for 2 or 3 people. Su Yishuan gave him a sidelong glance before surveying the tidy bed in the suite, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. I'll go fetch Xiaohua. Are you and Xiaohua that close? Chen Junsheng expressed surprise. Su Yishuan blinked, her eyes sparkling with cleverness and mischief as she replied, if Xiaohua joins me. How could you possibly refuse to stay? Chen Junsheng, grinning, playfully countered, you two ladies have no qualms. So what is there for a big man like me to feel embarrassed about? Imagining the scene, Su Yishuan paused momentarily, then playfully swatted him. I'd love to smack you. In truth, she wished to chastise him for being shameless, Yet those words reminded her of an unintended loss of innocence, which she chose never to mention again. Of course, Chen Junsheng merely jested. Their relationship had not yet been formally established, and he felt some matters should not be rushed. Please call Xiaohua over for a meal. I ordered some Western dishes downstairs, and they should arrive shortly. After dining, Chen Junsheng intended to take a stroll downstairs, suggesting that the two of them could relax in the meantime. His words essentially indicated his agreement to switch rooms with Su Yixuan and Zhou Xiaohua. Should we invite Luo Yuanchao and the others to join us for a meal? Su Yixuan displayed a thoughtful and generous nature. No need, Chen Junsheng replied. Although he had mentioned sharing fortunes with Luo Yuanchao, when it came to matters concerning women, neither Su Yixuan nor Zhou Xiaohua were to be shared. Particularly in the peculiar environment of a guest house, even sharing a meal was out of the question since they had brought their own provisions. Oh. Su Yixuan let out a soft sound and turned to summon Zhou Xiaohua. The accommodations were indeed splendid, with a sumptuous dinner laid out before them. Zhou Xiaohua arrived just in time, coinciding with the staff delivering the meal to their room. The main courses included fragrant beef, braised chicken feet, and Hangzhou-style marinated duck, accompanied by a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes and a bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. In contemporary Hangzhou, the renowned West Lake vinegar fish had yet to gain popularity, rendering it unattainable. Come, let us indulge in some wine, Chen Junsheng proposed, opening a bottle of Qinghe Qinyang. He poured half a glass for Su Yixuan and filled his own to the brim, before politely inquiring, Xiaohua, how is your tolerance for alcohol? Zhou Xiaohua did not respond verbally, but playfully raised her right index finger. Chen Junsheng chuckled, just 1 cup? Not at all. Zhou Xiaohua shook her head, laughing lightly. I can drink a whole song without getting tipsy. Is that so? Chen Junsheng's eyes sparkled. Such a quality was indispensable in business and public relations. He promptly filled Zhou Xiaohua's glass to the top. The Qinghe Qinyang was mild, akin to homemade rice wine. It was smooth on the palate, not harsh on the throat, with a sweet aftertaste that lingered. Zhou Xiaohua spoke about her familiarity with alcohol, her eyes gleaming. Sometimes, when I can't sleep at night, I sneak out to have a little drink. No wonder Chen Junsheng was struck with understanding, realizing that the subtle scent of milk on her was indeed from her indulgence in alcohol. To a toast, Chen Junsheng raised his glass, clinking it with Zhou Xiaohua's. Certainly, Zhou Xiaohua smiled and tilted her head back, finishing her drink in one go. With a gentle sigh, she turned to look at Chen Junsheng. He also downed his drink in a single breath. Noticing that Chen Junsheng did not sigh after drinking, Zhou Xiaohua blinked and playfully imitated him. Sigh. Chen Junsheng raised an eyebrow at her, struggling to contain himself, nearly causing the drink to spray from his nostrils, his face turning crimson. Su Yixuan, who had already succumbed to laughter, thought to herself, who drinks white wine without sighing? Chen Junsheng, you are quite amusing. Don't just drink. Let us have some food too. Su Yixuan managed to stifle her laughter and served Chen Junsheng a couple of slices of beef. In truth, Chen Junsheng had a robust tolerance for alcohol, being able to handle 1.5 gin of white liquor and drink beer freely. He believed in the old adage that one's character could be discerned through their drinking habits. By sharing a few drinks with Su Yixuan and Zhou Xiaohua, he hoped to glimpse their true natures, which could serve as a foundation for deeper connections in the future. Zhou Xiaohua was not boasting. Her capacity for alcohol was indeed formidable. Su Yixuan, on the other hand, easily flushed when drinking. If she had too much, she would prop her face with her hands, her head swaying as if she were a diligent student fighting off sleep in class, fearful of being caught by the teacher. Yixuan seems to be getting tipsy. Should we continue drinking? Zhou Xiaohua glanced at Su Yixuan and then turned her gaze to Chen Junsheng. No more, Chen Junsheng said, finishing the last sip of his drink. He stood up and declared, you and Yixuan should rest in this room tonight. I have some matters to attend to downstairs. All right. Zhou Xiaohua mimicked Chen Junsheng's earlier tone when he playfully tapped Su Yixuan on her backside on the train, lightly responding with an all right. Chen Junsheng smiled at her warmly. To speak candidly, a girl like Xiaohua, whose figure is astonishingly exquisite, embodies the essence of pure allure when adorned in the uniform of a national airline stewardess, presenting an exceptionally pleasing sight. Such rare attributes were hard to come by in the 1980s. When accompanying her for business discussions, the seasoned leaders of state-owned shops would undoubtedly ponder the true stature of Chen Junsheng. As for Yixian, her role in Chen Junsheng's heart is akin to that of a cherished domestic flower. Her innocence and sweetness are treasures he desires to appreciate solely for himself. Chapter 085. He seems to like me this year. Zhang Hongyun, the general manager of Shihu department store, has just crossed his 30s, basking in the prime of his career during this golden phase of steady advancement. When Chen Junsheng and his associates approached manager Zhang, he was fervently instructing the sales staff on the service ethos, no unjustified reprimands towards customers. Noticing Chen Junsheng's group out of the corner of his eye, Zhang turned his gaze towards the two postal vehicles stationed a short distance away, realizing that a substantial delivery was at hand. Judging by the scale of the operation, the goods in question must be quite valuable. "Comrade, greetings," Zhang Hongyun said warmly, welcoming Chen Junsheng and his party into his office and shutting the door behind them. "Which unit do you represent?" Chen Junsheng remained silent, merely glancing at the name badge on Zhang's chest. He then accepted the Huqing 555 clock cradled in Zhou Xiaohua's arms and placed it on Zhang Hongyun's desk, inquiring softly, "How many of these clocks could your store sell in a day when you had stock?" Zhang Hongyun chuckled. "The Huqing 555 clock is immensely popular in Hangzhou. Under normal supply conditions, we sell at least 30 units a day. Unfortunately, we have been out of stock for over half a year now. I have 20,000 units." Chen Junsheng stated, his tone remarkably straightforward. "What?" Zhang Hongyun's face registered surprise. 20,000 units? This item retails at 56 yuan each, with production costs at approximately 50%, making the total cost for 20,000 units a staggering 560,000 yuan. The young man before him made no mention of any unit, indicating he was not an employee of the Huqing factory. Yet, his attire exuded an extraordinary air of affluence. The beautiful woman accompanying him, clad in the national airline stewardess uniform, was strikingly memorable in both appearance and form. Clearly, they were not to be underestimated. After a few fleeting glances, Zhang Hongyun discreetly averted his gaze. Chen Junsheng pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Zhang. "Comrade Hongyun, do you smoke?" "I do," Zhang Hongyun replied. Accepting the cigarette and glancing at the packaging, which was surprisingly a 5-pack of exclusive airline cigarettes, Chen Junsheng struck a match, lighting Zhang's cigarette first. As he turned to ignite his own, Xiaohua stepped forward, using her chest to shield him from the wind. Chen Junsheng lit his cigarette with an expression of calm, casually flicking the matchstick as if it were a routine occurrence. Zhang Hongyun, however, was captivated by the display, contemplating the impressive demeanor of this young man. Taking a puff, Chen Junsheng tapped the clock lightly and smiled at Zhang Hongyun, saying, "The postal vehicle outside contains 2,500 units ready for immediate delivery. If Shihu department store wishes to restock, arrangements can be made for your quality inspection department to verify the goods, after which we can discuss further matters." Zhang Hongyun comprehended the situation. The individual before him was akin to a mighty dragon crossing the river, leveraging available resources to collaborate with state-owned stores for swift profits. For someone of his stature, the primary consideration in such scenarios is political risk, followed by economic benefit. The inspection of goods is not an urgent matter. Zhang Hongyun cautiously requested, "Might I first take a glance at your letter of introduction and work verification?" This was precisely what Chen Junsheng had longed to hear since entering the room. He found it challenging to respond to inquiries regarding his affiliation. After all, the Dongjiang region was relatively obscure. A casual mention might elicit ridicule from others, questioning why someone from such a small locale would display such pretentiousness. However, a letter of introduction and work verification would carry a different weight. Chen Junsheng's letter had been specifically procured from the Longxi Provincial Committee. His work verification indicated that he held dual positions as the Deputy Director of the Economic Coordination Department of the Dongjiang Municipal Party Committee and General Manager of the Military Industry Trade Department in Reisheng. The authenticity of these documents was a blend of truth and fabrication. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongyun perceived them as genuine. Whether they were real or not was inconsequential in his mind. As long as the young man was bold enough to present them, he was willing to place his trust in him. Additionally, as long as the batch of clocks from outside posed no quality issues, he would confidently allow them to be displayed for sale. As for any potential objections from the manufacturers in Huqing, that was a matter between them and Chen Junsheng, bearing no relevance to Zhang Hongyun or the Shihu department store. In truth, Chen Junsheng harbored no concerns about the Huqing manufacturers causing him trouble, for he was well aware of the history. In 1981, a comrade named Mao had similarly seized the opportunity to resell Huqing's 555 brand clocks. He had collaborated with a military factory in Yuqing to produce 10,000 units, subsequently presenting samples to the department store in Huqing for resale, profiting handsomely from the price differential. The predecessors planted the trees, allowing future generations to enjoy the shade. Mr. Mao made the initial move, and I shall follow suit. Mr. Mao was willing to risk everything to sell his goods in the heart of Huqing. I would not compete with him, but rather target the larger cities surrounding Huqing. Should any complications arise, Mr. Mao would bear the consequences. This was the underlying reason for Chen Junsheng's audacity in seeking collaboration with state-owned stores. The products from Reisheng's military industry were of commendable quality. Zheng Hongyun dispatched 3 seasoned inspectors from the Quality Control Department to assess the goods, all of whom reported no issues. Director Chen, let us discuss the price. Zheng Hongyun offered, personally preparing a cup of tea for Chen Junsheng. I have limited time, Chen Junsheng remarked, glancing at his watch. A firm price of 40 yuan per unit, along with 20 industrial coupons, payment and delivery to be settled simultaneously. Zheng Hongyun smiled silently, merely adjusting his shirt sleeves. Chen Junsheng discerned that Zheng was dissatisfied with the quoted price and hoped for a reduction. However, Zheng had evidently overthought the situation. Since Chen Junsheng had stated a fixed price, it implied he was not open to negotiation. In the era of planned economy, possessing goods granted one leverage. If you could meet the price, you would proceed. If not, you would seek another buyer. After all, you had been out of stock for over half a year. What pretense were you putting on? Chen Junsheng scoffed lightly, the steam still rising from his cup of tea. And he began to rise to leave. Hey, Director Chen, don't be hasty. Zheng Hongyun hastily reached out to negotiate. How about this? I'll take all 2. 500 units available outside for 35 yuan each, plus 10 industrial coupons. What do you say? Chen Junsheng shook his head. That won't do. The price you've quoted requires a minimum order of 10,000 units. 10,000 units is excessive. Zheng Hongyun, however, was not overly greedy. I'll order 5,000 units at 35 yuan each, plus 15 industrial coupons. How does that sound? If agreeable, let us sign the contract now, and I will pay for 500 units up front, with the remaining payment made at this rate upon delivery of the next batch. Seeing Zheng's willingness to cooperate, Chen Junsheng extended his right hand. Zheng Hongyun promptly shook it. Chen Junsheng, you truly are remarkable. Upon exiting the Shihu department store, Zhou Xiaohua gazed at Chen Junsheng with admiration, exclaiming, such a large order finalized in under an hour. I am not remarkable at all, Chen Junsheng replied nonchalantly. Chuckling as he shook his head, it's primarily due to leveraging military and telecommunications connections, along with your support. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes sparkled as she shyly remarked, I merely followed in your wake, saying nothing, as though I were superfluous. Where's the light in that? Just when you lit your cigarette, you were the light in my eyes, Chen Junsheng said earnestly. Zhou Xiaohua did not fully grasp the meaning of his words. Yet she could distinctly sense that Chen Junsheng was complimenting her, which brought her joy. Details determined success or failure. Chen Junsheng remarked with a smile, when you shielded me from the wind. Zheng Hongyun's eyes widened, my heart raced, and I even felt a thrill. Really? Zhou Xiaohua was surprised that such a small gesture of hers could have such an effect. If you don't believe me, you can feel my heartbeat, Chen Junsheng said boldly. I believe you. Zhou Xiaohua nodded with a smile, glancing between Shihu and Chen Junsheng, before shyly reaching out to touch his arm, murmuring, it seems he likes me. Oh. Chen Junsheng felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Chapter 086. A chance encounter with an old flame, is it nice to touch? Chen Junsheng stood frozen, dumbfounded. At that moment, he considered himself merely an accountant, and recording transactions was simply routine. In the 1980s, young women tended to be conservative, rarely taking the initiative. However, when they did, they could be quite bold. Yes, it is nice to touch. Zhou Xiaohua lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes misty as though on the verge of tears. Yet she honestly responded. Just look at her shyly charming demeanor. One might mistakenly think Chen Junsheng had done something scandalous to her. Chen Junsheng felt a mix of discomfort. Ever since Aunt Yao returned to Yanjing, he had put away his ambitions, finding no outlet for his desires amidst the calm. Little did he expect that a gentle tease from Xiaohua would nearly breach his defenses. To be fair, let us find a discreet place where we won't be seen. Chen Junsheng suggested, never one to miss an opportunity. If Xiaohua dared to be bold, he would match her audacity. Oh, Zhou Xiaohua obediently replied, thinking that Chen Junsheng would not harm her, so following him was a reasonable choice. This is a one-time occurrence, without precedent, Zhou Xiaohua seriously contemplated. President Zheng, please sign this bank remittance receipt. Tang Mali, the accountant of Shihu department store, sashayed into the general manager's office with a remittance slip of 87,500 yuan in hand. Zhang Hongyan received the slip, pinching his fleshy chin as a sudden thought crossed his mind. If he reported the situation to the office for the crackdown on speculation, he might intercept the funds and acquire 500 clock bases without cost. However, such an action would undoubtedly offend that young man. After careful consideration, Zhang shook his head. The risks of a hasty report, without fully grasping the details, were too great to fathom. It would be wiser to first collaborate for profit and then observe the unfolding situation. Zhang had been particularly agreeable when signing the order with Chen Junsheng earlier. Drawn by the irresistible allure of the Hucheng 555 brand clocks, priced at 50 to 60 yuan. Such high-end merchandise would sell effortlessly from any department store's shelves. Who could refuse? As for the bank remittance, it was conducted through a public-to-public channel. And with interprovincial transfers taking a staggering 7 to 10 days, any issues discovered during that time could be swiftly rectified. For the sake of prudence, it was essential to investigate the East River Economic Development Department and the military industry in Rao City, lest the flames of chaos engulf innocent bystanders. Zhang affixed his signature to the receipt, temporarily setting aside his calculations. Little did he know that amidst his meticulous planning, he had overlooked one crucial detail. Chen Junsheng had brought an accountant along, whose connections were rather notable. His uncle was the vice president of the People's Bank of China, East River Branch. Chen Junsheng, you deceiver, a grand deceiver. At that moment, accountant Su sat on the large bed of the VIP suite at the railway guest house, hugging her knees and wiping away tears. That detestable Chen Junsheng had tricked her into wearing an Air China flight attendant's outfit yesterday. Yet today he left for business with only Xiao Huahua, leaving her behind. While her inebriation the previous night and heavy slumber this morning contributed to her predicament, it was Su Yishuan's dreams of eagerly following Chen Junsheng in business dealings, happily counting money beside him, that made her current solitude all the more painful. The sole consolation for Su was that Chen Junsheng had not included Luo Yuanchao and the Gao brothers in his entourage, instead placing them in a single room next door to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, Chen Junsheng had already left the secluded alley with Zhou Xiaohua and boarded a bus to the Jiangsu Provincial People's Broadcasting Station. You young comrade are indeed intriguing, remarked Deputy Director Wang Hai, who was responsible for receiving Chen. To think you would seek our Jiangsu Broadcasting Station to advertise and promote the distilleries in the East River region. What a novel idea. Wang misunderstood. This was not merely Chen's personal initiative. With a smile and a shake of his head, Chen replied, "This is a bold venture in the realm of interprovincial economic cooperation. Without explicit directives from above, I would not dare to visit so rashly." Oh? Wang's eyes twinkled with amusement as he scrutinized Chen Junsheng. Chen continued, "Consider this. Once this collaboration is established, can we not interpret the underlying logic as a pioneering partnership between the state-owned factory in Longxi province and the Jiangsu Broadcasting Station within the economic sphere?" Wang's interest was piqued. This young comrade, appearing youthful, possessed a remarkably keen political awareness. Economic development is the cornerstone of the reform and opening up policy. When Chen Junsheng mentioned interprovincial economic cooperation, Wang Hai could not help but pay attention. An advertisement published in the Tianjin Daily on January 4, 1979, introducing the main products of a toothpaste factory, was regarded as a significant innovation in the new era of reform and opening up. Chen Junsheng was evidently well prepared. In March of the same year, the Shanghai television station aired the first overseas product advertisement promoting Swiss radar watches. On the same day, the Liberation Daily also published an advertisement for the radar watch. With this statement, Chen Junsheng ceased to elaborate further, observing the expression on Comrade Wang Hai's face. His message was quite clear. If multinational advertisements can be broadcast, what hesitation remains for interprovincial advertisements? It was said that the people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang were characterized by their spirit of bold innovation and willingness to lead, and the authorities shared this sentiment. Now, I present the opportunity to you. The decision is yours to make. Comrade Wang Hai, having ascended to the position of deputy director at the provincial radio station, was no ordinary person. With the ladder placed before him, he naturally resolved to ascend. Comrade Junsheng, let us discuss the advertisement duration and promotional costs. 15 seconds for 3,000 yuan, Chen Junsheng quoted, his eyes unblinking, displaying considerable bravado. However, he had additional conditions. The advertisement script has already been prepared by our factory director. All you need to do is to broadcast the phrase this year. No gifts for the holidays. Gifts are only accepted in the form of Quanliang liquor 3 times, starting tonight after the news broadcast at 7:30. And continue until the Mid-Autumn Festival on September 12th, Chen Junsheng emphasized. This year, no gifts for the holidays, gifts are only accepted in the form of Quanliang liquor. Comrade Wang Hai silently repeated several times. This was clearly a poorly constructed sentence, lacking sophistication. Nonetheless, the 15-second duration, the 3,000 yuan promotional cost, and the request to air it only until the Mid-Autumn Festival were undeniably enticing, causing a barely concealed smile to form at the corner of Director Wang's mouth. The commercial advertisement published in the Tianjin Daily in 1979 had only cost 300 yuan. Ultimately, Comrade Wang Hai's judgment proved correct. Chen Junsheng was indeed a bringer of fortune. He had just spent 3,000 yuan at the provincial station for a 15-second commercial before turning around to invest another 2,000 yuan at the Jiangsu and Zhejiang Daily. As they exited the newspaper office, Zhou Xiaohua felt somewhat unable to keep up with Chen Junsheng's pace. This was not due to the long walk or discomfort in her legs, but rather a result of the previous encounter in the alley, where his unexpected kiss had left her somewhat weak in the knees. To accompany him thus far, without faltering, required considerable resolve on her part. Why didn't you mention your legs were weak earlier? Chen Junsheng paused, turned, and crouched before her, seriously asking, next time, will you dare to tease me again? I want tea, Zhou Xiaohua replied playfully. Chen Junsheng's methods of teasing had evidently reached the limits of her psychological endurance. Should there be another instance? She feared she might cross a line that would betray Yishuan. That's good to hear. Chen Junsheng nodded with satisfaction, then patted her shoulder and said, come on. I'll carry you to the station. People will see us. Zhou Xiaohua felt slightly embarrassed. What of it? Chen Junsheng shook his head with a smile, remarking that no one in the vicinity recognized them. Zhou Xiaohua pondered for a moment and agreed. It seemed harmless to accompany him into a secluded alley, even if she had to cling to his back. Ah, you are truly heavy, he jested as he hoisted her onto his shoulders. Despite her fragrant and soft figure, which he estimated to weigh no more than 90 pounds, he exaggerated his labored movements as if he were the fabled Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Zhou Xiaohua detected no trace of disdain in his tone and smiled, saying, my grandmother used to say that a girl with ample bosom and rear is blessed and will bear children well. Chen Junsheng chuckled in response, continuing to jog towards the bus station. Slow down, Zhou Xiaohua exclaimed, genuinely exhilarated. Chen Junsheng was initially running with vigor, but as they approached a corner near the bus stop, he suddenly spotted 2 women approaching and instantly turned to flee. Among them, one was unfamiliar to him, but the other was unmistakably Shen Wanqiu, whom he recognized even if she were turned to ash. He could hardly believe the coincidence of encountering Shen Wanqiu so close to the Jiangsu Daily. Shen Wanqiu was equally surprised, having come to the newspaper office with a friend from the Provincial Writers Association to submit an article. To her astonishment, she spotted a man who bore a striking resemblance to the rogue Chen Junsheng, someone she had been thinking about incessantly. She halted, rubbing her eyes, but alas, he dashed away too swiftly, carrying a girl on his back, making it impossible to confirm his identity from just his silhouette. It can't be that coincidental, she mused, considering that there were still more than 10 days until the official start of classes at Jiangsu University, so he had no reason to arrive in Hangzhou so early. Wanqiu, what's wrong? Her friend Yu Qingli asked, glancing back in confusion. Nothing, Shen Wanqiu replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. I just felt like I had seen that man who was running with a girl on his back somewhere before, so I wanted to take a closer look. Yu Qingli, noticing the expression on her face, teased, I suppose seeing such a sweet couple made you think of your own partner? Shen Wanqiu nodded candidly. Yu Qingli genuinely envied the country boy named Chen Junsheng, expressing her curiosity about what he looked like to have so captivated their esteemed writer, Shen Wanqiu. He'll be in Hangzhou soon. I'll introduce you then, Shen Wanqiu said, her eyes glimmering at the thought of Chen Junsheng, recalling how he used to carry her along the riverside and the countryside, just like that man. Yu Qingli couldn't help but click her tongue. You are in trouble. Your mind is filled with him. What will you do if he falls for someone else? Shen Wanqiu paused, then sighed resignedly. It seems he may have already moved on. Could it be that I've hit the nail on the head? Yu Qingli questioned, sensing something amiss. That country boy won your heart, and now he dares to love another? Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqiu's expression turned serious, and she retorted, please don't speak of him in such terms. Don't reduce him to just a country bumpkin. Too superficial. I really dislike it, she remarked before striding away. Oh, please don't be angry. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. It was not intentional. Yu Qingli pursued her with apologies. Shen Wanqiu, clearly irked, quickened her pace, choosing to ignore her. Chen Junsheng genuinely feared encountering Shen Wanqiu, especially when in the company of Su Yishuan or Zhou Xiaohua. Fortunately, he was swift on his feet. The figure he had encountered around the corner was indeed Shen Wanqiu. Wasn't it? Zhou Xiaohua recalled her previous visits to Mao Jiawen Brigade, where she not only met Shen Wanqiu but was also left with a profound impression. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that among all the women she had encountered, Shen Wanqiu possessed the most exquisite features, unmatched in her beauty. Even Su Yishuan paled in comparison when it came to looks. Yet, fate is impartial, having bestowed upon her such a stunning visage. It withheld the addition of even a modicum of flesh upon her bosom. Yes, that's her, Chen Junsheng acknowledged without hesitation. What is your relationship with her? Zhou Xiaohua inquired with curiosity. It's complicated, Chen Junsheng pondered for a moment, feeling it appropriate to share a fragment of his heart with comrade Xiaohua. Emotionally, she is my first love, the girl I have cherished for many years. Zhou Xiaohua blinked, intrigued by the notion of a years-long affection. If I recall correctly, Shen Wanqiu was sent to the countryside in 78. Was it love at first sight? Setting emotions aside, he continued, she is the last person I wish to encounter. Chen Junsheng sighed in resignation. I don't know if you believe me, but I did not flee from her out of embarrassment, even if I had met her alone. My instinct would have been to turn and run. I believe you. Zhou Xiaohua, lacking experience in matters of the heart and possessing a straightforward disposition, replied. It seems you both share a wealth of stories. Not just stories, but incidents as well. However, those are all in the past and need not be revisited. Chen Junsheng spoke softly. Have you ever encountered someone you felt compelled to flee from at first sight? Yes. Zhou Xiaohua nodded, her expression serious. Secretary Su. Is Secretary Su particularly harsh with you? Chen Junsheng couldn't resist asking. Not really harsh, but he persistently tries to matchmake me with Li Yong, which is quite bothersome. What is the situation with Li Yong? Chen Junsheng inquired further. Li Yong is rather insidious. He previously harbored feelings for Yishuan, but lacked the courage to express them. So he sought my favor to gain my assistance. However, upon realizing that Yishuan was difficult to pursue, he turned his affections towards me, writing love letters that I declined. Then, he shamelessly approached Secretary Su for help in connecting us. It is infuriating. Zhou Xiaohua's irritation was palpable. I seem to be worse than Li Yong. Chen Junsheng admitted with self-awareness. Indeed, you are, Zhou Xiaohua remarked, her thoughts having been momentarily led astray by Chen Junsheng's revelations. But now returning to the initial line of thought, you are worse, a heartbreaker, enamored with every encounter. However, while I detest Li Yong, I find joy in seeing you. What should I do? Zhou Xiaohua gently questioned Chen Junsheng. Finding joy is enough, Chen Junsheng replied with a smile, in this lifetime. I seek nothing more than the pursuit of unadulterated joy. To those who treat me well, I shall reciprocate to the best of my abilities, striving to leave no regrets. Zhou Xiaohua felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She had never truly contemplated what the outcome between herself and Chen Junsheng might be. Yet, upon hearing his words, she felt as though she had received a promise of considerable weight, both unexpected and delightful. Let us return to the guest house. We have been out for quite a while. And Su Yishuan must be worried, Chen Junsheng suggested. Yes, it is indeed time to go back, Zhou Xiaohua nodded. In truth, they had barely been out for half a day, yet the experiences they had amassed exceeded her wildest expectations. She had once thought that advertising for Quanjing liquor on Jiangsu and Zhujiang Radio in the Jiangsu and Zhujiang Daily was a mere fantasy, but with Chen Junsheng's initiative, he had effortlessly secured all of them. Additionally, Zhou Xiaohua had the privilege of personally engaging in Chen Junsheng's clock business, having the fortune to witness a bank remittance slip of 87,500 yuan. This truly opened her eyes and broadened her horizons. Zhou Xiaohua mused that she would be fortunate if she could continue to accompany Chen Junsheng in the future. Witnessing his prowess filled her with genuine joy. Even if he led her into a narrow alley and kissed her until her legs felt weak, she would accept it willingly, though she knew that such indulgence was too extravagant, and she could only allow it once. Eventually, she found herself unable to handle it all. Such scenes had once been beyond her imagination, even in her dreams. When Chen Junsheng insisted at that moment, she had closed her eyes, held her breath, and silently acquiesced. Yet now, as she reflected on that moment, her heart repeatedly admonished her not to let it happen again. June, I have caused a calamity. Upon returning to the guest house with Zhou Xiaohua, Chen Junsheng encountered Luo Yuanchao, Gao Cheng, and Gao Chang, all of whom bore bruises. What happened? Chen Junsheng furrowed his brow and asked urgently, "Is Su Yishuan hurt?" It was only after his inquiry that he learned the truth. During his absence, a group of unruly young men had impersonated the police, wreaking havoc in the guest house under the pretense of conducting room checks. When they knocked on the door to Su Yishuan's room and beheld her charming appearance and the attire of a flight attendant, they not only hurled lewd remarks, but also attempted to lay hands on her. Fortunately, Luo Yuanchao, Gao Cheng, and Gao Chang were in the adjacent room and rushed over to deliver a beating, driving the intruders away. "June, those ruffians did not seem like ordinary thugs," Luo Yuanchao said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "After we dealt with them, the guest house staff were quite anxious and urged us to check out immediately, lest we face dire consequences. Upon reflection, it made sense. Ordinary thugs would hardly dare to impersonate the police and invade a railway guest house for inspections. As for openly harassing women in such a setting, it would take considerable audacity, as individuals without connections would find themselves swiftly apprehended. Check out and leave." Chen Junsheng scoffed. "Would that not be akin to cowardice? We shall wait right here for them." Though it is true that even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress the local snake, the term cowardice did not exist in Chen Junsheng's lexicon. How could he tolerate the harassment of women and his brothers suffering such indignities? We are all individuals bearing the weight of our own heads. Who fears whom? What does it matter if they are local bullies? I will strike at your weakest point. "Hello, is this the Hangzhou Public Security Bureau?" Chen Junsheng, calling from the front desk of a guest house, reported, "I am Chen Junsheng, the general manager of the Foreign Sales Department at the Raoshan County Armory, and the son-in-law of Comrade Xiao Xinghua, the deputy secretary of the Longxi Provincial Committee, as well as the deputy director of the East River Region's Economic Coordination Department. I am currently facing a dire situation at the Hangzhou Railway Guest House, where I have encountered several thugs impersonating police officers. They have extorted me under the pretense of conducting a room inspection and have resorted to violence, posing a severe threat to my personal safety. When trouble arises, one seeks the police. Do not underestimate their efficacy." Upon disclosing his identity and detailing the thug's impersonation and violent conduct, the operator on the other end trembled in fear. Should this situation be mishandled, many within the Hangzhou Public Security Bureau would face dire consequences. After completing the call, Chen Junsheng turned to find Su Yishuan. Su Yishuan's experience today was a vivid lesson in the treachery of human nature. First, she awoke to discover that Chen Junsheng had deceived her, leaving with Xiao Hua to conduct business without her. Then, she fell victim to several thugs posing as police officers, tricked into opening her door. Had Luo Yuanchao and his companions not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thus, upon seeing Chen Junsheng, Su Yishuan wasted no time in hurling a pillow at his face. "Listen to me first," Chen Junsheng said, gently placing the pillow back. "Once I finish speaking, you can hit or scold me as you wish, all right?" Su Yishuan bit her lip, silent, and when he drew near, she turned her head away, facing the wall, unwilling to look at him. "I tried to call you before I left with Xiaohua this morning," Chen Junsheng said as he sat beside her. Su Yishuan ignored him. Shifting away, "You were sleeping so soundly, like a pig in the production team," he continued. "I slapped your face 27 times, yet you remained undisturbed. You are the one resembling a pig." Su Yishuan snapped, turning to him with a clenched fist, ready to strike. "Apologies, I misspoke," he laughed, attempting to clarify. "When you were asleep, you drooled, which is why the sound I made was not a mere slap, but rather." Su Yishuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I do not drool when I nap at my desk. You were spouting nonsense." However, she recalled glancing in the mirror that morning. Indeed, her face was quite flushed. She had initially thought it was merely the lingering effects of alcohol, only to realize it was due to Chen Junsheng's slaps. "In truth, I genuinely tried to wake you. But you were as immovable as a dead pig," Chen Junsheng insisted fervently. "If you don't believe me, we can summon Xiaohua to verify." After listening to him, Su Yishuan stared at him intently for a moment before suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "I trusted you so much, yet you continually deceive me," she cried, her voice thick with emotion. "I woke up thinking you had abandoned me at the guest house." "How could you?" Chen Junsheng, with a serious demeanor, declared, "In my heart, you hold more significance than my own father." To utter a blasphemous thought, I could forsake my father without a second thought, but I would never abandon you. Su Yishuan, taken aback by his words, coughed involuntarily, Do not presume that I am unaware. Your father passed away when you were quite young. He merely vanished, not perished. Chen Junsheng gently retorted. Su Yixuan found herself at a loss for words and chose silence, continuing to weep. Chen Junsheng glanced down at her and chuckled softly. Crying with snot and tears, and you smeared it all over my clothes. You say you're not a pig from the production team. Yet you're butting your head against me? Go ahead, keep butting. Su Yixuan, with her head nestled against Chen Junsheng's chest, assumed a fierce posture, as if she intended to shove him beneath the bed. At that moment, the sound of abrupt breaking echoed from downstairs. Su Yixuan's actions abruptly halted. Chen Junsheng rose and approached the window, drawing back the curtain to assess the situation. He observed a trio of vintage jeeps from which emerged over a dozen young men clad uniformly in white shirts and navy trousers, storming into the guest house with an intimidating presence. The staff at the railway guest house, upon seeing them, recoiled as if confronted by a specter, none daring to intervene. I will step out for a moment. You remain in the room, Chen Junsheng instructed Su Yixuan, turning to grab 2 bottles of liquor before departing. Brother Feng. It was he who bit me, exclaimed a young man, his left ear bandaged and his body bearing multiple bruises, pointing an accusing finger at Luo Yuanzhao and his companions. Baring his teeth like a feral dog. This outsider has some guts, Li Yufeng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yuanzhao. Daring to sever half of my brother's ear in my territory, what a dog. You, a son of a dog, flaunting your bravado with your numbers, thinking you're invincible. Luo Yuanzhao scoffed, rolling his eyes at Li Yunfeng, who appeared overly pampered and ostentatious. You think you can stare me down? How about you come over and face me in a duel? His audacity was palpable. Previously, Chen Junsheng had not returned, and Luo Yuanzhao worried about escalating the situation into an uncontrollable disaster. Now that Junsheng had returned, providing a sense of security. And given that their opponents numbered only a handful, what was there to fear? Attack. Li Yufeng, known for his volatile temper, was quick to unleash a brutal assault. However, in his fervor to command his brothers to deal with Luo Yuanzhao and his crew, he failed to notice Chen Junsheng approaching from behind, bottle in hand. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as the liquor bottle collided with Li Yufeng's head, causing his eyes to roll back, nearly sending him to meet his ancestors on the spot.